Hello and welcome back to the NRG here 5K trial for Pioneer. I am Mason Clark. I'm with my co-host here, Devin O'Donnell. Devin, how you doing?
I am doing very well, Mason. I'm excited to cover some Pioneer today. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have a lot of notable players in the event that are, we want to take a look at the leaderboard in a second, but there's a lot of people here that are vying for those spots that we were talking about at the end of your championship. So, really excited to see what people brought to the table here, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see those decks. And also, like we mentioned yesterday, this is the last event for big Pioneer paper before the release of Brothers War in the RC in Atlanta. And seeing what players are looking at, what they're wanting to test out, and kind of get a feel in paper. Magic Online's a great way to test, but getting that tournament experience is something that's really hard to simulate. So we're going to see some players maybe playing decks that they're fielding and thinking about for the Brothers War, maybe just adding a card or two.
Right. Yeah. There's, like you said, that this is the last event before Brothers War. It's always kind of weird, that very last event before a new set comes out, because I feel like a lot of people are maybe taking it safe with maybe just the quote unquote best deck, which there's a lot of, spoiler alert, there's a lot of mono green here today, so not surprising. But yeah, they're maybe want to keep some stuff under wraps for Atlanta as well, stuff that people are working on. Maybe they don't want to quite give it away. And also, I think Brothers War is going to be introducing, yes, there's a lot of tools for mono green, but I think there's also a lot of players for new archetypes or, previously existing archetypes and a nice little bump. So yeah, really excited to see what people show up with Atlanta. I think that's going to be a really good tournament.
It's going to be so exciting. I can't wait to watch it and play it. Devin, speaking of archetype bumps here, while we're waiting for our first matchup here to start, is there any card that really jumps out to you from the Brothers War you want to talk about for Pioneer? I know we went over a few yesterday.
Um, it looks like we're actually ready to start. So let's hold that thought. Let's take a look and see what we got for you today.
One second here.
All right, so it looks like we are down here. It looks like we have a mono green mirror match. We got Vinnie Fino on the left versus Mack Endress on the right. Looks like we're having maybe some issues with the feed here, but yeah, this is. I know you had mentioned this during the break here. We had talked about this Mack Endress, somebody who is very high up on that leaderboard, vying for that end of year championship spot. So maybe no surprise if they that they're showing up with mono green because they want to do very well in the tournament. So yeah, this is the like we talked about, this is going to be a matchup that we see a decent amount today, because I think I remember, by my math, I think I ran the numbers really quickly. I believe there were about 20 players out of our close to 100 players in the event playing mono green. So about 20% of the room here. So this is, something that we are maybe going to be expecting, and maybe something we're going to see a little bit throughout the day.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be interesting to see kind of how that, when it comes to the top, are we going to see mono green, even though it is the highest numbers, make the top, or are there going to be decks that can actually stop green that players are brought today? It's going to be pretty exciting to see there. Looks like it's going to be a few more seconds here. I think our camera feed just didn't have its coffee in the morning, Devin, and so it's still waking up a little bit. And you know what that's like.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the Twitch stream, which I know is not necessarily the feed that we're looking at, but that's what I'm looking at right now. But yeah, there's I think maybe some issues with the camera feed, so we'll have to see if we can get that for us. But yeah, it looks like I think Vinnie, if I counted correctly, I think Vinnie's on a mulligan to 6. Couldn't quite tell how many cards Mack has started with, but
yeah, I can't either. Yeah, it looks like we're just gonna make it work for right now, as Vinnie leads on an Oath of Nissa.
Yep, turn 1 Oath of Nissa. Didn't quite get to see if Vinnie had something like a Nykthos. Take a look.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to pick up Forest. Interesting. This is one of the interesting parts too. This, as we see both players lead on Oath and Nissa here, Mack with the Lair of the Hydra for it, though. It's kind of funny, at the RC it will be open deck list, right? And so it'd be, changes things a little bit here. But right now, when you play the mono green deck, you kind of have to like sometimes hedge your bets and be like, okay, this hand's pretty good. Maybe it's not great in the mirror, but it's got an Oath and Nissa and some ramp. How worse could it be, And what do you think about that?
Yeah, this is a true mirror match, right? Both players starting on Oath of Nissa. We'll have to see if Mack can follow suit here with a Willful Haven. And yeah, Nykthos and 2 mana. Not a Willful Haven, not a true mirror match.
That's that spice with the Sylvan Carry added. You do love to see a little bit.
Looks like we got a Kiora here. Probably untap the forest, play an old growth troll.
And I think Vinny does have a Storm the Festival in hand as well. So on the next turn, Vinny's going to have some real payoff. And oh, Vinny's kind of flicking that Besage to the front. We might see that Nykthos just go away.
All right, here we go. I believe we have. It looks like my feed is working now. How about
Yes.
yours, Mason?
It's back. It's in full swing. It got its coffee in its system. We love to see it.
There we go. All right, what did we miss? There's the Kiora, and we use the Kiora. What did we do after the Kiora? Besage the Nykthos, okay. Which is a good heads-up play from Vinny here. Now it looks like Vinny's got a Cavalier, so set up to play that next turn with the Kiora untap.
Mm-hmm. And we've seen Mack here slam Karn, the Great Creator.
Putting some dice on the Oath of Nissa. Don't think that one's quite, that one doesn't have any loyalty abilities.
Yeah, Mack is also still processing the coffee. We're gonna give him a second. Had a big day yesterday.
Yeah, this is, we've been talking about Brothers War a lot over the weekend so far, and I think this is one of the decks that gets a couple pretty significant upgrades in the form of the Stone Brain, and then there's the new, I forget the name of it, I'm going to have some trouble with names, but the new Meteor Golem. I think both those cards are pretty big upgrades to this deck.
Yep, I big agree. It's going to be interesting to see just how impactful they are because they seem incredibly impactful. Speaking of incredibly impactful, Vinny here with an Old Growth Troll play draws a card, activates Nykthos, and now has 5 Devotion and gets to play Storm. I'm sorry, 6 Devotion with the Wolfwillow Haven, so he gets to play Storm the Festival.
That's what I was missing. I counted 5 as well, but we forgot about the Haven.
Yeah, and so it looks like
Oath and a Cavalier here.
Yeah, it's hard for it to be too bad when you draw a couple cards, but not the most explosive Oath we've ever seen. And, Teferi found off the Oath of Nissa. That is one big difference in these decks, right?
Yeah, so I want to say, if we take a quick look at the deck list here, so Mack has 1 Teferi, and then Vinny has, I believe, 1 Teferi, and also 1 spicy copy here, Nicol Bolas. Is it the God Pharaoh or Dragon God? Dragon God. That's the I think it's triple black, blue, and red. But we're not actually, we're not trying to tap blue, black, and red mana for that thing. We're just trying to cast it off Oath of Nissa or hit it off Storm the Festival. But one thing that you had mentioned in the break here is a lot of times what happens is you get to these weird spots where there's like a Pithing Needle on either a Kiora or a Karn, and Nicol Bolas gets around that because it has the abilities of the Planeswalkers, but it's not the name of that Planeswalker. So that could actually be a pretty significant edge here for Vinny if he's able to find that Nicol Bolas.
Big agree. Looks like Mack picked up another Cavalier of Thorns as the draw step, and let's see what he can do. Would you argue that Vinny's deck is 5-color mono green? He does have every color in his deck.
Well, I mean, I guess in the same vein, you could argue that Mack is Simic because of the Kioras. I guess every deck is Simic at that point.
They're all Simic. Yeah, it was a philosophical question. That was next in line. We do see Mack.
No, there's a Teferi.
Oh, sure. Okay, banned. But we do see Mack pick up the Damping Sphere here. Probably to control the Nykthos.
Yeah, it looks like the Damping Sphere is going to take care of the Nykthos for the time being. And there's always these weird spots in the mirror match where you kind of get to both players can't do a ton. There's Karn shutting down activated abilities of artifacts, the Damping Sphere shutting down Nykthos, Needle shutting down Kiora sometimes. So you get to these weird board states where it's just who has more creatures. And Vinny's got more creatures right now, so I guess he would maybe advantage in that fight currently at least.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And speaking of those creatures, it looks like Vinny might be going in for the red zone a little. Yeah, attacking all at Karn. Oh, and apparently some at the face.
Yeah, the Karn. If you just looks like maybe sent the Troll and the Elf at the Karn, and the Cavalier got to go at face because you knew the Karn was dying anyways with the Troll having Trample. So that does make a lot of sense here. Now, we'll have to see... so do you have enough to just cast the Storm without Nykthos? 2, 4. So you only have 8 mana. So not quite enough there. Looks like maybe we're going towards a Karn. Oh, Teferi. Okay.
Okay. That Teferi is kind of helpful. It gives you a little bit mana back too by untapping the elf. Worth noting, Wolfwillow Haven is an ability that generates mana. It's not the land generating mana, so it does get around Damping Sphere. It's kind of a weird interaction there.
Do we have enough to cast this Cav? So we went 4 mana for Teferi. We untapped the Haven and the Elf. That's 3 because the Cav costs 6, right?
I
1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, no, I think you're right. I think I was off counting. I think I was miscounting by 1.
Yeah, I think that the Cure activation put us just over the line. Okay, well, this Lovestruck Beast definitely can't be played. We probably
Yeah,
want to
that
stop the match.
one. Yeah, can
Yeah.
maybe we should pause that here because the Damping Sphere is taxing all of Vinnie's spells by 1 for each spell they played. So yeah, we should maybe we can get a judge to pause this match here.
Yeah, and catch that. Yeah, I do believe Vinnie had enough to play the Cav and but unfortunately not enough to play Lovestruck Beast. And it is still a weird part of Damping Sphere. You know, everyone kind of plays it for the mana ability. But it was also kind of a Storm hate card originally, you know?
Right.
Remember Storm?
Wait, you mean Storm the Festival, right? That's the one you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Storm I'm talking about. And yeah, and it looks like there's a judge talking with the players right now, just making sure everything here, and we'll get this figured out.
Yeah, we'll probably have to do a little bit of a rewind here because I don't believe that Lovestruck Beast could have been cast. Like you said, I do believe there was just enough for the Cavalier, but definitely not enough for the Lovestruck Beast. So maybe.
Yeah, we're gonna head on back here to the booth and have a little chit chat with y'all while we have the judge fix that down there. And we'll tell you what happens after it's done. But yeah, mono green, Devin. It feels like this is the boogeyman of the format.
Oh yeah, definitely is, and it's maybe even going to be a bit more of a boogeyman with some cards from the Brothers War that maybe we can put a little bit of on screen. So the one that I was talking about looks like chat got the name for me. It's Cityscape Leveler. I think that we had talked about the Stonebrain yesterday on stream, so let's see if we can get the Cityscape Lever pulled up for you. But this is a card that I think a lot of the card sideboards are playing a copy of Meteor Golem. And while this is 1 additional mana, I do think it is significantly better. The body's obviously a lot better, being an 8/8 trample, just an absolute massive. And also, it's a cast trigger, not when it enters the battlefield, and it continuously does it. So I think this is one of those big upgrades for Mono Green.
I have to agree. Just also having an 8/8 like copy of Meteor Golem, like even if you don't get to attack with it and the board's kind of weirdly stalled where you can't, having an 8/8 body matters so much. And I feel like everyone, including myself, always forgets about the Unearth too, where it's just like, oh yeah, even if I kill it, it's gonna come back, and since it triggers on attack as well, that's pretty strong.
Right. Yeah. At least you don't get, I think they worded it on the cast trigger because if you were able to unearth, get a permanent, and then attack, get a permanent, that would be a little messed up. So I think that was intentional that they actually did it on cast trigger, which is funny because it makes the first copy a little bit better. That even if they counter it, you still get the ability. But yeah, this one is definitely going to be a house because you get a copy of Meteor Golem when your opponent has one of those pesky permanents, like maybe you want to kill a Karn or a Sky Sovereign. But the fact that it's also just probably the biggest thing in your entire sideboard, that even if you're not blowing up a permanent, just getting an 8/8 trample against a deck like Rakdos that doesn't have a lot of exile based removal is something that you might want access to. So
100%. Yeah, we actually saw in this game, right? Mack first thing he went and grabbed was Meteor Golem. If it was this card, this battlefield would be way more under control. We'd have an 8/8, right? Like in of itself, that's such a huge difference. So I have to agree. I think this is one of the best gets for the mono green deck out of the new set. Have you seen Bushwaggle? Have you seen the Devotion talk about this? Or Bushwhack maybe is the card name? Bushwhack?
oh, Bushwhack, is that the one that's 1 mana, prey upon, or lay of the land?
Yes. Yeah. I've seen some people talk about maybe playing this as like some of your land slot, and then also having fight spells to kill some of the aggro decks. So kind of an interesting pickup. What do you think about it? Oh, we're gonna go back to the game. I'm gonna hold you on that. You think about that when we're done playing this match. We'll talk about it some more. Looks like we did rewind the game back to where the Cavalier would have been played. And now our hands back to being Lovestruck Beast and Old Growth Troll.
Yeah, so Cavalier entered the battlefield And all
Oh
right,
yeah,
cool.
Mhm. Perfect. Yeah, we take the Cura back up because they got minus to play Love Struck Beast originally, so all fixed there. And looks like Mack is gonna deploy a Cavalier of Thorns.
And already has a Nykthos in play. I guess maybe you just take the second layer. Why not? You're not doing anything else with the other mana, so
Mhm.
take a look here. Maybe looking towards getting. Oh, okay. Pointing out. I guess there was infinite question mark.
No, Vinnie had it the old way, just lethal.
Oh,
He
just
had
attacking. All
yeah,
right.
14 power because Teferi taps down the Cavalier and then activate Lair of the Hydra with well, not devotion with enough mana that it's just game. Yeah, let's throw up one of these deck lists here and kind of look at what these players, because while normally there aren't a bunch of sideboard options, a lot of wish targets, sometimes you see those cards come in, and sometimes you do see things like Voracious Hydra here. So for Mack here, looks like our sideboard is going to be
We like
two
to
Sky
call this.
Sovereign, a
Oh, go ahead.
Damping Sphere, a Dark Soul Citadel, a Seeker's Chariot, Godfarrow Statue, Heart of Kieran, Meteor Golem, Pestilent Cauldron, Pithy Needle, Ratchet Bomb, Record of Bankbuster, Chainveil Tormont, and Transmogrifying Wand. Anything jump out to you? I guess these two Sky Sovereigns.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming you want the second Sky Sovereign in the main deck, especially if you expect, like, if your opponent has Karn before you do and they needle your Karn, then maybe you want to have access to the Sky Sovereign in the main deck. There's also an argument to, maybe you want the second in the sideboard in case the first one gets Besaju'd. It's kind of close either way. I would probably say you can get away with cutting. How many Love Struck Beasts? So this one. I thought okay, this one doesn't have the Love Strike Beast. You can probably get away with cutting something, maybe the carry did, for that second Sky Sovereign. But yeah, for the most part, we like to call this no changes.
Yeah, and I think looking at the other player, we're gonna get to show it on screen, but basically the exact same situation: an extra Skyboat and then a bunch of one of. So I imagine both players just put the other Skyboat in, like Devin mentioned, and now we get back to the magic. Best part about mono green: not a lot of time between games. You get to shuffle on
Yeah,
up.
no sideboarding. You don't even have to think about that stuff.
It's great. And speaking of great, Mack has the best start here with Llanowar Elf, and Vinny, not to be outdone, does the same.
I have a very important question to ask. Whose Llanowar Elf is better?
I think Max.
You think so?
Yeah,
I don't know which set Max is from, but I think Vinny's is
I
revised.
do think Vinny's just revised as well. I don't know what Max is. The commentator, sorry, the booth people are saying it's 4th edition, and NRG would know their stuff. Looks like we have an Elvish Mystic here into an Old Growth Troll, so Mac pulling a little bit ahead on mana.
Yeah, Mack was on the play this game, so gets to deploy a little bit more mana faster. We'll have to see if Vinny can kind of. What Vinny's looking for is a Nykthos. There's a lot of like interest, maybe not interesting, but there's a lot of like choke points in this matchup where like, does one player have a Nykthos and the other player doesn't? Does one player have, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. So maybe if Vinny is definitely behind in terms of mana development, but a Nykthos can kind of undo that pretty quickly, especially if there's like another old girl troll or something along those lines.
Yeah, we are going to see Vinny play Carnegie Creator and pick up Treasure Vault. And pass it on over to Mac.
Yeah, getting a treasure vault signifies no Nykthos, because if you had Nykthos as your land rolled up, you probably wouldn't get a land with Karn. So this signifies a lot of weakness from Vinny's side. There's no Nykthos, you're getting a land with Karn, and your opponents get Resolving Storm the Festival, so we might see a fairly quick game here.
Yeah, Mac just kind of checking out what we have here. Looks like we have not the greatest storm in the world. If you had the Stone Cold, you just kind of slam it, but I do think there's a Nykthos in the pile.
I saw Nykthos Kiora. We're
Oh,
going for
okay.
Kiora Karn instead. Interesting.
Oh, maybe it just was the stone. We just had all the options you had to think about there. But yeah, now we have our own Karn, our own Kiora here, and that's pretty big. We can see Mac kill Vinny's Karn if he wants to. Is that something that you'd be interested in doing?
Yeah, you definitely want to get the card out of here, especially, that Vinny searched for the treasure vault. So if you don't kill the card, you know that the card's probably going to get the boat, which threatens your Karn, if you down ticket. So yeah, definitely want to go after the Karn here.
Yep. And we see Mac tick up and grab something from his sideboard. Worth noting too, Vinnie has Skyboat in hand, so it's probably gonna answer the card. But if Mack had some sicko soul read, Mack could have ticked up the card to destroy the treasure vault. Also, the treasure vault just won't make mana, so Vinnie is gonna have to draw a land off the top.
Right. You know you're in a really good spot here if you're Max side because you know that if Vinny had a land in his hand, he wouldn't have gotten the treasure vault. So you know that even if there's a 5-drop like a Sky Sovereign or a Cavalier, you know that Vinny also has to draw a land to be able to cast that. So yeah, you gotta fist in the air for Mac here.
By the way, saw Mack's sideboard still has 2 boats over there, so didn't sideboard it in. Maybe that's just more for like Rakdos type stuff. And oh, we see a great play here from Mack. Blocks the Old Growth Troll with his own Old Growth Troll and then pops the Tormod's Crypt so it doesn't go on a land.
Can't tap that treasure vault.
Yeah, we're gonna need a
See if
judge.
can we get the judge here?
Yeah.
That treasure vault cannot be tapped for mana. Can we gotta get this game stopped here. Probably just a quick rewind, but
yeah. Should not be that big of an issue to fix. A really easy thing to miss too, right? Like,
right.
especially in Pioneer, we just don't have that much land destruction. Yeah, looks like we're just gonna rewind here. Luckily for us, the mono green deck, doesn't have a lot of instants and max tapped out, so it's pretty easy to continue the game state from here.
Right. Yeah, it's not like Mac has any responses to Vinny's other plays, so
Yeah, no Nissus defeats in the sideboard for these players.
That's the new tech for the mirror match? I mean, Nissus defeat would look really good here for Vinny. You blow up that land with 2 havens and a troll on it. My
Yeah,
God.
Nissus defeat's kind of hot. That's all I'll say. Yeah, destroy target forest, green enchantment, or green planeswalker. So you can blow up the Kiora in the mirror. You can hit the land like we just talked about. And if your opponent does have the Nissa who shakes Earth, which is a little out of vogue, you do get the card draw, which would be the ultimate soul crush, right? Like you play your Nissa, you're like, oh, this is my tech for the mirror. I think it's really good, and they go Nissa's defeat.
I mean, it is literally defeating a Nissa. That's what the card that's on the card text. So,
and we see Mack here grab Godfarer statue. Pretty big one.
What's that? 8 mana. So this would be statue. Oh no, so 7 floating. You got an oath.
Looks like we found lands in a boat. Oh, there's an elf in there as well.
Okay, not the best oath of Nissa.
Yep. Looks like Mack does have 7 mana floating with 1 up from the land and 2 are there. So has a couple of plays available to him. Looks like he's just going to start things off with an Old Growth Troll, get that card draw.
Really looking for a Nykthos here. Matt kind of has everything. I think I saw a Karn and another Karn in hand. There's the statue. So Matt kind of has basically everything he could ever want, with the exception of the Nykthos. It's kind of the only missing piece at this point, but I'm not even really sure he needs it, especially with the second Karn and Kiora being able to generate effectively +4 mana with the land having 3 enchantments on it. So,
And we're gonna get passed back over here to Vinny, who is kind of, I was gonna say, it doesn't have lands and everything costs 2 more. It's gonna be a hard one to get out of. And we're going into game 3. Yeah, let's pull up the other player. So basically, actually the same sideboard that we talked about a second ago. Verbatim, I actually don't think there are any differences in the 2 sideboards, which is kind of funny. And it's going to be interesting. Devin, do you think Vinny is going to bring in the boat? We saw Mack didn't.
I wonder if it's maybe like a play draw thing, or maybe you are just worried about the presence of Boseiju specifically. I feel like it's good because the thing that I really like about it is you can, if your opponent just goes Karn minus, and just having the boat in hand allows you to save a lot of mana. Like it's a more mana efficient play, obviously, to just play the boat than have to Karn for it. So I kind of like the upside of having the second one in there more so than it, potentially being good if your opponent draws a Boseiju. But yeah, there's the spice that we talked about during game 1 there, the Nicol Bolas Dragon God. We'll have to see if that one plays a role here.
Yeah, and let's head on back down to the feature match. Looks like the players are drawing their opening hands here, and I'm going to guess for the amount of time that we took, there was no real sideboarding happening, but I could be wrong.
The one thing that I want to see. So we saw Vinny search for that what's it called, Treasure Vault that game, and I saw, we picked up the cards and just kind of shuffled them in. Wonder if he put it back in the sideboard or not. I've seen this on Twitter. I forgot who it was, but somebody had posted that they forgot to board out the Godfarer statue and just naturally drew it and cast it on turn 3 and just still won the game very easily.
Yeah, if you play the Godfarer statue on turn 3, I don't even know, even if you're on the draw, it's going to be really hard for your opponent to ever get out from underneath that. And looks like Vinnie did keep 7, and Mack is tanking on the 6. Looks like he has a couple lands and an elf, but I don't know if he has any payoffs.
Yeah, for Vinnie here, Vinnie's got a lot of mana. I think there's a Storm the Festival on Vinnie's side, and for Mack, looks like Teferi, Karn, looks like a lot of payoff, maybe not quite as much mana. So Vinnie kind of has, it feels like Vinnie kind of has everything here. I believe there was a Storm. Yeah, 2 storms actually. So looks like Haven, Elf, couple lands, couple storms. So yeah, Vinnie's hand is kind of rolled up, and Mack I think is kind of tanking on this mulligan. Maybe he doesn't have nearly as much of that fast mana.
Yeah, I have to agree. Also, Vinny's deck is the one that has both Teferi and Nico Bolas, so it has much stronger Storm the Festival hits than Mac on average. Do you see it just a layer into an elf, into a Wolfwillow Haven, into another Wolfwillow Haven?
Well, this is, it's going to be a fast. That's the one thing about mono green mirrors is a lot of the time they're pretty fast. So maybe they might not be the most interesting to watch, but they do go by pretty quickly. So.
Ooh, Max's attack for 1. By all accounts, I think Max winning. Live total says so.
That is very true. Scoreboard.
Vinny's like, cool scoreboard. I'm going to cast Storm the Festival and hit at least Karn and Kiora.
Oh my god.
Well,
I think we're done.
That's pretty good. I would be impressed to see what Mac is going to do to make this look closer. Are we going to still have all these and deploy our elf too?
Have you thought about Mac untapping, playing a land, and attacking again with the Elvish Mystic? What do you do if that happens?
If I'm Mac, I go get some breakfast. I pick up my cards and, maybe get a McGriddle, think about my life choices. As we do see the Godfarer statue get picked up. And next turn, that's going to come down. And we saw this happen on the other side when, Vinny was kind of light on lands, but Mac's just naturally not as developed as Vinny. And so it's going to have a hard time playing through that statue.
Yeah, this matchup is, as chat points out, very, very play draw dependent. Whoever is on the play and able to kind of get underneath the other player. It's just this deck doesn't play catch up that well. It has a lot of permanents that are able to get ahead, but it does not really play well from behind at all. So that's not what it's designed to do. So in that, when you're kind of 2 ships passing in the night thing, when you both have a bunch of mana acceleration, yeah, it's just it really comes down to play draw a lot of the time.
Yeah, maybe if Mac has Boseiju, he can start to work his way out of this, but he's still behind the 8 ball pretty heavily.
Yeah, basically Boseiju is a requirement to even be competing, right? You have to be able to Boseiju the Sky Sovereign or the statue.
Mac has Boseiju in hand. He just flicked it to the front.
Okay.
So
step 1.
Yeah, I mean, Vinny will have more mana, but hey, whatever. Vinny has 1,000,000 mana, I think. That's the technical count.
I guess there's also a chance that Vinny could just kill Mac this turn too, right? I think there was another Storm in hand.
That is true. Yeah, if we find a Nykthos, we might be able to actually do that. Looks like we are going to deploy this Old Growth Troll and take a draw step here. Pick up another Karn, the Great Creator. And looks like we're just going to play that Godfarer statue, which looks like it's going to be strong, but Mac does have the Boseiju lined up and the mana to use it.
If you're Vinny here, do you kind of assume, maybe not assume, but do you at least is Boseiju in the back of your mind? Are you thinking about that? And maybe instead of playing the Storm, would you prefer to play or instead of playing the statue, would you prefer to play the Storm here?
I think that what I would have done is grabbed Pithing Needle and Pithing Needle Boseiju and played it instead of playing the Old Growth Troll. But I do think that if you're worried about Boseiju, then I would probably just Storm and try and win. But I also think Mac is playing, Vinny doesn't know this, but Mac, I believe, has 1 Boseiju in the deck this weekend. Yeah. And Post Failure have most of 2. And so I think there's something to be said about whatever. my opponent's so far behind, I'm just going to try and slam. But, there's definitely some merit to it. If you storm and you hit Nykthos, you probably were really close to winning, if not just, once again, just putting the statue into play anyways.
Yeah, and it's like even if you do get Boseiju, what are the odds that Mack can kill you? Basically zero. And even with this Storm the Festival, I don't think there's really any way for Mack to keep going here. The best case scenario is like, I guess, Kiora plus land, but that doesn't even get you an untap. You can't activate the Nykthos. So yeah, I don't think there's really a way. I guess Kiora Cav maybe? No, that still doesn't do it though.
Yeah, maybe it was Cav boat so that you can have some pressure. I'm not sure. It's interesting. Well, we are going to see Cavalier and Elf be the hits here. Cavalier hits a layer of the Hydra, so no whiff there. And Mack does have his own Karn for the next turn. Luckily for Mack, this Karn, the Gear Creator, can only tick up this turn. So, not a chance there. But unfortunately for Mack, Vinnie is holding another Karn if that's what he wants to go for.
Yeah, I think Vinny's hand right now is Karn, Sky Sovereign, and another Storm the Festival. So just an embarrassment of riches. And does have enough mana. He's probably going to start with Storm here to try and hit the Nykthos, I would assume. Yeah, looks
Yeah,
like he's going to go for Storm.
actually, Vinnie has infinite life if he hits Teferi. Because the Wolfwillow Haven has so many on the one land that you can untap that and the Elf for 4 to activate Chain Veil over and over. Looks like we just hit 2 lands, but if you're going to hit 2, Nykthos is a good one to be the second one.
Yeah, we have what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
9.
7, 8, 9 devotion. So that should be enough to at least Storm again.
Yeah, I have to imagine we're going to Storm again. And it looks like we are trying to tap that 10th land if it wasn't so stuck. And let's run it back, see what we hit here. And it looks like we hit Karn and a bunch of lands.
Okay, that one was pretty underwhelming for Vinny. That one that's actually maybe a way out for Mack here. It's just Vinny kind of quote unquote breaking on the storms.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no way to untap the Nykthos. Vinny does have the 2 elves in the lair untapped, but with no additional Nykthos, no way to untap it because we've already used the Kiora. Maybe doesn't have an avenue towards casting another Storm the Festival, and that might give Mack the window he needs because Mack kind of, has everything that he needs because there's a Storm in the graveyard, there's a Cav and a Nykthos in play. I guess if you're Vinny, maybe do you think about getting Damping Sphere here?
Maybe. I'm not quite sure. It looks like he thumbed Karn Silax near the front. I'm really curious to see what his plan of attack here is, because like you mentioned, there's so many different things you can go for. Looks like we're going to get a Seeka's Cherry and just try and put some pressure on the board. Cats.
Lots and lots of cats.
I know you're not a big Arena gamer, but did you see how they nerfed this card in Arena? They cut a cat to make it more fair, and then they removed a cat from the art when they did that, because there are currently 2 cats.
And so no! Wait, so they changed
the
erased
the cat.
Oh no! I have not seen that. I'm gonna have to look that up.
It's brutal.
Poor cats.
Yeah. Our cats are a little wolfy today. They're feral cats. And Mack very quickly are tapping 6 mana to storm the festivals. Mack knows, like you mentioned, this is the window. That's a Nykthos and a Kiora?
Oh, Mack getting severely punished for not activating that Nykthos first, not even floating for mana. Because if you haven't floated the Nykthos for mana, if you take the second Nykthos, you can't float the other one. So, took maybe a bit of a calculated risk or something that he was just hoping he would get any land to be able to activate the Nykthos with the Alpha untapped, but unfortunately hits the only land that doesn't allow him to do that with that second Nykthos.
Yeah, it looks like he's in kind of a rough spot. Maybe he'll take Cavalier to try and hit a land to activate the Nykthos. Looks like he's just going to take Karn Kiora.
Okay. That's probably good enough.
Yeah, it for sure at least makes you not in such a terrible spot. And maybe Mack has a land in hand to activate this Nykthos. If not, we could use Kiora to untap a land, Not the greatest use of Kiora with the Nykthos in play, but not the worst. And it does look like Mack was holding a forest.
This is 8 devotion, a Karn, a Kiora, and a Nykthos. Are we done? So that's 8.
So if we have 8...
And we haven't used the Kiora yet.
Yeah, so if you're at home and you're kind of wondering... The combos are really complicated, and if they make us play it out, I will go over. But basically, the long story short is, if your opponent has 8 devotion and a Karn and Kiora in play, and has another copy of Karn and Kiora in the graveyard or some other zone, that is lethal. Now, I don't know if Mack has another Karn and Kiora somewhere, to actually loop with Pestilent Cauldron. I believe you need a 10 devotion if you don't have 2 copies of each in order to win. But we might see Mack kind of freestyle and try and build up to that devotion and get ahead there. So we are going to see an activation of, a flashback of Storm of the Festivals. Looks like maybe not. Maybe we were taking a different line. We're going to minus our Karn first. Okay. And this
Yeah.
Karn. Oh, you go.
Go ahead.
Karn shuts off Asika's chariot. Kind of awkward. That's all I was going to say.
So it only, the Karn shutting off chariot, that's the fixed version, right? It only makes 1 cat.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for Mack here, just wants to make sure that you he minuses the Karn before casting the Storm, just in case you hit a second Karn off of it. So wants to kind of maximize the value. I would assume this is. So I guess it's tough here. You're thinking about like, well, if I get Chain Veil and don't hit enough to combo off, is that kind of a disaster? But so yeah, he's actually going to go for the boat here, which is kind of it's kind of like a hedging your bets a little bit, where it's like you get the boat and then worst case scenario you storm the festival for somehow don't hit enough to kill him, that you could just play the boat and kill the card on the other side of the battlefield. So kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I also realized so we don't have enough for the combo because we don't have the 2 things. Also, my coffee hasn't kicked in. I forgot Vinny still had that Karn. I remember the legend rule of a Karn dying and thought Karn was just dead. So we can't Chain Veil anyways, which I'm sure Twitch chat is just informing us in droves right now. But we do have a Skyboat. So now Karn's gone, which means we could combo if we have the necessary pieces. But if not, we're kind of in a commanding position.
No mana left over for Mack here, I believe. So, but yeah, now Vinny's kind of in the same spot where Vinny cannot combo through Chain Veil through the Karn, but Vinny does have another Karn and a boat in hand. So kind of has all the tools, because you can go Karn, get a Sky Sovereign, kill the opposing Karn, or excuse me, Sky Sovereign, kill the Karn, then Karn, get Chain Veil. But I don't think Vinny has neither enough devotion or enough mana to do all of that. So we'll have to see how Vinny decides to play this turn. My guess is maybe you probably start with the boat to kill the Karn, because that's priority number 1. But where do you go from there, though?
I'm not sure. Maybe you just like get Meteor Golem and blow up the Kiora and try and set Mack back on comboing, and you just run back. It looks like Vinny wants to start with a Storm the Festival first, actually. Maybe try and find. Maybe Vinny did board in the boat, or Nico Bolas Dragon God would be really good here. That would kill Karn straight up as well.
That's a Teferi.
Yeah, Teferi and a second Kiora. So we're gonna get another activation Nykthos this way. Pretty big. And by the way, what a back and forth game that looked to not be the case at all when we were talking about this game on turn 3. This has been a wild one.
Is that for that first Kiora should be gone, right? Because I'm assuming we're keeping the new Kiora.
I assume so too. I imagine this is just an oopsie poopsie. The players kind of know in their heads, but haven't actually done the physical task. As long as we don't count it for Nykthos Devotion,
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Because it looks like we're activating Nykthos now, so I just want to make sure we're not counting that second Kiora.
We did count the Kiora.
Oh, okay.
Okay, there we go.
We figured it out, though. There we go.
Nice. Worth noting, Vinny does now have the 2 Karns and the 2 Kioras for when we get to the point of looping. That is now a thing available to us.
And that's only 8 devotion, which I believe Vinny does have. We still have to answer that Karn, though. That's the problem. That's the thing. That's kind of the thing that's keeping Vinny from, I think, being able to combo this turn. Assuming there's enough mana, it's just do you have enough to play the boat, kill the Karn, then also play the Karn, get the Veil, activate the Veil. I don't know that there's enough, but Vinny's moving kind of fast here, so there might be.
Yeah, we don't have. It looks like Mack's picking up.
Well,
so
I guess there was.
Yeah, I guess so. I was gonna say Vinny could also just attack the Karn, I guess, but this works too, and we're going to have Vinny come on here and talk to us here in a second. But yeah, well played from both players. Mack really made that into a game, one that we were kind of like, not checked out of, but kind of like, oh, well, I mean, how could you ever make this game even? And Mack found a way to get pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, Vinny, we saw Vinny start there. It was turn 1 Elf, turn 2 Haven plus Elf on the play. Mack basically had none of that stuff, was able to, kind of, bait, or Vinnie decided to go for that statue, which Mack had the answer for in the Boseiju, able to set up a storm, and I think Mack was pretty close to being able to combo that turn. Maybe needed to find an answer for the Karn, like a boat off of one of the Storm the Festivals. But yeah, that's kind of the nature of the Mono Green Mirror. It's just whoever's in the play, whoever has a more faster mana draw start and able to develop the mana, usually gets the job done. So.
Yep, 100%. And we saw it really well navigated from Vinny there, kind of making sure to sort of, hey, I'm going to jam my advantage. And, I have this advantage. So I don't need to play as conservatively as maybe Mack has to while being on the draw, like you talked about, right? Like I kind of get to set the tone, and really good job in evaluating your role. Sometimes it's really easy, right, to slip back into the, oh, don't lose role instead of trying to win role.
Right. Always wants to, you kind of have to think about like how far you are away from comboing, because there's all these different kinds of iterations of how many devotion do I need? What kind of things do I need in the graveyard? You mentioned like there's some lines that involve double Karn, double Kiora. There's some that involves one with the Heart of Kirin, but that requires more devotion. And there's all these things that you have to be thinking about, especially while you're sequencing and trying to figure out like what line gives you the best option, or the best chance to try and kill that turn. But also when you're casting or Storm the Festivals, you have to think about, well, if I take a Cav, what if Cav hits this? What if I mill this? There's just a lot of things that you have to think about when you're going through the motions there. So
100%, yeah. And we're sitting up to have Vinny. We're going to him in just 1 second. But yeah, that was a really cool round one, and one of the more exciting Mono Green Mirrors I've seen, because there was that back and forth. And it started to get a little scrappy there, before Vinny kind of really pulled ahead.
right, yeah, the Boseiju on the card that I'm forgetting. I haven't had my coffee yet. The statue. Boseiju on the statue. That turn was very, very big for Mack, but wasn't quite enough to get the job done. Needed a little bit more help off the Storm of the Festivals.
Yep. And let's see if we can throw it on down to Vinny. Yeah, let's talk to Vinny. Let's see how the champ's doing. Round one. Hey, Vinny, congratulations on winning round one. I'm doing great.
Good.
How's your experience going for the NRG so far? Yeah, totally.
Think chat's saying there's no audio.
Oh, looks like. All right, Vinny. They can't hear you. I can hear you. You're so funny.
I can hear you.
Wow, what great jokes you have, and so smart. We're gonna hop back here. We're gonna get back to Vinny in a second. Wow, y'all missed some insightful stuff. Kind of like a religious moment for me. I don't know about you, Devin.
Yeah, we're sorry, I was getting a little bit of Vinny laughing in the background, but that was sometimes it happens. There's some things that happen.
We talked about it yesterday, just like Hannah Montana said, right, Devin? Everybody makes mistakes. So
right, yeah, the classic Hannah Montana. We got to get that plastered on the wall somewhere. Maybe that should be like the new NRG motto. Just everybody makes mistakes.
It happens, it's fine. Yeah, and
don't get mad at me, Norm.
Looks like we're gonna hop back down. Hey, Vinny, first time talking to you.
Yeah, totally. Nothing else happened for sure.
Well, you were telling us about your weekend. You want to tell the viewers again? So you've been having a fun time with the NRG and the team event as well?
Absolutely. The team event was awesome. We lost our win into top 8. I finished the event going 0-7, which was kind of insane for my two teammates to just do so well. It was totally awesome. Delgado and Benji are totally cracked at this game. It is just nuts.
Yeah, we got to see you on camera yesterday. So how was the experience? You said you went 0-7. Maybe not an exaggeration, but did you at least have fun yesterday?
It was great. Norm always puts on these incredibly well polished and just totally well organized events. They're just totally insane. Every single time we come out, just a great time. Everything is so well put together and just totally ready to go. It's nuts.
Awesome. Well, how do you feel after winning round one, and how do you feel about that game?
I feel pretty good. I won the die roll, and we were playing some games last night. We stayed at the same Airbnb, so I was like, cool. I just have to win die rolls all day, and I guess I'll just win.
Well, you're one for one on winning die rolls, and I will
Yeah.
tell you, there's a lot of mono green in the event, so I would recommend practicing the die roll a lot.
Yeah, we had like 5 people on our Airbnb just like jamming at a table last night, and like 4 of the 5 were just mono green mirrors. It was nuts.
Was it fun testing the mono green mirror? Did you
Absolutely
unlock any
not, dude.
secrets?
No, dude, the mirror sucks.
Nice.
I've decided I was gonna play 61. I put Teferi who slows the sunset in, and like it won me both the games, so I feel very validated.
Yeah, 61 is the new 60, right? Or 61 is the new 80.
Something like that, yeah.
I love it. I love it. So you mentioned Teferi was the addition there. So are you a big Godfarer Bolos believer too? Because you had that one in your deck as well.
Yeah, I'm playing that too. I think I was like tricked into it by Bogan, but who knows?
A classic of the NRG series.
yeah, who knows? I don't know yet, but we'll see. I hope it's good.
Well, it's funny you mentioned the 61st card. I thought the Bolos was the 61st card, not the Teferi. You were locked in the Bolos before the Teferi, huh?
Yeah, sadly. I wish I locked in the Teferi before. I would have just not played the Bolos.
Vinny, it's just you, me, and 400 of my closest friends. We can just say that was the case, you know?
Oh sure, yeah. Who knows, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When we talk to you later in the winners interview, we'll just spin the narrative. Yeah, Bogan tricked me into the 61st card.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. 100%. That is the new narrative. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
Team Ellen Bogan made me do it, right?
Yeah. Hey, did you get to do anything fun, by the way, this weekend while in the city? Did you get any good food or anything last night?
No.
No.
No, we're in the Midwest, dude. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Well, you could go to Chipotle, which some would say is the best restaurant when all factors are considered.
Yeah, Will Kruger would say that, yes.
that is the NRG player of the year you're talking about there. So
for this year.
That's right. That's true. Well, still time to rattle it up.
Yeah, who knows?
What do you do for a living, by the way, Vinny? Just out of curiosity.
I work at Collector Legion in LA. We are the best store in SoCal, maybe even the world. Who knows?
Nice. Well, good job there promoting it. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, thanks.
No problem. All right.
Is there any shout outs you got for the crowd, Vinny?
Absolutely. Thanks to all my friends. Thanks to everybody who helped me test and play. Thank you so much to Ivan Espinosa, absolute best friend. Eli Loveman for helping me play. Thank you so much to Collector Legion. Go to collectorlegion.com. We're great. Come to Collector Legion in Lawndale, California. That's it.
Awesome. Well, Vinny, we're going to let you go. It's about to start the next round, it sounds like. But awesome. Good luck in the rest of the rounds, and hopefully we'll see you again here in a couple rounds so we can spin that narrative like we talked about.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you so much for having me, y'all.
Sounds good. Yeah, it was good to talk to Vinny there. I love the enthusiasm, the excitement. That is what the tournaments are all about. Am I right, Devin?
That was a lot of fun. Vinny is certainly a character. Very, very fun to talk to Vinny, and kind of a regular in my Twitch chat as well. So Vinny's a great guy.
Nice. You love to see that too, and it just reminds me of kind of like it's fun to be here in the booth with you and do this commentary. It's really exciting, but also you do kind of miss those like moments of the Airbnb or whatever, and everyone's jamming the mirror and getting ready for the next day and doing that sort of stuff. It's a really fun experience to come out to tournaments like this.
Well, it's usually a fun experience to jam mirrors. Maybe not with the mono green mirror specifically, but yeah, I agree with you. Just hanging out with friends, and if we can forget the mono green mirror part of things, it's always awesome going to tournaments. And it's with COVID, it's obviously we had a little bit of a setback there with being able to go to live tournaments, but now we're kind of getting back into the swing of things. And I'm super excited to be going to Atlanta in a couple weeks, and
I can't wait. Well, hey, we're going to throw you to a quick break here. It's going to be about 10-ish minutes before the next round starts with everything. So we're going to run some ads, and we'll be right back. So use this time. Go get some water. Stay hydrated, and we'll see you here very soon. Hey, welcome back, everybody, to the next round of the NRG Pioneer 5K Trial. Once again, I'm your host, Mason, joined still with Devin. Devin, are you excited to get into round 2?
Oh, yeah. I think it's going to be maybe a little bit less mono green devotion than we saw last round. Not quite a mono green mirror. And I believe we have some interesting decks here and some interesting players that we want to discuss in the feature match area. And I think it's going to be a pretty fun one.
Yeah, so we're actually having team coverage. Becky Bell jumping on down into our feature match area today. She is playing Rakdos mid-range, which is arguably 1A or 1B of the format. And we're going to hop in to that game here right now. But I believe Becky's playing against Mono Green Devotion as well from Jack. Or from, sorry. Okay, so we got misinformed, but don't worry. Harlan Fear is here. So Harlan, good friend of mine and a former SCG Tour mainstay. We're going to have Harlan versus Zachary Powers on the Gruul Aggro deck. Devin, you're a pretty big fan of the Gruul Aggro deck, right?
Yeah, this I've been playing a lot. I guess I've been playing a lot of both of the Gruul decks, but there's basically two different distinct versions. There's the Gruul Aggro deck, which is more about Atarka's Command, a lot of low to the ground stuff, and this is what we're going to see here from Zachary Powers. Now, the one unfortunate part about the Gruul Atarka red deck is the mono white aggro matchup, excuse me, I can't speak, is really bad. The combination of Thalia kind of really making it so it's hard to cast your Atarka's Command. They have Brave the Elements, which can make it very hard for you to attack into creatures, especially with open mana. There's just a lot of things about this matchup that is really rough for the Gruul aggro deck. So, Thalia into Adelaide is kind of the perfect curve for Harlan as well here.
Yep. And Harlan getting in the red zone here, making a soldier thanks to Adelaide's attack trigger. Knocked Zach down to 15.
Yeah, and the thing about the Atarka red deck is it doesn't really do that well at killing. It can't kill 4 toughness creatures, so this Adeline is probably going to be on the battlefield for quite some time, and that also makes life, really, really hard for Zack.
100%. Is Rimrock Knight a newer addition to this deck? I feel like I haven't seen that card before, or is this some spice? Because it seems like it's kind of nice.
So originally, the person who I copied this deck list from was Sam Bogue. Islands Go Sam on Twitter, and he was playing, I think, a couple of copies of Rimrock. I actually went up to 3, and potentially even I was thinking about going up to 4 copies. It's just nice because it triggers prowess, so it's good for your Swiss Spear. The fact that it's just flexible because it's a 1-mana spell on your Bushwhacker turns, because there's also 4 copies of Reckless Bushwhacker, so it helps in that regard. And sometimes it's just the fact that it is a colorless and a red 2-drop, allowing you to be you're able to cast it off of a Burning Tree Emissary, can be important as well. So it's not the flashiest card, but it serves a role, and it serves roles. It does what it does pretty well. So,
yep. And we're gonna see a block your Legion Loyalist and then cast Atarka's Command, and looks like Harlan's gonna be like, okay, sounds good. I'll go to 13, and I think Zach gets hit for 8. Yeah, down to 8. So close.
yeah, the defensive Atarka's Command is not something you see very often, and when you're doing it, you're usually in a bad spot. So, yeah, defensive Atarka's Command when you have a creature that is unable to block, not exactly where Zachary wants to be. Now, with 2 blockers here and Harlan still at 13, you could see something like maybe a Bushwhacker plus another, maybe a Bushwhacker, and see, I guess you can't even go Bushwhacker. Or excuse me, Burning Tree Emissary, Bushwhacker, and Atarka's Command, because the Atarka's Command would cost 3. So even that's off the table here, because the Thalia's messing with the Atarka's Command, making it cost an additional more. So this is going to be tough for Zachary here. We'll see what his follow up is.
Yeah, it looks like we have the Pathway in play on the green side as our backward smoky card, and we're taking a little bit of a think, trying to figure out how we're going to get through this. And Harlan has Brave the Elements lined up.
Yeah, and that's something that I talked about before. Is like Harlan is just in a position where he does not care what Zachary has. He can just make whatever block he wants to, because if the worst case scenario happens, and I guess that's the worst case scenario for Zach. He just had nothing anyways.
Yeah, Zach just made an attack. Sometimes you got to get in the red zone, just kind of hope that the opponent doesn't make a mistake or makes a mistake. And Harlan was like, I don't know if I can with Brave the Elements in hand. So we're going to go over to the sideboard. Let's see if we can pull up one of these and kind of look at what the players have. Looking at Harlan Fear's sideboard here, we have 4 wedding announcements, 3 Deck and Stone, 3 Portable Hole, 3 Rest in Peace, and 2 Thalia Heretic Cathar. That's a 3-mana one from Innistrad. Which one, what are you liking in here?
Harlan doesn't need a lot of help in this matchup. He's already, I think pretty far ahead, but getting the portable holes as additional copies of cheap removal, those are kind of a slam dunk. And then maybe you could go to the Thalias on the play. I don't think I would like them on the draw, because you already have 4 Brutal Cathar, 4 Adeline, you have enough 3s. But I think on the play, you could maybe justify bringing those in. But yeah, really on the draw, we're just looking at the portable holes, and I think not much else.
Makes total sense here. Maybe we can pull up Zachary Power's deck as well. I'm inclined to believe you there. I think structurally, like you mentioned, the decks just line up well. Meanwhile, for Zachary Power here on the Gruul aggro deck, that sideboard's going to be 4 Rending Volley, 3 Kari's of Expertise, 3 Lava Coil, 2 Expendable Frenzies, 2 Squee the Dubious Monarch, and 1 Hazoret the Fervent. What are you liking in this matchup?
Now, I did mention that game 1 is kind of tough for Zachary, but there are a lot of tools here in the sideboard. There's 4 copies of Rending Volley, which is probably the single best removal spell you could have against the mono white deck. Being 1 mana, just being the most efficient card, also being able to answer Adeline because no other card in your deck does that. I guess you have Lava Coils. But yeah, we're going to bring in a lot of removal, Rending Volley, and the Lava Coils. That's 7 there. I've no pun intended, I've been experimenting bringing in Experimental Frenzy in this matchup because the kind of the way that I view it is they're very good at kind of like stopping you and you need to kind of go pretty wide. But that one's a little awkward against Thalia, so I don't know if that one is necessarily where Zachary wants to be. But the 7 removal spells are kind of very clearly slam dunks here. Can maybe upgrade some of these creatures that are harder to attack, like the Rimrock Knights and the Bomats. Those really aren't going to get through. So you want to have the cards like Karisev, which is a lot harder to block. Stuff like Bushwhacker and Emissary give you more explosive draws. So I think that's really where Zachary wants to be post board.
That makes total sense. I do like the idea of experimenting, though, with Experimental Frenzy, like you mentioned. Having that sort of like can overwhelm, but also if I bring in all these spot removal spells, maybe I just play this control-ish game. Bone Crusher Giant, we've seen from the Rakdos deck, it's kind of the best aggro hate card printed in Pioneer, and your deck does spore a copy of that. And so, like, you can kind of play this sort of, mid-rangey game plan if, you change maybe the deck a little bit too going forward. Looks like let's hop on in. The players are about to be shuffling up, but I am very curious to see kind of how Zachary approaches this game post board, because it seems like a hard matchup, but like you mentioned, there's a little bit of wiggle room and a little bit of player skill expression.
Right. And, obviously the fact that Zachary is on the play for game 2, just being able to have those really fast starts with Burning Tree Emissary and Reckless Bushwhacker. Funny thing is, we noted in Harlan's deck, there's 3 copies of Soldier of the Pantheon. And I played an RCQ with this Gruul aggro deck, and I lost in the finals to mono white humans. And one thing that came up was my opponent had turn 1 Soldier of the Pantheon, and I had 3 Burning Tree Emissaries, which is normally really good. But if you don't have a removal spell for the Soldier of the Pantheon, you can't attack with those Burning Trees because it has protection from multicolored. So we'll have to see if that comes up as well.
A big thing. Yeah. Soldier of the Pantheon's a card a lot of players are talking about cutting when Brothers were coming out to get the new Recruiting Officer, which is a 2/1 that you can like pay 4 mana to look at your top 4 to put a creature in hand. But Champion of the Parish Soldier of the Pantheon does have some stuff. Let's go down to feature match area as the players all mulligan here. Harian going to 6. Looks like Zachary has kept the 7. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this white deck kind of evolves, because it is one of the bigger players in the format, but we don't see it get as much love and appreciation from the player base.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people like to play the mono white deck because it boasts a decent matchup against mono green, just being low to the ground, brutal Cathar. There's a lot of problems in the mono white deck that the mono white deck presents to the green deck. But traditionally speaking, I think a lot of people kind of associate, mono white creature deck having a bad matchup against Rakdos all removal, like the Rakdos midrange deck. When it comes down to it, though, I think that matchup is closer than maybe a lot of people think it is, and I think that the mono white deck, especially, Harlan has 4 copies of Wedding Announcement in the sideboard. That is obviously one of the best tools that he could have access to against something like Rakdos midrange. But I think that maybe is why people kind of shy away from it a little bit, is they kind of have this assumed presumption that it is not that's the best against Rakdos. But I think the matchup is somewhat close.
Sure. Yeah, I think the big innovation of adding 4 Wedding Announcement to the sideboard did a lot to where if you draw those cards, the Rakdos matchup gets a lot closer. Looks like Harian is going to keep the 6, and we're going to have a Carplusian Forest. I think is how you say that one's name. You're the boomer. What's that one's name? How do you say that? I don't know the words.
Carplusian Forest.
Carplusian. It's pretty close. Speaking of Portable Hole, take out the 1-drop. This was a huge get, by the way, from Dominaria United. We're kind of joking about it right now, but Gruul having a playable mana base is nice, and looks like we kept a 1-lander from Zachary. And
Yeah, I keep my fair share of one-landers with this deck, and I'm going to assume that Zachary has at least one, if not two, copies of Burning Tree in his hand, so we might see some fireworks with that second land off the top here.
Yeah, drew the stomping ground, always had it. Clearly, he's playing around Knight of the White Orchid from Harlan, just not wanting to let Harlan have any sort of advantage possible. So we do see a Burning Tree emissary, and this might be why we have Burning Tree in the Rimrock Knight. It's hard to mulligan Burning Tree
Okay.
hands.
Yeah, not the most exciting start for turn two, but still just being able to play two things. And this is a massive play from Harlan here because Zachary had to use his mana, kind of felt priced into it, missing a land drop, but so casting the play with fire. And Harlan with the backbreaking play of specialist, get back my bodyguard, protecting the specialist, which is a 3/2 lifelink, makes it very hard for if Zachary wants to trade for that thing, Harlan's going to get a little bit of life on the way out. On the way out.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and if you're watching at home, Harlan has the Dauntless Bodyguard upside down because it cannot attack due to this extraction specialist. So just making sure everyone knows, like, hey, this can't attack. Harlan is somebody who will always kind of make sure to help the opponent out and is one of those top players that's just like, rewind it. I know you didn't mean to do that, And so very clear to see him do that sort of thing. As we see double rending volley to take out the extraction specialist is a 3/2 lifelink smashing for 5 here.
Yeah, and that's oh my god. I was gonna say that's a tough exchange for Zachary to make because it's essentially a 2-for-1 because the specialist is, got back a card, you're trading 2 cards for the specialist, and now Harlan just has another specialist. Now you just gotta run it back, right? Just gotta discard 2 more cards to kill it. So yeah, really, really tough for Zachary here.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough as we are gonna see Zachary attack in and see if Harlan wants to even block. Looks like he's fine, just maybe racing.
Yeah, with Harlan on 14, you kind of funny to just see, all right, I'll just take it, no big deal, just take the 5. But yeah, the 3/2 gets life on the way back. The specialist being able to have lifelink is very good in the racing situations. And if Zachary's attacking, he probably doesn't have a removal spell because she'd probably just fire it off and pre-combat to try and force some action. So yeah, this is a pretty good start for Harlan. He can kind of easily race with this 3/2 lifelink. Looks like there's an Adeline, but decided not to play that one pre-combat. I'm assuming he wants to hold up Brave the Elements here because I think I saw a copy of that in his hand as well.
Yeah, it looks like Harlan has Brave and Soldier of the Pantheon. So kind of mentioned that interaction you talked about, right? Checking the Burning Tree and just sort of waiting to play the Adeline once we're not exposing the Adeline to, maybe the third rending volley. Harlan's someone who's very aware, like, oh, if my opponent kept all these 1-drops, it makes sense they have a lot of 1-mana removal. And we do see the Stomp get Brave the Element so that Bonecrusher Giant is going to go to the graveyard instead of going on an adventure.
Yeah, that's such a massive turn there for Harlan because the soldier checked the Burning Tree Emissary. So, maybe if, first it's looking on Zachary's side, if that stomp does resolve, you get to kill the soldier, which lets you attack for 5, and you can also get the Bone Crusher half, but the Brave the Elements being able to not only counter the removal spell, but also effectively counter the 4/3 was a very, very good exchange here for Harlan.
100%. And then we see Phoenix Trick off the top. One of the new gets from Dominaria United. A really nice sort of card here. We're going to see Zachary attack in 4/5 and, can't attack that Burning Tree Emissary because Soldier would just eat it for free.
So yeah, chat bringing up. So Stomp it's weird. So there's additional text on Stomp that says damage can't be prevented, but if a creature has protection, it also can't be targeted by the spell. So that's what's countering the Bone Crusher Giant. Not the fact that the damage can't be prevented. It's the fact that you can't target the creature. It's no longer a legal target because of the protection.
And we're going to see Harlan here. I think take a little moment to think. I think he picked up another Adeline, so maybe on double Adeline, and might just be willing to kind of expose them now. We mentioned before Harlan wanting to kind of leave them back and protected. Harlan think about maybe de-sleeving the Adeline for a second.
Looks like double Adeline Portable Hole. So my instinct is just, I guess you could use all of your mana as well if you want to go Portable Hole plus fire up the Mutavault. It kind of depends on where Harlan wants to go. You could set with Zachary on 9. I kind of don't even hate just, Portable Hole. I guess Harlan's trying to think of how do you lose this game, right? So if you Portable Hole the Burning Tree, fire up the Mutavault, and shove with everything, that's 7 damage, putting Zachary to 2. Harlan goes up to 9. But then if we do some quick math here, the Kumano flips, and if there's an Atarkus command off the top, that's lethal damage. So it'd be 3, because it would be 4, 6, 8 from the attackers plus 3 from the command is 11. So Harlan doesn't want to make that play, doesn't want to give Zachary any kind of ways to get out of this. So I kind of like maybe just playing Adeline and attacking with the other 2 creatures, but looks like Harlan's going to go for just the specialist attack.
Yep. And I kind of like this too because you get to offer the trade with the Burning Tree, which kind of shrinks the board, right? And we have the Adeline take over, like you mentioned, and then if you take this trade, then Harlan's up some life, and you have Portable Hole to check like the Phoenix, which is the only thing you can't really block.
Yeah, and heads up play from Harlan. So normally you would consider playing the Adeline pre-combat to get the additional attacker. But there's two things here. One, the additional attacker just gets eaten up by the Burning Tree Emissary anyway, so there's almost no point in doing that. And two, you're also, bluffing a Brave the Elements here.
100%. And yeah, Zachary is just going to take it and fall to 9, or fall to 6, and Harlan go to 9. Looks like Harlan double checking some math just to make sure, like you mentioned.
Yeah, with Harlan is definitely ahead this game, but it's there. Atarka's Command is such a powerful card that it can really swing the tides of the game. So Harlan just doing all of the math, making sure that there's no way that he can die to a top deck Atarka's Command, because that's probably the draw that Zachary's looking for at this point.
Yeah, and Harlan deploying the Adeline, kind of also selling the bluff I have Brave the Elements if the game keeps going, right? Because this Adeline attack here, post combat, looks so weird after attacking. And then we have Etching of Kamano, the flip side of Faces Tokens on. Kind of a nice card, all in, 1 mana 2/2 is on suspend.
Right. Kumano is such a massive upgrade to these red decks who just, before their one drop suite looked good. You had Soulscar Mage, you had Monastery Swiss Spear, but this is another one that just it gets the damage, it gets, it basically one damage up front immediately, even if they can't remove a spell. The really nice thing about it as well is against Rakdos, if they play their one rare removal spells, Fatal Push. So if they go Swamp Go or something, and you have, a Monastery Swiss Spear and an Etching, and you play the Kumano first, they can't even use their Fatal Push on turn 1, so you're kind of choking them on mana a little bit in that regard. So being a 1-drop that doesn't die to Fatal Push is very good as well. So let's do some quick math here. So Atarka's Command put Harlan to 6. Okay, well, if there's... I guess if there was an Atarka's Command, maybe you would attack with the Kumano too?
Yeah, maybe. I would have to assume so, right? If you were at Atarka's Command. But looks like maybe we only have one Bone Crusher Giant in the deck, right?
Yeah, only one Bone Crusher. So that's not really an avenue. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what it would look like. So Atarka's Command, put Harlan to 6, go block there. That's 3 damage from the Phoenix chick after +1/+1. So it looks like we're just going to go trading for the Rimrock, taking 2. Now, what's Zachary's follow-up here? Looking for something, I would imagine, like a Rending Volley to be able to answer the Adeline, but we know that's not good enough because Harlan does have the second copy in hand.
Third
And
copy
now
now.
the third copy.
Adeline heard that she was good in the matchup and wanted to show up for her time in the sun. Yeah, this is an interesting turn here, too, because from Harlan's perspective, it's really easy to offer this Adeline as a trade. Just like attack with Adeline. You're threatening a near lethal attack. You can attack as well with the Extraction Specialist and, maybe get across. Looks like Harlan is just going to portable hole.
Yeah, if you're Harlan, you kind of almost want the Adeline to die because you know that Zachary has to commit so many resources to it, and you just don't care because you have 2 more in your hand. So looks like we're going to also fire up the Mutavault here. So this
Presumably
is lethal if Zachary has nothing, yeah?
Yeah. And we see Harlan jam in. Adeline does have Vigilance. Trigger makes a human. Adeline's as big as you have that many creatures. So 5/4 over there. And Zachary's going to need something, even if it just kills the 1/1 and we get a chump block, that will buy Zachary another turn. It looks like we have nothing. So Harlan Fear is going to win this match in commanding fashion, the matchup. And kind of showing off why structurally this matchup can be kind of hard. And, it's going to be an uphill battle for the Gruul deck whenever playing against mono white.
Right, yeah, this is kind of one of the nightmare matchups if you are playing the Gruul aggro or Atarka red deck. I think that you have a good matchup against mono green, but it's just very, very tough to be able to beat that mono white deck.
100%, yeah. We're going to see if we can grab Harlan Fear for the interview. Harlan never wanted to turn down the camera, so we'll probably see him here in a minute after he's done sideboarding and chatting with Zachary. But yeah, I have to agree. And I think Zachary played really well and also kind of had a lot of it too, right? Like we did miss turn 2 land drop, but we had a lot of Rending Volleys, a good amount of pressure, a lot of mix. It's not like we were just all in on something and just wasn't enough.
Right. Yeah. You saw that Zachary, and I think Zachary probably kept that one lander because he felt so far behind in the matchup. It's one of those things where it's the upside keep, where your hand is pretty good. You have a burning tree, you have double rending volley. You have basically all the pieces you need with the exception of that one land. And the other thing is, if you have double rending volley and a couple one drops, you figure, okay, well, I can maybe miss a land or two because I'm still keeping up with Harlan on the battlefield. Sans something like a Thalia. Obviously, that's the nightmare scenario because then you can't even cast your rending volleys at that point. But you have enough stuff to keep up with him, and the probably a reasonable keep from Zachary's side.
Yeah, I have to agree. And there's extraction specialist, by the way. It's hard to understand how strong that combo was with Dauntless Bodyguard against that particular aggro deck, but probably against all the aggro decks or any of the removal decks. Getting that lineup is a really big selling point, I think, for the mono white deck, and one of the cool synergies the deck can kind of present.
Yeah, and normally you talk about Bone Crusher Giant being so good at aggro matchups because it is a 2-for-1. Specialist is the exact same thing, right? It's just, we saw that game where Zachary had to use 2 Rending Volleys to effectively answer the first copy. The Rending Volley targeting Bodyguard sacked Rending Volley again, and then Harlan just had another one and was just up so many cards, and it was really, really impossible for Zachary to kind of claw back. I mean, Zachary did get kind of close, though. We saw at the end of the game, Harlan, was at 6 life. Maybe if Zachary drew a Tarkus command or something like that, maybe he could have swung the game in his favor, but not in the cards.
Yep. And sometimes it happens like that too. When you play these aggro decks, they're really, really good against mono green, right? And that's like part of the reason to play them. But you do lose a little bit of agency with something that maybe you get from playing a deck, ironically, like green, which has a lot of looking at cards, so you weirdly can could sculpt or draw a little better once you hit the later game. And then decks like Phoenix, right, which we see be popular with a lot of players. That deck kind of lets you pick the card you want at the kind of moment you want. So sometimes you just don't draw, but still really impressive. And I do think both those decks are decks that are a little underappreciated by the player base, and sport good green matchups, and they're not the end of the world against the other decks.
Right, exactly. And that's the thing about the mono white deck. It just has a really good curve and 4 copies of Brave the Element, so it just has the ability to kind of, sometimes its draws just can kind of beat anything. You have these really fast starts that involve, like with Thalia's Lieutenant, all that kind of stuff allows you to go wide, and Brave the Elements just being an excellent card against removal as well. So
yeah, well, let's go talk to Harlan. I want to hear what he has to say about this. Harlan, buddy, it's good to see you here in the booth.
It's both of our first NRGs in a sense.
Yeah, if you look at it that way. How are you enjoying your first energy, by the way? Congratulations on B2O so far.
Yeah, it's been fun. It definitely brings me back to, playing like weekly tournaments. It's good to be back in a convention center again, for sure. Been enjoying it.
Nice. Awesome.
yeah. I wanted to just talk about the deck choice. So mono white humans. Is there any specific reason why you chose that deck? Did you think the matchups were good?
So
talk to me about
I
that.
showed up with a mono red deck. Mono red is not very good. Also, mono green, which is easily the most popular deck in the room, is playing Lovestruck Beast now, which just makes the mono red deck cry, kind of. Just the 5/5, the 2 different bodies, the 1/1's good. So I was pretty off that, and then mono white was the deck I could find. I do kind of like it. I've always liked, attacking with creatures, contrary to popular belief. And it definitely feels good against green on the play. Like if I win the die roll, I feel pretty favored in the matchup. If they win the die roll, I got some work to do. But yeah, I think the matchups are pretty okay. So.
Awesome. We saw on social media, kind of tying in the storyline, you weren't tempted to play Zach Allen's Esper Control deck?
Oh, no. I saw the photo that Zach took later, and I showed it to Bill Caminos, who's the other person in the photo, and I was like, this is what pure joy looks like. We were just laughing at how bad the Esper deck was. So, yeah, it was not good. Zach managed to get a red-black sack deck together instead.
Oh,
so
nice.
Yeah.
Didn't even play the Esper deck, huh?
No.
Oh,
It was not good.
Heartbreaking to hear. I was really hoping Zach was 2-0 or something like that. We could get the head off, you two set the narrative up a little bit ahead of time. But regardless, how is kind of, life going with Magic and everything too, like outside of Magic?
Good. I've definitely cut back on my Magic playing. There's not, so like this is really the only like series running right now, and these tournaments are really far for me. Like this would have been a 10-hour drive. I did some planes, trains, and automobiles to get here for the team event because I had kind of already, locked in with Zach and Will Kruger. But yeah, I've just been super busy with, life and work, running my own business and stuff. So
yeah, it's we mentioned you used to be a big mainstay on the SUG circuit. We see every weekend, and now you've been kind of gone for a little bit, kind of like the Avatar. You left us when you needed it most, and so I've had a lot of players just kind of curious on what's going on in the Harlan life.
Yeah, no. I still play some leagues occasionally. I have pretty little free time. I mostly play like some Settlers of Catan online in my evenings now.
Sure.
I've been playing a lot of Marvel Snap. That game's great. Everybody should pick up Snap. The sooner you start, the better. It takes forever to get all the cards. Seriously.
Yeah, I do have you in my DMs asking some stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
I did want to talk about one thing related to Magic, though, because you kind of helped innovate Minsk and Boo into the Legacy format. We saw you and Zach Allen work on the Boo Blade deck, which you got second at one of the SCGs with a couple months ago. And then that deck's kind of evolved into the 4-color deck. How did you kind of identify, Minsk and Boo as such a powerful card? Because it was kind of under the radar for a little bit.
So I don't know if I can even take credit for it. I saw a lot of people tweeting about it all the time in their like paper Legacy events. And so I was like getting pretty close to like the Baltimore tournament where I played the deck. And I was already playing like blue-white, splashing green for Carpet of Flowers. And I was splashing red for Pyroblast. So I could technically cast the card. And I just was like, I tweeted and I was like, all right, is this card actually really good? Because it wasn't on Magic Online. So I couldn't play any games with it. And people were like, yeah, it's insane. And then a lot of people were asking me if I thought it was good. And I was like, I have no idea. I've never played with it. So I like went to my LGS, bought 2 of them. And I played one main and one sideboard in case they were bad. And then they were really good. So we did really well.
Yeah, me and Mason watched a lot of coverage yesterday, and I think that card had a 100% win rate when it was cast on camera, and it did look quite good every time we saw it cast.
Yeah, it's a pretty messed up card. Like it's kind of ridiculous. It is really weak to Caracas though, so you have to have like a plan for that. But yeah, I mean there's some counterplays, but yeah, if the card just resolves, it's gonna win the game most of the time. So
nice. We do love to see it. Well, before I let you go, I do got to ask you one last thing, Harlan. Now, you went to an American establishment that your teammate yesterday would say is the best restaurant, all factors considered. How was your Chipotle experience?
Oh, it's amazing. Do you know that I actually was the one lobbying for Chipotle last night?
No.
Yeah, we went to 2 other places that both had waits, and I was like, dude, I've been saying Chipotle since before we left the site, and we ended up at Chipotle. So you heard it here first. Just start at Chipotle. Your experience will be better for it.
Nice.
Look, I can confirm that Chipotle is really, really good.
Yeah,
maybe not the best, but it is quite
so
good.
it's not even it's like the best quality or like the cheapest, right? It's a best overall, right? Your experience is going to be good. It's going to be consistent. It's going to be pretty cheap. Like obviously you're never going to have the food's never going to be better than like a $60 plate of steak or whatever, right? But it's $10 for a whole burrito. It'll just make you feel warm and cozy inside.
It beat that.
Let it help you.
What's your burrito order if you're doing it here? We gotta know.
So I lock in every time the same burrito. It's brown rice, black beans, steak, and then mild, medium, sour cream, cheese, and lettuce. Only way to
that
be.
sideboard guide was free. That was so helpful.
Free 99.
I love that. Well, Harlan, we're gonna let you go enjoy the rest of your round, and we're gonna go watch some more Magic. So we'll see you later, buddy. All right. Well, it's good to have Harlan there in the booth. He used to be someone who we saw at all of those paper events, big mainstay of the SCG, the leader of Team Nova before. It's good to see him back in the trenches kind of playing, even if he had to kind of move a long distance in order to do it. But we're happy to see him here in the event.
And we got a free sideboard get out of it too. So if you ever want to go to Chipotle, there's your order.
And now we're going to hop into match number 2 here, our backup one. Looks like we have Cliff versus James. It Fires of Incarnation deck versus Mono White Humans. Devin, what do you think of the Fires deck? Because this is an exciting one.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of Fires of Invention decks really pop up recently. This one is kind of, I believe this is a Yorion deck, so this is more of like the 5-color with Enigmatic Incarnation. The other version that we've also seen was the one that we saw yesterday, Karuga Fires, which is more of like a 60 card, just a 4-color deck, not really focusing on the 5th color, but This deck in particular is trying to use it's almost trying to mimic like what the modern versions did with something the stuff like abundant growth. You see Nylie's presence on the battlefield, which is an interesting one because it makes your lands all 5 types, which allows you to cast a Leyline Binding for 1 mana, and also is stuff that you can blink with Yorion. But the reason we're playing all of these kind of, gadgets, as it were, these enchantments, is because we want to sacrifice them to Enigmatic Incarnation, which is essentially, for those of you who may know, a birthing pod for enchantments.
Yeah, and a really interesting and cool find. It got a big help from this card, Leyline Binding, in the new set.
Yeah, Leyline Binding, this is massive too. So this is, normally you wouldn't want to, this is so, okay, yep, there it is. I was going to say this. So Leyline Binding got countered by the Brave the Elements, but Cliff really doesn't care because Cliff just wants to sacrifice this binding to get a 7 drop. And we're going to see some fireworks here. This is great.
Yeah, and we've seen Brave the Elements being an all-star removal spell, but also this deck plays Yorion. So even if you stop them now, long term they're going to get Flicker to come back. And then I believe that is it's the serpent. I know everything it does but its name.
Coma.
Nice. Looks like we're maybe hopping back here for a second. We're okay, so yeah, the game is over here. Yeah, it looks like James, table checking Coma is actually unbeatable. And after reading it, we had a little moment, a little pause. It's like, yeah, I think I'm done here. I'm on 1 land. I didn't draw another one. I'm gonna go hang out with my friends.
That was a pretty cool showcase of the Fire deck, though. Exactly what it wants to do. And it's funny how we talked about Leyline Binding being a massive printing, and then as soon as we saw that, the very next turn, Fires of Invention plus Incarnation sack at the 6 drop to get a 7, and that was a really brutal turn there for Cliff.
Yep, and so now we're gonna hop back into game number 2 here. This is a time shifted match, so we don't have to worry about sideboarding or anything like that. It's the outcome of this is already determined. But we do see James here leading on Soldier of the Pantheon. Been an all-star so far today.
Yeah, Soldier of the Pantheon. Now, a little, not quite as, the protection not going to be as relevant in this matchup. Funnily enough, it is a 5-color deck, the Fire deck, but a lot of the removal spells are single color. You have Leyline Binding, Chain to the Rocks, things of that nature. So, as even though it has protection from multicolored, not the best against the 5-color deck, but Thalia is a massive beating because that one is going to prevent Cliff from being able to cast basically anything this turn because the binding would still cost 2 mana, same with Chain to the Rocks.
100% here. Aaron, Thalia also so good in this spot, right?
Yeah, especially, on Double Triumph. I don't think Cliff Cliff did have the binding, but couldn't cast it even if Cliff played an untapped land because, would have only had, 4 types, had the Sacred Founder, I believe. But now, we can see tap land plus a 1 mana binding. And you see, Cliff deciding if they want to main phase this or not because main phase plays around Brave the Elements. But maybe a little bit worse against a second copy of Thalia. But we are going to go for the main phase binding.
Yep, and just try to protect Brave the Elements, and it looks like Hopeful Initiate. Oh
boy! Now that one's. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask what that one did to be sure because I'm pretty sure it's a disenchant, right?
Yeah, so it has training, which I believe is when you attack with a creature with greater power. When it attacks with a creature with greater power, put a counter on it, and you can pay 3 to remove 2 counters from among creatures you control, so not from itself, to destroy an artifact or enchantment. So extremely powerful at being able to take care of the oh yes, act the binding. Yeah, we don't really care if you have a Thalia because we have a Titan of Industry now.
Yeah, Titan of Industry, one of the big standouts for these kind of cheaty mana decks from Streets of New Capenna. Looks going to come in here, and it looks like we're probably gaining 5 life and making a Rhino just from the touching of the life pad there. So, going to be interesting. I do think life totals are switched, by the way, on stream for you here. So, I believe that the Fires player is at 13 before the gaining of 5, potentially, and James is at 20. But we'll see if we can get that fixed. And it looks like we're waiting. It is time shifted, so we're going to have to deal with that. But don't worry. I'm dyslexic, Devin, so the world gets to live it with me right now. It's just flip-flop for us. You get used to it.
Yeah, we can keep track of it.
I believe we can persevere, as we do have a Rhino into the battlefield here off the Titan of Industry.
Yeah, and that was a massive turn for Cliff here because with the hopeful initiate, if Cliff didn't have something backbreaking this turn, we were going to be able to activate the hopeful initiate to take care of either the binding or the incarnation. So being able to kind of convert that binding into this massive, massive board presence in the face of the hopeful initiate, and James doesn't even have land 3 rolled up because he missed a land drop last turn. But even if James draws a land, you're basically forcing James to spend his entire turn removing 2 counters to kill that incarnation, because if you give Cliff another activation of that or another trigger, things are going to get out of control pretty quickly, I think. Because you can also see something like Cliff. I believe if I pull Cliff's deck list, we have a glass pool mimic. So if we don't kill this incarnation, we're going to go Omen of the Sea, sack Omen to get a glass pool mimic, and we're going to get a second Titan of Industry, and that's going to be really tough for James to beat.
That is impressive. That is one of the cool and really big selling points of this Fires of Incarnation deck, right?
Right, for sure. Just be like it's very, very toolboxy. Like if we look at the deck list, I'm going to go down here. There's 21 creatures. There's 4 copies of that. So there's 17 different one-ofs that you can get with this incarnation. So just, there's so much flexibility. And you just have basically, as long as you have an enchantment to pair with it, you essentially have access to almost your entire deck at any given point. So
yeah, and James here is just going to play another Luminarch Aspirant, a little tight on lands, and is going to grow the team a little bit here. Does James have to find a Brave the Elements? What can James do? Because things are kind of slipping away if we do see the Glasspool Mimic line we go for.
Right, that is one thing that Cliff kind of has going James has going for him, is the fact that Brave the Elements, because even if we get, well, that's a pretty good turn, taking out both the aspirants, but even if we were to Glasspool Mimic the Titan, all of the creatures would still be green. So if you could maybe get enough of a enough of a board presence, and be able to, to get to the Brave the Elements, then you could kind of punch through the Titans that way.
Yeah, we do see Thalia Heretic Athar coming down here from James Newman. This is one of the techie sideboard options that the mono white deck gets. The big thing I've noticed is that it makes all non-basic lands and creatures into the battlefield tapped, which is kind of actually very good against mono green Devotion. If you're looking for a card to help against them, their Nykthos is inner tapped, so they can't storm off. And then as they try and build a board presence to block, it's pretty hard to block with tapped creatures. Cure can get around it a little bit, but creates a real nuisance here. And we see Cliff here, down a mana, because had to play that Glacial Fortress tapped thanks to Thalia.
Yeah, most likely what we're going to see here is, so we're going to go Chain to the Rocks, kill the Thalia, which allows us to cast the Omen for 2 mana because the Thalia is no longer in the battlefield. And then most likely, I believe we're going to see that the Glasspool Mimic here, sacrifice the Omen of the Sea, get the Mimic, copy the Titan, probably make another Rhino. Yeah, probably make a Rhino and gain life. At least that's kind of what I'm assuming is going to happen. But we'll see what Cliff decides to do.
Yeah, it looks like Cliff has the Gloom creature, the one that buys something back, kind of pulled up. Looks like we also have Skyclave Apparition. We might just be wanting to pick things apart just to try and beat Brave the Elements. That might be what Cliff here is playing with a little heads up, yeah, second Titan's really good, but like you mentioned, everything's green if I do that, so maybe Brave could steal this from me.
Right.
Looks like we are just going to get after thinking about
We're going.
Nothing wrong with just getting keyword big,
Yeah. 2 7/7s, 2 4/4s. You get a little bit of a life buffer too. And if we look at Cliff's life total, Cliff is going to go to 17, and James is only going to have, do my math real quick. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 power. Maybe, because the Mutavault doesn't get protection with the Brave the Elements. So with only 10 power and going to 17, this seems fine. So you're not going to die to Brave this turn. You should be able to get at least 1 untap, and from that point you can kind of, things just really will start snowballing out of control, especially maybe pick up Yorion, blink the Titan and the clone, and that's, oh boy, we're going deep at that point.
We really are. I wonder if James brought anything in like Declaration. So in game 2 or game 1, sorry, if James didn't play much against this deck, we just saw Coma, we saw the jump, so maybe something like Deck and Stone where Fateful Absence wasn't brought in. But here it's kind of a weird situation where maybe it'd be something good where normally it's not something you're super excited about.
Yeah, Declaration in Stone, it's kind of tough. You did see, what Cliff is up to game 1. I feel like that's maybe not a card that you would necessarily want to bring in, because it seems like the games where Declaration in Stone is good are games that you're already maybe too far behind. Now, the one thing that James does have here I don't know why we're attacking with the Mutavault, but the one thing that James does have here is, I believe, 2 copies of Brave. So you could see something like attack Brave here, get in for the 10 points of damage, and then maybe next turn Brave as well. Now, there is a blocker here with the Deputy of Detention. That can block... I guess it can't block any of the white creatures profitably. So, maybe if the Deputy chump blocks, you're totally fine with that because you get back 2 Luminarch Aspirants. So it looks like we're going to do some math here. My guess is that you put... you obviously maybe just eat the Mutavault, take the 10, and then see what Cliff can come up with next turn.
Yeah, I think Cliff also has really close to just lethal on board. Now, James has a Hopeful Aspirant in hand, Hopeful Initiate, sorry. So we know it's not going to be lethal quite away, but this attack, I think is something that James has to do in order to beat Cliff. You just have to, try and kill him.
Didn't play a blocker. This is 23, right? 7, 14 plus 8, 22 plus the Deputy is 23.
I think so. Maybe I missaw James's hand. That's totally possible. Well, even if we had, we have Tolsimir for Wolves.
Got a Tolsimir too.
Yeah, so that would have cleaned things up here a little bit. We're gonna see this Tolsimir enter, clear a creature, gain 3 life, and then I think, like you mentioned, we have lethal as well. So unless there's some weird removal spell in James's hand, it's probably going to be game over. Even if it's not, we're at 13. So another Brave the Elements off the top wouldn't even be enough to get us out of this spot. We're just going to have Cliff here do some math and then probably attack in for the old lethal.
Yeah, as we talked about, just kind of going big. Cliff necessarily was just that one turn where you were able to the Hopeful Initiate was in play, so that your binding was going to be, your binding was no good if James had a land. Being able to convert that into the Titan of Industry just really kind of made it so James couldn't really attack. James stumbled a little bit on lands, and then once we were able to get the second Titan, there was just too much of a battlefield presence for Cliff, and it just kind of snowballed out of control from there. Now it looks like we're only lining up a couple of attacks here, so I don't think James has gained any life this game unless... Oh,
Soldier,
you know what? There's the Soldier. I wonder how many multicolored spells Cliff has cast this game.
So we cast the Incarnation, the Deputy, and now Tolsimir. So that's 3 life. So I guess they're not lethal. We were 1 short before because we had 22 by that count, because we definitely haven't attacked before. So now we're just attacking for 20, leaving back our 1-3. Oh, but it looks like we can't win anyways. Yeah, totally understandable there. James is just going to be too far behind. But Soldier of the Pantheon does gain you some good amount of life there. And, we mentioned not a lot of multicolored spells. Soldier of the Pantheon, the card people keep talking about cutting. But Incidental and stuff like that is sort of impressive.
Right, that was a very, very impressive showing for the Incarnation deck. Kind of exactly how you want to draw it up, just being able to curve Leyline Binding, the fact that it costs 1 mana, but it's also 6 mana value for the Incarnations as well. So being able to kind of curve that into that Incarnation, allowing you to put a 7-drop onto the battlefield as early as turn 4. It's just, that when you have that draw, that deck is so hard to beat.
Yep, and now both our Cliff and Harlan, there are 2 players who watched from the future match. They're both 2-0 in good position, on pace to top 8 this NRG 5K trial we have going on today. So many points, so much on the line here. Not only just money, but NRG champs at large. We have a lot of players in the field today trying to get those last few points. Season 3, we're in the middle of it right now, but it's going to come up sooner than it thinks when it comes to there. And so we're going to, we're in the middle of the point race, and pretty soon here we have Chicago coming up. We're going to have our first Pioneer 10K trial. So that's for Season 3. It's going to be on November 26th and 27th. That's right after the RC, so you can get all the good deck lists from there, come out and play that, and then Sunday, the classic Modern 5K trial. Modern's such a sweet place. Yesterday, we saw so many great games, Devin. It was so cool to see. But that's not it. We still have more events left this year, even after the Chicago one. We have our NRG 20K weekend showdown. So Saturday, Louisville, Kentucky, December 10th through the 11th, $15,000 Modern. Now, what a showdown is, if you haven't watched some of our coverage before, is you win that event, you go straight to NRG champs. It is like winning an invitational type thing. You just get to go straight to that 16-person exclusive event. So exciting. Sunday, we have a 5K Pioneer trial there as well. Lots of points on the line for both of these. If you're someone in the point race as well, the showdown has double points, I believe, that weekend, meaning even if you don't get a strong finish, you're going to have a good one. But let's take a look at that leaderboard at large and talk about that champs a little more, because that is what all the players are playing for. This is our yearly leaderboard. After yesterday, Zach Allen has rocketed to the top of our leaderboard at 151 points and in the lead to be our player of the year so far, with a few events left like we just talked about. You might be wondering, what's the orange names? Orange names are players who have already qualified for NRG champs. So Jesse Robkin, Joseph Bernal, Andrew Elboger, Piper Powell, Connor Mullally, Ivan Esperino, all those players, Zach Dubin hiding on the corner over there, all already qualified for NRG champs. And this is our yearly leaderboard, and we're going to have at-large spots as well. So, Zach Allen, Zoe Riedemann, Will Kruger, they are all in live position to make the NRG champs by having just a strong, good yearly present, which is so, so important. But there's also the seasonal leaderboard, which is so important. So we would love to, like, if you have a good, strong year, we want to reward you, but also we have the seasons. And so we see Zach Allen and Raja Suleiman both crushing season 3 right now in a prime position. So one way you can make our champs, like we talked about, is the yearly at large, which it looks like Zach Allen's in a great spot there. But also the top 2 players from the season 3 leaderboard will also make it. So Zach Allen kind of having the cake and eating it too here, completely dominating in the season 3 of things. But yeah, all these players are live. We saw Mack Endress in round 1. Very much live for NRG champs, played in last year's champs actually, and making another run for it, wants to go back and wants to play in that high stake event. And we see Ivan and Andrew Ellenbogen here as well, no slouches as well. But NRG champs is going to be so exciting. That's going to be early next year. And it is the kind of the culmination of the NRG tour. That's what all these leaderboards and things are about, right? We love Magic, we love the fun weekend, but the leaderboard and sort of the dream and striving for getting to champs is what makes and breaks a lot of these things for players, and is kind of the driving factor where you see people like Zoe Riedemann, who we've seen at every single NRG event and plays on every single round because she is hungry for the champs.
Yeah, and even with somebody like Raja Suleiman, now what's that you said yesterday is that back-to-back top 8s, just having an absolute tear of a run here, and I would find it hard pressed to I'm hard pressed to believe that Raja's not going to be qualified for that championship at the end of the year.
Well, hey, we have about 3 or 4 minutes left before the next round starts, so let's take a quick break. You go get some water, refresh yourself, and then come right back here and don't miss any more of the NRG 5K Pioneer Trial here happening from Fort Wayne. Hello. We're going to be here in the future match. We have James on 5-color fires, and we have Theodore on mono green devotion. Devin, this is an exciting matchup.
Yeah, so this is, we got to see the 5-color fires deck in action last round. Unfortunately for James, at least in my experience, I've been playing a lot of this fires deck, and I found that the mono green matchup to be a little bit tough. It really kind of depends on kind of the outlook and the composition of James's deck. So we'll have to see if I can pull up the deck list, exactly what we're working with. But I think this is traditionally not the greatest matchup, and with Theodore on the play, kind of a pretty significant advantage already starting off here with an elf.
Yeah. Not to brag too much, but last night we got done with coverage. I fired up a Moto League and just 5-0'd with the fires list while we were watching the coverage to work on some stuff. So not to brag too hard, but I'm kind of the greatest to ever do it. As we see, Elf is the greatest ever do it from Theodore here into Kiora. But I have to agree, this matchup is really hard for the fires deck. And I think it's actually really hard with the Yorion configurations because you have to have the right cards. And we see Theo playing Heart's Desire off Love Struck Beast here to make a 1-1 after untapping with Kiora.
Right, and that's kind of one thing about the Orion deck is like already, because you're adding 20 cards to your deck, there's already a little bit of, added inconsistency. You're just going to draw your powerful cards less often, but it's even more exacerbated with the Fires deck because this deck, given that it's, given the cards that it's playing with, stuff like Enigmatic Incarnation, requires a lot of tutors and a lot of one-ofs. So when you're playing this many one-ofs and playing an additional 20 cards, it makes it so you draw your high impact cards less often. Now, it looks like James does have a Chain to the Rocks that we can fire off here to take care of an elf, slow Theodore down a little bit, but that's, it's not going to do a ton here. And we actually see him go for an Elia's Presence instead, just wants to develop and maybe try to dig towards some of those more powerful cards.
This is one of the things that I think we see kind of comes up, and you allude to a little bit. Because our mana base is so spread on colors, and we're like trying to really be 5 colors with this deck, it is actually really hard for us to have Chain of the Rocks on 1. It's really easy to have it on turn 2. We have all the Triomes. But that means if you're ever on the draw against mono green, you're going to have these sort of things where they just get ahead of you. And we see Theo here slamming a Cavalier of Thorns, getting the draw from Kiora, and now hitting a Lair of the Hydra.
Right, this game looks a lot different if James's first land is something like a Sacred Foundry, because you can go Sacred Foundry, Chain to the Rocks, the Elf, and then turn 2 you're playing the Presence. But because James had a tap land and had a 2-drop and a 1-drop, didn't kind of wanted to try and not play off curve here, and also maybe just saving the Chain to the Rocks for some of the threats like a Cavalier of Thorns or an Old Growth Troll. So maybe gonna get a little bit paid off here. And I saw a second Chain to the Rocks as well, so you could even see something like double Chain to the Rocks kill the Cavalier and the Elf, which looks like what James is going to do here to kind of stunt Theo's growth a little bit. Turns off, it cuts down devotion a lot, and Theo's going to be limited, a little bit more limited as to what he can cast. We'll need an untapped land to be able to cast Storm the Festival. Can always go towards that Love Struck Beast if he wants, but yeah, definitely going to try and stunt Theodore's growth a little bit.
Yeah, and I was taking a moment here to look at, because we talked about last round the Incarnation deck, a lot of 1-ofs and a lot of tutoring. The 5-color Fires deck that James here, it seems to also be playing Incarnation as well, but a little bit more in the heavy colors, but has some really sweet ones to tutor up, like Eldrazi Displacer, and we have that with Agent of Treachery. So we have some really strong in-game that if we can get to in time, and maybe Theo whiffs for a little bit, can actually maybe stabilize everything here, as we do see Chain of the Rocks answer the Cavalier, which removes some of that pressure on James.
Yeah, removes some pressure, also cuts down Theodore's devotion, so maybe has a little bit less access to something like a Storm the Festival here. But looks like there's a Besage, which is that's a tough one, because we can Besage the Chain of the Rocks. Well, you can't Besage the Mountain. You can still kill the Chain of the Rocks, get the devotion back, get another Cavalier trigger and another Kiora trigger. So this is, that's obviously the downside to playing something like Chain of the Rocks, because just not being able, or against Besage specifically, that when that's your removal spell, compared to like something that would just kill the Cavalier outright, being able to get another trigger is kind of tough.
Yeah, and a super important thing to note here, and a little niche, is you see that Nylea's Presence is on the mountain, so it's already a mountain. But if that had been a forest or an island, and they had hit Nylea's Presence, Chain of the Rock would have fallen off because you no longer have a mountain. So sometimes you are playing with fire when it comes to this mana base and getting Chain of the Rocks to actually work. I have definitely lost some games to that.
Oh yeah, definitely something that comes up before. I think that's come up a couple of times for me. I was playing like the mono white devotion deck that also had chained, and I think my opponent did something similar where they just kind of like turned my land not into a mountain anymore, and the Chain of the Rocks fell off, and it gets kind of awkward sometimes.
But we do see Theo here looking at his hand, just figuring out what he wants to do. Plays the Wolfwillow Haven on the untapped forest with the mana we have, and is going to activate Nykthos, I believe, for 6 devotion. Love Strike not in play yet.
Yeah, and chat pointing out we didn't search off of the Besage. Now, I think Besage is a May, but obviously James doesn't know the top card of his deck, so I can't think of a strategic reason why you wouldn't search off the Besage.
Yeah, I think that might just be a miss thing. I think Besage is a May. I'm not 100% sure. Looks like we were reading it. Looks like our floor judge also caught it. Kind of easy. Sometimes what happens with floor judges is they're just like us. They're players. They're not sure, and they have to double check the text on their card as well. And you'll see them kind of step away, look at their phone, and be like, actually, let's have a moment here. And so looks like this was a May ability, and so we're continuing onward potentially. It looks like we're talking to the judge. But yeah, we're just kind of replaying what happened here. Yeah, let's just head back to the booth, actually. Whatever. We don't have to watch the judges do that. I have enough of my life, taking up, explaining things, whatever. It's fine. I want to talk to you, though, about this 5-color Fires Incarnation deck, because we've seen it twice now. It looks kind of spicy. We're seeing 2 different builds. Our last round with Cliff had a bunch of really big creatures, Coma, Titan of Industry. Looking here at this round, though, not as many big drops outside of the 1 Agent of Treachery, at least in the main deck. Do you kind of like that sort of...
Yeah, we don't see the Coma here, but like you did mention, which I believe our last player Cliff did not have, was the Eldrazi Displacer. And that's kind of, as you alluded to, a way to kind of go over the top, especially when combined with something like Agent of Treachery. You could see, and with Fires of Invention, you don't have to tap your mana to cast the spell. So you could see something like, say Fires of Invention in play, then you maybe cast or have a Binding in play, cast Incarnation for free, sacrifice the Binding, go get an Agent, maybe you already have the Displacer, and then you can just they'll have 6 mana to be able to do that twice, and that steals 3 of your opponent's permanents. And with the Devotion deck, because it has stuff like Wolfwillow Haven and Old Growth Troll enchanting lands, maybe you can take kind of multiple permanents with just one of those activations, or you can steal all their planeswalkers. So, if we are able to get to that end game, that is something that we definitely want to be able to do, and maybe we can try and set up. But yeah, no Coma. Looks like there's an additional copy of Glasspool Mimic here, a couple of Omnaths, but yeah, some really cool stuff we can tutor up here. And this is kind of the nightmare matchup for the Fires deck. But if you have a fast Incarnation plus a Leyline Binding, you can kind of steal games that way. Just a fast Agent of Treachery.
Yeah, we kind of mentioned it before. The green deck sees a lot of cards, right? And actually has like a weird amount of card selection despite being a mono green deck and a weird amount of card advantage. But there are moments where your deck does play like 32 mana sources. So you're going to need to actually like have those sort of patches where things can come through. And like you mentioned, if we get an early binding, maybe to hit a Kiora, and then we slam the Ignamic Incarnation, we can go grab the agent. And then sometimes the agent just takes the one good thing. We've seen in the Green Mirror Stay a bunch how Karn can kind of lock things down. Well, if you take your opponent's Karn, that's a pretty reasonable place to be. And then suddenly they don't have access to that. And maybe they grab something like Meteor Golem, right? And now it's like, okay, you're going to kill your own Karn? Kind of an awkward place to be.
Yeah, I was curious real quick. I wanted to see if we had any artifacts we could get off the Karn, but no artifacts to get in the sideboard. But yeah, that's something. And just if especially in those situations where if the Karn is played and maybe you preemptively get something like a Sky Sovereign or like you said, a Meteor Golem, you have you now take the Karn, so you stop them from getting maybe the Chainville or the combo piece that they needed, like the Pestilent Cauldron, and now they have this Meteor Golem, which I guess can maybe try to break up the combo if you already have the Displacer in play, then they can't even set that up because you just have 3 mana to blink the agent anyways. So.
Yep. Yeah. Apparently, the ruling from the judges is a communication error, which violates the policy. So the player cannot decline to search, and so we're gonna let the player search library. Can't be assumed to have searched. Sorry, it's technically the vernacular. And so with this one, it's different than something of old. And so that being the case, James is going to allow to go find a Triumph, which is going to be nice for James, and get a little warning. And these sort of things do happen. Not a big deal at the end of the day. But back into the game here. So looks like we're just fixing this here. And I believe Theo was about to cast Karn the Great Creator. Looks like it is on the battlefield here. We're going to see what Theo wants to do with that card. Maybe find some tech sideboard card.
Yeah, there's a die on the battlefield. There's a 3, which I'm guessing that's probably mana floating. So, or no, that's the die on the card. So I don't actually know if Theodore has any mana floating. So maybe he can't go towards something like a God-Pharaoh statue, which is maybe something that he would want to get in these spots, but because the God-Pharaoh statue would be kind of nice, preventing James from being able to cast a Fires of Invention or an Enigmatic Incarnation on this turn, because that's probably the way that James gets back in this game, is going like Fires Incarnation and setting up a big turn that way, because James doesn't really have a lot of ways to catch up. If we take a look at the deck list, there's really there's no sweepers or anything like that. And yeah, so it looks like Theodore is going to go. Well, there's mana floating because there's a Pestilent Cauldron being cast, or the back half of it.
So I think you were right. I think it was 3 in the pool, and we just moved it to the Karn, and then we used the Wolfwillow Haven to get 5 for Druid of Burst. So we're getting back a Cavalier Thorns and a Cure. So I think you were right. It just happened to be perfectly lined up with Karn there. So a little silly situation where that Pestilent Cauldron exile itself. Probably no way to get that back, right?
Yeah, isn't that so? It's kind of funny because I'm pretty sure the back half of that card was designed specifically to exile so that you couldn't loop it with other Pestilent Cauldrons. But funnily enough, that's the only reason that it's so busted in this deck, is because it exiles itself. You just get it back with cards. So maybe obviously Karn they didn't have Karn in mind when they designed this card, but just a really 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 funny interaction.
Yeah, really, really. The most noble intentions from the good people at WotC there, but it's hard to design around every card ever, right? Even just in the Pioneer format, it's a huge task to try and balance everything, and they do such a great job. But every now and again, something slips through the cracks. As we see a failed passage here, searching up the land.
Yeah, and you saw James thumbing through his deck here. These Incarnation decks actually play a Yorion in the main deck in addition to the Yorion Companion. And the reason for that is because when you have a 4-mana enchantment, like if you say go Fires of Invention plus Incarnation, you can sacrifice the 4-mana enchantment to get the main deck Yorion if you already have like an established battlefield. And we see fetching a Waste here off of the Fable Passage could be an indication that we're trying to get to that Eldrazi Displacer.
Yeah, if I'm Theo, I'm like, what is happening? I'm also like, can't you even do it, Fable? But yeah, the way Fable works is you actually can go and grab that Waste there, and looks like we're gonna see James cast another Chain to the Rocks on the mountain and answer the Cavalier again. And then it looks like we're gonna turn this Nylea's Presence into some other card. A lot of 3-drops in this deck. Eldrazi Displacer, which we've alluded to. And, if James has the Leyline Binding lined up, that could be what we're setting up right now. We also have things like Skyclave Apparition, which will KO the Karn. And exiling the Karn, too, really matters because you do see Cauldron looping Karns when you actually kill them. So Skyclave Apparition, actually a weird all-star in the Pioneer format, and the decks that can't afford to play it.
Yeah, looking at the options here, like you said, use the Skyclave Apparition. There's a Renegade Rallier, an Anointed Peacekeeper, a Deputy of Detention, and then the ones that we had already mentioned. I'm guessing you want to go for a removal spell on the Karn here, and it looks like that's what we're going to do with the Skyclave Apparition, which does make sense because if you don't do that, obviously Karn can downtick to get back the Restorative Burst again, which is just more threats. Obviously, the Restorative Burst did already kind of get its money worth. You already have the 2 spells that it got. But you just kind of have to maybe hope that Theo misses on this Cavalier trigger or something along those lines, because it's there's a reasonable, maybe not reasonable, but there's a chance that Theodore could just kind of kill James here this turn. Maybe hit something, mill a Storm the Festival, hit a second Nykthos or something like that.
Yeah, and we see a lot of pseudo wins from the mono green deck, right? Where it essentially wins the game. And wow, Theo drew a Nykthos, going to activate our Nykthos here with the trigger on the side, just to make sure we don't mill into another Nykthos. Let's make 5 mana here off the Nykthos. 6, sorry, Wolfwillow Haven was tapped with the lands there. It tricked me. So 6 there so we can cast Storm of the Festival. But yeah.
Yeah, good sequencing here from Theo. Play the Cavalier, trigger on the stack, float with Nykthos. You want to do that in case you hit a second Nykthos, which he did, and a Storm the Festival, and he drew the other Nykthos anyways. So, yeah, we're going to be able to flashback that Storm the Festival, and we already have the Kiora rolled up too, so that's even more mana. Yeah, This one could just be over.
Yeah, this might actually end, or it could be one of the pseudo ones we talked about. We're going down to 2 mana here, casting the Lovestruck Beast. That's going to net us some extra mana and a card here. Might pick up something like a Llanowar Elf or anything along those lines to get some extra devotion. We'll see before we reactivate Nykthos off Kiora. We're going to see Nykthos get activated here, though, for 7 now. So now we have 7 left in the pool. We use I guess we have 8, sorry, because it was 6 before, and we used 3 and then activate again. So 8 in the pool. Going to play Old Growth Troll. If you squint your eyes, it looks a little like Dark Ritual right now, drawing another card. And I think
lots of dark rituals here with the Old Growth Troll, the Kiora, the second Nykthos. Just Theo's basically got 12 dark rituals in his deck at this point.
Yeah, and we see Theo just go ahead and play Nykthos from hand before activating the other one. Gonna put a Wolfwillow Haven on the Nykthos, so now it taps for, I believe, a 10 devotion, and also generates a green extra. So 11 mana there. We had used 3 before. I believe we're at 16 mana now floating. Just a casual turn. And I do believe we have the Wolfwillow. I'm sorry, we do believe the Kiora activation is still available to us, which we might do before Storm of the Festival here. And
yeah, as long as we have enough mana left over, as long as we can leave at least 2 in the pool to be able to storm into a Nykthos or a way to untap a Nykthos, then Theodore can basically just kind of keep going.
Yeah, and I think Theodore does have Karn the Great Creator in hand, and we have enough mana to go Karn, wish for the Chain Veil, play the Chain Veil, activate a few times, and then just untap your Kiora to untap the Chain Veil and just hope your Storm hits. And it's like not that unreasonable to just have the Chain Veil in play and just sort of, if things go poorly, well, we have it later and it's fine. And we still have all these other things in the graveyard. Oh, I guess you actually just have the win, right? If you can kill your own Kiora minusing, or you just Legend Rule, that works too. Then you have the Restorative Burst, and that should be the combo here for Theo. So if you haven't seen this yet, I know I alluded to it earlier in the day, and Devin, I told him I wouldn't go through if it wasn't necessary, but it looks like we might have to play through it for a minute. Basically, what happens is your Karn and your Kiora ping pong back and forth, activating the Chain Veil a bunch of times. You gain a bunch of life, and then you play Pestilent Cauldron for its actual self, mill them out because you do it equal to life gained, which is gained incidentally through this process. So, going to be the win here. And so, James is just going to pick it up, And, time to talk about here. Let's talk about their deck list, though. And important, James not make you play through it. Otherwise, Theo gets to see everything. James's deck list here, big, chunky Yorion deck. But in the sideboard, we have 4 Rending Volley, 3 Land on the Void, 3 Doe and Veto, the Yorion needed, Dragon Lord Atarka, Radiant Flames, Deafening Clarion, and Archon of Emeria. Anything that you're really liking here, Devin?
So, Rending Volley, no. We're going to leave that one in the sideboard. Leyline of the Void is actually kind of somewhat interesting to kind of, if you can stop the Cavalier Death trigger, you can stop Old Growth Troll triggers, and then also Storm the Festivals that get milled over or just cast from hand. Those no longer can be flashback from the graveyard. So, it's always an interesting card. I don't think that you want to bring it in. I think that if you're bringing in Leyline of the Void, you want to have maybe a little bit more of an aggressive game plan, like you're trying to end the game as quickly as possible, and the Leyline just buys you a little bit of time that you might need. So, James's deck is a little bit slower, so I might not want to go towards that. The cards that I do like, though, are the one-ups. The Archon of Iberia, very good at stopping the combo turn because Theo can't cast more than one spell. Dragon Lord Atarka, being able to clean up a Karn the Great Creator or a Kiora. And I also like the Sweepers as well, especially on the play. Sweepers against the Llanowar Elves, I think, could play some good cleanup duty.
Yeah, have to agree. I do think you maybe want Doan's Veto just because your Yorion deck has so many weird things that don't line up well. You might have a few extra spots, and those non-creature spells are the things that actually matter in this matchup. So we might see like 1 or 2 Dovin's Veto come in, which feels like a weird thing, right? But happens more often than you would think.
Right. I was thinking about like the way that James wins is kind of having like those fast fires incarnation draws, and when you have fires because it prevents you from casting spells in your opponent's turn. But maybe you bring in the vetoes to kind of play towards the worst case scenario where you don't have the fires. But yeah, definitely something can counter a Karn on a key turn or something, maybe counter a flashback storm.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see here. Theo's sideboard, if we want to pull that up real quick, we totally can. It looks like the players are still finishing up their sideboard. This is pretty stock. There's nothing unusual here in the sideboard. It's all wish targets. And a little cast revision for you. I can see the players shuffling up and getting ready. Theo put the cauldron in the sideboard and just started shuffling and has since been hanging out a little bit while the opponent shuffled up a little bit more. So we're actually going to have the players here coming down here resolving mulligans. But yeah, Theo doesn't have to shuffle or sideboard that much. A big edge. You can't misboard with this deck if you never board.
One card I want to ask you about, because I haven't actually seen this one in play yet, and I've seen it at a couple of deck lists, but that is Karn's Silex. So this is a card from Dominaria United that we haven't gotten to see a little bit here, but I know that people had talked about this initially as a Karn wishboard target, and I don't think a lot of people are really in on it. What do you think about this card?
Yeah, Karn Silex is an interesting one. It's kind of like a Wrath, right? Or a Pernicious Deed type effect. I think one of the things about the Karn sideboard, and we joked about this yesterday, is that there are some cards that you have in these corner case scenarios, and they rarely kind of come up in a tournament, but you play them because you think they're the best thing for the weekend. I think Karn Silex is an example of that, where it is kind of okay against the aggro decks as a sweeper. And if you're like kind of at parity, you can play this as a way to like, okay, before the mono white player gets brave, I can clean things up in a way that something like Ratchet Bomb can't. But Ratchet Bomb's better against the creativity decks that we see, the indomitable ones, not these sort of creativities. And so you're kind of like picking your battles there. So I think this is kind of a statement like, hey, I kind of want to have a little bit of game if I fall super far behind the mirror. Maybe I want to be able to beat the mono white decks, and I don't think I'm going to have to beat that many indomitable creativities in this format. I did all that yesterday in Modern, and so I'm going to have this over Ratchet Bomb. But it's not a card that I would say has earned a spot like Heart of Kieran, which is a combo piece, but also just like a value thing you can search for.
Yeah, it seems like most of the wish boards are kind of like the same, around 10 or so cards, and there's some sort of variation with the last the last 5 or so.
Yeah. And that's one of the things too about this deck is like we joke like how it's so easy to never sideboard, but picking those little spots and having something like Ratchet Bomb on the right weekend versus Karn Silex does make or break tournaments. As we're going to see, Annihilia's presence here for James drawing a card and now has all the land types thanks to that. Really cool to see that card kind of see play thanks to the printing of Leyline Binding. Again, Theo did have the turn 2 Wolf Willow Haven after doing nothing on turn 1.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that both players have two mana land enchantments, but one of these actually makes a mana. The cool thing about Nylea's presence, a couple things in this deck. Obviously, you mentioned Leyline Binding, but the fact that it both replaces itself and is a 2 mana thing that you can sacrifice to Incarnation on curve, it does kind of a bunch of cool things for this deck, and it's a pretty sweet inclusion here. What is this card?
It's Commune with Nature, I believe, or Commune with. It's like look at the top 4, put a land or enchantment into your hand.
Okay, I think it's called Commune with Spirits. I see it on the deck list here. Okay, gotcha.
Commune Spirits. Yeah, and we picked up the Naya Triumph. Put that in hand. Never losing the Triumph game here.
Well, that one's not fancy art, so
that's true. Yeah,
minus 1 point.
I feel like it's really
you only get points if they're the fancy arts.
Dang. Okay, I see how it is. Well, Theo is gonna play another Wolf Willow Haven here. We might see a Kiora. It looks like it's just gonna be Old Growth Troll. And we are going to see Leyline Binding on that Old Growth Troll. And this is kind of what James needed, right? That you were talking about.
Yeah, this is if we see a land and an Incarnation here. Can you imagine land Incarnation, sack the Binding, steal your forest that has 2 havens on it?
Holy moly! Look at me, I'm the ramp deck now, says James. But looks like James probably doesn't have it. If he does, it's the sickest slow roll of all time, and I love it. I love a good slow roll. That's why I can't play Burn. I would just sit there and tank on my Lava Spike and then be like, I guess I bolt you? Anyways,
I guess you're dead.
Tap it 4 mana. Probably going to be Karn the Great Creator, although maybe it might be a little floating action happening thanks to the Wolf Willow Havens.
It's like we put a card to the front, so maybe going to go towards that. Now the question is, what do you want to get here? You know that James doesn't have an Incarnation because he obviously would have slammed it, and that would have been cast. So what are we trying to play around here? You can get something like Pithing Needle, but I don't really think there's a lot of stuff in James's deck to be able to Pithing Needle. Most of the cards just kind of have triggered abilities, not really activated abilities. So I mean, I guess you could go to a land maybe if you're missing a land for Storm. Not sure. We'll have to see what Theo gets here.
Yeah, it looks like Theo's kind of thumbed Mir going to the front. And this card's probably not for this world because James did not pick up the Yorion, right? So either James was trying to bluff something or has an answer here. And it does look like, oh, we're just going to use that Triumph we had shown up. Sure. Rather draw a random card maybe than get the Yorion. Try and find that actual Ignamic Incarnation. It looks like we do another Naya Triumph.
Just keep them flowing. Keep them flowing.
Picked up a...
I think that was a black card, Mason.
Is that Leyline of the Void?
I believe it was a Leyline of the Void.
Is that...
That was the one that we weren't sure that James was going to bring in. I mean, it is interesting, or maybe it was a Fable Passage. It's hard to tell.
It is hard to tell. It is worth noting, like, I mentioned Dovin's vetoes, maybe the thing you want to do, and you mentioned how that doesn't work with fires. It might be Leyline of the Void, just like a 1 or a 2 of it. And it's like, if I draw it, I draw it. If not, I can put it off Fire's Invention, and it does stop them from kind of going all out. And then, maybe you buy a turn or 2, which is sometimes all you need. Anyways, Leyline of the Binding here is going to take the Karn, and it looks like James going to take a second to think. Does have that second Naya Triumph in hand that we saw get cycled into off the first one, so maybe it's thinking about having Yorion. Looks like, Theo is going to Besage the Leyline Binding, and we're going to search our deck here, as we've learned. You must search.
Yeah, Theo was, holding up the Leyline Binding just in case that James had something like that Enigmatic Incarnation, because that would have been kind of an easy target for that. But now that we've kind of not committed anything else to the battlefield, well, besides the Binding, now we can go ahead and get that Karn back, reset the loyalty, and then Theo does have 6 mana, so a land would allow him to cast the Meteor Golem, which would blow up the other Leyline Binding, which would also get you back the Old Growth Troll, kind of reset the battlefield and give Theo a lot of advantage. So we'll have to see what Theo goes to. You could also see something like maybe Theo doesn't have a land. You could maybe get a God Pharaoh statue, but James does have a decent number of mana in play, so not necessarily might not want to go towards that statue because you can kind of just easily pay for spells.
Yeah, 100%. And it's interesting. The Meteor Golem feels kind of like it's just getting back an Old Growth Troll, but it does stop the Ignamic Incarnation, like you mentioned, right? So kind of, more than meets the eye here, a little bit of a Transformer situation.
Yeah, and actually, if Theo doesn't have a land, you could just get the treasure ball from the sideboard. So yeah, I think that's a pretty easy play for me here. Just being able to, because the one thing that you are worried about is that Incarnation coming down, sack the binding, get the agent, steal the land, which produces 3 mana. That's kind of a massive a backbreaking play. Where if you get the leyline binding off the battlefield, that play is no longer an option. So definitely something that Theo wants to consider here. Also could go to again that statue. It looks like we're going for Cauldron here, which does read by the Boseiju, which is interesting. So must already have a land rolled up then.
Yeah, probably has the land rolled up, and this might be a situation like you mentioned where we're just going to golem, and then that's for future turns, which is something we see a lot with this deck. You just kind of grab the Cauldron and then just be like, cool, I'll use you in like 3 turns, just sort of save you some time there. We are going to see James here, looks like cycle the Triumph again at end of turn, trying to draw into some action. Looks like we drew another Nylie's Presence.
So yeah, now with that leyline binding no longer on the battlefield, Incarnation still can sacrifice the Nylie's Presence to be able to get a 3-mana card, maybe like a Skyclave to kill the Karn, or potentially the Old Growth Troll if James wants to. But yeah, really still looking for that Incarnation. Without it, there's not, James's deck doesn't have a lot of threats per se in cards that Theo cares about, with the exception of that Incarnation. I mean, you could start drawing some of the one-ofs. So I guess like you could maybe draw the Skyclave, or maybe something like, no, I guess the Tolsimir is not that great on this battlefield. I'm trying to think of some of the other spicy one-ofs that we could just naturally draw that would actually kind of help the battlefield here. Maybe the Anointed Peacekeeper. The Deputy wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things are on here. Looks like are we casting the Moon Cleric? Oh, we're casting Renegade Rallier. Sure, gonna grab another Failed Passage and fetch again. Okay. There's a what is the exact card's name? It's like Moonshire Cleric or something like that. It's,
the Moonblessed Cleric.
Moonblessed Cleric.
Enchantments.
Yeah, I thought we were doing that for a second when we weren't shuffling our deck, and I was like, oh, okay, well, that's pretty good. Yeah, this card just gives you, a 5th copy of kind of all your enchantments, and so often it's going to find Fires or Ignamic Incarnation, but can find Chain to the Rocks and stuff like that too. So, a really versatile card in this deck.
Yeah, James has a ton of mana in play, is not really worried about something like the Godpharaoh statue, but really just needs to find some way to kind of get more pressure. Theo's just been kind of sitting here, hasn't had a ton of mana development, had the Nykthos that turn, but hasn't really, had that explosive turns that we're used to seeing in Mono Green, just kind of playing more of, I guess you could call it a fair game with Karn. But yeah, there's not a ton really going on here, but James just hasn't really been able to capitalize because, outside of Incarnation, there's not a ton of live action cards in James's deck.
Yeah, and you might be wondering, what's that token? That's actually official NRG token. So Theo's team won the showdown with Connor Mullally 2 months ago. We saw Connor last night in our finals, and that's their token. So it's actually their whole team, Devin, on a Goblin Shaman, and they're all kind of dressed like goblins for Fable the Mirror Breaker. So if you kind of squint, you can actually see Theo as the one in the middle there, and that's why Theo kind of paused and said, "Don't worry, I got you," and pulled out one of the tokens, which is one of the things you get for winning the showdown, is you get a token, which is so exciting to have you and your friends immortalized in that way, and also on such a strong card too.
I gotta get some of those.
They're great.
Too.
I was actually going to get some from Connor this weekend, and then now I'm here in the booth with you instead. So all I got to do was commentate Connor's.
He can mail it to you.
Maybe he will. Maybe he won't. Goblin Shamans can't be trusted all the time. They're always up to no good. And Theo, kind of taking a minute here, double checking the mana, seeing, okay, how close am I to doing combo? Should I just get a Godpharaoh statue? What is my best way to kind of lock this game out here? Because Theo is in a weirdly ahead or advantageous position, but not by so much that's insurmountable.
Right. Yeah. We're not used to, there's not something like the, 12 Devotion with a Karn and a Kiora and all this stuff in play. It's more of like kind of a small ball type of game. Theo decided to grab the Sky Sovereign, which kind of makes sense. We still know he has that copy of Pestilent Cauldron in his hand. But yeah, oddly, this is almost like more of it's weird to say this, but kind of more of a reactive draw from Theo. We saw the Boseiju, the Meteor Golem killed the permanent, the Sky Sovereign's going to kill a permanent, a lot of removal spells, which you don't normally see from this mono green deck. So
100%. It looks like we're going to Lovestruck Beast for the Heart's Desire, and then cast the Lovestruck Beast with the mana, and then activate our Nykthos for 6 Devotion here. Lovestruck Beast, a big get for these mono green decks, a good find. Makes it so the aggro matchups are a little easier by having more 1-drops you can get in the way and just a huge body. And then in matchups like this, turns out just having a 3-mana 5/5 on turn 2 off an elf is very strong and sometimes let you steal bad matchups.
Right, yeah, the mono green deck is typically not the best against the aggressive strategies, but as you said, just having this 3-mana 5/5 that's really nearly impossible for a red deck to be able to kill outside of something like a roast, which they don't usually play anyways. They usually go towards Lava Coil, which doesn't touch the Lovestruck Beast. So yeah, just a massive, massive addition here. The 1/1 chump blockers, the 5/5. Also, the fact that it draws you a card with Kiora, you can justify pretty much any four power greater creature when you have something like a Kiora in your deck too.
Yeah. Next, we'll see Steel Leaf Champion enter the deck for the beatdowns.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
We're going to get a little rummaging happening here off the field. The Mirror Breaker, discard 2, draw 2. Oh, yeah. Production pulled it up. 5/4, 3 pips. Hello. Choo-choo. Yeah. I think we picked up land and another Chain to the Rocks here for James. Looks like we're counting if we can Yorion play and Flicker. That will get us 2 draws off the Nylea's Presence. We might have to sacrifice the Goblin so we can make a treasure token to do that, but we're kind of low on gas.
Yeah, there was a card that James drew that looked like there was a Triumph and something else, but I couldn't quite make out. It was some kind of promo. Lots of foils in James's deck, so I couldn't quite see what he drew. Looks like we are going to the Orion, I think.
Yeah. Looks to be that we have the mana to do that. We haven't tapped it yet. But sometimes a little bit of shortcutting happening and players just thinking through things. And sometimes it's nice to visualize the board. And when the information's already open, the same way you might see someone line up attackers and blockers, you're seeing James here being like, okay, if I tap all my mana, play this Yorion, what can I even draw and do? Or is it better just to cycle the Triome and try and hit, Incarnation or something? It looks like we've landed on Yorion is the play. The only place you can still do it. And we're going to actually flicker the Fable again, which I kind of love.
Yeah, especially in more of this, I'm not going to call it a low resource game, but this game where Theo's not necessarily presenting as much of a battlefield, you might have the time to kind of convert these extra cards that you're getting off of the Yorion. You're going to get another blocker too as well here, so you have effectively 3 blockers. The boat gets crewed, maybe kill a blocker that way. Unfortunately, maybe we don't have another token. Would love to see the second Theo token, but yeah, this is trying to basically set up shop here, and in hopes that James can find something like an enigmatic incarnation off the top, because that's really what he needs.
And I love James holding the Triumph there. Your Fable the Mirror Breaker is gonna let you discard that, and you already have so much mana. Just try and find a real spell, and just prepare for the worst case scenario. If you hit a bunch of lands off that flickering of the Nylea's Presence, you might just want to have that land. So tight play from James.
Yeah, we're gonna do some quick math here. So boat's gonna get stood up from the Karn. Now, so we're gonna go for a Storm the Festival. I think Theo's lining that one up.
6 devotion.
So we got 3, 4. Yep, it's exactly 6 devotion. So that's enough to cast that. I'm trying to think. We have lethal, right? So we have 5 attackers. The boat attacks, kill a token, 2 blockers, block those 2. That's currently, I think, 8 getting through, if my math is correct. But yeah, this is huge. There's a good chance that Theo can just end the game this turn.
Yeah, I think I agree on your math on the what gets through when it comes to lethal or not. But we did hit Cavalier and Kiora, so we're actually dangerously close to completing the combo. And we're going to see a Boseiju get pit in the land zone here. We still have the Kiora to untap the Nykthos, so now we're up to 9 devotion. We also have an Oath of Nissa in hand. That'll put us up to 10 devotion. We do activate Nykthos here in a second. But first, we have to look at the top 3, see what we can find. And if we found something like Karn, that should be the game. But instead, we found Cavalier, which will give us more looks, more devotion.
Yeah, the fact that just Cavalier milling over cards, getting you closer to Storm the Festivals, just the Cavalier with a Kiora in play gets to look at 6 cards towards the second copy of Storm, and that's why this deck is so good and consistent. It's just like you said, we say it every time. It just looks at so many cards between the Cavs and the Oaths and the Kiora draws, and it just has so much power, so much consistency, and this is why it's the best deck in the format for sure.
Yep, we do see 11 mana made here, and we have a Karn here, so we're dangerously close to being able to just have the full win. Looks like if we play the Cavalier and hit another Nykthos, we have the win. We have the straight combo. If we don't, we can also flashback the Storm the Festival and just try to find something that way and sort of just kind of set up to go again. You actually can just find a Storm off. You can find Nykthos off the Storm, and that works as well. It's the same mana cards and more mana, so we probably won't see Theo do that. But looks like Theo is going to play the Karn. Maybe just has it rolled up as is with there's like something another cure or something in hand I can't quite see. But that should put us down to 7 mana floating in the pool. We do have 3 up there at the bottom, so that could be a part of this whole interaction.
Yeah, there is a cure in the graveyard as well, and we do know about the Pestilent Cauldron. So I think Theo does have this one rolled up.
Oh, Theo already put the Cauldron in hand. I forgot from a couple turns ago. Yeah, so that should actually be the game. So we have 7. We have Chain Veil. We're going to activate it. Now all of our Planeswalkers get additional activation. We have 2 mana floating because the Wolfwillow Haven is on 2 of them are on 1 land. So now we have the extra cure. We untap the Nykthos. We make some more mana. We have enough mana to where we can burst, play Kiora, untap. That new Kiora will have 2 activations. So worth noting the Chain Veil's ability stack on how many times your Planeswalkers activate and is a thing that matters for future Planeswalkers. It doesn't affect only the ones in play. It reads like it would affect only the ones in play, but it's weirdly putting a new game rule into effect. So that means like next Kiora, we get to untap Nykthos and the Chain Veil, and we get to kind of do this all over again and be up in activation so we can activate Nykthos again. And you get the idea. We're going to gain a bunch of life, pick up the Restorative Burst, gain some more life, play the Cauldron, and then mill James out despite being a Yorion deck.
Yeah, we like to call this pick things up and put them down, and then pick things up and put them down again. This is kind of where we're at this point. I mean, I'm pretty sure Theo has infinite. I may be just going through the motions, maybe explaining this to James. But yeah, this is at a certain point you can just say, I would like to repeat this loop X amount of times.
Yeah,
and that should be all she wrote.
Yeah, once you kind of demonstrate that it's an actual loop, and we haven't played the second Karn yet, so that might be the break point here. Is, Theo hasn't completed it, because while it is easy to talk about, there is a lot of movement that has to go on. So we see Theo here point out like, hey, each of my Karns are going to activate a bunch of times, so I can wish for my whole sideboard as well. So this Karn has another extra activation. I'm going to get the Bank Buster, play the Bank Buster. That's how I get the black mana for the Cauldron. That is how I'm going to beat you. And James extends the hand. So congratulations to Theo here. Moving on to 3-0. And we're going to try and get Theo over here into the booth for an interview. But yeah, good stuff there, winning that game with the green machine.
Yeah, and that was kind of expected. We talked about how the Incarnation deck is pretty sweet. It's a really cool deck. It's got a lot of Chain of the Rocks and ways to kind of attack the early creature, small creature decks. But its one weakness is the fact that it's quite bad against Mono Green Devotion, because it doesn't have a ton of ways to interact with stuff like on the stack. There's no counter spells for Karn the Great Creator, and it also doesn't have a lot of catch up mechanisms. There's no sweepers or anything like that. So if you fall behind a couple elves and a Cavalier or something like that, it's really hard to catch back up. And also, it doesn't produce a fast game plan. Even the fastest game plan that it probably has, the fastest nut draw, I guess, is the binding into Incarnation curve. And in best case scenario, you're getting something like an agent. I guess, to be fair, if we did see a turn 4 Incarnation that game, I think that game is, James is by a landslide, right? With the stealing the land with the 2 havens on it. So
yeah, it is weird. Sometimes we always think about green, and as Magic players too, we think about things and they're like always kind of the worst case scenario. We always set things on curve, but in reality, games don't really play out like that. And you actually have a fair number of games like Theo had there, where it's like, well, I don't have the turn 1 elf, but I've got 2 Wolfwillow Havens and a Kiora, and that's a lot of mana, so I'll keep that. And it would have been a tad too slow in that situation normally, but kind of worked out where, on the other side, James didn't have all the cards that they needed to stop that from happening, in the same exact way. So something that kind of happens a good bit in Magic. But yeah, mono green, kind of good, you think?
Yeah, you think this deck is pretty good? I think generating it's weird because Theo didn't really have like the busted green draws that we're kind of used to seeing by this point, but just enough stuff and have enough value off of the Karn, and it was eventually able to kind of get to that combo turn and kind of bide some time a little bit. The Boseiju helped out a lot.
Yeah, let's go talk to Theo though and see what's up with him and get his word on everything. Congratulations, Theo, on winning round 3. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. 3-0. Appreciate it.
Nice. How are you liking the green machine? We have a hot take here in the booth. We think this deck might be good.
Well, I think it might be good too. Yeah. So I've tried a lot of stuff in Pioneer. I've basically done everything I can to avoid playing green, and there doesn't really seem to be a compelling reason not to at the moment. So yeah,
Mhm.
that's how I
Yeah,
landed on this
I
next
was gonna
choice.
ask you that. Did you consider anything else at all for this event, or were you just kind of locked in on mono green?
I wanted to play Phoenix, but I think its red-black matchup is a little too poor, and I thought about mono white for a while, but I know that deck has its own issues too. But
Mhm.
yeah.
Dr. Well, how's your NRG in general going? You having a fun time today, hanging out with your friends. How's it going?
Oh yeah. These things are always fun. A lot of friends I know are here, so and I got to play a team event with someone I haven't seen in years. Like, it's one of my friends that I grew up with. He recently moved to Chicago, so I said, "Hey, why don't you play a team energy with me and Alex Rubin?" And yeah,
That's awesome. And so
that was a
that's
great
kind of,
time.
yeah, it's kind of what the dream's all about, right? Like you go and you play with your friends and do well. And
Yeah,
as we know, you're no stranger to doing well in the team events here at the NRG circuit.
yeah. Yesterday didn't go so hot, but yeah, the last team event I played in St. Louis, I did manage to take home the dub.
We do love.
Yeah,
Uh,
did okay for yourself in that one. We have a very important question that I think we're going to make this a segment at this point for all of our interviewees.
all right,
Give me your thoughts on the restaurant Chipotle.
all right. Hmm. I don't agree with Will Kruger in the fact that it's the best restaurant, all factors considered, but it's a solid meal. You know, it's like a healthy mix of like carbs, protein,
Mhm.
and flavor. So yeah, I'm a
Yeah,
Chipotle fan. Got nothing against it. A solid like 7 out of 10.
that's good.
Yeah.
Hey, 7 out of 10 ain't bad. I'm not wagging a finger
Uh,
at that any day. But
I
what
mean,
about you, kind of outside Magic? Let the players get to know you a little bit. We're going to be seeing you at the Energy Champs at the end of the year. You're one of our
yeah,
qualified players. Congrats for that. What's the day in the life for you look like?
yeah. So I work as a software tester at Epic, which is like health software company. So yeah, that's what I
Cool,
do.
awesome.
I go in, make sure stuff works, and yeah, other things I like to do are I'm a big tennis guy. Play a lot of
Love
that.
tennis.
Work
How do you
out.
feel about Federer retiring? Did it hurt?
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, I've been watching Federer play for basically all of my childhood, growing up. Basically, his like my entire lifetime. Federer was on the big screen playing. So yeah, his retirement was big news. It really felt like, like you look at something happening and you really felt that like time has passed. Yeah.
Mhm. I feel that too. My family is a big tennis family. My
Yeah.
dad is kind of like a Federer simp, for lack of a better word. He has like the
Yeah.
Federer like clothes and everything, and so it was like
Oh, he
a
got
very
the
somber. Like I called him because I knew he'd be emotional about it. I was like, "Are you
yeah.
okay, Dad?" And he was like, "Yeah, it just kind of sucks, Like I think he could have played another year, but I get it, So
Yeah, he's got the RF hat and everything.
he
Yeah.
really does. Yeah. Well, Theo, are you excited for the next couple rounds? Because you're in kind of a good position to get another top 8 here.
Yeah, I'm hoping to, keep it going. Green has served me really well today. Hope to keep winning these coin flips and yeah.
Nice. Okay. If you had to avoid one deck, I should say, sorry, you don't want to play a matchup. What's the one matchup you're dreading to see next round?
I guess Spirits is the deck that I've had a lot of trouble with. So Mono Blue Spirits, Band Spirits. It's the deck I'd prefer not to see.
Sure.
Yeah.
And how about on the other side of that coin? What's the deck that you
Oh,
want to
deck I
play
want to
against?
play against. I think Rakdos Zack. That matchup is very good for green. So I know Doom Lake.
Killing me
You
with
see,
that
I think
answer,
I
Theo.
think Rakdos Zack is unique that it's like very good against the rest of the format, but I don't think it's very good against green. So yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
It hurts me. It hurts me to say
Mhm.
that, but I agree.
Yeah, it's a weird little piece of the format. I can beat everything but green, but then everyone shows up. We see like 20% of the field be green, like it is today.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a hard recipe to crack.
Yeah. For
Well,
sure.
Theo, thank you so much for joining us in the booth. Hopefully, we'll see you here later today in the booth with us in top 8 and winning it up. But for now, go have fun with your
That'd be
friends.
great. Yeah.
Yeah, we're hopping back here, and we'll see you later, buddy. But yeah, it was great to have Theo on. One of the players who is going to be in our NRG championship here at the end of the year, qualified earlier with Connor and Max at the last St. Louis Showdown event. So if you want to do that, make sure to come out to the Louisville Showdown event and December 10th and 11th. That is your last chance to get in if you're not kind of close in the leaderboard point race. You're going to make sure to do that. It's a 15K modern event. So that's going to be a lot of prize on the line. Even if you don't end up making it to our champ event, that is a lot of stuff that you can get. And Sunday, we're going to have a Pioneer 5K trial. And this is good into the Brothers War format. We're going to have a little bit of time. So, players like us are kind of rushing to figure out and get cards. But NRG is going to be there and have all the cards for you on site. Plenty of time for the set to be out. So you can play the best deck in the deck you want to play for sure. And check out the NRG booth to do that. However, though, we are going to take a little bit of a break here. It is time for us to give a little bit of time between rounds, get the next feature match set up. It's going to be about 5 or 6 minutes. So, hey, go get some water. Click that follow button if you haven't already on Twitch. Maybe drop us a Twitch Prime if you have it. But that way you don't miss anything. Sometimes I understand you click away for a second, you go and you check out, you're like, oh, League of Legends World Finals. And then you come back here. But if you click that follow button, it'll be right there on your tab. And Devin and I will be back here with you in just a couple minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Pioneer 5K here from Fort Wayne. I'm your host, Mason. Sure, my co-host, Devin.
Hey, we're back. Ready to see some more Pioneer action. We get a nice one lined up for you. Some decks that one deck we haven't seen before yet, and this should be an interesting one. There's been a lot of mono green in the event, but obviously the most powerful deck, the most popular deck, nothing too surprising there. But trying to showcase some more fringe decks, more interesting decks, and I think we got a couple of those lined up.
It's going to be exciting to see those here in just 1 second. So let's get ready to throw that down to the feature match area as soon as they are ready. And it looks like they are. So we have 5-color Niv versus the mono white aggro deck. So Kris here versus Logan, and it looks like okay. I thought Kris was doing the classic. I'm going to mulligan and see what the top 2 cards. We're just taking the time on the draw step. So Devin, have you played much with the 5-color Niv deck?
Not a ton. I played a couple leagues with it, just to get it under my belt. I want to make sure a little bit of everything for testing for for Atlanta. But this is a deck that is there. Sometimes we usually see a companion here. There's actually no companion, no Gigantha, no Yorion. But this is an interesting matchup, specifically the card Thalia, Guardian of Threven, really punishing the Bring to Light because it makes Bring to Light cost an additional mana. And if you're playing a non-creature spell off of the Bring to Light, that's another mana as well. But this should be a pretty interesting matchup.
Yeah, we're gonna see a Sylvan Carrier here playing from the 5-color Niv deck, fixing the mana, and just got a snap block here on the Hopeful Initiate. Kris not afraid of any combat tricks. If you got him, you got him. And we are seeing, the 5-color Niv deck plays a lot of the triomes in order to facilitate this sort of mana base. And so you don't always see too much plays in the other turn, but Sylvan Created helps with that. And we see Thalia's Lieutenant coming down and growing both these creatures.
Yeah, we saw a missed land drop from Logan last turn, so not able to deploy the Lieutenant. I mean, maybe wanted to play the Initiate anyways, but yeah, this is a decent turn for Logan here, but we are able to Binding the Hopeful Initiate because if that attacked, it would have gotten a counter from the attack because the Bodyguard has more power. Now we can actually attack past the Curated. Probably don't want to block that one now. And then we're going to go for a Growth Spiral, maybe trying to hit another untapped land to be able to maybe cast another Leyline Binding. But yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of Triomes here to be able to facilitate not only binding, but it is a 5-color deck. You're trying to cast the card Niv Miss It. So want to make sure you are able to cast that on curve. But in the presence of no Thalia, if we got a Bring to Light here for Chris Ward, we could see some fireworks, maybe a Niv here.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have Valky coming down. On the front side, normally we see as Tybalt the Cosmic Imposter, but here it's going to come in and do its kind of as printed mode where it takes a creature and then can become that creature. Looks like we're going to take Adeline, but we have Brutal Cathar, Brave the Elements, and double Thalia's Lieutenant in the hand for Logan. So that's going to be important, something that Kris can play around, and for us as the casters, makes it a little easier.
Yeah, very nice that Kris was able to take that Adeline because that's probably the best card that Logan would have been able to cast there. Not only pumping the Thalia's Lieutenant on the Enters the Battlefield trigger, but also the token that it creates also pumps the Lieutenant again. Now, there is another Lieutenant, and this is kind of a good line for Logan because you get to go, play the Lieutenant, have 2 creatures that attack past the Curated and hold up the Brave the Elements. So this is, maybe protection against something like an Abrupt Decay or a Vanishing Verse. But we see a copy of Extinction Event in Kris's hands. So you could even see something like maybe Removal Spell on the 1-drop. Okay,
Yeah.
it looks like we went for a block with Valky activate, so we're going to force the Brave out that way, I think.
Yeah, it looks like we activated before blocking. And so Logan went pro-white and just pushed through 7 damage. Yeah, we're going to put Adelaine on top. That is, a Valky pretending to be Adelaine, which is a 2/4 right now, which is, kind of big. And funny enough, I believe it also copies the CMC exactly. So it is now an odd card. So it will survive this distinction event if we name even, which is, I believe, what we're double checking here at the players to make sure that Valky is an exact copy and not just a text box. Extinction event, though, a really sweet sweeper. You choose even or odd on the number, and all the creatures with the mana value of the number of the even or odd are answered. So, for example, you name odd, all the 1s, the 3s, and the 5s are going to go. You name even, the 2s, the 4s, and the 6.
Yeah, and the really nice thing about Extinction Event, especially in this matchup, it gets around Brave the Elements because it doesn't target, it's a sweeper, it doesn't target the creature. So compared to your traditional removal spells like a Leyline Binding or an Abrupt Decay, it gets around that, which is, really, really nice because that's a card that the mono white deck has, obviously has 4 copies of, and we're going beatdowns. That thing's got vigilance too. Can even play a little bit of offense, a little bit of defense.
Yeah. Kris is like, hey, I know I took your Adeline. Can I take your tokens too real quick? Thanks. Take 3 on the beatdown deck now. Let me see a triumph for Kris here of the Rogren variety. And looks like we do have...
Yeah, kind of a weird draw here from Kris. This isn't usually how the Niv deck plays out. Just hard drawing the Valky and then also just taking the Adeline. This is kind of funny.
It's really funny. And it's also so awkward for Logan too, because Logan's like, well, this Brutal Cathar is kind of good, but if I do it and Kris just kills it, then the Adeline's gone again, or maybe some other threat that I actually want to have instead, So kind of hard to, be Brutal Catharing here. And also just isn't that much power compared to something like playing your Thalios Lieutenant.
Yeah, and I think I'm pretty sure that I saw this correctly. I think Kris might have a copy of, let me pull up the name here. If I saw it correctly, the Selfless Glyph Weaver, which is usually a card. Now, this is kind of a weird card because if you look at the front half of the card, 3 mana, 2/3, maybe not the. Why would you put this card in your 5-color mid-range Niv to Light deck? But the cool thing about it is the back half, because when you cast Bring to Light, you can actually cast the back half of this for free, this is what you're playing it for. So Deadly Vanity is choose a creature or a planeswalker, then blow up everything else. So that's what you're playing it for. The ability to kind of bring to light into that can be a very, very powerful interaction.
100%. And an awkward one to draw, but with your big deck, it's normally not that huge of a problem. And we do see the house of cards kind of go weird ways. So now we've Brutal Cathar, it's daytime, Valky's underneath, and then the Adeline back to our hand. And we see Niv Mizzet Reborn slammed. We have the mana for it. So reveal the top 10, and we can put a card per guild in it. And so far, it's all Shocklands. We got to bring the light.
I don't know what that promo is, but it's not a gold card, I guess.
I think it's a 3-color card. It's like one of the charms or something. Sometimes these decks do have cards that don't quite get hit.
Okay. Yeah.
It also might just be a growth spiral. You can only take 1 card per color combo. So it might have just been another, promotional version of that. But yeah, that Niv Mizzet Reborn, 5 mana, 6/6, did put 9 lands on the bottom of the deck. So that's kind of nice. But, only drew 1 card there. It's not the most exciting Niv. But also, that's kind of the thing with this deck, right, Devin? It's just so big.
Right, it's basic, Muldrifter with extra steps, as we like to call it. But the thing is, even though the Niv only hit 1 card, I would argue that it probably hit the best card, right? Bring to Light is the card that you want to hit because it's the one that gives you the most amount of options on the next turn. So depending on how Logan plays his turn, Logan is aware of the Bring to Light, is aware that it likely can get a sweeper, so kind of has to play with that knowledge, and also the fact that you just have a 6/6 on the battlefield. And if you do something like, say, Brutal Cathar the Niv, and your opponent has a removal spell on the Brutal Cathar, and you get another Niv Mizzet trigger, that could spell the end of the game for Logan here as well. So kind of has to maneuver this game in such a way. Now, Kris is at 11. Now, with something like a Brave the Elements, the Niv and the token are both white creatures. So you could see, if we do a quick math, not quite lethal this turn, it's only 6 damage, but maybe can try to put some creatures onto the battlefield and maybe, try to set up for lethal. But this is going to be a tough one for Logan here.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. And it looks like Logan is kind of tanking. I think Logan has a main deck copy of Thalia Heretic Authority. That's one we've seen in the sideboard a lot today, but very good against this deck that has, basically no basic lands. Has, up forest, up plains, and I think like an island. But besides that, for the most part, it's just like 27 non-basic lands. And kind of like, well, the Nimbus is already down, so what am I supposed to do? Looks like we are going to lead with Thalia's Lieutenant instead to kind of grow the team up. And then activate a Mutavault in response to the trigger, so that gets bigger for future turns.
Right, so the Mutavault's going to get a little bit bigger. Now, the Mutavault is not a white creature, so if there's something like Brave the Elements, that one does not get protection. So if we do some math here, now we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 power. Chris, do we have light totals wrong? Chris, it's 7.
I think we used the Brave earlier in the game to stop the block from the Adelaine.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, you could see something if the Brave the Elements is drawn off of the top that could potentially present lethal. But the other thing that we have to consider is that Selfless Glyphweaver in the hand. Now, Chris, I believe that card. I want to say it's
Dreadbore.
quad black. Yeah. That.
Yeah. The
Glyphweaver other card,
black, yeah.
It's quad black. Now, if we take a look at the triumphs, I don't believe we have 4 black. I think it also costs 8 mana. So even if we had an untapped land, we wouldn't be able to cast it that turn. And we're actually just going to run it out here.
Yeah. Awkwardly enough, a white creature. Super important here. We're looking at Brave the Elements math.
Yeah, very, very true. For a 5-color deck, having 3 white creatures on the battlefield, if Brave the Elements is drawn, we're getting pretty close. Now, the Brutal Cathar was answered, so not quite lethal, right? Because we have 5 and then plus the 1 from Lieutenant. That's only 6. So not quite lethal if there's a Brave drawn. But it looks like I think the hand is Adeline and Thalia. So we'll have to see how Logan plays this.
100%. And it looks like Logan...
chat's actually bringing up a good point. The Valky should be in play.
Oh, yeah, Valky should be. It should have been in play, and it actually should have looked at the hand, and I believe the Thalia was there before, so we'll get the judge on down there to take care of that. Pretty easy to miss that, obviously, as we see here, us missing it as well when I've been playing the game. And that does matter, not only because, as we see here, tapping the mana, Tybalt Cosmic Imposter could be cast for 7, and that is not allowed to be happening.
Well, for the land, but also enter the battlefield tap because the Thalia too. But yeah, no, I agree.
Oh, sure, yeah, good point. Looks like we have figured out the Valky situation. Well, the judge figured this one out here for a second. Yeah, we're getting judge involved. Rewind. So let's hop here in the booth and let's talk about this Nivtalite deck, which is so sick because this is one of the sweeter decks, and it's 3-0 so far in our Pioneer 5K today.
Right. We talked about the Enigmatic Incarnation deck last round, had tons and tons of one-ofs. This is another one kind of similar to that vein where it has a lot of tutor targets because it's playing 4 copies of Bring to Light and also wants to try and split up the gold mana cost to make sure that it always has, enough stuff to hit off of the Niv. So yeah, just a really good kind of value-oriented deck. You could call it it's a mid-range deck at heart. But yeah, also the other thing that worth noting is that even though it's a mid-range deck, the card Niv Mizzet puts a lot of pressure on you, and also is just really hard to get around because it's just this massive flying body, can also pressure stuff like Karn the Great Creator. But yeah, we see the Niv deck doing very, very well, and we'll have to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be really interesting. And I think it's one of those things too where it looks like a deck that's going to maybe either get hard stomped or hard stomp the aggro decks, because you can look at it 2 ways, right? It has all the answer spells like we mentioned, but also has all the triumph. So it's like, you kind of go third, right? A lot of the time if you're ever on the draw. But it kind of is a lot even when things play out like that. They don't really always quite mesh exactly as we think they will in our head here. The players are kind of figuring out exactly what we're going to do with the Valky still. But regardless of that, yeah, I think the Nivtalite deck is a really cool part of Pioneer and something that's very unique to this format's identity.
Right. Yeah. The fact that we have kind of 2 different 5-color decks that have a lot of tutor targets is there's a lot of different variety in these decks too. They're not necessarily trying to do the same thing. You have the Incarnation deck that's trying to set up, Fires plus Incarnation, have this big turn with the Leyline Binding or things like that. We're trying to kind of almost like a combo turn of sorts. And then you have the Niv deck where it's just removal, play a big thing. So these decks, while being 5-color decks that have a lot of tutor targets, they play out very differently as as well, which is nice.
100%. Yeah. And so it is it is funny though that there are the 2 5-color decks with all these different targets and removal, and they are so disparate in how they look and how they're kind of constructed. It is a unique quirk of, I think, Pioneer, where in formats like Modern, we don't even really have 5-color decks for the most part. We have creativity and that's it. But yeah, it is kind of only this format. And it even feels like, in Modern, the 5-color decks are just 5 colors of leyline binding, right? So we do have a lot of 5-color decks right now in Magic, but they're not really 5-color decks in the way that this deck is. And even,
Yeah.
the Fires deck is like splashing black a little bit. This deck has every piece of the color pie.
Right, yeah, a lot of the modern 5-color decks, like you alluded to, really are just, blue-white with leyline binding or something along those lines. So you can't really call them 5-color decks, even though they produce 5 colors of mana or can have the ability to produce 5 colors of mana. But these are kind of true 5-color decks because the mana is a little bit worse in Pioneer. You kind of have to work for a little bit harder. We saw the Nyliea's Presence, which is a way to turn on leyline binding because you don't always draw the correct number of triomes. You see in Modern with fetch lands, you always have the ability to cast a leyline binding on turn 2 because you can fetch Triome, fetch the other Triome on turn 2, which gives you all 5 colors, but you're kind of at the mercy of your draw step in Pioneer because you don't have the ability to fetch those lands. So you kind of want to, with these 5-color decks, you want to split up your Triomes to make sure that you kind of cover all of your bases and make it more likely you're able to cast the binding, because leyline binding is a very, very powerful card if you can kind of pay the deck building cost, and the cost is a little bit more of a thing in Pioneer than is in Modern for sure.
100%. Let's take a moment here. Let's talk about a card that might be good for the mono white deck, because we keep talking about Soldier of the Pantheon and how players want to cut it. Recruitment Officer is that card they're going to cut it for. That's a new card from Brothers War. It's white for a 2/1. We'll have it jump up here on screen for you in just a second. White with a 2/1, so already kind of a lot like all the other 1-drops in our deck, but this one has 3 in a white. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You can put a creature card from among them into your hand and put the rest in the bottom of your deck in a random order. So what do you think about this, Devin, for the mono white deck?
It kind of depends on how relevant you feel that the Soldier of the Pantheon ability is. Because as we talked, remember that the Atarka red matchup that we saw, specifically the Soldier of the Pantheon looked really good, being able to shut down something like a Burning Tree Emissary. So if you expect the ability on Soldier of the Pantheon to be a little bit better, then maybe I could see that. But this one is, against something like Rakdos or a deck that's trying to grind you out of resources, the activated ability on this card is really, really powerful in those matchups where you want to make sure that you can trade you want to give yourself as many 2-for-1s as you possibly can, and this is kind of that offers that for you. So I could see it being a player for sure.
Yeah, the white deck, we talked about earlier how the white and the Gruul deck are decks that are really strong, really proactive, but they don't give you a lot of agency and don't give you a lot of looks at cards. You kind of get what you get, and often your random 7 cards when you draw for a turn, you can piece together a win. But with something like this, you could actually, you start to flood out a little bit. You have to hold the elements. All right, end of turn, look, okay, here's, Brutal Cathar, where Thalia's Lieutenant, I can really sculpt my game plan around activating this card. So it'll be interesting to see how many versions of this players want to play versus Soldier, because like you did mention, multicolor cards do matter. And even in matchups like Rakdos, right, they have Blood Tithe Harvester, Dreadbore, and maybe other future red-black cards they want to play. Having protection from that is a really powerful keyword. It's easy to undersell how much protection in one life matters until you really get into the games and you kind of see it happen.
Yeah, and even the one game that we get to see on camera which was the Soldier of the Pantheon versus Burning Tree Emissary. Part of the appeal of the red deck, that specific red deck, was Burning Tree Emissary, allowing you to have these really fast starts. And when you have the protection from multicolored, being able to shut down one of those attackers, it really makes those Burning Tree Emissary draws look pretty mopey, to be honest with you.
There. Let's talk about another card though on the other end of the aggro spectrum. For Brothers Work here, as we're still getting ruling figured out. Let's talk about Obstinate Baloth, because that's a big reprint for Pioneer. So if you haven't played against Obstinate Baloth before, it's kind of fallen out of vogue in Modern. But it's 4 mana for a 4/4 that when it ETBs, you gain 4 life. And if it's discarded from your hand from an opponent's effect, you get to put it in the battlefield for free. So what do you think about this card in the context of Pioneer?
Well, first and foremost, I would like to say that I'm a little upset that they made it an uncommon. I wish that we had shown the rare version because, shout out to my homie. I played this card a lot back in the day. I'm not trying to sound old, but I mean, I am old. So, but I do think this card is somewhat interesting for the green decks in Pioneer. The only thing that I will question is, the green devotion decks, their sideboard slots are pretty tight with regards to how many card targets they want, and especially with the new set coming out, there's a lot more options and appealing options that they might want to play. So I do agree that this card has a place in the format, maybe more so against Rakdos than Mono Red, just the ability to discard to Liliana and get a free creature onto the battlefield. But it's tough for me to find kind of room in that sideboard. So maybe looking at something like the Gruul boat deck, maybe if that deck has a tough aggro matchup, you could slot something like this in pretty effectively.
Yeah, 100%. And we do see, we talk about Mono Green so much of it's like picking the thing for the weekend, right? So we see 3 weeks ago, we had a bunch of Boats main deck. And this weekend, we have a bunch of Lovestruck Beasts main deck. And maybe there's going to be a weekend where you're like, I think Burn and Red-Black are going to be really good. And they're all on Lilianas. And it's like, well, this is the time. Pull them out of the box, get your rare copies, stick them in your deck, and boom, you play those in that sort of slot. And that is the small customization things that we see in Magic that make it such a cool and unique game.
Yeah, and we kind of joked about this a little earlier, but when you have Kiora in your deck, you can kind of justify anything with 4 power, right?
Yeah, especially with the Forward Life too. Like, it isn't the best in the world against the aggro decks, but it kind of does something. I'm gonna throw it over to another card. So the middle spectrum, we've done aggro, we've done the ramp. Let's look at a mid-range card potentially. And that's Misery Shadow. So this is a card that's getting a lot of conversation. So Misery Shadow is 1 in a black for a shade 2/2. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead, and then has for a single colorless mana, activate, get +1/+1 until the end of turn. What do you think of this card, Devin?
So I like this card a lot. I think I remember watching, it was Misplaced Ginger stream. He was talking about this card potentially in the Rakdos mid-range deck, and maybe didn't think it was quite as powerful as Bloodtithe Harvester, which I agree with. I think Harvester is maybe a little bit better in the Rakdos mid-range deck. But a deck that I think that you could maybe play this in is something, there's been this mono black Devotion deck that I've seen pop up from time to time, which kind of has, Grey Merchant of Asphodel, Underworld Connections, all of these these old school kind of when Mono Black Devotion was kind of running rampant in Standard. And I could see this being a nice little inclusion. It doesn't provide a ton of devotion, but it is a mana sink, and also the ability to exile creatures is very important, especially against stuff like Old Growth Troll and Cavalier of Thorns.
100% there. It's gonna be really interesting to see how this card, if it spawns anything. I think a lot of players, the snap comparison they have these days is Dothly Voidwalker, right? Where they're like, oh, it's like a Dothly where it does that sort of graveyard ability, which is kind of true. It does sort of control things like Old Growth Troll and Cavalier of Thorns, like you mentioned. A lot of other weird things that come up mattering, like against Grease Fang. Sometimes they can't stay alive at Grease Fang, so now you have this to stop it. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly how it ends up interacting in the format and how it ends up playing out.
For sure. Now, there was one card that I wanted to kind of bring up here, see if we can talk about this. We're on the mid-range spectrum here. I want to talk about Gix Yawgmoth Praetor if we have a little bit of time. So this is a card that is black, and a colorless for a 3/3. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may pay a life if they do draw a card. And then it's got some expensive ability where you discard X cards, flip the top X, you may play lands and cast spells without paying their mana cost. That's not going to come up too often, but what do you think about this card just in terms of playing it for the first ability?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting as maybe something that you can play at the top of like an aggressive mid-range curve deck, like you mentioned there. Like maybe something that has like a good amount of 1-drop still, but there's 1-drop scale, like now the Ebon Legion or Sleeper Agent. So that's really good there. Also, it reminds me a lot of the black aggro decks we saw at the beginning of Pioneer with Inverter and stuff. Now those decks have fallen off a little bit, and some of their problems aren't solved by this. But one of the problems they did have is they kind of got out mid-range and out value by things like Rakdos. So having this even as a sideboard option is something you bring in when you have like maybe 12 2/1s and just sort of, throw your creatures at your opponent, refuel, and then redeploy and just kind of keep that barrage coming. It's something that is kind of appealing in a card like this. We are going to go back to the floor. So we had a head judge ruling. We had a whole conversation. We're leaving it as it lies. Just too much has happened and we've gone too far in the game. Too much to rewind and sort of maintain game state in a way that all the players are happy. So looks like we're just going to have Logan reveal the Adeline to the opponent, which is a little bit of the trying to fix it before the judge got involved happening. And then now we're going to see a Bring to Light grab Supreme Verdict, cast Supreme Verdict, and then the Glyph Weaver that was in play has that indestructible text that we joked about before, mattering a whole bunch here. Sacrifice this.
Wow, Can't say I'd ever see that happening where the front side of Selfless Glyphweaver actually having text. Yeah, we like you said, we definitely joked about that. That's awesome that came up. Just being able to sacrifice it, give your stuff indestructible, and keep the Niv in play. Very, very heads up from Kris there.
Yep. And the Valky. So looks like we're gonna be picking up our cards here. Kris has won game number 1. Let's try and pull up Kris's war deck list here and see what the Nivellite player has. But yeah, Valky came back down there, took the out of lane and kind of threatened lethal on the next turn. Something that Logan's deck just can't really come back from. So Kris's sideboard is 2 Dovin's Veto, 2 Extinction Event, 2 Go Blank, 2 Camball, console allocation, 2 Render Volley, 2 Rest in Peace, a Garruk the Cursed Huntsman, Clothis God of Destiny, and Dragon Lord Dromica. Big one. Devin, what do you like in this matchup?
Well, I got to pull up Garruk Cursed Huntsman. I don't think it's going to come into this matchup, but what I want to look at here is I want to look at the 2 copies of Rending Volley. I think those are slam dunks. Being able to, 1 mana removal spell, kill a white creature or a blue creature. There's a lot of those in the mono white deck, so those are slam dunks for me. Extinction Event, I think, is something that Kris definitely wants access to more sweepers. The white deck kind of presents a lot of draws where you have to have the sweeper on curve. So just having the more ability to do that on curve seems very, very important. Outside of those, though, I don't know if I want to go towards this Dromoka. It is expensive, but it is also very hard for the mono white deck to answer. What do you think about Dromoka here?
Yeah, Dromoka's a curious one to me. I almost wonder what matchup it's for if it's not this one, but I agree that it's like so much mana and we can't tutor it that it's like, it can't be countered. So maybe it's for the grindy matchups, and we bring it in there. But I have to think that even though maybe it's not the best card here, you just have a couple of cards, like you mentioned, that are maybe just not the strongest things in the world in this matchup. Like, for example, I know, like, Nahiri is just a card that is, like, fine, but not great. And so maybe if you get to that sort of late game stage, Dromoka can stabilize in a position it can't. So we might see that one come in. But the rest of those, I'm kind of snap with you there on throwing those into the deck. Let's see what Logan has in the mono white sideboard. Might have some cards for the grinding matchup themselves. And we have 4 Wedding Announcement, 3 Rest in Peace, 3 Decade Zone, 2 Portable Hole, and 2 Extraction Specialists. So noteworthy, the Extraction Specialists that were in the main deck for Harlan Fear earlier today are in the sideboard here, and the Thalias have swapped. So, Devin, what do you like in this matchup?
Well, give me those extraction specials. I think those are pretty awesome in this matchup. There is a lot of removal spells. The one thing I will mention is one of Kris's removal spells is Vanishing Verse, so the exile on that could be pretty important against the specialist, so something to keep in mind. But, against stuff like Supreme Verdict and Abrupt Decay and the non-exile removal spells, that card is very, very good in this matchup. And also, again, I think the 4 copies of Winning Announcement I like quite a bit. Just being able to kind of I'm not going to say keep pace with the amount of card advantage the Niv deck is providing, but something, if the game is not going your way, can kind of dig you out of a hole a little bit, dig you maybe towards a Brave the Elements that you need to get through those last points of damages. So I think the 4 announcements and the 2 specialists, the rest of it, I think I'm not as inclined on.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too with these aggro decks, right? Is you don't want to over sideboard, and 5 or 6 cards is kind of often the maximum you can go unless you're exchanging threats for hyper-specific threats that dodge something, right? So you kind of have to keep your deck core the same, despite maybe wanting to have more cards for a matchup. And it looks like the players are resolving mulligans. So let's hop on down to the table and see what's going on there. As it looks like Logan, snap moles, probably a no land situation there, maybe all lands. Either one really easy to figure out. Kris, on the other hand, it looks like it has a pretty reasonable mix of lands and spells, and that looks like someone that's keeping to me.
Yeah. Now, as far as opening hands are concerned and what we're kind of looking for, I mean, Logan's deck is kind of pretty straightforward here. We're looking for some cheap creatures. Obviously, Thalia is probably the best option for Logan on turn 2, as we talked about, just being able to, mess with Kris's curve quite a bit. Really can kind of make Kris stumble a little bit, especially, against something like a Bring to Light that has to get a sweeper if you're that far behind. So looking for, just an aggressive curve, maybe a Wedding Announcement, but that maybe, I don't even know on the play if, like, would you rather have Wedding Announcement or Adeline on turn 3? Probably Adeline, just to get a little bit more pressure. And then, jokingly, as I've kind of talked with Claudio in the past, who plays a lot of this Niv deck, you just kind of have to mulligan to Sylvan Curated, even though it's, a little, maybe not necessarily the whole of it, but. Best card
Sure.
in the deck.
But we do have nothing on turn 1 for both players, but then Luminarch Ashburn on turn 2. One of the big things with the Niv deck is the mono white deck is it just has so many good, powerful 2-drops. And we do see the Sylvan Carry added from Chris Ward here. Same school of thought as Claudio, probably has seen some Claudio content. And then we have Thalia Heretic Cathar coming down on turn number 3.
And this Thalia, kind of a beating, because as you alluded to, there are a lot of non-basic lands in Chris's deck. So this might be an effective time walk, even if Chris doesn't have a way to remove it. Might even be an effective double time walk. But it looks like we do see a copy of Vanishing Verse hanging out in Chris's hand here. So might want to deploy that to go ahead and get the Thalia off the battlefield. So we can, So we're going to start with Decay, then we can play an untapped land, and then also play the Vanishing Verse. Very good heads-up sequencing from Chris there.
Yeah, great sequencing and a great job using those spells now before something like Brave the Elements, which I think we just ripped off the top. A wedding announcement for Logan gets a nice little human in play there and can start rebuilding a battlefield. But for Chris, you've got to be really happy to see that as the follow-up.
Yeah, and this was kind of my worry about the wedding announcement. I think that card is decent, but do you think wedding announcement really competes with the amount of card advantage that Niv Mizzet provides? So it almost feels like it's forced, where you kind of have to bring it in because of how much removal that Chris has, but it's also difficult because I don't think you can keep up with the Niv Mizzet with that card.
Yeah, I think you just have to hope the bodies and the Anthem are good enough, and predominantly the Anthem. And really hoping that the backside of this +1/+1 to all the creatures will swing things enough. But yeah, you're not going to win this game playing on the card advantage access very often, even with things like the officer we talked about earlier in the break. So we'll have to see what Logan has as the turn 2 drop here. Turn 4 2 drop. It looks like another Thalia's Lieutenant. That is a lot of damage coming down.
Yeah, that is a boatload of damage. The original lieutenant's going to get 2 counters. Everything else is going to get a counter. And we are just shoving the 2/2 attacking into the 2/3, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, it looks like, Logan's just accepting, like, hey, like, you're probably going to have to go to here. The Glyph Weaver is dying. I wonder if it was blocking the 3/3 and just did the indestructible thing, and it was just kind of awkward because they're all together. We'll see in a second here with life totals. The wedding announcement is flipped. So now all these creatures are larger and in charger. So the Sylvan Caryatid cannot chump block anymore. So we're going to need something like a Wrath if we're going to stabilize this battlefield. We do see a Leyline Binding. Looks like it is on the wedding announcement. That's going to make it so all these creatures do get smaller into turn here before Chris untaps. And Ripped Lane, I think, has a Niv Mizzet Reborn. Let's see if this one can do something to really take over the game.
Also Bring to Light as well. So we're probably going to see Bring to Light for Extinction Event, and that's going to clean up the battlefield.
Yeah, Extinction Event, a pretty easy grab here. And yeah, all that work that we did has been undone. Oof. And
yeah, this is going to be rough for Logan. Now, there is another wedding announcement, which is probably the card he needs here, because it is, like you said, just being able to present three threats, 3 attackers, and then also eventually get to the backside of it, which can make those into attackers. But in the meantime, here's a Niv Mizzet from Chris, so we'll have to see how many
we got at least
this
one
hits.
Dreadbore revealed.
There's that promo again. I cannot figure out what that promo is from the left.
I think it's a Triumph. It looks like it has a mana ability.
You think so?
Oh, I think it's the Bant Triumph.
Okay.
Final answer.
I'm with you.
The Triumph game.
Wait, did you just tell me? Oh no. Okay, I was gonna say, if you guessed that wrong, that's -1 for the Triumph game.
Yeah, I would never be wrong in the
it's
Triumph
mana
game.
conflicts.
I'm goated at the Triumph game, as we did get a Bring to Light and Dreadboard to hand here for Chris, and that is a big game, because even if Logan finds something that could overpower the Niv Mizzet or a Brutal Cathar, well, Bring to Light finds another Niv or just finds the answer to it and we get the Niv back.
Yeah, very, very true here. Yeah, this is going to be tough for Logan, because I believe there was the other copy of Bring to Light as well for Chris, so that can maybe get another threat, maybe can get a way to answer the wedding announcement. So okay, Extraction Specialist, not a bad one here.
Gonna bring back the Dauntless Bodyguard and make it so it can get indestructible. Something like that happens. Does mean that Supreme Verdict is a less impactful card than normal, but Extinction Event still pretty high impact here. And
right, because you could Extinction Event the odds to get rid of this. Well, no, you don't want to do that because it kills your Nivs. Yeah. So
we are going to Bring to Light for something here. This could just be a Valky situation. It could also be for some sideboard Haymaker card. It looks like it's Deafening Clarion.
Ew.
So this does 3 damage to all the creatures and can give creatures you control lifelink. That means that Niv Mizzet's going to come in here and do it. But it's a damage removal spell, so Brave the Elements make it so it doesn't do anything when it comes to damage. We will still get the lifelink for Niv Miss It, but it might not be worth it to attack. Kris says it is. Chunks in for 4, Logan down to 14, Kris up to 17. And a quick pass back return.
Notably, that bodyguard cannot attack because of the specialist ability. So, Logan isn't really representing any sort of lethal attack here. Let's I think we get it. That bodyguard should not be able to attack. So,
yeah. Worth noting, the extraction specialist is a lifelinker, so Logan is going to gain 4, even though the Dauntless bodyguard should not be attacking. And then we're just going to play another Dauntless bodyguard. This one can attack. I'm curious where this one kind of goes here. We are going to also see a card drawn off Wedding Announcement, and then Wedding Announcement flipping into the Anthem ability. We should have a judge here in a second. It should be a really easy rewind. Just, you gain 3 life. This creature's untapped. Call it a day. Heading over there. As we see Kris untapping.
Yeah, I don't know if we have a judge on the way, but hopefully we can get somebody to just double check on that real quick, because I don't want too many things to happen like the last time,
Yeah, it looks like the judge just arrived. We just had a hand, from the outside come in and point out. And it's really easy just to miss these sort of things. We're coming back to us in the booth. We can talk about some other stuff here, but they're going to get that figured out, I assume, really quickly. That one's an easy fix, Get a warning, gain 3 life, untap your thing, call it a day, get back to the magic there. But we do need to have a moment and have everything check in with the judges as we do. But Brothers War cards, we were talking about some of those beforehand. You were about to bring one up, I think, right before we cut to the game there because the ruling was over. Was there anything else you want to talk about? We talked about some of the other high impact ones like Diabolic Edict and Brothers End and some of the prototype ones. I know there's one you're wanting from Modern. I know it's a Pioneer cast. We can bring it up, your little Rhino friend.
Oh yeah, we let's take a look at
disregard. I hate rhinos. We don't have to talk about it on stream. You're gonna have to deal with it, Devin. You have one more round with me to try and get it in. We're going back to the floor. The ruling's been delivered. Looks like as expected, just like a warning probably. And now the creature's gonna probably be untapped or whatever. Shouldn't be that big a deal.
So you're saying I shouldn't just talk about how great Rhinos is, huh?
I mean, can you believe some people get on a plane, they fly to a tournament, and they look at their opponent dead in the eye and say, "Yeah, I brought rhinos today."
Yeah, I'm that guy.
Wow, this is a safe place. This is you, me, and 300 of my closest friends. We can talk about it. Are you okay? What has you?
Do we need? We're having a rhino intervention right now.
Yeah, we're having. Well, someone had to say it, and it looks like there is maybe a little bit more going on here than we thought. We thought the ruling had been delivered, but it looks like maybe not the case. But let's talk about rhinos. Rhinos, I'll say it, Devin. Unplayable when Yorion was around. I think your deck has some legs now. How do you feel about that? Because this is we haven't talked that much before. We've interacted a little bit. How does this feel? A little come to Jesus moment right here. This is a safe place, by the way. Just because I disagree doesn't mean I don't love you. I'm just here to help you. I say these things to help you, not hurt you.
So the card that we, if we can bring this one up on the screen, the card that we wanted to talk about a little bit before, Mason rudely interrupted me and put some slander on the rhinos was Arcane Proxy. This is another new card from Brothers War. I think it costs 7 mana, but we don't care about the 7 mana part of it. This is a prototype card. For those of you who don't know, prototype, you can cast the spell with a different mana cost, and it comes into play. It has that mana and ability. So basically, 3 mana for a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, you get to cast a spell from your graveyard, or I think it exiles and makes a copy of it that has mana value less than or equal to its mana value. So with something like Crashing Footfalls, you can say if you have a Footfalls in the graveyard, play Arcane Proxy, copy the Footfalls. So I think this is going to be, a pretty good one. Maybe you could justify the second copy, but the second one's, you don't really want to draw the second one too often. But I think the first one is pretty good, especially when you're fighting over counter spells on your Crashing Footfalls, where, in post-board games against something like a Murktide Regent deck where they have a lot of counter spells, being able to have more copies of that. And also it's good if you, for whatever reason, if you play a really long game and run out of Crashing Footfalls, then you just have this in your deck to be able to draw towards and cast the Footfalls in the graveyard. So I think it's going to be a decent one as a one of. But yeah, rhinos are great. Stop slandering the rhinos, Mason.
Well, I'll say this, this card, if you squint your eyes, it looks a little bit like Snapcaster Mage. You rub them a little bit, it comes out, you're there. But the fact you don't have to spend the mana and that working with the Cascade cards does have big implications. And like you mentioned, you get to cast spells later in the game. That's something too, but you might also just flood out. Games go kind of long for rhinos sometimes. And just playing this as a 4/3 and flashing back something like Prismari Command or anything like that, like a Fire Ice, right? Like that sort of stuff does matter. And it's a good fallback on the card. This card rewards you for playing Magic and playing your game plan, right? And that's really strong. When you look in previous season, if you want the cheat code, look for cards that reward you for just playing the game you want to play as is. And, it's a pretty easy way. Looks like the ruling has been given and we're fixing it right now. We're going to rewind to the point of the error. So we're probably going to see it's just an attack. We didn't have anything up. We were all tapped out. We're going to get hit for some damage and then we do it here. But let's jump down to the booth. Yeah, it looks like everything is the same there. We just missed them unwinding it. So the Dauntless Bodyguard, like we mentioned, untapped, +3 life for Kris Ward. And we are back to Chris's turn here. Who has played a Graveyard Cemetery.
Pretty easy fix. Now we'll have to see if Kris has something to kind of clean up this battlefield. We took a little bit of a time away, so I don't recall if Kris had a copy of Bring to Light in hand, but we're going to go after the Bodyguard here. Okay, interesting.
It looks to be the Bodyguard not tied to Extraction Specialist, and that includes the Indestructible and the can't attack one. So we are going to kill the Bodyguard, and we're going to get the token Indestructible, and then pass the turn back. And we are not attacking anymore with Kris. We don't have the lifelink like we saw before from Deafening Clarion, but we do have a 6/6. And the cool part about this 6/6, Devin, is you can name any color off Blade of the Elements, and it's good.
That is very true. You could even name white. The mono white deck braving for white against the 5-color deck. That's how we drew it up. But yeah, this is with Kris at 11, there's only 4 power that can attack here. You could see something like maybe sacrifice Shefet Dunes. If there's a land as well, you could go land, sacrifice Shefet Dunes. That would be a 3, 4, 6-point attack with something like a Brave the Elements. But yeah, this is I'm sorry, there's the wedding announcement as well.
Yeah.
How could I forget? So it's actually an 8-point attack. My apologies. But yeah, not quite lethal even with land plus Brave the Elements. So we'll have to see where Logan wants to go here.
Yeah, and worth noting, Logan has double planes in hand. We're just on nothing. It looks like Kris is going to take Logan's wedding announcement again and just shrink the battlefield and not worry about the creatures. They're all checked by the Niv Mizzet Reborn. We might even see an attack with Niv and then, play another Niv Legend Rule and have a blocker. Looks like we're just going to see a patch on the turn, though, instead to leave up some mana. But we do have Valky in hand since we're 1 land away from Tibalt. Cave of the Frost Dragon, pretty good pickup. That creature land might come up if we get into a racing situation where we have some way to burst through the Niv Mizzet. A triumph for Kris, though. And it's getting a little hairy here for Logan.
Yeah, that is a second copy of Niv in Kris's hand, right? I believe
So, yeah.
Interesting. See, I if that's the case, I kind of wanted to see maybe an attack with Niv and then, like you said, post-combat, play the second Niv to Legend Rule, because you don't want to give Logan infinite time, because eventually you can see something like put a bunch of creatures onto the battlefield and set up a Brave the Elements. So, I'm maybe interested in that kind of play just to try and find some additional gas off of the second Niv trigger to maybe play towards that. So we're just going in here.
Yeah, we're blocking the Cave of the Frost Dragon. Looks like there's no Brave the Elements here as Leyline Binding comes down on Kris, targeting the Extraction Specialist. And that's going to be an Eat of the Cave. Take 1, Kris down to 10. Dauntless Bodyguard is able to now attack, though, unlocked from Extraction Specialist leaving. And it's time for Valky to turn into its true identity. Tibalt, the Cosmic Imposter. 7 mana for this super powerful Planeswalker.
Remember when they used to let you pay 3 mana for this in Modern?
Oh my gosh, that was a good Cascade deck. That was maybe one of the best decks in Modern history. So one of the modes of this card is you can +2 and you exile the top card of each player's deck. You get an emblem from when Tibalt ETBs that you can play cards exiled by Tibalt. You get -3 to exile a thing, and then -8 you exile all the graveyards and add 3 red mana. So that will let you just replay the cards, and you can use mana of any color for Tibalt's emblemed ability. Looks like we are going to see Niv Mizzet, and I kind of like where Logan's coming from. Oh, we have a Gonjo on the Dauntless, on the Niv. Okay, yeah, we set it up. Now we have another Niv for Kris, but I kind of like this. Logan just trying to push through damage, knows that the clock is ticking, and it's like, okay, with this Gonjo, I can kill the Niv and go forward. But Kris did have another Niv.
Yeah, now with the Valky downtick on the Adeline, you could even see something like, I believe, I want to say Kris played a land this turn, so I think there is access to 8 mana, so you could see something like tap 5 for a Niv, tap 3 for an Adeline, and just kind of keep going. Obviously, we could hit some stuff off this Niv, so I'll have to see what this hits, but I gotta tell you, Mason, these Nivs haven't hit that many cards.
I do wonder if we just played Elder Gargaroth, would it be that different? It'd be less
These are
cool.
just some chunky mole drifters, right? Just mole
Yeah.
drifter with some bigger stats.
Yeah, I was about to joke that you might get less feature matches if you play 5-color Elder Gargaroth, but I think that's not true. I think if you're 3-0 with 5-color Elder Gargaroth, we're featuring you every time. So we do see a Chef at Tunes pop here as we see Logan is just trying to push through damage before Kris completely takes over the game. And I love these attacks from Kris. I know I mentioned it before. I'm sorry, from Logan on Kris, but you cannot win if you just sit there and wait. At this point, there's too many multicolor threats, too many things that you can't brave through, and you have to try and push through.
Right, you just got to get in as much chip damage as you possibly can. You know, I'm not going to say the writing is kind of on the wall, but if Logan has any chance this game, like you said, it's just getting in as all this like small damage whenever he possibly can, and eventually trying to like set up some sort of Brave the Elements turn. But now we're who's the human deck now?
Yeah, Kris playing Adeline and Nathaniel off of the Tybalt effect and then smashing in for 6 here, making it really hard for Logan to actually win the game. You know, even if there's like
Correction, you said smashing in for 6. It's actually 7.
Oh, if I'm Logan, I animate the Mutavault. No way I let that 1/1 hit me. And we just drew another land, so Logan is going to take the L there. And it looks like that's the end of that game. What an interesting one.
Yeah, that was a sweet match. Get to see the we got to see. I would say we got to see the Niv deck in action, but I don't really know if we can necessarily say that given how few cards the Nivs actually hit. Right, that wasn't what they're intended to do.
Some people would argue we saw the Niv deck in action. And that is some of it, but it is kind of worth telling, right? Like, despite the high requirements to play that card, a 6/6 is really big. Drawing one card, like often one of the best cards in your deck with things like Bring the Light with these removal spells, even just 1 or 2 is enough to actually beat up on decks like this if you stabilized.
Right, for sure. And okay, we're gonna take a live look in. We got some Izzet Phoenix and Mono Green Devotion. This is a time shifted match, and I want to say this is game 3. It looks like we have a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah, a lot going on. So it's Izzet Phoenix on the left here for Chad, Matthew on Mono Green Devotion. And it looks like we have abraded the Unlicensed Hearse, but we were exiling some cards in response just to make sure, any treasure cruise or anything like that, temporal trespasses aren't that big. Anyways, Matthew untapping with a mountain of mana. Looks like we put a Cavalier on top here, maybe an Aether Gust, and now has Karn and Kiora and these Meteor Golems, and is looking to be in a commanding position while Chad is a little light on mana.
Right. Yeah, Aether Gust, maybe not the best answer to Cavalier because you're just going to say, well, I'll just draw it next turn, It kind of buys you the turn that you need so you don't have it cast this turn. But, it's one of those things where I'm just going to cast it again next turn. And we see, what was the 7 lands versus 2? So this is things are not looking great for Chad here.
Yeah, Matthew playing another Cavalier, getting another draw, found the Nykthos, big find. If we didn't already have all this mana from the lands, we'd be in a really good spot. As now our graveyard is taking up so much space, it's encroaching on where our hand would lie as we smash in for 3 with the Meteor Golem.
Yeah, I've seen battlefield encroachment, but I don't think I've ever seen graveyard encroachment, unless you're playing Dredge. I've seen some Dredge players. You ever seen those where they just fan their entire graveyard out on that's great.
Yeah, I want to see some graveyard encroachment on the opponent's red zone, where you don't put it down towards you, but up towards them. Get that L up there, like you're non-verbal saying L, towards them. You gotta get the psychological warfare in. Anyways, Ledger Shredder, pass the turn.
Chad's turn's not nearly as action filled as Matthew's, right? Just
Right. And it looks like we're pointing out like, hey, I have the Nykthos and Devotion. I've got another Karn over here. I'm just gonna go get the Cauldron. And Chad's like, you want me to let me connive? And Matt's like, sure. And he's like, all right, you win. And that's gonna do it there for that game. Unsure exactly if that was the match. I do think that was game 3. That was game 3. Yeah. So Matthew, congratulations, moving on to 4-0 here at the NRG 5K in Fort Wayne. Congratulations. And Mono Green winning it every time we see it on camera. I guess it's only lost the mirrors.
That is very true. Yeah, I mean, it is, as we talked about, the most played deck this weekend. It is probably the best deck in the format, so not a ton of surprise there. But yeah, Mono Green doing very, very well. And maybe that's kind of the narrative here. We'll have to see if anything can dethrone Mono Green in our feature match.
Yeah. So we are going to take a quick little break here, probably about 5 or 10 minutes. It's about to be time in the round. We're going to get the next round set up for you. So, hey, if you haven't already, click the follow button. That way you don't miss anything on the action here. We're going to have, I think, what is it, Devin? 3 more rounds and then a top 8 all today brought to you here. So it's going to be really exciting to see all that action. So tune in, grab some water, maybe, go touch some grass. Think about how you're so happy you're not playing against Mono Green right now, and come back and let's watch some people beat up on Mono Green. I want to see it next round. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NRG Pioneer 5K trial from Fort Wayne. I'm your host, Mason, joined by my co-host, Devin. Devin, are you excited for the last round of coverage here today? For you, we're going to have Joe Lisette come in afterwards, but are you excited to see some more Pioneer?
Yeah, we took a look at the feature matches this round. We got some interesting decks. I promise no Mono Green this time. Don't worry, chat. But yeah, this should be. I've been having an absolute blast this whole weekend. Been having a great commentary with you, Mason. It's been a blast, and see what we can see what I can sign myself.
I've had a great time starting off all the NRG commentary with you. It's been a blast to do these last 10 rounds with you, and I'm excited to do that one. But before that, Devin, I don't want to be looking in the past. I want to look to the future at our future NRG events, because we have another one this month in Chicago, Illinois, the home turf for the NRG. We have a 15K weekend. Saturday, our first ever Pioneer 10K trial. This is going to be on November 26th and the 27th for these two events. The Pioneer one, the 26th. So big to note, this is post Brothers War. So you're going to see what deck list I won DreamHack with, I beat Devin in the finals with. And we're going to have to know that already. So you can net deck us. You'll be ready to go. Pick up your cards from NRG there. But also on Sunday, we're going to have the modern 5K trial, just like we do at all the events of the 5K trial. This time it's modern. It's going to be a tried and true classic. It's going to be a great event. Modern in such a great place. Pioneers, and I think actually a pretty good place outside of green. And maybe this new set is going to push some things to change that up. So that's really exciting for that event. But that's not even our last event of the year, Devin. We still have another one after that. We have our NRG 20K weekend with the Showdown. This is December 10th to the 11th in Louisville, Kentucky. Very important to note. The Saturday 15K is a Showdown. So if you've been watching this event, looking at the leaderboards like we talked about, like, wow, I wish I could join Jesse Robkin and Piper Powell and all those great players at the end of your champs. If you win our Showdown event, you're in. Piper Powell got like that, 15K, great event. Speaking of which, let's go to the 2022 leaderboard here. This is what it's all about. This is for our NRG champs at the end of the year. This is why we see players like Zach Allen, Zoe Reedham, and Will Kruger coming out and battling in all the events. And I wanted to give a little update on some of these players too, because, names in orange are already locked, but the names in white are trying to lock up this yearly leaderboard spot. So, for example, Mack here, Endress, who's at 11th place right now. Unfortunately, we saw in round 1, hasn't got much better, had a 1-3. Will Kruger here, who's sitting in 8th place in prime position, is on a 2-2 record for the day. So still live for top 8, still has a chance to get some good points. We're going to have to battle back. Same here for Zach Allen, our number 1 for the yearly leaderboard, also at 2-2. Zach Allen really looking to just finish up with good, consistent results. Just consistently top 16ing is going to get Zach Allen into the Players' Championship, which, by the way, is one of the best parts of these yearly leaderboards. Zach's obviously a great player who's had some incredible finishes this year, but also consistently just putting up top 16s. And if you consistently do that, your name could be the one at the top of the leaderboard there. And Raja, who, if we look over here at our seasonal leaderboard, because this is our yearly one, we do have seasons as well. We're in the middle of season 3, the last season of the year. Raja, who has top 8'd the last 3 events back to back to back, is going in at 3-1 right now. This could be another top 8 for Raja today. Let's hop on down to the feature match area, though. We just want to give you that little update on the players. And Devin, who are we watching this round? What's going on? What are the matchups?
So this is Izzet Phoenix, which if you've been, watching Pioneer for some time, a little bit, you might be familiar with this deck. But Nathaniel's deck is labeled as Selesnya Aggro. Now, this deck is actually Selesnya Angels. This is a Angel tribal deck. We're playing Giada, Font of Hope, I think it's called. We have a Splendid Angel. We have just a bunch of different angels that gaining a lot of life pay you off for gaining a bunch of life, and then also collect a company to tie the room together. So this should be a very, very interesting matchup to see how this plays out, because the thing about the Phoenix deck, there's a lot of removal spells, but the removal spells are kind of damage based. So they have a ceiling on what they can actually target. And these angels get out of control pretty quickly.
100%. I have a really hot take about the Angels deck I'm going to share on coverage. I think it's so close to actually being one of the best decks in Pioneer. It has a little bit of a Rakdos problem, but this is one of the great things about Magic and metagaming. We saw how Mono Green has dominated the room today. You did not want to be a Rakdos player, and if you bring a deck like Angels and have this sort of turnout and get the right read, bam, suddenly you're in prime position top 8 of the event, like we see Nathaniel here, because the winner of this event probably gets to shake hands and be in our top 8. So a huge payoff for Nathaniel here. This deck is so powerful, Devin. Have you played much with it?
I haven't played a ton with it, but I've played a lot against it, and I've actually played a couple of matches where, I would like have this giant battlefield, I'll attack my opponent, they go to like 4 life, and then they cast a Collected Company and say go, and they're all of a sudden they're at 40 life. They just gain like 30 life over the course of a turn. I'm just like, what happened? How is this possible? But yeah, and also the fact that, once you get to a certain life threshold, there's the card that also pumps all of your creatures for being at a certain life total, which I believe that is let me pull it up here, Righteous Valkyrie, which just like the synergies in this deck are out of control. There's so many things that like work well together. And then you have like even a card like Realm Walker also happens to be an angel.
Yeah, just weirdly a lot of strong angels in the last couple of years. WotC definitely trying to support that tribe, which is very popular. And you also have the classic Mutavault too, an angel in its own right, and kind of comes up and matters here. But you see this here, Realm Walker coming down, getting you some, some card advantage here. And then we're going to see a Consider from Zack. Now, Izzet Phoenix, you mentioned this is a deck we've seen a lot of in Pioneer Classic. Typically pretty good against these creature decks, right? How do you think it lines up here against specifically the Angels?
So, if you look at Nathaniel's battlefield right now, there are a couple of X2s, but specifically, a lot of creatures in Nathaniel's deck have 3 toughness. You have Youthful Valkyrie, 1/3, Realm Walker, 2/3, Righteous Valkyrie, and all of these cards, Resplendent Angel as well, they don't get touched by a non-turned on Fiery Impulse. So not only that, but then you also have the Giada, which also puts more counters on your angels to make them even get out of the range of those red removal spells. So it's kind of an interesting dance to see if Nathaniel can get those creatures out of range of those red removal spells before Zack can kind of convert those efficiently.
100%, yeah. Things like Lightning Axe are weird checks on the format, right? And just kind of sometimes weirdly really good. And when we look at the format in general, it's like, yeah, you dodge stomp, you're good to go. But not the case here, as we are going to see, just some cantripping over here for the Izzet player, some fiddling of the spells. Truly, the Izzet life. You know what I mean, Devin? If you're not fiddling with your spells as an Izzet player, what are you doing? As we see Realm Walker
just over here casting 4 or 5 cantrips in the same turn, just digging and digging and digging and just trying to find those high impact like Thing in the Ice or Treasure Cruise or the Temporal Trespass, things of that nature. And you'll notice there's a card on top of Nathaniel's deck. So we have a second Realm Walker. Yeah, the Bishop of Wings.
So Nathaniel played the second Realm Walker after attacking because Zack, I'm just going to say it. I bet a lot of players aren't sure what's in the Angel deck, right? So they might not even block there. They might be afraid to lose Ledger Shredder. Zack's like, whatever, free attack. I'll name Human on my second Realm Walker, and now I can clear the top of my deck, get this Bishop of Wings, which is such an all-star card in the deck. Gaining 4 life whenever an Angel enters the battlefield actually triggers the abilities of a lot of the other Angels and makes it so if you try to Lightning Axe something like the Resplendent Angel we talked about, right, or Youthful Valkyrie, well, if you do that, now I get a 1/1 Spirit, which isn't the best thing in the world, but weirdly annoying against cards like Ledger Shredder, which you kind of hope to chip shot your opponent with.
Yeah, there's also a very important number on Bishop of Wings, and that is the 4th point of toughness. And you see a copy of Fiery Impulse in Zack's hand. That's not going to take care of that Bishop of Wings by itself. So, there could be a really explosive turn here if you're able to untap with the Bishop, maybe play a couple of Angels, gain a little bit of life, and maybe even find the Valkyrie as well. There's just, like you said, there's so many different synergies in this deck. And then also, obviously, as the Bishop of Wings just being able to prevent, turn those removal spells into additional copies of creatures is pretty good as well.
Oh my goodness. Zack has drawn 5 lands in a row, I think, here. Does have some action left because we have so much Ledger Shreddering. We kept like a light land hand. But, I think still has an Otawara and Island in hand, along with a Spell Pierce and a Fiery Impulse, along with a Spire Bluff Canal. So Zack is really hoping to, get some connive triggers from Nathaniel here and sort of find these lands. But the good news about this, Izzet Phoenix, a little mana hungry, and you can't find lands forever. You will eventually get something. And we're going to see a Fiery Impulse in the upkeep on this Realm Walker, probably trying to enable our own connive here, something like a Spell Pierce. Also playing around the Spirit, having not Summoning Sickness. Looks like we're
Right, and that other Realm Walker's still in play, and it's kind of funny because the Realm Walker that you would want to kill is the one on Angels, but that one has the 4th point of toughness. So, we talked about that. Just Fiery Impulse, yes, it's a good removal spell, but once you present that 4th point of toughness, it really, adds this a different layer and texture to the game that that Zack has to, really has to find something like a Lightning Axe to be able to answer that Realm Walker.
100%. What is that? Oh, that's the pathway. Okay, I
What are we
had a
looking?
moment where I thought that land was some weird legendary land, like I don't know, Seagate Wreckage or something, and I was like, Seagate Wreckage is so sick with your Mutavolts, but we do have Resplendent Valkyrie instead, which is the one we talked about before. It's going to gain 4 life from the Bishop of Wings, and we are dangerously close, Devin, to having the +2/+2 for everybody.
So this one's a 2/4 on just base. Yeah, 2/4 base, and then whenever another angel or cleric enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to that creature's toughness, and as long as you have at least 7 more life than your starting total, creatures you control get +2/+2. Not just angels, all creatures. So this will, again, more things that just make those fiery impulses just, I mean, if you look at the battlefield, there's 3 creatures that don't die to fiery impulse, and that is kind of the, a lot of what Zack has access to with regards to removal spells. So, Nathaniel doing a really good job at making sure that these creatures are getting out of range pretty quickly. It looks like lining up an attack here as well.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of really love this attack because Zack used the Fiery Impulse on your turn, right? And if you had another Fiery Impulse, we probably would have used it to kill the Bishop of Wings to turn off the synergy. So there's probably not another removal spell in hand. So attacking with all these little creatures, typically you might be afraid, oh, my Bishop of Wings will get shocked or something like that, but it would have already been shocked. So now we see this opt growing the Legislator, which does make it so it can kind of block something, but off the connive there, discarding Spell Pierce, still a great attack. And if you kill any of the creatures besides Skyclave Apparition, you're gonna get a angel token, a spirit token as well. And when you're pushing Zack like this and not making a game about cards and making it about life, it's really bad news for the Phoenix player if they can't stabilize. And like we talked about so much, the creatures lined up really awkwardly for Zack's removal.
Right. Now, I did take a look. I think Zack did find a copy of Lightning Axe, so that one will probably end up taking out the Valkyrie because that seems to be, at least from my perspective, I think that's the most impactful card in the battlefield right now. So maybe you see something like maybe a second Ledger Shredder, a Lightning Axe to take out the Valkyrie, because you want to make sure you get rid of that thing before you're able to untap, because once you get to that 20, I think it's 7 more life, once you get to that life threshold, that thing now has 6 toughness because it does pump itself, and then you won't be able to touch it with the Lightning Axe.
100%. And let's talk about the card that everyone was so surprised was not banned, Pioneer, and has been a good player, but not the all-star everyone kind of thought, and that's Treasure Cruise, drawing 3 cards here from Zack. And we talked about that land patch. I think we just picked up 2 spells on a land, so we're starting to get out of the range of one of them was Arclight Phoenix Lightning Axe. But Devin, what do you think about Treasure Cruise in this format?
It's a good card for sure. If your deck can enable it, and this is certainly, I would say this is probably the best deck at enabling Treasure Cruise. It's not nearly as broken as it was, like, when Treasure Cruise first got printed and when it got banned in Modern and Legacy, people obviously, or a part of that was the fetch lands, right? That was probably the main reason that it got banned in the first place, because fetch lands allow you to kind of enable that quite a bit more. But there's no fetch lands in Pioneer, and I think it's much more of a fair card, and you kind of have to build around it. You kind of have to want it in order to make that 1 mana draw 3. But the payoff is very powerful for 1 mana for a draw 3. It is a very, very powerful card, but it's maybe not necessarily as free as it was with things like Modern and Legacy before it got banned.
100%. We do see Zack, you're kind of figuring out how we want to use our spell. If we're going to get a connive off this Ledger Shredder, we do need to pitch a card to Lightning Axe before we connive. Probably a pretty easy, pitch of the Arclight Phoenix. Sorry, we already connived for the turn. That's right. I have my bad. Got a little lost in the sauce there with the connive and the cantripping,
Yeah, can certainly go ahead, Lightning Axe, discard. Oh, we already discarded the Phoenix, right? Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah. Discard the Spiral Bluff now. We're going to kill that Resplendent Angel. That is going to give us another Spirit token, which if we didn't have this Phoenix would be dangerously close to lethal, but we do have the Phoenix, so we don't need to worry about that right now as we cast our 3rd spell to bring back Arclight Phoenix, and I think it's another Treasure Cruise.
2 Treasure Cruise in the same turn?
That's pretty good, and we still get to keep the Arclight Phoenix.
Yeah,
Not
we talked about
bad.
this deck being able to enable treasure cruise. I don't know how often you see two 1-mana treasure cruises cast in the same turn, but yeah, that's quite backbreaking.
Yeah. And Zach just found more card draw cards. Didn't find any of the lightning action or anything. So weirdly can't get that much pressure going. And one of the interesting things about Nathaniel's deck is, it has an instant life gain. So racing becomes kind of challenging.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean, I think Zach I think Zach's hand might be 5 lands in a Charter Course right now, so not a lot of action left over.
Agreed. I think one's Odawara, but yeah, it's not like that's some real like, okay, here's a band-aid for your boo-boo, It's still 5 lands in hand. The treasure cruises and the draws for Zach have not been kind, but still showing how powerful this deck can be as we do attack for 2 with the Skyclave Apparition token.
Yeah, and Nathaniel's been able to untap with this Realm Walker, 4 turns now? Hasn't been able to generate a ton of advantage off of it. I think Nathaniel's just kind of hit a couple of lands. There was that one turn he hit the Bishop where had to play the second Realm Walker on Human. That was kind of awkward because you would much rather play that on Angel, but wanted to clear the top to kind of get an extra card. But yeah, hasn't really had that really explosive turn off of Realm Walker where you see, maybe play 2 or 3 spells off of it, kind of keeps I guess bricking as it were, but have to see. I didn't quite get a good look of what Nathaniel drew, but as the board sits with Zack at 8 life, you can fire up 2 Mutavaults, attack with everything, 2 blockers on the Realm Walker and the Mutavault, which has 5 damage coming through, so not quite lethal. Maybe if you throw something like maybe a Skyclave Apparition on a Shredder, that can maybe mess with the math a little bit. We'll have to see what Nathaniel has.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Nathaniel has something in his tanking. I have to assume that the top card of the deck is not something that is beneficial to play pre-combat. And if you're attacking with Realm Walker, it's probably nothing you can play in general because the option for it to die could be there. Is this a collecting company in hand? I'm trying to figure out if we're supposed to main phase it.
Perhaps.
If you hit double Resplendent Angel, we'll gain 8 life, +4/+4 the team, and I promise that's lethal.
The other thing that you could do is the Righteous Valkyrie, because they check themselves, right? If they both enter the battlefield at the same time. So if you hit something like a double Righteous Valkyrie, you gain 8 life, you go to 30, that pumps both of them. But looks like no Cocos because we're just firing up the Mutavaults.
Yeah. And it looks like we're going to get some blocks on the Mutavault, and then we're going to finally kill this Realm Walker. It's looking to be the case. Zack is going to take 5 with the current block and go to 3. Zack kind of taking a moment like, do I need to kill this Bishop of Wings? Does gaining all this life really matter? What does the Realm Walker really matter? I know the top card's probably not something that that Nathaniel would play. Otherwise, he probably would have done it before attacking, and potentially losing that Realm Walker.
Yeah, well, the nice thing about this attack, remember that Bishop of Wings, we're going to get 2 angel tokens because both the Mutavault and the Realm Walker are dying. They're both angels. So getting 2 tokens, putting Zack to 3, now you have 6 attackers versus what is effective. Oh, and the Mother Mutavault. Wow.
That's a if you're going to draw a land, that's the one. Whew.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough for Zack to be able to present enough blockers, like a combination of blockers and removal spells, to be able to survive this turn. That Bishop of Wings has been doing a lot of work this game.
Yeah, one thing to note is like we talked about this Izzet deck, and just Izzet decks in general, right? They have a lot of control and manipulation over their deck, and they really let you play these different games. But if you don't give them time to, it doesn't really matter. And we're seeing Nathaniel do a great job of like, whatever, I need to win in the next 3 or 4 turns. I'm going to lose some creatures. I'm going to push some damage. And that's great role assessment. And that's why we see Nathaniel here at 4-0.
Yeah, so here's the pieces of the puzzle, and the 4th card down from that is a card that might be able to get Zack back into this game. That's Temporal Trespass. So Pieces is the first spell. Now, the one thing you have to think about is, do you have enough cards to delve off of this? So there's 3 cards in the graveyard. Pieces is the 4th. If you take 2 spells off of this, that's 3 more cards in the graveyard. That's 7. Then you need...
You just take 1.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You could just take 1 spell and bin the rest of them and then still be able to cast that Temporal Trespass, because I think you need something like that to get back in this game.
Yeah, I don't know how you're winning if you don't take another turn with what we have currently. Maybe you can like Charter Course into 2nd Arclight Phoenix, and then from there find a removal spell, and then you'd have 2 blockers. And at that point, the game would stall out. And the top card of the deck is probably a land or something like Collecting Company. Once again, Zack probably doesn't know all the exact contents of Nathaniel's deck. But it's pretty easy to assume a creature deck with all things that cost 3 or less and has green, probably a collected company.
Right. So 7 attackers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 attackers. And we need to present 5 ways to do that. So we would need something, a combination of like 3 blockers, 2 removal spells, or 4 blockers, 1 removal spell. So yeah, like you said, if there is a second Phoenix, which I don't believe Zach found, that could be something that he's looking towards.
Yeah, Drew 2, he did find Thing in the Eyes finally. That's a big card for Zach. Zach wishes he found that a lot sooner now. But Zach has kind of seen the writing on the wall here. He still has 1 land for turn, but he's just going to pack it up.
That's it.
Last land was either an Odoar or a Shock, and neither of those really quite do the job. So Nathaniel up a game on Angels. You'd love to see it. Let's see if we can pull up this Angels sideboard, because I got to see what we have for here. I'm going to read the cards out to you, and I'm sure you won't need to read any of these, Devin. Guardian of Faith, Shaper Sanctuary. Guardian Faith is the 3. Shaper Sanctuary, Rest in Peace, Damping Sphere, Weathered Runestone, Redain, and Archon of Emeria are all 2s. So we got a bunch of 2s and then 3 Guardian of Faith. What cards are you kind of liking in this matchup?
All right, well, I'm reading Guardian of Faith right now. So 3/2 Flash Vigilance enters the battlefield. Any number of other target creatures you control phase out. Not sure if we want that one, although if you expect maybe some sort of red sweeper in the sideboard. But the one thing about this Angels deck, and something that came up that game very, very a ton, was the fact that these Angels are really, really good in the face of something like a Fiery Impulse. This red base removal that only deals 2 and 3 damage. These Angels, a lot of them have 4 toughness. So as far as cards that I expect Nathaniel to bring in, I think the Rest in Pieces are pretty good here. I like the Archon of Emeria's, stopping your opponent from being able to cast multiple spells in a turn to get back a Phoenix. And Shaper's Sanctuary is interesting. It's kind of funny because a lot of your creatures blank a lot of the removal in the Phoenix deck anyways. So do you even want to go towards something like Shaper Sanctuary if your creatures are already, not that your creatures are not dying most of the time against those red removal spells? Tough to say, but I think the Archons and the Rest in Pieces I like a lot here.
Yeah, I agree. It probably just comes down to how many Rending Walls you think your opponent has versus how many cards are just not that good. But like you mentioned, the deck kind of lines up pretty well against Phoenix, and even Portable Hole is a card that doesn't, do that poorly at lining up. Let's check out Zach's sideboard. You want to answer the Thing in the Ice real quick as the players are shuffling up here. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if the Shaper Sanctuary comes in. Seems much better against something like maybe Rakdos. Anyways, Zach's sideboard over here for Izzet Phoenix has 3 Mystical Dispute, and then 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 2 Rending Volley, 2 Abrade, 2 Young Pyromancer, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Aether Gust, 1 Sweltering Suns, and 1 Crackling Drake.
So I think what I would probably do here, now I've seen a lot of Phoenix players board in these Young Pyromancers in spots where I don't expect them to. So it seems to me that they bring these in a lot of matchups, and I have to imagine that you probably want to go towards them in this matchup especially when you're probably going to bring in the 2 Rending Volleys. I like those a lot. And then it's like this is the sweeper that we have in the sideboard, Sweltering Suns. Sweltering Suns doesn't even kill a lot of what's going on in the Angels deck, so I'm not sure you want to go towards that. But I think the Pyromancers, the Rending Volleys, potentially the Abrades, and maybe the Crackling Drake to kind of diversify your threats a little bit, especially if you expect your opponent to have Rest in Peace.
Yeah, kind of like Crackling Drake. I mean, your opponent's a mono white deck for the most part, right? So you've got to assume that a card like Rest in Peace is in there. Even if your opponent chooses to play on License Hearse, right? Just because maybe that fits better with the beatdown plan. Having something that kind of zigs when they zag is a pretty good place to be. So I like that a lot from Zach. I'm going to have to see how Zach's going to be able to handle it, because a lot of pressure on the line right now. We're playing for the top 8 of this 5K. Gamers have probably been here since yesterday battling. This is sort of the dream come true. And especially, we mentioned the pressure on Zach, kind of flood out that game. Got to keep your cool and your composure. Pretty easy when you draw so many lands that you get frustrated. But also over here for our Angel player, Nathaniel, a lot of pressure on you. You're repping the Angels, playing live for this big event. This is a huge moment. You might shape the metagame for DreamHack Atlanta if you're able to win this round.
I know you mentioned you like the Angels deck a lot right now. Do you think that this is something you would ever consider for playing in Atlanta?
I have talked about potentially playing this deck for Atlanta. It was one of those things where when talking with people beforehand, it was like, I'm keeping my eyes on Angels during the previous season for Brothers War, because I thought there might be some like Valkyrie type card, like picking up the people from the battlefield, and it's gonna be really strong. And so I had my eyes on, like, if we get some really good 2-drop, or heaven forbid a powerful 1-drop Angel, I'm like definitely going to spend at least some time trying this out. Someone's going to have to beat my face in for a bit with Rakdos before I switch off it. As of right now, I didn't see enough in the previous season that had me super, super excited. But I do think that if you think mono green is going to be the deck of the tournament when it comes to what people are going to play, you think you can't place mono blue because no matter how good mono green is, Rakdos players are going to be there, and mono blue versus Rakdos is like a near impossible matchup. This is a way to kind of meet in the middle where we see Bant Spirits is kind of fine, but still really bad against Rakdos. This deck dodges some out of the removal and outgrows the power that the green deck can ratio in, so you can actually sometimes block and stuff like that. So to answer your question, I'm kind of a believer, but I need a little bit something. Nathaniel can win today. I can spew a lot of time getting ready for DreamHack Atlanta with this deck.
All right, I see. So if Nathaniel wins, then we're going to see maybe we get a couple of Mason leagues with Angels. I agree with you. I agree with you as well. There, it's funny because we talk about how mono green is like this deck that's just 20% of the metagame. It's everywhere. It keeps winning everything. There are quite a few decks that can boast a reasonable win percentage against mono green. The thing that you have to find is, in the reason that those decks aren't showing up nearly as much is because, as you alluded to, those decks, a lot of them happen to have not the best Rakdos matchup. Now, this deck definitely doesn't have a great Rakdos matchup, but the card Collected Company is very, very powerful against a deck that's trying to 1-for-1 you up the curve. So that is kind of something that the Angels deck has going for it. So if you can maybe find like the best Collected Company deck that also happens to be good against mono green, probably a good recipe to be for Atlanta.
Yeah, it's really good. And one thing to keep in mind, Devin, we always talk about this sort of thing in the booth where, it's so hard to play something with loose to mono green, blah, blah, blah. All the people are having the deck. But remember, not everyone who goes to tournaments, even things like DreamHack, are going to play the best deck by default. Some really good players just refuse to play decks like mono green. And Rakdos and Izzet Phoenix are two types of decks that you're going to see from a lot of players. So they give you a lot of agency and control. And players love agency. It's their favorite thing. They'd rather have agency than win. In some cases, as we see, consider here, pick up a Spike Field Hazard.
That's the Jund players, right? They would rather just play Jund until the end of time than, and have a maybe not the best chance to winning a tournament. But I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna need to hit the follow button because let's face it, this Angels deck, if it doesn't win this round, is gonna be live for top 8 every other round. You're not going to miss that. So hit the follow button, that way you can see that here, and also stay ready for DreamHack Atlanta. Get some good magic in on this nice Sunday here. As we see a Ledger Shredder and a passing of the turn, has Thing in the Ice in hand, chose to save it, playing around Skyclave Apparition.
I like this play a lot from Zack. So Zack's on a mull to 5. Obviously, not a place you want to be on, a mulligan to 5, down a couple of cards. So I think what Zack is trying to do is say, okay, here's this 2-drop. Maybe you kill it, maybe you don't. But I don't think Zack really cares if the Shredder is dying because there's not a lot of spells left over. And the way that Zack is going to win this game likely involves Thing in the Ice as he draws a second copy of Arclight Phoenix, not where you want those to be.
Yeah, Arclight Phoenix does not line up well against the 2/4. That's the high-level insight you can expect here from NRG Series Live. As we see a tapping of 3, and it looks like it's going to be, I believe that one's Resplendent Angel.
Oh boy!
So
are we making Angels?
Yeah. So this one you need to gain 5 life on the turn if you're going to make an Angel. But Resplendent Angel does have an activated ability, and now that we have buffed our life total to 28, this means our Youthful Valkyrie. Our Valkyrie here is a 4/6, so it gets to attack in, and we just have to chump block with the Arclight Phoenix, and our Bishop of Wings also got the buff. That's a 3/6. All of our things, except for this Resplendent Angel, this day the Lightning Axe. Everything's like unkillable. How do you kill him?
We did get the Angel too. My goodness, this is quite the draw from the Angels deck. We talked about how this deck just has so much synergy built into it with, the fact that a lot of these cards, like you said, don't die to Lightning Axe, which is the biggest removal spell in Zack's deck, and just more stuff that all of this stuff is just so hard to kill. You can't race this. He's at 39.
Yeah, that's a lot of life. I forgot they have lifelink on the creature, so that's how we gain the life to get the Angel in play. Oh my goodness. And this is what I mean too, though. When we were hyping the deck before and you're asking me, you play against the Gruul deck or the white aggro deck, you're playing the same game plan, but you have flying and life gain. So how am I going to, race me, whatever. All my creatures have lifelink and gain me life when they enter the battlefield. Nice deck. It's just not going to work. And we're seeing that come out here. Now, obviously, Zack did mulligan, has drawn a lot of creatures, but things like Portable Hole, and we're going to see the handshake extended. Nathaniel Wilson is just won that game and probably in great position to be in top 8 for our event. Probably going to see a double draw from them. So congratulations there. That is very, very exciting.
Angels 5-0. When we started this broadcast, I'm going to be honest with you, Mason. I did not think that we would see Angels in the 5-0 bracket, but put on quite of a show there. Now, we'll have to say the Phoenix player did mulligan to 5, so maybe not the best showing from the Phoenix deck, but that Angels deck looked really good. That draw was a beating.
Yeah, and even if we had like maybe kept like a looser 6 or a 7, that didn't have Lightning Axe, without like the card Lightning Axe, that game would have been very similar. Maybe we would have seen another turn or two of chump blocking with Arclight Phoenixes, but we were going to be there kind of similar. So an important thing there. I really want to get Nathaniel in our interview. Hopefully Nathaniel has some time to pick up the card to come talk to us. We'll let you know if that's going to happen here in a second. But yeah, super exciting. Once again, love the Angel deck. Big fan of it. Glad to see it kind of representing here and coming out of our top 8. I know a lot of people who play the Angel deck. It always looks like a meme. Then you get in with it, and as long as you don't play against like Lotus Field or whatever, you're just kind of like, yeah, this deck is like surprisingly good. Like hard to really justify in a world with Rakdos is also super popular, but dang, if you can just fix the Rakdos matchup, you're in a great position.
Yeah, exactly. This is, like you said, the deck just has this innate ability to put these creatures onto the battlefield. There's a lot of decks that have red removal spells, and this Angels deck has a lot of creatures that don't have red removal, all the X4s and 4 toughness creatures, and the fact that it just outraces these aggressive decks just don't have a chance of dealing upwards of 40 damage. What's the Atarka Red supposed to do against an opponent who is at 39 life? You only have 4 Atarka's commands. You can't cast one literally every turn of the game. So yeah, this deck seems real, and like you said, if you can figure out a way to fix the Rakdos matchup, maybe it's a top contender.
Yeah, and also just thinking about like the other aggro decks too. How are you going to beat a 1/4 on turn 2? That's just huge. Like it eats most of your creatures in combat and doesn't die. Like, are you really going to Tarkus command to deal 3 and pump so that your thing lives and you kill my bishop? Cool. Nice time walk. I'll play this. Gain 4 life. Go. So there is like a lot of really exciting elements to that Angels deck there. Izzet Phoenix still in a really good spot in order to make top 8 of our event, is 4-1, and we love to see that. And we're probably going to see more of our Phoenix player as the round goes on for Zack. But regardless, dropping down there has some more rounds to battle out. How do you feel about Phoenix? I know we're about to talk to Nathaniel, who looks like they have agreed to talk to us. But before we do that, how do you feel about Phoenix in the metagame, especially after seeing that match?
We did see a little bit of Phoenix yesterday from, I believe it was Hayden Otterhoff top-aided the team event yesterday with the Phoenix deck. I think it's in a decent position because you can kind of mix and match your 2-drop threats to be a little bit better against mono green. And given the fact that you have all these cheaper removal spells, you're a little bit better maybe against a deck that doesn't have so many 2/4s, maybe like the more aggressive decks. So I think it maybe has a decent spot in the metagame, but the Rakdos matchup I think is a little bit tough. So
100%. Well, let's go talk to Nathaniel. I want to hear all about this Angels deck. Nathaniel, congratulations on winning round 5 with the exciting deck.
Thanks, much appreciated.
So, is this a deck you play a lot? We gotta know. We need to hear the whole story, Nathaniel. Give us the rundown. I'm a big Angels fan. We love to see it.
It's not a deck I play often. I'm not really a giant Pioneer person, but Angels are sweet. Angels do explosive things, and it's really good right now, I think.
Sure. So is this a deck that you owned or maybe a friend handed to you? What was the kind of deciding factor in order to play? I know you just mentioned you're not a big Pioneer player.
Yeah, I'm not a big Pioneer player. It's not the most interactive, right? Like I kind of do things not at instant speed and people react to me. So I don't have as big opportunity to make mistakes.
Nice. Awesome.
So as far as, if you're not into Pioneer, what formats do you usually play? A little bit of Modern, a little bit of Legacy?
A lot of Modern and Legacy, yeah.
What did you play yesterday in our team event?
I did not have a team for that one, so I didn't play now.
Gotcha.
What decks do you usually go towards in Modern and Legacy?
Modern Tron is my thing. It's my jams.
E-Tron or Tron? Or
Tron. Big
okay,
Tron.
all right.
Oh, yeah.
That was an intervention for a second. We're good. All right, sorry.
Big.
Good to know. Okay, that's good to know. How has your weekend been at the NRG, though? Is this a local event for you? Did you drive for this?
Yeah, it's a local event for me. It's in my hometown. I'm back in town on vacation and figured I'd jam some Magic in, see how good Angels was doing, and it's treating me pretty well.
You love to hear it. What do you do normally that you're on vacation? You get to go to play some Magic. That's kind of sick and exciting.
I'm in the military, so I'm just back on
Awesome.
leave.
Cool. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for that.
Thanks.
Are you qualified for DreamHack Atlanta? Are you going to be getting on down to that?
I am not.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, I think, and the way the chat's looking, you might have inspired some people for DreamHack with this deck. People are really excited about this deck, and it's one that people always kind of talk about being good, but it's kind of cool to see it in action here.
Yeah, I mean, the deck is really cool. You have a lot of really explosive starts with Coco. It throws off combat math a lot with people playing mono white or Gruul aggro, those types of things. And sometimes you just, hit 2 Resplendents and attack for a lot.
Awesome. Well, Nathaniel, thank you so much. We're going to see more of you in our top 8, it looks like. So congratulations on that as well. We'll see you later today with your very awesome deck. As now, we're going to go watch some more Magic in the backup match.
Awesome.
So let's head on over there if we can. Pop up here 1 second. We're doing a little ping pong. Come up here, you go down there. That's how it works here on the coverage part of it. But yeah, I mean, that kind of shows proactive deck just kind of gets the job done. And once again, getting your opponent dead is the first thing in Magic that they teach you, but people often forget that.
Yeah, always got to get him dead as quickly as possible. So I think we're ready to go back down to our backup match. So let's bring it over there.
Awesome. So we're jumping down. We have Nick versus Andrew, Abzan Greasefang versus Boros Heroic. We do love to see it. I gotta say, by the way, I don't want to curse it, but you and I are at the end of our stead together today. This is our last one for a little while. We had no meme names today. Yesterday, we were plagued with Abzan, Aggro, whatever, and it was mono green. But today, everyone's been so great about putting their decks at the right name, and we love to see it. I wanted to shout those players out.
Well, I was looking through some of the deck list this morning, and there are some of those people out there, but thankfully, at least for coverage purposes, we haven't had any in the feature match area. So thank you for that. Big shout out. It really does make coverage a lot easier, especially on the folks who are putting in the names as well. We want to make life as easy as possible for everybody. So
what I'm hearing is if you use the correct deck name. But enough about that. Let's get into this matchup a little bit here. Boros Heroic, a deck that was really popular a while ago, and then Devin, there was the fabled feature match, you versus Doomwake. I mean, you versus Canister, sorry. That Tails all this time. And it felt like after that match, unironically, the deck fell off. What are your thoughts on Boros Heroic right now?
So I think a lot of the reason why Heroic kind of fell off the map a little bit is the printing of Liliana the Veil. The Heroic deck has a lot of creature, a lot of protection spells, right? But protection spells don't do a lot against you sacrifice a creature. So it really kind of had to reshape and figure out a way to get around that card. With regards to this Abzan Greasefang deck, this deck is super explosive, and we see kind of the dream start here for Nick, milling a Parhelion on turn 2, getting a third lane off the Wayfinder Wayfinder on turn 2, excuse me. So kind of has everything he's looking for, and then Wolthuis has also the Virtuoso on turn 2, so we might see some fireworks here.
Yeah, and the Virtuoso, it's a little hard to do, but you can 20 someone in this spot. As we see Ancestral Anger start off, this is a cantrip that also gives +1/+0, and an additional version of that for each copy in the graveyard, and draws you a card. And every time you target the Virtuoso, which is the creature in play for Andrew here, you get to connive. And so getting a +1 counter here, discard the creature, and you can kind of tell Andrew's like, all right, I see that Parhelion. I'm going to kind of need to win the game when we discard this other creature. This is much more about me getting you dead and less about me having multiple things to push through.
It's actually funny too because Parhelion, yes, turn 2, turn 3 Parhelion, or turn 3 Parhelion, excuse me, is very good, but only deals 13 damage. And Andrew can just say, okay, I'll take a hit. You can probably easily assemble a 2-turn lethal attack with this Virtuoso. So I think that's what Andrew's trying to set up here. Just take a chunk from the Parhelion and then just try to set up the lethal next turn. Now, the issue with that is you have to find a protection spell or another trample spell because we've already used 2 Ancestral Angers. So if there is a chump blocker on Nick's side of the battlefield, which there will be because we're going to get the angel tokens as well, you got to make sure you can deal enough through that. So it's going to be curious to see if Andrew can generate enough damage next turn after this attack as well.
Yeah, it's going to be, look how close we were to killing. This is an attack for 6, so 6 times 2 is 14. I'm sorry, it's 12. So we were right around the corner from actually just killing Nick on this one turn. If we had drawn something like maybe Homestead Courage or, heaven forbid, another Ancestral Anger, we would have had a near lethal attack already, showing you just how powerful and explosive the Boros Heroic deck is. And what are some of the good matchups for the Boros Heroic deck if you're out there watching and think like, okay, like why am I wanting to play this one? Oh,
So-
Greasefang, beep beep.
It's time for the rat to hop into the Parhelion. Rats can't drive boats, right? That's
Well-
got to be some kind of a flavor fail. Oh, wow!
Andrew agrees and has to go with reckless rage and get rid of that rat. No, you're not allowed to get in the boat here. And we had another connive as well, discard thing. And we have invigorating surge, which is +4/+0 and trample. So we get the connive and the +4, even without the connive. We are
My
still in a great
goodness.
spot.
Just
Holy
all
moly.
rolled up for Andrew. Had the turn 2, was able to cycle a bunch with the double ancestral anger, and we're gonna take a look at sideboards here. What are we looking at for Andrew?
We have 3 Shutdown of the Skulls, 2 Unlicensed Hurts, 2 Rending Volley, 2 Fight with 1, Gigantha, Adonto's Vanguard, and then what is
Glowstone Infusion.
I don't know this one at all.
So it's R instant, give a creature +2/-2 until end of turn. So it's the idea is you can use it as a removal spell against a Llanowar Elf or an Elvish Mystic, but it also you can target your own creature to give it kind of a little bit of boost because it's +2/-2.
Oh, okay. Kind of really sick. I like that. So what do you think is going to come in this matchup?
Well, so it is kind of a removal spell, but it only gives -2, so it does not kill Greasefang. I would want to look towards the Rending Volley. Excellent card at killing a 3 toughness white creature, especially when you need to kill that thing on turn 3. And then the Unlicensed Hearses. So 2 volleys, 2 hearses, I think are pretty good inclusions here. Not really looking at much else though.
Yeah, I have to agree. Doesn't look like there's not much going on. And really, you don't kind of need it, right? Like, this is a race matchup. So even sideboarding that extra stuff, it's a lot of upgrading. You know, we're turning some cards that are not so great into Rending Volleys and into these Unlicensed Hearses, and not maybe the large amount of threats that you need in cards that are grindy, like maybe Dreadhorde Arcanist. Let's see if we can check out the Greasefang player before we get on down there for game number 2. As it loads in here, we have 1 Eldritch Evolution, 3 Witherbloom Command, 2 Terra Sunder, 3 Abrupt Decays, 4 Fatal Push, and 2 Duress. What do you like for Nick here?
Give me those 7 removal spells, 4 Fatal Push, 3 Abrupt Decay. I think I want all of those, and you could maybe consider Duress to potentially take like a protect you against Reckless Rage or Rending Volley. Maybe you don't want to go that route, but I think I probably want all of these removal spells.
I like it there. Any thoughts to bring in Eldritch Evolution just to go faster, since it is a race while you're on the play, where you just kind of like, no, I'm just going to try and interact a little bit, and turn 5 Greasefang is going to be good enough with all this interaction?
It's really tough. You already have 3 main deck. I'm not quite sure what Nick is looking to cut here. Generally, in the matchups where you're trying to go faster, you can shave on stuff like Chariot and Sky Sovereign because you maybe feel like you need the Parhelion in order to have a chance where you're not going to grind them out with Chariot. So kind of depends on what Nick's going to cut, but potentially.
All right, let's go into game number 2 and see what we have going on there. As Andrew is drawing up, this is one of our time shifted matches. Looks like Nick has kept, I would guess, a 7 on Abzan Greasefang. But yeah, we saw, Andrew had a lot of it last game, didn't even need to use all the cards, still had 3 or 4 cards left over. So Mulligan, not the end of the world there. And Nick hits a Sky Sovereign off the Citrus Supplier. So if we find Greasefang, that is one of the, the good medium vehicles to hit. It actually kills some creatures.
Yeah, not setting up for the infamous turn 2. So the turn 2 is Stitcher Supplier, mill the vehicle, and the Greasefang. Turn 2 can't stay away. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before, but looks like has a Parhelion in hand, able to discard that with the Informant. So we could be setting up for a turn 3 here.
We have Greasefang in hand and the 3rd land picked up off the connive. Looks like a passing of the turn. And we're going to have to see what happens here. We have double Greasefang, by the way. So even if there is a reckless... And we see Nick being like, hey, what's going on? And Andrew's like, I kept a 1-lander with interaction. And so Nick is going to have to pass the turn back because Favorite Hoplite is too big to attack into. Andrew here, lowering the shields for a moment, doing Ancestral Anger, getting some heroic triggers, getting some card draw, and attacking. Looks like it's about to be game over because there's no mana up, and we know Nick has the Greasefang lined up. And this isn't like last time. We might even see Nick do a block in order to play around something like Invigorating Rampage from the last time. Obviously, there is Trample because of Ancestral Anger, but who knows what's going to happen.
Right, so we'll have to take a look here and see what Nick's got. There's the other Greasefang, and that should be all she wrote. All right, game 3.
Game 3, yeah.
Magic.
Maybe if Andrew had more lands, we could have seen something there. But that seemed to be it for that. I don't think we have any more of that. Maybe that was the thing was updated wrong, and the Greasefang player had 1 game 1. I'll try and get coverage to let us know about that. but we're pulling up game 3 actually right now. It was correct. We're just having to pull up the VOD of it real quick because it is a time shifted match, which is really exciting for us here. We love to have this technology and just get more magic to y'all all the time. So make sure to follow, by the way, if you're wanting more magic. Following is the best way to support the stream. If you want to help the stream out, something like a Twitch Prime or a Raw Tier 1 is great, and we love and appreciate that so much. But following the stream lets you know that we can come here, we see the viewership, and we're able to talk to sponsors, do all this stuff. So make sure to click that follow button if you haven't already to watch more Paper Magic, which is just the best way to watch Magic.
Yeah, so I think we have game 3 rolled up for you, and here we go. I think we're going to maybe try and see what players are doing here. And these first two games, if these first two games are any indication, this one's not going to be very fast. This one's not going to take long either.
Yeah, Nick bottoming going to 6, but once again, you don't need to have all your cards to win. You just need to have certain cards, while the London Mulligan's so strong. And this can't stay away, get milled, but no vehicle this time for the Citrus Supplier.
Yeah, had the turn 1 supplier every game. The first 2 games hit the vehicle. This game, not so much. And we see the turn 2 Illuminator Virtuoso here for Nick. So, for Andrew. So really setting up that turn 3. And, we might see something like last game where just, Andrew goes land 3, cast a couple of pump spells. Love this attack. Love it, because if you block, then, you basically can't block here. You just give the 3 more looks at the Parhelion. So love that attack there.
It's a great 2 and followed by the Fatal Push, because it's so easy to just Fatal Push that thing, get out of the way and attack. But if they had blocked, Andrew blocks Nick there, you could have the Parhelion and die, and we have a Battle-Wise Hoplite come across for 2.
Yeah, comes into play tapped and attacking. Love it.
Yeah, just, it knows what it's doing. We have a Rafine Informant here. Get a little connive action. Looks like we found the Grease Fang, but do we have a vehicle to pair with it?
I don't believe so. It probably would have discarded that one pretty quickly. So I think we're trying to figure out. Yeah, okay. Discarding some Wayfinder, though, which does get you a little bit closer to that Grease Fang. So maybe has more copies of Wayfinder or more ways to find it. So, yeah, I mean, this is kind of just a race here, trying to see, does, Nick already has the Grease Fang. We'll see if Nick can find the vehicle before Andrew can present a lethal attack. So,
yep. And we see it, Ancestral Anger here on the Battle-Wise Hoplite. That is going to allow you to scry whenever the Hoplite, I'm sorry, is it Homestead Courage. You scry every time there, and so get the +1 counter, get the +1 from the Hoplite. Now we have a 6-power creature, and that is the strength of this deck. You put this huge pressure in play, and that's why you can beat up on things like Mono Green and actually kill quicker. So it's also why we see players with Boros Heroic play that deck, and also just doing well today, right? Looks like we milled Grease Fang, a land, and something I can't see. I want to say a Rafine's Informant.
Yeah, so still missing that vehicle. If we have a Can't Stay Away in hand, we can maybe Can't Stay Away back a Wayfinder to give us a couple more looks at it, but I think we're still missing the vehicle. Looks like a land 4 here for Nick, but not sure what we have here. I think maybe a Chariot. Okay, we're going to go towards Chariot, which maybe gives us some chump blockers.
Yeah, and buy a little time, as long as there aren't any trample spells or protection spells for Andrew here, you're in a good spot. And even a protection spell, we do have the white Rafine's Informant in order to buy us a little bit of time in the chump blocking territory.
It looks like we only have 1 cat, so maybe this is actually the arena fixed version.
Yes. Yeah, there was some Pikachus coming onto the battlefield. We need a showdown winner to win with the cat. Whoever wins Louisville. We're going to need some cats.
I mean, I respect the Pikachu token. So here's Ancestral Anger. That's the trample spell you talked about.
Yeah, and we're going to get the card draw up here. So we're at 7 power currently. Kind of big.
Let's see what we are looking. What is that?
I think that's a Homestead Courage.
Okay.
So
these double feature cards, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of them.
Believe it or not, they kind of suck. Scribe to the bottom. And we have a lot of damage lined up here. And, maybe Andrew has a protection spell and a removal spell. I was trying to hold up that, and so we're only going to see a attack for a bunch here, but we're going to animate the Asika's Chariot. What a great play from Nick.
All right, because, you want to put the Chariot in the graveyard because we have the Grease Fang rolled up. Definitely a good play. Now, the thing about the Chariot is not the best here because you kind of need the Parhelion to be able to clock Andrew pretty effectively. More 2/2s might not necessarily get the job done, but it is better than nothing, right? You can maybe just keep doing this over and over again, and Andrew's going to need a lot more protection spells to be able to fight through that wall of 2/2 cats.
100%. And also it's got a little bit more toughness too, so you can take a little hit with the trample. Looks like Andrew does have some card, was thinking about if they wanted to push damage, but he says, nah, whatever. Just take the trample damage. You take 5, pass the turn. Or 6, sorry.
Yeah, this Legionnaire is getting pretty big.
Yeah, I can kind of attack through some things here soon. A Besagio is the draw for Nick. Not quite what you're looking for.
Yeah, really needs to find a way to get this Parhelion into the graveyard. I mean, worst case, so I know there's a Grease Fang. You said the Besagio. I couldn't get a look quite a good look what that
Fiend's
last card
Informant.
was. Was it Informant? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, you could say, play the Grease Fang, make some tokens, attack, make another token that's 5 cats, but it's not 100% certain if the cats can. You have to go pretty wide here. Okay, are we not going for cats? Oh, we are.
Oh, it
We're
looks
just
like
using the okay. Can't stay away.
Can't stay away. And yeah, feels like Nick kind of knew that, hey, they stopped for a long time. It's probably something that kills my chariot. Might have thought it was Reckless Rage, right? And so it would use the can't stay away to use all the mana, which is a great play from Nick. Now opening Nick up for a future turn, maybe double Grease Fanging or doing something else.
Right. Yeah. So Nick kind of had the read there. It was you kind of had to assume that your Grease Fang was probably not long for this world, like you said. So we're going for, I think that was the Homestead Courage. So that's going to get flashbacked. Then we have 6, 7, 8, 10 power. So if we have something like a Invigorated Rampage, gets us to 15. And we'll do a quick math here. 15 minus 6 is 9. So not quite lethal, but we're pretty close.
We finished resolving the Scry, so now the Homestead Courage putting us up to 10 power. Sorry, 11 power. I think there's another Battle-Wise Hoplite in hand. Yeah, I think it's that, and I think it might be like a Reckless Impulse or Reckless Rage or something like that. So it might be a situation of, yeah, I could play as Favorite White Hoplite, but I'd rather just attack you with these, and whatever, you can throw the cat away if you want. If you want to take 2, you can take 2.
Interesting offering up the Legionnaire attack here. Maybe just so I actually kind of like that because you want to clear up the battlefield to get to a point where if you have just a removal spell and not necessarily a protection spell to be able to maybe clear the last blocker out of the way because that Nick's priced into blocking the big one, but giving Nick the option to trade for the small one is very good because if you say something like Nick plays a Grease Fang, you have a removal spell for the Grease Fang. There's only one blocker left over if Nick can't play another blocker, so then you maybe say untap, have another removal spell or something like that. I like this play a lot.
Yep, I agree. It's really good, and you see Nick here's having to think about it.
Interesting that Nick would give Andrew the option of which one to kill. Well, I guess because you want to try and play around God's Willing, so you want to, if at all possible, you want to keep a green creature and a white creature. So Andrew most likely is just going to end up killing. I guess at this point it doesn't matter because there's only one blocker left anyways. But if let's say the other line where you just chump block and don't trade for the 2/2, then you can have a green and a white creature back to be able to play around something like a God's Willing.
Yeah, you probably just want to leave the cat. So if Grease Fang comes into play, you probably see a Secret Chariot and a activation there, and then having all green creatures means God's Willing is lethal. We're gonna see Satyr Wayfinder. I believe whiff on the land. Oh, there's a Temple Guard, but it looks like we're just not gonna take it. Don't really need it.
Yeah, it's still missing that Parhelion. That's the one that Nick is really looking for. And as we talked about last game, the Parhelion's not even lethal on this battlefield. Andrew is at 19, so even if a Parhelion were to enter the red zone, maybe Andrew could take a hit, still be able to present potentially a lethal attack with that massive 10th District Legionnaire. We're going to go for the Grease Fang, and like you said, we kind of assume Andrew has a removal spell here.
Yeah, it looks like Andrew didn't. So maybe it's protection spells. We see Secret Chariot into the battlefield, and weirdly, this Grease Fang might be on shunt blocking duty because of protection spell. We might see a line from Andrew where it's like upkeep God's Willing pro black, get a little scry action on, and then just be like, okay, what's happening here? And then Andrew, take a moment to read Grease Fang, probably checking to see if it's forced to crew. Typically we see Grease Fang always crew, but it doesn't have to. It's a May. We are going to see it get crewed up though, and this does make sense too for Nick. You can attack in for some damage and make some more cats, and maybe you can't be God's Willing no matter what you do.
Wait, yeah, I don't know if I like this. I feel like you maybe want to leave the Grease Fang back because you can tap the cats to crew the chariot if you really wanted to. Like you say, maybe tap 2 cats, crew the chariot, attack with the chariot because the chariot's going to get bounced anyways, and you kind of don't mind it being in the graveyard. But tapping the Grease Fang here just puts you dead on board to a single copy of God's Willing.
Yeah, it's got to be a card you're thinking about. And you saw the sheltering thicket, I think, or whatever, the DFC land in the last game get looted away. So you know that's on your radar too. Looks like we're just double checking. Like, yeah, these are old cats, new cats. Yeah, one of the cats
only
died
one
last
cat
turn.
should be attacking because only one of the cats was left over after the combat step last turn.
Yep. And we're just gonna block the chariot, save some life. Go down to 16 here for Andrew.
Yeah, looks
And
like
that's
maybe
it. God's willing.
and
That's
enough.
game. Andrew played it really well there to get Nick down, and that is going to be it. Let's head on back to the booth though, because it's time for us to say goodbye to Devin. Devin, thank you so much for joining me in the booth and here on coverage today. It's been great to have you around with us. You know, all of last night through the finals, and this morning starting things off in our Pioneer 5K.
It's been an absolute blast. Thankfully, we get to see some Selesnya Angels on the way out the door. That was a lot of fun. It's been an absolute blast. Thank NRG for having me. Thank you, Mason, for doing this with me. I really appreciate it, and can't wait to do it again next time.
Yeah, it was a blast. We'll see you around, Devin. Have a good rest of your day. And hopefully we'll see you in chat along with everyone else because we still have round 6, 7, and the rest of our top 8 today. We're going to have Joe Lissette in the booth with me after that. So make sure you click that follow button. That way you're on the channel and you're sitting here. We're going to be back here in just a short couple minutes after this break. But we need to have that break. So guys, see you in a minute.
All right, we're back here at Nerd Rage Gaming. Thanks for sticking around. Looks like the show was well in hands without me so far this weekend, but I'm back to take down the rest of the weekend with Mason Clark. And we're watching Pioneer, and I step away for a day and a half, and you guys let Angels in the top 8. What is going on?
Angels is great. We were talking about it a little bit, in the last round. The deck kind of has a really good metagame position if you can avoid that Rakdos matchup. And we were seeing about 20% of the room today was on mono green, so it was the perfect day to pull out Angels.
Yeah, okay. Well, that player is all set. We're going to start this round with Noah Strasler and George Jabbour. Viewers who normally watch the Rage series could probably, in the dark, without knowing the format, intuit that George Jabbour is probably playing Narset Days Undoing, and they'd be correct again. Here he is facing Noah Strasler with mono green ramp.
Yeah, the mono green ramp has been the menace of the format and everything, but these control decks, they have tried again to fix the matchup and try to get to a spot where they can actually win. And sometimes Days Undoing a Narset does actually do that job well enough.
Yeah, it definitely can. Unfortunately, here for George, Narset on its own, like there's not really much card drawing. I mean, I guess there's Kiora, but really, other than that, Narset's not going to mean much here, right?
Yeah, Narset it's more of a combo piece. It's a lot more like your Splinter Twin than it is your Deceiver Exarch like normal. And so we're, gonna have to have that line up well for us.
Yeah, okay. So Noah starts developing here. We see Kiora in hand. We see a lot of mana generation. So there is some risk. We see temporary lockdown in some of these blue light control decks. I don't know the numbers in George's list this weekend, but it
looks like we have 2.
Okay, so that is a risk for Noah because not only will that gobble up the elves, it will take the Wolfalo Haven as well, which is unpleasant as Kiora gets added to the hand. And yeah, okay, so triple ramping here. That's either great or really vulnerable.
Yep. And you have to imagine George's, experience in this matchup. Not only, like you mentioned, we see him on the tour all the time playing these blue-white control decks, but also 4-1 today. There's no way George hit all this way without beating up some mono green players.
Yeah, that is probably true. Hard to get through any number of rounds otherwise. So, okay, let's see. Here we go. Turn 3, and he's got it. Temporary lockdown. That is going to wipe out everything Noah's got. I mean, he doesn't mind losing the Oath, but everything else is kind of painful.
Yeah, Noah Strasler is begging to draw Besage You, but oh, dang, that is a back-breaking play there on temporary lockdown.
Yeah, okay, so here, Noah Strasler on turn 3 has a choice of Old Growth Troll or Kiora. At least with Kiora first. How do you feel about that?
I think it's pretty good for setting up. When you've lost all your resources like that, you maybe need to get a little bit more cards. There are light on lands here for Noah. And so by doing this, we can set up to play Old Growth Troll, get a couple extra cards, and hopefully hit the land drops that we need. And we also don't expose our Old Growth Troll to something like March of Otherworldly Light, which would be a back-breaking turn sequence. This way we at least get some value out of it, as long as there aren't too many counterspells from George.
Yeah. So the troll gets absorbed. We see Noah there using Kiora just to play around Sensor, which, I mean, do we ever see Kiora run out of loyalty? Does it ever happen?
Only when you're comboing and you're doing it on purpose. You know, she
Right.
has a million loyalty.
Yeah. So Teferi gets dropped here for George, looking great here, developing, able to untap a couple lands. So with Absorb down for the turn, I guess Noah could resolve a creature here if he's got something good, but this is getting away from him.
Yeah, and we see Noah once again respecting the Sensor really hard here, and it looks like it is going to finally be that Old Growth Troll getting cast.
Yeah, all right, so second try with the Troll. That one's going to resolve, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like there may be some respond to the trigger on the stack, but okay, never mind. So let it happen.
All right, so at least something positive happening for Noah Strasler. Although him getting draw one card, you know, is a one-time thing. Teferi's just going to do that every single turn, and it's hard to keep up with.
Yeah, Teferi is a card that we've seen in basically every format that when it sticks, it wins the game if you can protect it. And that's what George Jabbour has built the whole deck around, you know? I'm going to stick this and win.
Yeah, definitely a Planeswalker heavy version of the deck. And is he contemplating a minus here? He might be. Yeah.
I kind of like it. It's a really good play around Nykthos, which is a card that maybe you're kind of afraid of. And also, you know, your Teferi's going to get hit anyways. And so maybe this has helped setting up something like the Narset into Days and doing by removing the pressure on the board too for a future turn.
Yeah. Okay. So Noah knows that Troll is waiting, and with Storm the Festival in hand, if he can get that off before 2 turns from now, he actually knows he's got a guaranteed hit. I'm not sure that's the most desirable card, but it's, I guess, nice to know. Here's an elf, and okay, you know, elf. Hopefully you need the mana, because attacking for 1's not going to be so great when George is at 23.
100%. And it is awkward too, because Noah has drawn the Boseiju, so we can Boseiju the lockdown and get our mana back and kind of surprise George. So if George goes for, like, you know, maybe a big Memory Deluge or something like that, you know, uses all the mana in some way, that could be a huge punish.
Instead, we're going to see a Castle Scry here.
Castle Vantress is finally getting activated on the coverage. We've had it a lot this weekend, Joe, and it has not been activated. So this is exciting for me.
I heard your intake of breath there, and I didn't know what was going on. But okay, there we are. So it's explained. Castle Vantress. Yep, double bottom.
Now I see why you had Lonely Sandbar in our deck. Finally, it makes sense. I get it now.
All right, Teferi does its thing. Pick up a card.
Yeah, it looks like George is just drawing a lot of lands, even with the help of Castle Vantress.
Yeah, and I mean he may well have sweepers in hand that he's just not going to bother casting against an elf. And here's Narset. Okay, is there a follow-up?
Yeah, let's see. Do you get to minus and look at the top 4? Looks like there's at least a Dovin's Veto in the pile, which is not the worst in the world.
Yeah, it is the veto. So the Boseiju on the lockdown actually more relevant here potentially for attackers on the Planeswalkers than it is for mana generation, but we'll see how this goes. Also, the Oath will come back, and that's nice.
Yeah, you know you're going to hit at least an Old Growth Troll.
Yeah.
And yeah, you got a lot of mana. You can maybe even double spell through everything. So George is going to take a second, double check. Joe, I have to imagine you've been in this spot a lot because, you know, you play a lot of the control decks and Legacy and other formats. How often is it hard to navigate these spots where you're kind of just heavy on these cards that generate cards, but you're kind of having to line up your spells in awkward ways?
I mean, it may be somewhat awkward, but you're also looking at it from knowing that you're in a position of real advantage here. I mean, even if your Planeswalkers get picked off, all you have to worry about really, the only way you're going to die is if you get comboed out, and you know Dovin's Veto has that covered. So, I mean, there's some stuff to think about, but you have so many tools in this format. You have Wandering Emperor, which I never got to play with back in the older formats. And I mean, that's a nice tool. You can do all kinds of work with it. And I mean, how much with no Nykthos, how much mana are we really looking at here? Probably something like 8. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 9 with Kiora. That's
10. Not bad.
That's handleable. Yeah.
Yeah, especially because everything costs so much, right? It's not like we have 10 mana and a bunch of 3 drops, you know.
Yeah.
We're trying to resolve 6 mana cards here. We did pick up Karn, though, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the big key player in this matchup, by the way, where it is a card that if you stick, you can't really answer unless you use something like Teferi minusing. Cards like Farewell, or how you see the blue-white players sort of take over these games when they sort of fall behind. And we see George is rocking 1 this weekend in the main deck. But a card like Karn is really just almost impossible to kill.
Yeah, but it's also currently impossible to resolve. And Noah's thinking this through. He's got a couple desirable cards in hand, but he knows he can probably only cast 1 a turn. And yeah, so he's got to set up. He's got to plan multiple turns in advance here because he knows he's not going to win the game this turn.
100%. I wonder if we might see something like an activation of Lair of the Hydra and just send everything at hero and maybe like 1 or 2 of them at Narset so you can't minus for free, and just kind of be like, all right, tap out, do your best,
Yeah, no, I mean, that's depending on how desperate Noah feels his position is, that may be the way to go. There's obviously ways you can get blown to shreds on that play, but sometimes it's worthwhile. More mana being assembled here, and
yeah, it looks like we're flicking a Cure to the front. Maybe trying to use Cure as some bait.
Maybe that would be questionable as there's already a Cure in play, but so it is going to be animation. So you called that one. Lair of the Hydra is up and ready to rumble.
Yeah. And it looks, it's going to be a 2/2 Lair of the Hydra. It's always 1 less than what you paid for it. Looks like Noah's eyeing it up and just like, yeah, whatever. Okay, 3/3.
Okay, that makes more sense, certainly, as now he can threaten both planeswalkers if that's the way he chooses to go.
Yeah, and worth mentioning, too, because of Cure, we haven't activated yet with Wolfwillow. If George tries to do something like Memory Deluge into a spot removal spell to save one of these walkers, Noah can still play Karn and get underneath that veto. So kind of trying to get George to blink here, and if it goes, it will be bad.
All right, so 4 attackers coming across here. George Jabbour left to decide. Well, okay, Noah's still considering how he wants to line this up, it looks like. Not committed on 3 damage each way.
Yeah, there's some amount of like, maybe I just have to kill this Teferi. Maybe I have to kill this Narset. And so just trying to figure that out exactly. Because, a card like March of Otherworldly Light, which is pretty popular in these decks, does just beat your Lair of the Hydra.
Okay, let's see it. The decision has been made, and George Jabbour, it's on you to respond. And the response wasn't instant, so that's going to be good for Noah. Well, okay. Otherwise, is going to reset the Lair of the Hydra.
I think
does work.
It's
not non-land.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess it just made it so it targets all the types, but it doesn't say not non-land. Makes sense. All right. So
yeah, Narset goes down, and fortunately Noah can replay the Lair as he didn't play a land yet. So that's something. That turn wasn't terrible.
Yeah, honestly, that went way better than I thought it could have gone. It looked like we had a moment where we were going to actually do the deluge into something and maybe have lost the game, not on the spot, but fallen very far behind in the spot where we were kind of in a commanding position. And it looks like, yeah, you were right. George was holding on to that verdict. Didn't really care about the 1 elf before.
Yeah, but 3 is a good price. And able to reset with castle mana activation or any number of other things.
Wow. We might have 2 activations in 1 round. Joe, you really things change when you're around.
We shall see. I wouldn't I wouldn't have even known that castle activation was a noteworthy thing, but I guess it is. I would have thought Angels being on camera was a bigger deal.
Both are big deals to me.
Yeah.
I have small dreams, as we see the Lair of the Hydra here for 4. Looks like.
Yeah, there's the march you were talking about. Lairs out of here. And okay. No, it's on you.
How about second one? That's so much card advantage. We're up so much. Look.
2 to the bottom the first time. That's almost as good as drawing a card. 1 to the bottom this time. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're Noah, you hate to see the 1 on top.
Yeah. All right. So George will draw another card and consider his options here. I mean, we're well at the point where he can hold up counters and do fairly significant things. Okay, main phase castle. That is not what I had in mind by main phase, powerful things, but all right.
Yeah, it's hard to qualify it as powerful in general, but it is a thing we were able to do.
Yeah.
And we put one on top again, so I don't know. If Noah doesn't do anything, George might scry again. You know how it is with top. You get to look again.
You do. I mean, that's the fun play that other players love. When you look at 3 and then look at 3 again without anything changing and just leave them. It's like, oh, I just was checking. All right, so Noah drew Nykthos finally. So maybe he can get a little more mana online. And the troll does draw a card now that the Narset is gone.
Yeah, 7 devotion's a lot of mana.
Okay, so here we go. Counting it up, verifying. It is indeed 7, like you said. So do we feel, does it even matter, Storm or Karn here?
I think you want to lead on Storm just because it is flashbackable. Now, 10 mana is a ton of mana, but it's something that at least like we're not hard losing it. And with Karn, we can maybe set up a double Karn turn.
Oh, actually, we still have Cure of Activation to go, so there's even more mana available.
Yeah, so now if we choose to activate Nykthos again, we'll be up to 12 mana, which would allow us to double spell.
All right, here's 5 for Wolfwillow Haven. This feels like it maybe could have come down before the... No, it couldn't come down before the first Nykthos, so it doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah, I think Noah did those double checking that there, just making sure. And the Wolfwillow now will make 1 when we activate Nykthos because the land's been tapped to make mana, and then now we get an additional mana. So yeah, we should still be at 12 since it kind of is mana neutral in this exchange.
Yeah, but this does allow. So now we know that we're playing 2 spells. We have Karn and Storm the Festival. Storm the Festival still goes first, does mean to veto.
Yep. And this is the right. Noah set this up. Will it resolve if he chooses to go for it? Karn is big. Oh, second veto.
Okay. So that did obviously deplete a lot of George's resources here, but Teferi's still in play. And like you said, I believe we kept the scry cards. So
yeah. And are we going to see another minus from Teferi? We saw it do it before on the Old Growth Troll.
Yeah. There's 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, quite a bit of mana available even without the troll, and George is going to draw. Maybe wondering how did this? I was in great shape. I had Teferi, I had Narset, I had Counter Magic, and now like you have stuff on the board. Well, you don't have stuff on the board now.
Farewell to those things, though. Yeah, this is kind of the power of the green machine. It just continuously churns out, but despite being a green ramp deck, it just honestly never stops producing card advantage and just keeps chugging and chugging and chugging.
All right. Well, that was certainly a blow for Noah Strasler. Now, and then here's another Narset, and the Storm Festival no longer available to flashback as Farewell. Like you said, it's a one of, but it's a very powerful card. Cleans up a lot.
It is a card that when Mono Green was first in the Uprise, blue-white players like, oh, we'll just stick a bunch of these in our deck and fix the matchup. Problem there, of course, was other decks in the format like Mono White. They really punished the 6-mana sweeper versus a 4-mana sweeper. But you still see, a copy in the main, and we'll get to it later, but in the sideboard as well for George, kind of having the tools for this matchup, very aware. I'm going to have to beat Mono Green 3 or 4 times to win a big tournament like this.
Okay, Noah. No play. Yuck.
That's kind of, all systems a go here. If you're George, you're just about to ultimate your Teferi and your opponent did nothing.
Yeah, sounds good. Although, maybe Noah's just trying to bait him into casting. Well, he's not going to bother. All right, we're out of here. Let's go to the next game. As George Jabbour will pick up game 1 here with his No Days Undoing showed up, and Narset maybe didn't play that significant of a role, but certainly the sweepers. We saw the whole bevy of Lockdown, Verdict, and Farewell that game. All right, let's look at some sideboards. So Noah Strasler down a game, got some work to do. And so you're playing Mono Green, Pioneer, you're playing against Blue Eye Control. You've obviously got a bunch of great sideboard cards, right?
Well, you have 15 one of wish cards. So you could bring in a Seeker's Chariot. That is one that sometimes does come in these grinding matchups. You see Love Struck Beast in here for Noah. Kind of a card to beat up on the aggro decks. Totally passable in this matchup, but you might see something like that, or maybe like honestly a Llanowar Elf get exchanged for a Seeker's Chariot. It was something you'll see some players choose to do. No real consensus among the green players on exactly what you're supposed to do, but besides that, no, you kind of just want to wish for them, unfortunately. No real sideboard in this most popular deck in Pioneer.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and shift over to Mr. Jabbour's weekly Narset Days Undoing concoction and see what he's brought for us. So here we have a traditional sideboard. And yeah, there's some goodies in here. Some more removal. What do you like?
Yeah, so we have 4 Aether Gust, which jumps out as like that card's probably going to be pretty good against mono green. Not a forever answer, but when you're something like the Fairy, that's good at taking over. Same with Disdainful Stroke. That's a card that we've seen the Izzet Phoenix players really turn to help fix the mono green matchup. And with their deck, they're a little bit more aggressive, so it does hard fix it. But here, still going to be a good upgrade over some of our more conditional removal spells. We're also going to see that extra Farewell we mentioned. That can totally come in, and then we might see a temporary lockdown with us being on the draw as a way to kind of catch all the elves. We might see it again on the play as well, but that's a card that you can see coming in different spots. And honestly, George has a bunch of, cards like Rest in Peace aren't the perfect card in this matchup, but it does stop the Karn loop and turns off things like Old Grove Troll from being these impossible to answer threats and things like Cavalier from generating extra value. So if George wants to, we could have a lot of sideboard cards.
Yeah, I mean, unlikely probably they can board in upwards of 10, but he's got them if he wants them. If he has a significant swath of his deck that he doesn't like here, he can exchange it, although it's kind of hard to imagine what that would be. Maybe you don't like so many counters going second. Maybe you want to trim away some of the card advantage planeswalkers, but there's certainly a lot of options here.
Yeah, we have like 4 Censor and 2 Make Disappear. Censor really awkward on the draw, especially against an elf deck. So I have to imagine that one's going to go at least on the draw. But also, I want to note something while we're looking at George's deck here. George has a main deck Disdainful Stroke. That is some big respect for this matchup that you're main decking Disdainful Stroke in your control deck. Still just a one of, but a valuable spot still.
Yeah, that popped out to me too as being something that I wouldn't expect to see if I'm Noah Strasler or if I'm, sitting down against George with whatever deck. I mean, just like Disdainful Stroke. Yeah, you cut. What did you do? Because I feel like normally these deck lists, they either run 7 counters, seems like these main number of hard counters deck, and George has 8.
It looks like Portable Hole died for the Sens.
Okay.
So, which is, a card that is very good against the aggro decks, but is awkward if you're going to try and use Farewell. It's just hard answer to a lot of things. So it might be a situation of, listen, I love Portable Hole, but I'm just not choosing to fight this weekend. And that's how you see those great control players, right, Joe, that are able to actually build their decks for the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely choices you have to make. Portable Hole, awesome card. Temporary Lockdown, awesome card. Hard to play both of them. As well as the Farewell, like you were saying. So, okay, so players are ready for game number 2. Playing for potentially the right to draw into the top 8 here. Noah looking to recover from dropping game 1. And no elves, it looks like.
And no elves. If you have a bunch of Wolfwillow Havens, sometimes you can keep these kind of hands, especially because Noah doesn't know that George doesn't have Portable Hole, right? So Noah might be like, this hand's got a couple of Wolfwillows. I can dodge the Portable Hole. It's kind of better than it looks. Now, we know that's not something that could happen, but if you're Noah Strasler, you're going to make that judgment call in the moment.
Yeah, 4 mana, and he's going to ship it back. And he looks at the top. Boy, I don't know about that decision, but Mulligan, sure. But look at the top cards. Come on. What are we doing?
Come on. Yeah, you got to make the choices with what you knew. Those top cards shouldn't affect it, You're setting yourself up for failure later in life. The grass isn't always greener, Joe.
Certainly frustration inbound either way. And George Jabbour looks like he's going to keep this 7.
Yep.
Okay.
Man.
Well, I mean, nope. I take that back. No, both players are going to go to 6.
Yeah, something that Harlan Fear told me a long time ago that we saw earlier today is if you take that long, it's probably a mulligan.
Yeah.
And I don't know how true that actually is, but in the case of George, it was true here.
Yeah, and Noah is going to immediately go ahead and go down to 5. Boy, tough things here. And yeah, George obviously had to think about that decision, like you were saying. And now on 6, knowing that Noah is already on the way to 5.
Yeah,
This is
and-
one spot where the original Mulligan rules, or well, maybe not the original, but ones I played a considerable part of my Magic career in, where Noah would have to mulligan as many times as he wanted to, and then George would make a decision after Noah was done, which makes it really lopsided. So at least
dang.
he knows where, Noah knows where George is at this point.
Yeah, those greedy Thoughtseize keeps get a lot bigger when you just sit there and your opponent's mulliganing to 6,
Yeah.
down to 5, down to 4, and you're like, it's 1 land Thoughtseize, but it is 1 land Thoughtseize.
All right. Well, there's a 1-drop, maybe not the ideal one, but Lovestruck Beast. What Heart's Desire, is that the name of the adventure
Bingo.
card? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So in there with a 1/1 for Noah.
Mm-hmm. And Lovestruck Beast kind of good on a low resource game. If George has just a bunch of lands and not counter spells, this
Mhm.
Lovestruck Beast clock could actually make up for the fact we're so low on cards.
Yeah. Yeah, Noah with a land, a Karn, Outgrowth Troll plus that beast. He's got action here. He's got things to do at least.
Mm-hmm.
And running into, you spoke about how sensors maybe got boarded out going second. So these cards are more likely to resolve. In fact, if there's no sensor, I don't think Lovestruck Beast can be countered here aside from Ether Gust.
Yeah, agreed. And it'd be an interesting one to Ether Gust. It's not even like it would be bad. It would just, what will Noah do? Will, Noah make more 1/1s or deploy again?
No, George is thinking about something.
Yeah, maybe it's like a March of Otherworldly Light to hit the token to turn off the Lovestruck Beast.
I mean, that would work too.
Oh, it's a March getting rid of the
Okay.
Wandering Emperor to kill the Lovestruck Beast. Okay.
All right. That is resource intensive, but it does remove the big threat.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if that means George is like
Yeah.
light on lands.
Yeah. I kind of had the same thought, and that is correct. So there's a Supreme Verdict in hand, but he's not there yet. Old Growth Troll looks like it's in there.
Yeah. And this is part of the strength of the mono green deck, is its fail rate is large creatures that attack you.
Yeah.
And that is just good enough sometimes in Pioneer.
5 comes across here, and for the first significant attack of the game. And here's an Oath looking for a land. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Lair's a great one too. If George ever does draw a verdict, if you're Noah, George is on a bunch of spells.
All right, here's an Otawara into play. These channel lines are so good they even come to play untapped.
It is kind of wild how good the Kamigawa channel lands are. They have just like entered every format in a really real way.
Narset. Okay. And that's something. I guess it, impulses and draws an attack from Old Growth Troll. Well, I mean, maybe if that didn't show up, Noah could consider ignoring it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was better or worse for George, but it was something. Yeah. Noah here.
Draws Nykthos.
Huh.
Which does generate 1 extra mana.
Noah with the classic no reason looking at my sideboard.
Yeah. Oh, this kills me. In local PTQs too, I'm watching friends play, and it's like, as soon as they draw a card, they immediately go to their sideboard. I'm like, no, you're just screaming to your opponent what you have.
Yeah, we do see that Noah decided to keep the Asika's Chariot in the sideboard, so probably just shuffled right on up here for game number 2. Yeah, I wonder.
Well, maybe it's just bluff looking at the sideboards from George's perspective.
Hollywood.
So he does have options. He has Karn and he has Storm the Festival.
There's been some talk, among mono green players, like, what are you supposed to do? There's a camp of you should always storm first, and there's a big camp of you should always storm last. And kind of the logic being that if you storm last, you get to better inform, kind of like, saving your brainstorms for as long as possible, right? Whereas if you storm first, you have this much bigger chance to actually win the game immediately.
Yeah.
And so it kind of feels like Noah's having that moment of like, well, I have these Karns already. That makes Karn kind of a bad hit off Storm. Maybe I'm supposed to just play this Karn and get something medium like, Heart of Kieran onto the board that is good against Wrath of God.
He may also, although I don't necessarily expect to see this, he could also just grow up the Lair of the Hydra and attack.
Yeah. Big Lair of the Hydra attack is kind of good.
I mean, George would be unable to cast. If Noah sent everything at George, he wouldn't have time to cast Days Undoing. So that would be a way of kind of deleting it from hand. It is the Karn, though.
Yeah, and looks like Heart of Kieran was grabbed and pretty reasonable. Also a combo piece too, Heart of Kieran. So getting it now lets you, if you're on low resources like Noah is this game, you might be able to set up the combo later.
Yeah. Heart of Kieran, one of the cards I kind of pains me that these, having played a bunch of Tron in Modern with Karn Great Creator, the original builds ran a lot more artifacts in the sideboard than the later ones, where you kind of trim down the important ones and try and preserve some actual sideboard space. And I feel like Heart of Kieran's a card that is rarely relevant. And here is the Days Undoing into the concession. All right.
I respect that. We saw Days Undoing cast on stream. We love that.
I mean, we didn't see it resolve though.
That's true. Yeah. Noah may have had a counter. We don't know. George picked up too soon. That, George, this leaking information, not seeing Noah's willing to do something in response there. So, but yeah, no, it does kind of stink to not see, more of those cool artifacts in the sideboards of like, the Modern and even Legacy where Karn the Great Creator is.
No, I'm saying the reverse. I'm saying we're seeing too many of them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you're saying.
Yeah.
I had a moment.
I'm saying we're seeing too many are in Pioneer. I would love to not see stuff like Heart of Kieran. I remember a few months ago when these decks were in flux as things were developing, we saw 4 Skylashers in the green sideboards, and then when the splash black existed, then it was like splash for Fatal Push or splash for if you're splashing white, some white cards. And now we don't see that at all anymore. And I don't know, I kind of miss that.
Sure. Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if cards like Obstinate and Bailoff from Brothers War might be able to come in there as an anti-aggro, anti-Rakdos card. That'd be really cool. I've heard some people talk about playing Nissa's Defeat for the mirrors. And so our sideboard cards are only there. And, if you Nissa's Defeat a land with Wolfwillow Haven when you're on the play, that's game, as the kids say. So
that would be pretty good. That could happen. Yeah. Or you could just play it, with off an elf immediately, because a lot of the, when you're going in the mirror, where going first is so important, that would be a way to take advantage of it. If you don't have, a big threat, it's like, oh, pick off a land, you're even further ahead. And how are they catching up? It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's really big. And also killing Kiora. We mentioned Kiora has, I think, approximately 1 billion loyalty. And so having something that hard kills Kiora is nice.
All right. So players shuffling up for game 3 with potential top 8 berth on the line. Loser of the match, not guaranteed out, but going to have to be fortunate on tiebreakers in addition to winning the next round.
Yeah, and I'm curious if, George is putting in those sensors or make disappears now that we're on the play. Is that something we're more interested in to actually catch a cure? We saw Noah really respected in game 1, so it might just be worth sideboarding, a couple cards here, we put them to the top, we fan through our deck, we pull them back out again, just to make Noah have to think about it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm more keen on sensor, I think, than I am make disappear here, even just because of the fail rate of being able to cycle is great. And make disappear certainly could go dead fairly early in the game sometimes if green develops well. So we'll see what George chooses to go with. He's got a lot of experience playing with these cards in different formats. I don't know if playing these cards in Modern helps very much here, but it probably doesn't hurt.
Yeah, it's got to make it at least a little easier on the mechanics of it all. My interest costs 4. I don't have to double check that, blah, blah, blah.
What do you think about that? I don't know that I've really thought about this. Like playing specific cards in different formats, is that playing, I don't know, Narset Days Undoing in Modern, does that aid you in playing those cards in Pioneer?
It probably helps a little bit on the spots where things are going awry and you kind of need to think about it because you're in similar situations where you can kind of think about it and intuit. So for example, maybe spots where it's like, yeah, I just don't think I'm going to win if I don't cast the Narset now and take the risk on it getting like, maybe not bolted, but like lightning struck or attack down, something like that. So it probably does matter. It might also matter with how rigid the cards are. Narset Days Undoing, kind of rigid cards. But if you're doing something like maybe Leyline Binding, it'd be a lot easier and also, help with checking the mana and stuff. So,
All right, we're underway in game 3. I think both players actually kept full hands this time. With an elf. couple elves, with lots of things going differently than last game around.
Yeah, I think Noah kept a 1-lander, but did find 4 off the Oath there. Sorry,
Alright.
3 lands. Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely it looked like a Nykthos and a land in an elf, maybe.
Yeah, this might be the rare take of Forest.
Maybe. I mean, you can cast your second elf off the first. Oh, maybe there is no other elf. All right, we'll see. I know there's a bunch of cards in hand.
Yeah, there's definitely a bunch of cards. And Noah just taking that. Also, this lets you line up Old Growth Troll if something does happen to one of your elves.
Mhm.
We're going to see Heart's Desire.
Yeah, and there is another elf in hand, so potentially could deploy a lot here and then risk the temporary lockdown.
Yeah, a big card in game 1. It looks like Dobin's Veto going to actually hit the Lovestruck Beast.
Okay. Well, that certainly, from Noah's perspective, decreases the chance that there is a temporary lockdown in hand. And once again, George Jabbour does not have a third land.
Jeez. Yeah, and Noah ripped the third land off the top there. Wow, some good patience on George from the Oathness. I might look back and, kick themselves for that one. But there was just a bunch of lands on top, so it was going to probably work out either way. As we see.
Okay. Karn Great Creator. And there's going to be just a stream of threats coming from Noah Strasler. First one meets the Disdainful Stroke, and Noah comes across for 1, and Noah's probably perfectly satisfied with that.
Yeah, Noah, as long as Noah can keep making land drops and working towards doing double spell stuff, it's going to be fine trading cards with George. Noah knows that George has got a bunch of gas, and so whenever you play these cards, there's a chance something goes awry with them.
Mm-hmm. All right, here is Nykthos currently breaking even. Noah's going to scale up 1 and go with Cavalier, which is going to meet an Ether Gust, putting it on top. Okay, that's one way to go. Another option there is to let it resolve and then throw it on top in response to the trigger. That way Noah gets a land, but the Cavalier's actually gone.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah, an interesting play. I think I kind of like what you were suggesting there, but once again, George plays these blue-white control decks all the time, so I'm going to assume that George has maybe something like a Disdainful Stroke and is trying to time walk Noah.
He could also just a string of Ether Gusts here. I believe you said there was 4 in the sideboard. He could just have more of them lined up and at least be able to control Noah's draws.
Yeah, and Noah's like, surprise, I have a Karn.
All right, absorb. That third land for George paying off already.
Yeah, and this is the thing we see sometimes, right, Joe, where it's like, if you have a bunch of spells but not many lands, your opponent has more lands than you, you kind of eventually can start to catch back up again because they can't do as many things just because they have more lands. And so as long as you can keep 1 for winning, you might be able to pull back ahead.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I'm kind of a fan of the theory of if your control opponent is missing a land drop, and you have a couple of elves out, I'm okay with, if they have 7 cards in hand, I'm okay with just attacking. Just let them discard a card if they don't miss a land drop, because you're gonna trade for that card either way, whether they discard it or whether you round a spell into it. And if you're not, especially once they have 3, you're not going to resolve anything anyway. There are risks in that, but
it looks like we sideboard in the Bank Buster.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe we can bring up Reckon or Bank Buster.
An interesting one to side in. It did mean we can't combo if we had the combo earlier, because you do need Bank Buster to mill your opponent, because it generates the treasure for the Black Pearl Cauldron. But in this situation, it's going to be a great grindy card.
Okay, so here we have the Cavalier coming out again, which is the one that got Ether Gusted before. It resolves this time. Finds, I believe, just 2 land, including a lair, which is nice.
Yeah, that's a big one, especially, you just mentioned you're just going to attack people. Now, George going forward could draw a lot of counter spells that just won't matter because we can dedicate all our mana to the Lair of the Hydra. Does George have any Field of Ruins? Let's take a check. We have 2 Field of Ruins. Okay.
Well, we don't have a Field of Ruin. We don't have land number 5. And this is, Noah was down a game here. And now looking like he's got decent chances of taking down the match.
Yeah. Well played from Noah Strasler here. Kind of, on low resources, kind of, continuously presenting threats and doing what needs to be done against this control deck. So.
All right. Wolf Willow Haven, adding some more mana generation with the Nykthos here.
Should be 7 devotion.
options available. Here is Storm the Festival. Another Absorb. I don't think Noah's going to mind that too much. He's going to still get a huge attack in.
Yeah, that's, good news, bad news for Noah.
And are we going to cast Bankbuster? Cost? Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I thought it cost 2.
Yeah, Bankbuster starts the charge counter, removes them.
Mm-hmm. So it can be a big attack here. It could also be just attack for 5 and then an activation.
Yeah. Feels like, just kind of wanted to respect something like Supreme Verdict probably by doing this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. No, I like this. Having the card draw flowing, also Storm the Festival in the graveyard. George not anywhere near Farewell yet.
Yeah. And, if we do Verdict, we're going to get that Storm the Festival put on top of our deck if we want it, thanks to the Cavalier's die ability.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like George has some use for the mana. Maybe it's a Wandering Emperor to exile the Cavalier.
Okay. I mean, that would be fine. That would be good. Yeah. I mean, Noah is empty-handed now, I believe.
Yeah, it's like,
Ooh.
we're casting Memory Deluge.
Okay. Are we? This is George's main phase, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Because we absorbed last turn.
Yeah. Well, you got to do what you got to do, but this is certainly can't feel good for George Jabbour. And does he still miss a land drop? Oh my gosh.
That's wild. Also, I think George is dead if Noah draws a land.
Well, he's certainly still not at 19.
Yeah.
I believe he's at 14.
I agree with the 14. And we have 7 Devotion, which means the layer rumbles in for 8 if we use the lands. That's 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 if we crew with the Bankbuster.
How about another Nicholas? Is that enough?
That's probably good. If it wasn't, if George somehow was at 19, it's not going to be enough now. Noah Strasser getting it done here, it looks like. No Solitudes in this format.
No, that does make a big difference, doesn't it? March of Otherworldly Light does cost 1 mana at least. All right, so here's an elf that's free. They'll actually net a mana with double Nykthos activation.
Yep. So that should be 8. Yeah. Up to 14.
Motions here. George knows where this leads. Oh, maybe Noah will flashback Storm the Festival and whiff. There's a chance, right?
Yeah, some people are addicted to value. They'd rather lose drawing cards than win. And I can respect that.
No. And there it is. Noah Strasser will defeat George Jabbour, who shows off that he did, in fact, have March of Otherworldly Light. He just didn't find a land off of the Memory Deluge. And that's certainly disappointing, but you move on. I mean, you can't control everything.
Yeah, as much as you might try, George Jabbour every weekend out here with the control decks. But sometimes these things do just happen. You have to take sometimes some risky keeps on mulligans like that, especially when your opponent mulligans to 5, like Noah did.
Yeah, actually, game 2, Noah able to recover off of 5. Impressive work with kind of just the raggedy beatdown at the beginning here. And then game 3, the players with, I believe, full hands in game 3. And it was just, well, you mull to 6, you miss your 3rd land drop. Then you keep 7, you miss your 3rd land drop again. You have counters. We obviously saw Ether Gust, Disdainful Stroke, a couple of absorbs. There's no reason why you wouldn't think my deck probably has 25, 26 land with some cyclers. I'll hit the 3rd one and I'll be okay. And just doesn't always work out.
Yeah, 100%. And it kind of shows off, too, once again, the strength of the mono green deck. We were talking about this earlier today, Joe. But it's a mono green kind of ramp deck that has a lot of card advantage and a lot of card selectioning. Things like Oath and Cavalier and Storm the Festivals. You mulligan low, but you actually just pull way back in a way that we wouldn't see from ramp decks of old.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Oath of Nissa in particular is a nice one. I mean, be able to find a threat or your second line. I believe we saw this game in game 3. Noah kept a 1-line hand, right? And Oath pulls it together. Yeah. So we're moving through the day here. Thanks for being with us. I just joined in, but the stream's been going all weekend long. We're playing Pioneer 5K here at Nerd Rage in We're in Fort Wayne. Yeah, we're in Fort Wayne,
Mhm.
Indiana. So if you're enjoying this show, we appreciate you being here. Follow along, get notifications of the next event, which is in a couple weeks, Thanksgiving weekend, I believe. Which is,
Chicago.
the first Nerd Rage Pioneer 10K. As you can see there, Modern 5K on Sunday. So plan on showing up or plan on watching. If you're, gathered together with family for the Thanksgiving weekend and you really don't like your family, just hole up in the bathroom or around the corner and, pull up the stream on your phone. You'll be good.
Make sure to click that follow button. That way you don't miss when it goes live and you can leave from the Thanksgiving dinner table.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So this is Saturday and Sunday. Thanksgiving Day, you can watch the replay of this week's stream or any other stream, either on Twitch or on our YouTube channel. But we will be live in a couple weeks on Saturday for another Pioneer 10K. So what's your chosen format? If you have to play an event that matters to you tomorrow, what format do you want it to be? All right, we'll scratch that for a moment. We are ready for the interview. So let's go ahead and bring in our guest. Noah, how you doing? We don't hear Noah yet. Let's go ahead and see if we can get his headset turned on.
I'll just sign.
There we go.
Nice.
We are good.
Can you hear me? All right,
Yeah,
bet.
we can.
Bet.
All right. So congratulations on winning that one. That was
Thank you.
I mean, it has to be a little discouraging being down a game and mulling to 5.
Yeah. So, he just got really unlucky. Honestly, like he had the setup where he has a lot of counter spells. 2 lands was his keep there, and it's just like he just didn't find the lands. He just got blue whited. Honestly, like.
I mean, sure, you could say he was
Yeah.
unlucky, but I mean, you're also unlucky to mull to 5. So I mean,
But it's that's just kind of mono green, honestly. Like I threw away a 7 that was 3 forests, Nykthos, Kiora, Boat, and the Cavalier. And it's like I don't really know if you're supposed to keep those on the draw or not. I figured just an elf is so good against blue white. It's really hard for them to set up their mana. Like their stuff is not really efficient, especially if they are leaning on stuff like Censor, which elf is really strong against. So I don't know. I feel like I played well. I made the right plays. I am not very happy with mono green in the format. I think they should ban something. This is probably the least fun I've had playing Magic. I'm going to be honest. Not to be a Debbie Downer, but at Watsy, please do something. So.
All right, making your statement known there. Despite maybe not having the most fun, you played really well in game 2 there, figuring out how to game 1 there with navigating your spells. Now you ultimately did still end up losing, having too much, but how was that kind of working through those counters?
Oh my gosh! Well, I felt so. I thought I had lost as soon as he played the temporary lockdown, if that's what it's called, because I haven't seen a lot of blue white lists playing that. But when I drew the Beseju, I thought I had a chance. It was just too late, though. Like when they set up Teferi like that, it's just they get so many cards, and even though the cards don't really do anything, like I was joking with him the whole time. I was like, "Yeah, you're drawing 20 cards, but like only 3 of them do something," But it's just a little too late, kind of thing.
So we're talking a little bit about we're kind of joking, as we often do when these green decks go sideboarding and they don't do anything. But you actually did sideboard a little bit. So you want to walk us through like the decision making on boarding in the Bankbuster there?
Yeah. So I don't really know, and I don't want to speak with confidence as if I know that that's correct or not. I did have the feeling. So I have a lot of my board is just 15 wish targets. I'm not playing any sort of Ferocious Hydra or Second Sky Sovereign or anything like that. I just felt like the way that the blue-white decks are set up, having some sort of get under their counter magic card is something that could really, really benefit me. So I decided to board in the Bankbuster. It could be wrong. I know it's, it can be important for comboing and stuff, but I figured it's still in the deck. I can get to it if it comes down to that. And usually you can just kill them with a big lair or something. So I felt like it was worth the points not having it to combo. I think in the future I will try boarding some stuff in. I know against like mono white humans you can maybe board in like a chariot if you're on the draw. Even though that's a good target to get, sometimes you're just too slow. So I would definitely consider like looking into sideboarding, even though you literally are the no sideboard guide deck. So
Well, outside of Magic, how's your NRG weekend been? Did you play the team event yesterday? You been having fun with your friends?
no, I actually drove down just for Pioneer. Even though I'm saying like, oh, this is the least fun I've had playing Magic, it's still a good time. It's great to see, good friends. I walked in the door and I saw like four or five people that I haven't seen in 2 years, and it was great to see them. I'm just trying to get some paper reps in for Atlanta. Hopefully, play some more Pro Tours and enjoy what competitive Magic is now. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, so speaking of Atlanta, then a couple weeks away, we've had the full spoiler out now. I assume you're excited about some of the cards from Mono Green, if that's still your deck.
oh man, I mean, I wouldn't. My disdain for mono green goes deep.
Does it go deep enough that you wouldn't play the deck?
Well, I'm here playing the deck,
Yeah.
so I figured I had to run it one time, just to see. I've been trying my hardest to not play mono green. I've always, tried to play the best deck, try to do the best. I think I can play a lot of different strategies. I think that with these new cards, mono green gets even better. Like I know, I don't know, the 8-drop's good. Even that there's like a card in Jumpstart that like untaps a land now too. It's just
Yeah.
I feel like Wizards is like, oh, how do we make mono green worse? Like, let's make it so they have more than 15 good artifacts to get.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, this is how we'll make it worse. Make it so everybody else feels, I don't know. There are definitely some hitters in this new set. I am very excited about some of the other cards that are getting printed, though not specifically for mono green, but I think the Shade fills a lot of holes in red black.
Sure.
That deck, when I've been playing a lot of red black, losing a lot to mono green, which is why I'm playing mono green. But I feel like the Shade fills a lot of holes in that deck. You're able to get more aggressive against these go big decks that are trying to, battle with mono green. And then also that exile effect lets you not get bodied by the troll. Right. The troll bodies you a lot. So.
Sure. All right. Noah Strasser, well versed in the format, and we'll wish you luck in Atlanta as well as the rest of the day. Thanks for speaking with us.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. All right. And he may just like his deck, but he's clearly put some thought into it and how he wants it to play.
Yeah, sometimes being a competitive Magic player and when to play the Pro Tours in the bunch, like Noah just said there, is just buckling up. And I'm sure you've been there too, Joe, where it's just like, yeah, this isn't the most fun, but the other Pro Tours are going to be really fun. So I'm going to do everything I can to get back to that next one.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we're going to step away. It sounds like we've got a few minutes left before round 7 begins. So stick around, and Mason and I will be right back with round 7. All right, we're back here. Last round of the Swiss incoming. Mason Clark with me, Jill Izzet here for Nerd Rage Gaming. We've got some good names for you. Some good matchups coming up. We've got Green again, but we're playing Pioneer. That's going to happen a lot. We've got Piper Powell against Cain Rianhard on the primary match. Cain Rianhard actually figures prominently in my Pioneer history from the Phoenix Pro Tour a couple of years ago, the last event before the coronavirus lockdown. I played Cain Rianhard in the match to qualify for the Pro Tour Finals for the actual other event, Pro Tour Finals event, which was memorable for me since I won. But it was a very close match, and he handled it well. I mean, he was good sportsmanship and everything, because obviously playing a match like that matters to you. You don't want to lose, but certainly he acquitted himself well, and it was actually a very close match. And you said you've have experience with him in Pioneer as well?
Yeah, Cain is a friend of mine, and they are very, prominent. If you played the SCG Tour, especially in like 2019, 2018, Cain was someone you saw on the leaderboard all the time. Yeah. Also consistently do well on Moto, just like our other person, the feature match here, Piper, we'll talk about in a second. But I've been paired against Cain a bunch of events, and it's funny, I was going to mention it. It's actually the one format Cain and I haven't been paired in. I think we've played 4 times, and we've hit every format but Pioneer. And so we have to have the tiebreaker. So I'm hoping to run into Cain in a Pioneer event sometime soon. But yeah. Cain,
All right.
big fan, by the way, of the Izzet Phoenix deck and a big
Mhm.
believer in this deck. I was talking to Cain last night, actually, after our finals, and was very happy going today to be playing Izzet Phoenix and feels very good about this matchup.
Okay. All right. Well, they're going to be playing Piper Powell this round on mono green. So players looks like they're shuffling up, still getting ready to go to get things rolling.
But by the way, Piper Powell, one
Yeah.
of the most dominant players in NRG history.
Yeah.
Piper's only missed top 8 of one NRG event ever that she has played in, and I believe she got 9th in that event. So Piper is someone that when you get paired against the NRG circuit, you need to be very much aware of what's going on. And she did top 8 the event yesterday. Unfortunately, did lose in the first round of top 8, but she's looking to keep that streak alive today.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's on the table here. It's players at 4-2 playing for an outside chance. If breakers go their way, we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Cain Rianhard, Piper Powell, Izzet Phoenix, Green Devotion, tier 1 deck. Izzet Phoenix definitely a tier 2 deck, and actually has kind of come back a lot in the last couple weeks online. The results have really picked up for Izzet Phoenix.
Yeah, we saw Noah Strasler, Noah, our world champion, dominate the mocks. Stoyer, I should say, sorry. And he and Carvalho both came in with Phoenix and really showed people like, hey, if you build a deck in this way, you can beat mono green. And you kind of lose game 1, but game 2 and 3, you're really prepared for that matchup. And it has totally changed the game because people love the Phoenix deck. As we joked about earlier, people rather have agency than win the game. And the Phoenix deck gives you the most agency of any deck in the format.
All right, so things kick off here with an elf eating a fire impulse, and Cain continues to develop with Ledger Shredder. What interests me so much about Izzet Phoenix is there, even still after months, there doesn't seem to be a consensus on Ledger Shredder versus Thing in the Ice versus Crackling Drake. I mean, Crackling Drake is definitely the less common of the 3, but there are people running all play sets of all 3 of those options alongside their Phoenixes.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we talked earlier about maybe like metagaming on what your removal spells are and your control deck. It's kind of like the same that here with the threat. So we see Cain, they're rocking one Thing in the Ice this weekend. I know in the past, Cain's gone as many as 3 since Ledger Shredder's printing, but you kind of get to pick the games you want to play. And that is the kind of the big draw to this Arclight Phoenix deck for a lot of players. Just have that customizable game plan.
Yeah. All right. So the frame rate for our commentator view has slowed down considerably. Chat, if you can let us know if you're still seeing a clean image, we'll just run with this and it'll be okay. If we need to make a change, we'll look into that. But Cain in here with a Phoenix already alongside the Shredder, so a good healthy start for the flying team here. And Piper Powell's got some work to do.
Yeah, and this is one of the advantages of playing Shredder. You do get those earlier Phoenix draws when you kind of hit the jackpot of having a bunch of early spells like Cain had this game.
All right, here's a Kiora. And like we were saying, Kiora basically has so much loyalty, he can never die. Even here, it still looks safe.
Yeah, it would actually require a lot of work, maybe like a hard cast to Arclight Phoenix to actually even get close to killing it, which is very funny to think about.
Okay, Piper,
Cain is someone who I would say is very methodical too. So when you see Cain play quickly and precisely, typically the play you'll think that's a play that Cain thinks is obvious. Otherwise, you'll kind of see this where Cain will take a second, double check everything, and really do the work, not make sure any percentage points. And that's something that I'm sure you can attest to as well. We see from the highest level of Magic players, and that really like separates people.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you make what seems like the obvious plays quickly, and then you save all your thinking time for a couple big moments. And 5 damage come across on Kiora.
Yeah, and Piper here is a little low on stuff, but able to resolve a Cavalier Thorns.
Yeah, and this is really this is the roadblock. This is the creature that Piper wants. I mean, Old Growth Troll is great in a lot of matchups, not so much here, but Cavalier stands strong.
Yeah, and this is kind of too what we're thinking about, like when we get to postboard versus this game. Postboard, Cain's going to have like 6 or 7 spells specifically to answer Cavalier of Thorns, and this kind of draw is good enough. While in this game, Cain's going to have to like maybe Lightning Axe and Fiery Impulse as Cavalier just for it to get something back, like a Storm of the Festival. So Cain's in some real trouble, despite having, by all accounts, an amazing first 3 turns of the game.
Yeah, all right. Pieces of the puzzle to draw here. Things are just going to get away from them a little bit here, but maybe you can set up a time walk turn in the future. Maybe you can find, like you're saying, 2 removal spells to deal with this Cavalier, which is, a painful way to operate, but you got to do what you got to do sometimes.
Yeah, and it looks like Cain's having to think about, we have a Treasure Cruise pulled up. That's probably going to be one of the cards taken. That card's really strong, so it's hard to not see that go. But Cain kind of valuing, okay, do I need this Spell Pierce? Piper is a little low on lands, or do I need the Spikefield Hazard to combo with something like Lightning Axe to actually kill this Cavalier? And notably, Spikefield Hazard will exile the Cavalier, so it gets around that problem we talked about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Spikefield Hazard, in case you don't know, and my closest friend played a bunch of Spikefield Hazard and then had it pointed out that it exiles because he didn't know either. It does exile, and we'll take the Cavalier with it if it is involved in the damage to finish it off, which is very relevant facing Cavalier. That is a pretty strong death trigger.
Yeah, it's honestly part of the problem with beating the mono green deck is so often Cavalier presents this huge buy that even if you can answer or find some different threat, even if you didn't answer one earlier, milling 5 is just so many cards. And if you haven't found a threat already, what are the odds you're going to keep missing?
Yeah. Okay, so Cain, I believe, has Cruise as well as Temporal Trespass in hand, so has to choose what to use the graveyard for here. Trespass obviously not castable this turn, but actually maybe I was wrong. Maybe those are more pieces.
Yeah, I think it was at least one of them that was a piece of the puzzle. I think you might be right. One of them might be Temporal Trespass, but we're resolving our connive here as we get rid of the Fiery Impulse.
Okay. And Spikefield Hazard just takes down Kiora instead. And then Piper, I paused for a second there, and I think the question was probably, well, this isn't a creature. Does it still get exiled or not? And actually, I wasn't sure either.
Yeah, it looks like it does. And that is big. The combo, the easiest version of it requires 2 Kiora, 2 Karn, which is funny to say the easiest version just needs 4 cards and 8 Devotion. But some of them need to be in the graveyard. So having this exiled, it could mean that Cain can buy another turn or two, and that could be all Cain needs when you combine cards like Temporal Trespass into the mix.
Mm-hmm.
However, Piper does have keyword, my creature is big. And that's going to be good for her.
Yeah, but not as much mana as Devotion would often like to have. I mean, we're sitting on just 5 total mana a turn after a Cavalier. That's less than expectation, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
And now Piper is, I believe, consulting the sideboard here.
Yeah. I wonder why Piper would do that. There's probably no reason. Maybe, she's just wanting to admire the cool art she has on her cards.
That's absolutely must be it. I'm sure Cain isn't reading anything into this at all.
Yeah.
I remember a story from the past I actually watched this happen. This was at a Grand Prix, and David Humphreys, who is now, I believe, the head of R&D at Wizards, was playing, and he had a wish card. And back then you weren't allowed to look at your sideboard during games. So he called a judge and asked for the oracle text of a card in his own sideboard to make sure it did what he thought it did.
That's funny. That's so sick. Yeah. Yeah, and Piper kind of is playing through the turn. Just like we mentioned with Cain, Piper is another one of those players who's going to think through the whole turn when things get a little complicated. And when the plays are fast and obvious, Piper is just going to slam execute that. And we see her do that all the time. As you know, she's kind of decided, all right, Old Growth Troll into Karn is the line for me.
Yeah, when the Old Growth Troll is just actually free, that's a nice deal. And yeah, Karn comes in here. Cain conniving.
Mm-hmm. We call that Dark Ritual, by the way. That's Old Growth Troll's nickname.
Yeah. Shouldn't it be like Bright Ritual or Nature's Ritual or something? But okay,
yeah, Troll Ritual.
Sure, there you go. That's good.
Yeah, Twitch chat really sympathizes with that one. So we do see a minus happening here. I wonder if we're going to see Tormod Script. Worth noting, by the way, Piper, another friend of mine, also good friends with Cain. These two have worked on Phoenix together a lot, and Cain has worked on green a lot. So both players, I would say, are masters of each archetype. So Piper and Cain are not going to get caught off guard and probably even know each other's full 75s as well. So you're going to see a lot of counterplay around things. You're going to see Piper know, like, I'm going to have to take a risk here, or, hey, if I Tormod Script you now, lights out. So it's going to see a lot of awesome games this round.
All right. I didn't actually see the wished card. Did you?
I think it was Cauldron. Piper kind of put it at the back of her hand, but I'm not 100% sure. It definitely wasn't Tormod Script. I imagine we would have played it.
Right. All right. Here is another pieces. The graveyard is rebuilt. There's a Phoenix. There is a trespass, a couple charter course in hand for Cain, and a land. All right, a lot of options here.
Yeah, a whole bunch.
No lightning axe though, so still difficult to deal with the troll.
It is. Looks
Although
like Piper. Oh yeah, yep.
I was going to say Spikefield Hazard plus Ledger Shredder now is pretty close because that Shredder is growing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Spike Blast would even trigger the Shredder.
Mm-hmm.
So you might see a situation where we just maybe even preemptively fire a Spikefield Hazard off at something like Karn to kill it, and then trigger our Connive and get towards the Phoenix. Maybe we'll save it for the Cavalier. It's a little unclear.
All right, here is Trespass.
Yeah. Temporal Trespass, one of the Delve cards we never saw really see play until Pioneer, but has been a really, really important addition to our format.
Mhm.
And kind of makes you wonder, I'm like, should I be playing this card in Modern if I have all the fetch lands, you know? It's kind of nice.
Yeah, it is an impressive card, and it is curiously not so hard to cast for an 11 mana card.
Yeah,
All
you would think it's undoable, but surprisingly easy.
So, is there an attack here? With a free turn coming, Phoenix would die, Shredder would survive. What does Cain go at?
Yeah, Cain could also land Spikefield. Piper or cast another cantrip and get back the Arclight and just send both Arclights at Karn. Oh, looks like Cain is
You're gonna split them
sending
up, it
some
looks
at
like.
Piper.
Yeah. So Shredder at Piper and Arclight at Karn, I think. And yeah, the Shredder gets or the Arclight gets blocked.
Oh, okay, I get it. Cain's going to push damage. Cain knows that they cannot win this game through that long drawn out game. So they did the attack like this. That way, Cavalier blocks the Arclight Phoenix to preserve the Karn. Like, oh, you probably can't kill me. Meanwhile, Cain knows I'm really close to actually having lethal because of all my Arclight Phoenixes. And honestly, the Spikefield Hazard going face.
And another Temporal Trespass flips over.
If you just take Trespass, you can actually cast it again. Because you can choose to only take one. I guess you take Consider because you have the land drop for turn, and that's like up. You just bin whatever the top card is. But you are allowed to only take one off the thing. So we're going to see. And this is why these Time Walk effects are so powerful.
So let's see. This Consider can bin another card, and there's a land drop. Then would one of the Phoenixes be able to stay?
I think that'd be lethal. Because the Cavalier, I guess it depends on if you can bring back the Phoenix on the next turn. Because Cavalier can eat a Phoenix and then live another turn.
Yeah. A Trespass Hero would be, I think it would have to eat at least a Phoenix.
Oh, is it even if we insta bin? Well, we do get the Connive off the Ledger Shredder as well.
That's true. Yeah. All right.
Well,
we'll let Cain figure this out, and then we'll just watch what happens.
Yeah, we're for sure getting a Trespass. How many birds come along with that? That is the question. And it might just be that even if you have to lose all the birds, this Ledger Shredder is presenting a lethal attack on its own over the extra turn cycle. So you kind of just have to block.
There's a third Phoenix. If that Spike Hazard is still in hand, then that would do it.
Yeah, that's game. And you see Piper. Yeah, she knows it too. You know, as soon as Cain's like, hey, I have that land, Piper's like, all right, game 2 time.
Okay. Well, certainly
big upset.
Yeah, I was going to say that's kind of against expectation here. Cain picking up game 1.
Yeah, and shows, you know, Piper was on the play too with the mono green deck, which is typically the best place for that deck to be. But Cain knew this sort of thing with being friends with Piper, knew that they were playing the matchup and kept some interaction and did have that early pressure and was able to string it together in a very impressive fashion.
All right, let's take a look at some sideboards. And specifically, well, we can go ahead and look at Cain Rianhard's deck. And you talked about gaining an awful lot against mono green. So let's go through that.
Yeah, so against mono green, we have 4 Disdainful Strokes that we can bring in, and we have 2 Abrades. You also have Spell Pierce, which I know some people like against mono green, some people don't. I don't actually know where Cain falls on that one, but we could easily see those first 6 cards in with the 4 Disdainful Stroke, the 2 Abrade. We mentioned the Stroke when watching George last round with blue-white control and how good that is against mono green. It is a lot better in this deck because you actually kill your opponent, and actually ending the game is very important. Despite, you know, feeling like a thing that Magic players don't care too much about originally, it is something that you need to do in order to win a round. surprisingly enough. And we see Cain coming in force, not messing around when it comes to this mono green matchup. And like I mentioned last night, Cain was feeling good about this matchup and really was only worried about Rakdos mid-range. That is kind of the thing. And why you see 2 God Eternal Kefnets in the sideboard.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some things here that are different from maybe the stock list. 3 Spikefield Hazards, those numbers have been kind of growing, I feel like, over time, but 3 is certainly on the extreme end. And yeah, the God Eternal Kefnets, that's not a card we see very often either. All right, let's go ahead and look, just for completeness, at Piper's deck, even though we can assume that there's very little, if any, changes going on here.
Yeah, so I was watching. I saw Piper grab the sideboard because we can see them. It's a chance that Piper is bringing in unlicensed Hearse. So sometimes you'll see this. We have Tormod's Crypt and unlicensed Hearse in the sideboard. So sometimes you'll see players board in the overlapping cards in the mono green deck in order to actually find them sooner as a way to kind of have, even more and more copies, because you have to resolve a card like Karn. And like we mentioned, Piper knows there's 4 disdainful strokes for Cain on the other side of the table. You see this happen a lot with Greasefang too, where you bring in Pithing Needle because once you have Karn in play, you don't need a needle. So a lot of little sideboarding things that actually do matter with mono green and kind of make or break it. But besides that, nothing else that's too exciting for Piper in the sideboard. Piper's playing 1 Teferi Slows the Sunset and 2 Lovestruck Beast. So Teferi Slows the Sunset might lead to some extra combo kills for Piper in this matchup.
Okay, let's go ahead and go back down to the table and see how this plays out. Players are presenting. And we'll, like you were saying, Piper Powell, one of the titans of the NRG series this year. And Cain Rianhard looking to play the spoiler this round.
Yeah, this is a moment where for Piper, there's, Piper is such a nice and great person, but, I know that she does like that she has that kind of near pristine record. And I know she wants this. It's not just like, oh, well, if I lose, my friend's going to make it. Obviously, Piper will be happy if Cain wins. Not going to be mean about it. But Piper wants that W. These are competitors, and she's going to want that from Cain. I was thinking about the Spikefield Hazards from Cain that you were talking about too. One of the things I kind of like about that is Cain, it actually gets to play like a lower land count and have more lands that we can hit off pieces of the puzzle, which has always been kind of things where it's like you kind of want your pieces to be a divination, but sometimes your divinations need to hit lands. And so how many of these do you play? Oh, maybe 1. But Cain really being like, no, these are great against land or elf. And in the other matchups that are longer and I need more lands, I can take that time off.
No, and we talked last round about the channel lands and also the double face lands. I really like the direction that Wizards has gone over the last few years of allowing players to play more lands without flooding in later games. I think it just leads to much better gameplay. As we see right here, that's I don't know the backside of the card. Is that a spike hazard or is that
that's
just
a spike hazard?
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So there we go. Right now, right off the bat, when there is an elf to be targeted, but Cain's like, well, my mana base requires this spike hazard to be a land, and there you go.
Yep. Yeah, great power cubes, great responsibility for Cain there as we see Piper chugging on in with the fail rate of green like we talked about. The worst thing that happens is my deck has a bunch of big, chunky creatures.
All right, another elf. And is that a Wolf Willow being held in hand?
I kind of thought that too, and it probably is the case that we're just playing this out to not trigger Connive.
Sure,
or holding
you're
this
right.
one, and the elf, has summoning sickness. So Connive is also, all these looting effects get weaker as the game goes on in some ways because you just have less options. It's not like actual card draw things. So we're going to see Cain killing those things and get a little Connive action going and putting Thing to the Ice to the front of the discard.
Yeah, well, it is obviously a strong card. However, it is at its strongest on turn 2, and we are past that. And with Disdainful Stroke in hand and burning off all the elves, Cain maybe is looking Thing in the Ice and seeing that 0 power and like, yeah, I'm not interested.
Yeah, and race is on. Cain's not winning the race right now, but Cain does have the army of Disdainful Strokes. And if Piper can sneak something down, like maybe a Karn or anything like that, now would be a good time to start the race. And looks like she is going to deploy that Wolf Willow Haven. Looks like Cure or Wolf Willow are the last 2 cards. Just kind of thinking if it's worth giving Cain that extra damage because you are racing. Okay. Decision says yes. Yeah, and you see Piper too. Piper knows Cain's not going to miss it. Let's just trigger this. It happens. We all agree. And now Cain's got a little bit more to the race, but now Piper actually has some good draw steps. By taking that chance there, we can draw things like Cavalier to play, where before we were just actually somehow short despite having all this mana.
Yeah, and Cain's like, tired of this exchange. I'm just gonna hang back.
Yeah, and we were talking about how it's a race, or Cain's like, nah, if I have a 3/5 in play. Kiora, the Lovestruck Beast, is going to trigger Connive if Piper goes for it now, but does give Piper a redraw.
Right, and it's also frustratingly under the Disdainful Stroke that Cain has in hand.
Yeah, and Piper's aware of that too. Piper is on top of it and preparing for the RC as well. She won one of the Moto PTQs early on into the season, and yeah, here she is. She's just gonna looks like playing around something like Spell Pierce potentially by just hard casting Lovestruck Beast, making sure she can get it down this turn.
Yeah, nice work indeed. And well, Cain with an abundance of everything in hand, really. I guess no red card, no removal spells, but all kinds of card drawing, counters, time walk.
Yeah, and Cain going into the tank. It looks like Cain was considering discarding Disdainful Stroke right away.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. And that's obviously not maybe the most obvious choice, but it does make sense if Piper's empty-handed and he doesn't want to hold up mana. If they don't want to hold up mana next turn, then now's the time to get rid of it. Okay.
Yeah. It's also it's such a weird thing too, right? Where if Piper sees the Disdainful Stroke discard, Piper's probably going to think, well, there's another stroke in hand, especially if you snapped it off like that. But also, what's Piper going to do? Let you just sit there and not do anything. And so we're just going to see a passing of the turn, though. Cain would love some lands. The Phoenix deck, much like Mono Green, actually loves to have a lot of lands.
All right, consider it dumps an opt and finds an Otawara. Okay. Maybe Cain. Interesting, this Lovestruck Beast actually can't attack.
Yeah.
So once the Shredder grows a little bit, and if Cain finds anything else to play to have to block or to increase the race, because while they're trading even right now, Cain is down considerably in the life points. Let's see. Here is a cruise. That's call that significant.
Yeah, that is a good way to describe Treasure Cruise. And once again, Cain is like, do I really even need this Disdainful Stroke? Decides against it again, but is telling, I think a lot of players should be really hesitant to even consider discarding a sideboard card.
Yeah. Okay, 3 cards in hand, and I don't think a land was drawn right there, but we had the island already earlier in the turn, so land drop is assured.
And now it looks like Cain's deciding, do I race? Do I lower the shields? And because Cain drew another Ledger Shredder and getting both those in play, you win the race pretty easily.
Yeah, the risk that Cain has to consider here is if an elf is drawn, if this Ledger Shredder attacks and an elf is drawn, then that's a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah. Agreed. Also, what if Piper's slow rolling, some sort of card that she wants to play, and I lower my shield to the Disdainful Stroke, and I just lose to Storm the Festival for 2 Cavaliers.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there is 1 Cavalier in hand.
Yeah, and Piper is really kind of wanting to, weirdly hit something that can turn the beast on, but probably doesn't even want to play right now, as we see. Yeah. Cain rewarded for keeping the Disdainful Stroke for so long.
And looks like we just... Okay, love titles updated there for a moment and went back to where they were, so I think we're good at 18 and 12.
Yep, and it looks like Cain is going to start off with that Ledger Shredder and then start conniving away.
Yeah, and this looks so strong. I mean, 4 cards in the graveyard right now. Treasure Cruise is guaranteed, even if with no additional cards, just with all this conniving.
You know what? I think Cain has 2 more Disdainful Strokes in here. I think those are the cards in the back.
Oh, wow. You're right.
I thought they were Charter Courses because Chart was on top before.
I did too. Yeah.
Okay. Cain wanting to discard Disdainful Stroke makes a lot more sense now. I was just like, dang, Cain really thinks about everything.
If they were sitting on the play set, then pitching the first one seems pretty understandable.
Yeah. Okay, all right, that makes okay. Yeah, a real moment of like, wow, I just don't get it. We are going to see the cure die here, and yeah, now we know Cain has 2 more disdainful strokes. Piper's best draws are weirdly probably just more love struck beasts, and just
Yeah.
turn those ones on.
An elf, even a lair that I guess they could activate as a 1/1 and then send in the love struck. Okay, here's a Karn. Oh, so we know Cain can choose a card at random and probably counter that.
Yeah, we just have to make sure we connive and keep one of these strokes. And we also
Or
found Spell Pierce.
sure.
Oh my goodness! And yeah, that card is probably dead here. So you have to decide: is Spell Pierce me a +1/+1 counter, or am I going to hold the strokes? And with the way Cain's been playing, I think we're going to see other cards get discarded, and just now we're going to probably keep the Spell Pierce for a +1/+1. And looks like Cain did bring in the Spell Pierce.
Mm-hmm. All right, Karn is out of here, and Piper may be soon to follow, as this is getting a little out of hand here. These shredders are sizable, not one-shotting yet, but those time walks are looming.
Yeah, and Piper's picking up her cards.
Yeah.
She knows it's over. Cain had so many connives there and so
Mhm.
much card advantage. She just has like a land in hand too, so pretty reasonable there. So well played there from Cain, though.
Mhm.
Kind of a convincing fashion in some ways.
Yeah, no, that looked really good. Looked one side. Those counters are obviously strong, and even with game one, even with the Cavalier out there, I mean that's kind of like the card, right? And it wasn't
Mhm.
enough.
Yeah, Cain was able to just get enough early pressure and then chain those time walks like we talked about,
Mhm.
and was able to kind of forget about card advantage and just be like, okay, I'm going all in on these next 3 turns. Was able with a couple of dig spells able to find the second time walk, but that's all that Cain needed and set up lethal. And that is one of the advantages of a card like Ledger Shredder. It lets you kind of sculpt those games, and we see maybe that's why Cain's choosing to play Force Shredder over Force Shredder and one thing over a more of a different mix. Maybe Cain can give us some insight to that here in a second as well. Cain is coming down for an interview, but yeah, done really well there. And it's not like Piper had bad draws or did anything wrong. She just kind of had a lot of it, but Cain just had a little bit more of it.
Mhm. Oh, yeah, or a lot more in that last game.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty convincing. It turned out, and you said though that the cyber games would likely go in Cain's favor, the most of the time. So while we're waiting to get this set up, I got cut off and I tried to ask you this earlier. But so if you had an event you cared about tomorrow, what format would you want to play?
Probably modern. I
Okay.
like Pioneer enough, and I'd probably just play like the Green Machine and take my chances for it. But I really like modern. I have a lot of experience in the modern format, so the Karuga 5-color decks are pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm. All right, sounds like we are ready to go. So, Cain Rianhard, congratulations.
Thank you.
That looked maybe more convincing than we expected. Not so for you though. You were confident going in.
Yeah, I think the matchup is pretty good for Phoenix if both players know what's up. And like I came a little extra prepared for green also just because it seems to be very popular at these events. But
okay, so
even preceding that, I think it's
right.
pretty relatively Phoenix favored.
Okay. So 5-2 now, probably needing some tiebreaker good fortune. But if we're running this back again, is it Phoenix? Is the deck for you still?
Yeah, I think I maybe would not have metagamed my list quite as hard as I did, but it's what I'm most comfy with right now. So
Yeah, you mentioned earlier in these tournaments, kind of talking about the NRG circuit, we do see a lot of mono green. The RC is coming up in 2 weeks here. I don't want to leak too much of your prep or anything, Cain, but is that something where maybe going to the RC, you might not have like in this, for example, in this tournament, you had the 4 strokes and the 2 braids. Would you maybe like cut down some of that, or is there other ways that you were kind of going extra heavy on green?
well, the braids aren't for green, but like playing the full 4 disdainful stroke is pushing pretty hard. Like usually you'll see people play 3 and like maybe gusts, or you could like split your spell pierces with negates, things like that, which benefit the other matchup slightly more. Like I lost to red green vehicles earlier, and I would have liked to have the gust there, but so
Okay.
it's like mostly
Yeah.
the disdainful strokes I'm like talking about,
Sure. Right.
Makes
juicing
sense.
those numbers.
Yeah, and we see some variations. One thing that I noticed, going back, over the evolution of the format, it seems like Spikefield Hazard has increased in number. We see you're running 3, which seems like I don't think there's anybody running more than that, and I don't even think 3 is too common. So, do you have any comments on that? How that enables? We saw you lead off with one in play there as a landing game too.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I didn't draw land, so I had to play a
Yeah.
tap. But it's just if it weren't for the stringent mana cost of Trespass, I would just play 4 Spikefield Hazard because of
Okay.
Llanowar Elves. Um, it's just like you just can't have 2 mono red lands in play and Trespass combo in turn 5, so it's a little bit of a limiting factor. But it's just the like best positioned double face card, I think,
Mhm.
with just like 8 elves is just like such a strong recipe, and
Right.
you have mono green and red green, and
So you
then
you find it more useful than Seagate Restoration, for example.
yeah, that's a card I've played in the past
Mhm.
because it's like if you want a land specifically to hit off pieces versus like a spell that is sometimes a land you hit off pieces, then Seagate Restoration was ideal because you want like more blue mana there. But it's just like Spikefield is more valuable for the spell that it is, and you get to cheat on your mana base a little bit.
Right.
100%. So outside of the tournament, obviously you're doing really well here. It looks like we might be seeing you in our top 8. That should be pretty exciting. How's the weekend going though for your energy? This is your first energy, right?
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun. Like
Good.
it's just completely filled with homies. So
Mhm.
and
Maybe that should be our new advertising campaign.
full of
Come
homies.
Come to Nerd Rage. It's full of homies. That's all. We'll put that on
Yeah.
the banner.
Mostly shout out to Rodney for making this possible. Everybody loves Rodney.
Yeah, Rodney normally providing the cards for all our players, providing you planes this time. When will Rodney stop? Maybe provide the venue for NRG next time. Take care of that for us.
But
well,
Well, we'll see what happens.
I would not push the luck too much.
Sure.
well, seems like you're enjoying yourself. 5-2, maybe top 8.
Yeah.
Good luck on the dice
Hopefully.
roll there. Yeah, it looks a little iffy, but we'll see. Anyway, glad you enjoyed your weekend, and yeah, we'll see you next time out. Maybe in Atlanta in a couple weeks.
All right. Yeah. Have a good time with the rest of the cast.
All right, thank you.
Will do.
All right, I don't know that we have a backup match ready. We do. Okay, it's ready to go. Let's roll it. We've got. All right, I think we're gonna watch what was table 5 this round. So this is, I think, a win in for top 8, as
Mhm.
opposed to the match we just watched, which was a win in and hope for top 8. This one I think is a win in and in. I believe we're gonna see. Well, we got some mislabeled decks, so players having fun with us. So we'll go ahead and see what we've got. Let's go ahead and roll the tape and find out what happens. This took place over the last half hour or so. Daniel Kristoff versus Ash Loras. 2 players, 5-1s. Mono Blue Spirits versus what is this other deck?
This is the Karuga Fires deck.
All
so
right.
yeah, this is the new hotness in Pioneer. This deck looks just like in the modern version to kind of cheat on things that cost less than the Karuga mana cost, so 2-in-1 things with stuff like Bone Crusher Giant. You might see some Twin Shot Snipers. There's a lot of different things you can do there, and then looks to combine that with Fire's Invention, and then some of the new rafts that kind of synergize well with that. So sometimes we see Temporary Lockdown. In this case, we're seeing Supreme Verdict. But Ash here, a known memer, put their deck list as Absent Aristocrats instead. So you got us this time, Ash. But yeah, this deck, very good.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff. This is also, I feel like, one that came up within the last 3 or 4 weeks. I don't think. At least I played a lot of Pioneer, and I did not see this before that. Kind of, we're just moving through the list of companions apparently. And,
and this companion has shot up the power rankings. We saw it in Modern, with after the banning of Yorion, players were like, "Oh, well, Rhinos has shown us we can play a lot of cards that interact early enough to keep you alive. What if we took a more controlling route?" And then Karuga is a perfect payoff for that game. So we see that here in playing against Mono Blue Spirits. So your deck full of all 3-drops and higher might have some issues against this tempo deck.
Yeah, it certainly could. And there are powerful cards in this Karuga deck, but like you're saying, they're all expensive kind of by definition. But we've got Cavalier of Flame. We have 4 Kenrith the Returned King, 4 Omnath. So really, I guess we're kind of redundant as far as the big cards. It's the cheap stuff that matters that Ash is going to want to find. And there's a nice one.
Yep. Joe, we've been playing the Triumph game all weekend. Do you know what Triumph that is?
Oh, let me see. That looks like Rogren?
Yeah, the Teamer Triumph.
Oh, Ketria.
Okay. Oh, got then.
I know the names. But I may not know the
art,
all the details. But yeah,
sure.
Here we go. Yeah, and also of course this is not the clean original, bare bones artwork, which is the ones that we all like and enjoy on coverage. All right,
that's my addition to the NRG team there, Joe, is I know the promo art, so that's the real value I add.
That is a key element. We're gonna have to bring you back on. All right, so we've got, after the Leyline Binding at a 4-mana discount, we've got Fable of the Mirror Breaker on curve, and the Spirits deck, it is certainly the low-powered deck in this pairing, so it needs to not waste any time getting damage through.
100%. Yeah, and that deck, it had 2 Kenriths gone. The thing about this deck that's really interesting is once Fires is in play, a lot of the Spirit counter spells will do nothing. We're gonna have to get like 3 or 4 of them in order to counter one spell, which is not a winning proposition. So there's a lot of emphasis on trying to actually, make sure you answer these things early and not let a Fires Invention get resolved. But also a lot of emphasis on Ash to kind of slam, something like that, if you think that's what you have to do.
Mm-hmm. So we saw here Shacklegeist and company tap down the token from the Fable to prevent the treasure, which, this Karuga deck, all the treasures it can handle, it can use. There is no limit to the amount of mana this deck can eat up. So Daniel putting stop to that. And here we have a Fires.
100%. And we're going to see Geistlight Snare countering the Fires.
Yeah, you don't want... they don't even need the treasures if you let the Fires resolve, so you definitely want to put a stop to that. Kind of the late game or the mid-game value proposition for this Fires Karuga deck is just pick up Karuga, have Fires, cast it for free, cast either a Cavalier or a... what's the name of the white creature that's in the graveyard? I forgot.
Kenrith.
Kenrith, right. Give your guys haste and then just blow the crap out of the opponent all at once, which is certainly something that I've seen happen.
Yeah, and it's something that is a real strength of this deck against something like Mono Green. We talk about Mono Green. We've seen it a lot today. You answer all this stuff, but then you have to win in time. That was the difference between George and Cain, right? Cain, they were able to answer this stuff and kill Piper before she had time to rebuild. Not the same for George and given Nathan infinite time to rebuild. This deck, Kenrith plus Cavalier Flames is a lot of damage, especially when Flexion of Kiki-Jiki gets involved.
Right. Okay, here comes Nometh. Daniel, do you have a counter? I suggest you do. There it is. Lofty Daniel takes that down. All right, Daniel's empty-handed.
Yeah, Curious Obsession, probably Daniel's best draw.
Yeah, Spectral Sailor drawing cards for 4 mana. Do what you got to do, but that's not super.
Yeah. Our Kingdom for a Spell Pierce off the top here. Yeah, you can level up the Ascendant Spirit at instant speed. So kind of a big get there.
Yeah, so multiple activated abilities here for Daniel available. And Ash determine whether attacking into this makes sense or not.
100%. Also, just want to make sure that nothing, the Spirit deck, sometimes it's win because it gets a little tricky. No problem, just take a second to double check your cards. Make sure your opponent's cards do what you think they do. As we see a copy.
Yeah. Copy of the Fable token. And all right, 2 treasures incoming. If Daniel's going to block one of these, he wants to block the original one, not the copy.
Yeah, and we're going to see a level up with the Ascendant Spirit here.
That's a tough choice between drawing a card or not here, because obviously Daniel needs quite a bit.
Yeah, and colossal sky turtle to return.
Get wrecked.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
Oh
That's a
my
tough one.
goodness.
There you go. 2-mana channel. Return a creature to owner's hand, and that Ascendant Spirit is out of here. And here's another Fable, and this board is getting crowded.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're just untapping the one Fable token because it was a copy of a Kiki Jiki. So it's going to die anyways, and our turn's over. So it's going to see that happen here. And this is part of the problem when you play the tempo decks. If your opponent can get underneath you and sort of do this thing, the house of cards kind of falls apart. And that is so true for the mono blue deck in Pioneer.
All right. So Daniel's going to switch modes here and just get in on the attack for 3 damage. I don't want to call this one too early, but I don't like his chances.
Yeah, it's a rough race to win when there's 6 on the other side of the board, and a lot of extra mana being generated and a lot of extra card looking from the rummaging. But, Ash's cards, they do cost a lot of mana. So you might be able to, chain something together. Weirdly, Daniel maybe needed to draw another land to level up the spirit twice to actually race.
Yeah. All right. Fable, and I think a land he discarded to the rummage for Fable the Mirror Breaker. Ash decides 2 is enough for this game. Don't need a third one.
Yep. And we've got a lot of treasure being made.
Yeah.
Fable the Mirror Breaker really making big waves in every format.
Yeah, that right from the start. Like this is not a card that took people, a few months to evaluate and decide, oh yeah, maybe this one's worth fitting to our decks. It's just, I feel like it was in half a dozen decks to start with, and then it's showing up more and more often as we go.
I have to agree. Looks like Ash has some card. Oh, Iganjo.
Yeah, okay. The white channel land. How easy is it for Wizards to make a cycle and all of them see some play? Like, I feel like they rarely are able to do as good a job as they did with these.
Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, the incentives are just really hard for a lot of players. And oh my goodness, do we have another one? Oh, we have Leyline Binding on the Ascendant Spirit to stop the rattle chains. But yeah, no, the channel lands, it's wild. Like the worst one's the black one, and that one's still really, really good.
Yeah.
It sees play in a lot of formats.
Yeah. No, they did excellent work there. Well above par. Because I feel like if 3 of them were playable and 2 of them were just like limited rares that people were like, oh crap, I didn't want this. That's still okay. And they ended up with 5 solid ones here. All right, Daniel. We need a lot out of you to make this game competitive here. And I think it's going to be tough to deal with all this.
Yeah, if we didn't draw a Lord here, this might be too big an ask. Because I think Ash has a Cavalier in hand. And we're also threatening the Fable the Mirror Breaker, copying Fable the Mirror Breaker. So if you can't provide lethal, it's going to be a rough spot to be.
Yeah, I've never even seen that.
Yeah, so if you at end of Daniel's turn, you have 2 Fables. You can Fable, make a copy. The new one will copy the original, and you just go, 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 go. So you make equal amount of mana you have.
Yeah. Well,
so blocking won't be a winning strategy. But if Daniel rips a Lord.
Yeah, I mean, Ash is down to 6, and I kind of getting ahead of myself, just expecting this to snowball into a win, and it hasn't actually happened.
Yeah, and that's kind of the awkward part about these Karuga decks, right? Is you have a lot of ways to cheat on mana, but your cards still do cost a lot of mana, so it's gonna be hard to do it too much. And here's a Cavalier Flames coming in, and Daniel has the counter. Yeah, if Daniel rips a Lord off the top, that's game.
Yeah, it's kind of stunning here, the way that all of these Fables and such have not actually led to anything. I mean, it's been Fables and removal, I guess, and that's really it.
100%.
Daniel has managed to keep the high damage threats off the board, giving himself chances to win here.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
I was going to say, if Daniel drew a land, we can activate and draw a Lord and try and find Curious Obsession as well, because all of those are lethal.
Yeah.
Kind of exciting.
Whether or not Daniel wins this game, he navigated this well.
Yep. A good showing. And that is one of the new Curious Obsession variants. I don't think it combat research. I don't think it gives +1/+1.
I
Yeah,
think only to legends, I think.
Yeah, and so brutal moment there for Daniel. Daniel isn't going to get an extra card and does have the shackle guys in order to kind of, keep some of this pressure at bay. But, oh, wow. Also, a nice get for this deck, just another Curious Obsession, even if
Right.
it is a little bit weaker.
Ash with a Kenrith in hand. How many treasures? 2, it looks like.
Yeah.
So,
And
what do we...
this
What
feels
are-
like the final turn cycle, right?
Of the game, yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Ash is going to survive another turn. So it's can this deck win this turn? And well, depending on what Daniel's got.
Can Ash make enough mana to pick up Kruga, draw cards, find Leyline Binding, and then answer one of the two power creatures? Because then that
Right.
wouldn't be lethal damage.
Right. I mean, that's asking a lot with 2 Leyline Bindings already on the board. But here is an attack. 1 treasure incoming.
Yeah, it looks like we are a little short of doing that and having mana up. So we also don't have a swamp yet. Yeah, it looks like Ash is attacking. And, we were saying how the game kind of looked over for Daniel, but
Yeah, you're saying we might have been wrong. I might have jumped the gun a little bit there.
Yeah, I was kind of with you. We do see Leyline Binding. Or Leyline Binding.
okay,
Man.
there's
Oh,
Kenrith.
Kenrith.
And there's a counter.
Oh.
Snare. It can be paid for, but that will use up all of Ash's mana.
Yeah,
No
that's so
activations
huge.
available.
Yeah, Ash had set up the Kenrith to gain 5 life with the white ability, but no more because of this counterspell. Wow, such a well-played game from Daniel.
Yeah, that was great. That was, I mean, really, that's what tempo decks are. I mean, they're supposed to be a little further along the race on, than it was that game. But counters on the key spells, chipping in for damage that's evasive, and it comes together. And I'm kind of stunned, and I'm sure that Ash is a little surprised, given all the stuff that happened there, that it didn't lead to a win.
Yeah, and that just kind of shows how well Daniel's been playing the deck too, because we were kind of holding back a little bit with our shackle guys and doing it, but Daniel knew, okay, can't do that anymore. Got to start pounding in, and then won with basically exact damage. So every point there mattered.
Right. Yeah, that was well navigated by Daniel. Okay, so Ash is going to have to, grab game 3 on the draw if it even gets to that point. And here's a Lord, which would have made things much easier for Daniel if it showed up last game.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to get through that. Leyline Binding, though, answers everything. So
yeah, it does.
Well, that's one of the more bigger gets, and honestly, the reason these Karuga decks are really even able to exist is cards like Leyline Binding.
Right. Yeah. All right. Ash clearly with multiple lands in play, choosing which one makes sense to develop with.
And there's a pass back here. Daniel looks to have a good amount of lands, but has a couple counter spells like a Gust in hand and a Rattle Change, so has some play available to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely wanting to get a clock on the board, but there's so many things in Ash's deck that you kind of don't want to let resolve. So getting the opportunity here, this is nice to get the Rattle Change down. Okay, well, it's not going to survive. So
yeah, no slip out the backs here. Another Supreme Phantom. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and allowing the Geistlight Snare to be turned on here is significant alongside Lofty Denial, another creature land. So Daniel with tools here, certainly to work with. And Ash, as we know, most of Ash's cards there's no double spelling here.
Yeah, and I think Ash has more mana this game, but has less threats, which is not the exact recipe you want. We want something in between what we've had the last 2 games against this deck. And this, one is one of the reasons to play the mono blue Spirits deck is it beats up on the mono green deck. And the way the top ends of these decks play out is pretty similar, where you need to get something kind of big and then that something will go the distance. But even one thing is often, too big of a problem, or not too hard of a problem for the mono blue deck to answer.
All right. Bonecrusher Giant jumps into play from the exile or from the adventure zone. Daniel's okay with that.
Yeah, I had thought we might have seen an answer to that just to get in that Faceless Haven. It looks like Daniel has bigger plans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, well, Bonecrusher, despite being quadruple the attacking power of the Daniel's creature, it still pales in comparison to some of the other threats. So holding onto the counters is understandable.
For sure. Good tactical decision from Daniel there, Pretty easy to snap it off like I was talking about. And it looks like Ash wants to start a race. I love when races start, Joe, because someone is right and someone is wrong.
Well, so I do like in general in Magic when two players have a conviction that's opposing. Yeah, and which just means because it's so many things are like, oh well, maybe they're both right. Maybe you could argue either way, but no, someone's right and someone's wrong. And yeah, I enjoy those scenarios at any point in life, really. All right, so attack again, and here's an Otawara to reset it. This is a pretty low value Otawara, but
yeah, I wonder if this is at end of turn. Okay, it looks like it was. All right.
Okay.
So that does matter. Now the Gaslight Snare costs a little more, and we don't get to attack in us for much on the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
Ash using all those lands, trying to figure out some way to work underneath Daniel's hand, because Ash knows that Daniel has to have a bunch of counter spells. There's nothing's happening for a lot of turns here.
Mm-hmm. Here's an Omnath with 2 up, which is sufficient for any of the counters. There's Gaslight Snare.
Yeah. Using it while the using's good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's certainly a problem when the counters go dead. We didn't get there last game.
And I think that's all 3 Faceless Havens for Daniel here, with the last one hiding out in hand. So, we could see a huge race if, Ash tries to go for something, taps out, might get chunked for 10 with these Faceless Havens.
Yeah, that's certainly something to keep in mind. And here is, all right, stomp to the face.
Yeah.
And Daniel's life total is dwindling.
And you can tell Daniel's a little tempted. Has that Lofted now, which, isn't a hard counter for much longer.
Mm-hmm.
And, these are the things that make or break the tempo games.
Yeah. Either that, is there an Aethergeist in hand also? I mean, that would be a potential one to throw off too, because Ash may just not be interested in keeping around the Bonecrusher, but it does resolve. I guess. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think you're about to say, I think Daniel was maybe hoping to Aethergust the Bonecrusher on the way down so more mana gets spent.
Sure. Yeah. That would be reasonable. Kenrith is the draw. Another one of these. I mean, we have 6 land in play, and we're just 1 spell a turn. I guess Bonecrusher plus something is possible. And here it is. Daniel at maybe 6 now?
Yeah, I would say, I believe Daniel's at 6 from the stomp and the attack. It is a time-shifted match, so we can't quite fix that. But Lofted now coming in here, it's going to be pay 4. And kind of manage here.
Yeah.
Makes sense for Daniel, I guess, not to gust on the way back down since the stomp would be lethal. Oh, Karuga coming to hand.
Yeah, sure. Why not? You got a chance. You might as well pick it up. And yeah, Daniel is just, boy, yeah, there's the Faceless Haven. And there's just not a lot going on here. Attacking for 1. I mean, last game, Daniel looked a little behind and then caught up in 1. This game looks even more behind, even though there's less on the board.
Yeah, it's really kind of impressive. I guess Daniel's plan is that the Faceless Haven now checks the Bonecrusher,
mm-hmm.
and then can start racing after that and hopefully counter this spell and maybe able to fade a turn. Pretty close to lethal if we do that. Now, Ash doesn't know that if we play Karuga, it's going to get Aethergust, and if we play Kenrith, it lives.
Yeah, that's funny. And here is Karuga.
And it makes sense too from Ash's perspective, right? Like use the thing that I know. I don't even care about that much. It's just gonna draw me 2 cards.
And now Ash has to make a decision.
Kruga, notably, a macro sage. Unsure how to become a macro sage, but Kruga is that.
Is there a micro sage running around?
There's a micromancer.
That's true. I know that too. Yeah, that's an exciting one. That card is done more work than I expected and constructed as well.
Yep. Really cool to see those weird cards make a big headway these days. Ash.
And a pass. Okay. Yeah.
Spectral Sailor, the draw. And I think we have 9 mana, so we do have, another counter spell potentially that we could draw off that.
Yeah, and this you're always looking for on, when you have on turn 11, when you have 9 land to play, is to draw 1 drop, and it's actually desirable. Faceless Haven comes in.
Yeah. I kind of like this.
I mean, when you have an extra one back to block, yeah, I guess it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, and Ash is like, I'll take it. 11. Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of life to play with here. Just waiting for anything to resolve.
I wonder if Ash is going to now try and resolve a Kinrith just because of the life gain element of it.
All right, trade happens. Well, yeah, I don't know. I was going to say if it was going to be Karuga, it probably might have come down before the attack, but it still comes down after.
Yeah, maybe this was just Ash trying to see if there's a flash block or something weird.
All right, the players will clarify that
it looks like
Karuga does draw off of permanents that cost 3 or more, not creatures that draw 3 or more.
Mm-hmm. And is others as well, so it doesn't count itself.
Right.
Spectral Sailor. We've talked about this race a bunch, and Ash does have both Kinrith and Omnath, but notably no land, which is needed to activate the Kinrith, and no land for the Omnath trigger either. So Ash doesn't have as much life as it looks like they might have. This is really close to lethal if you activate both Faceless Havens, right?
Well, let's see. It would be how much in the air? 3. So
yeah,
there would have to be Karuga would have to block. Instead, it's going to be all right. Is that a combat research?
Yeah, another combat research.
Okay. On the tougher creature, so it can't get bone crushed, and in for just 3, but
yeah, if Daniel drew another counterspell that can answer this Cavalier or the Kinrith, it could be a repeat of last game.
Yeah.
Also, worth noting, Daniel, if Ash goes for Kinrith and let's say haste and tries to present 2 lethal attackers, and Daniel drew Aether Gust, then we can just gust the Karuga too. So Ash has to really think through all the permutations of what the things are, because if you also cast the Cavalier, then it could get gusted too. So it's really hard to figure out these sort of spots. And one of the big strengths of playing the Mono Blue Spirit deck is your opponent has to do this sort of mental gymnastics.
All right, so we're going straight into combat here, and Karuga's coming in. Daniel moves to block, not one to get killed by a stomp, and Karuga's out of here. And and now with an empty board,
Ash has Anger of the Gods.
Oh, that would be very, very strong.
Yeah. Kind of a big one.
3. Would that mean there'd have to be a follow-up, right? Or else a land would. Oh, no, there's only one Faceless Haven left, isn't there?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Now we have Omnath still lined up, and Ash is just like, I got to make these plays. I can't play on the counter spells anymore. And if no land, so Ash's life still, under the gun here. But
wow, Daniel had Rattle Chains, so removal was covered, but not Anger of the Gods.
Yeah, pretty different there. And we see a slam in for 6.
I mean, I guess you have to block, right? If there's a Flash Lord, you're done.
Yeah, it's such a hard, if you don't block, you're taking a big risk, but you do have a chance to lethal with Kinrith.
Yeah.
But if there's even just a a Geistlight snare and you have to spin the mana so it doesn't die, you don't get the haste. So
Right.
yeah, it does feel like a forced block, even though we know that it probably isn't going to be that. So I think Daniel drew a land. Huh.
Well, Ash finally drew a land. That would have been useful last turn. Here's Kenrith. Yeah, it is a land.
So this beats Geistlight Snare. And now, Ash is going to race. Okay. And then gives it +1 counter.
Okay. This match is still not done. These have been 2 long games. We'll get game 3 rolling in just a moment. I would have to imagine there probably wasn't a ton of time left for the last game.
Yeah, looking at the clock, I'm thinking about it. It's got to be like, sub 5 minutes or whatever. And, these have been grindy games with players playing at a good pace too.
Yeah.
So we're going to see what happens here. We might see Ash jam more just because time is an issue. You need to win that round to make top 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, Daniel has drawn, well, just enough counters the first game, just short in game 2. And there's okay. So the early Curious Obsession, we didn't see this in any of the first 2 games. It came more like around turn 7. This is a vulnerability.
Yeah, and you see Ash head in hands, like, do I fight over this? Because it could go so wrong so easily. And if it's something like Spell Pierce, what are you gonna do? Now it's Mystical Dispute on it, and we are gonna see guys like counter it, spend the 2 mana. The Curious Session is not in play yet, but
yeah, okay. So now we are cleared of Anger of the Gods and Stomp. So it's got to be Leyline Binding, right?
Yeah, it's gotta be Binding or a combination of stomps. We gotta stomp the yard, if you would.
Yeah. Well, that's tough to do on turn 3. So this Supreme Phantom with boost here is likely to get in. Daniel's going to start netting cards here, and this is the game that Daniel probably wants to be playing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Daniel a little heavier on lands, but as we've seen, this deck can actually use the lands to pretty good effect. So not the end of the world to have so many in hand, especially when one's Odawara, like we talked about this channel land, so impactful, especially when your opponent has to spend 4 or 5 mana on all their plays that matter. Having an unsummoned is really good in that spot.
Yeah, Musclean Wander off the top, that's okay. Let's see if that's the player for something better. Okay, Shacklegeist.
Yeah. And if you're Ash, there's something else in hand because it started to get grabbed and picked different. So there's at least one more creature. Looks like the Stomp is going to... Well, it can't kill Shacklegeist because Shacklegeist is a 3/3.
Wow. That's...
Well, yeah.
This will be... Obviously, Daniel realized it right away. This will be...
Yeah, it's an easy judge fix too, right?
It's an easy fix. No illegal play happened or no illegal spell was cast. It's certainly legal to stomp a 3/3. It just isn't going to die. And, well...
It's probably a situation where the judge just gives them a failure to maintain game state warning, and then you move on with your slap on your wrist, and nothing really big happened. It's not like, this isn't 1993 or whatever, and, you put in the graveyard, dim the rules, kid, grow up, like the card cannot be there. Daniel is cheating to put it in the graveyard. Maybe Daniel has Treasure Cruise, we don't know. You say you're not allowed to put it there.
Well, I don't know how it worked in 93, but like 94, 95, when I was first learning how to play when I was young, the damage didn't heal at the end of the turn because we didn't know the rules. So it would still be valid. It would still have, a 3/3 with 2 damage on it for, until the end of the game or until, somebody else pointed out 3 months later that that's not how the game worked.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Magic back in the day sounded so different.
Well,
I don't know how y'all tracked it.
Well, learning how to play pre-internet, before like internet was a big thing. Yeah. We didn't know any of the rules. We didn't even know the cards. So like when people open up, there was no like spoiler list. When somebody opens a card, we're like, whoa, look at this. And then there were rumors of cards that didn't turn out to exist. We were very dumb.
The rumors of card thing though is so sick. Like, some guy beat me with this thing. And, it might even just be them misremembering it, right? Because Magic cards back then are also complicated. It's like, it was this big dragon and he just spent a bunch of mana and it killed me.
Yeah. Well, I remember. Yeah. I mean, I remember the rumor that I remember was my friend group talked about, somebody else told somebody, oh, there's a card called Shovel that could save a creature from being buried by like a terror. Yeah. That didn't exist.
I can see how someone gets that design though.
Yeah. We all believed it. All right.
Aether Gust and the Fires.
Yeah, Aether Gust on Fires, and Ash is going to be just hauling in new cards every single turn here. Chat asking about deck lists. Once we are in the top 8, deck lists will go live on Melee, and you can look at anyone's deck list in the entire event or yesterday's event. This is still, we're in time shifted the last round of the Swiss. They actually may be available now. I don't know, as this match has obviously finished in real time, but Mason and I and you watching don't know the results yet.
I was gonna say I see Norm walking around in the background with the camera, so I think some pictures have been taken. So the top 8 might be no, but we'll figure that out pretty soon ourselves here. Right now, we got to see if Daniel or Ash is part of that. You know, Daniel hasn't drawn that many more counterspells since the opening hand, and now just has an army of creatures.
Yeah, certainly unlike how some of their games have gone. Here's Ascendant Spirit joining the board. Angular Gods, okay. Supreme Phantom would survive, and Mausoleum Wanderer would tax it quite a bit.
I almost wonder if you're supposed to Curious Obsession the Mausoleum Wanderer to play around Anger.
You know, I thought about that too. Here's a Fires.
Fires is going to be good, as we know. Ash is breathing a sigh of relief. The whole deck's unlocked now. What are we going to do? But it looks like Ash's hand is just threat.
All right, here's Kenrith. That's great. Ash 11. How much damage is on the board in the air? It looks like 2, 5, 7, 9. So it's potential lethal. I think Daniel wants to spend a bunch of mana on stuff.
Well, we can Shackle Geist cap the Kenrith too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So we can level this up and then.
Well, okay, we didn't do that. So Spirit did level up. We missed the tap. We can level to flying level anyway.
Yeah.
And doing some counting.
And then with Curious Obsession 2, I have to imagine that's lethal. And yeah, Ash taken
Okay.
down. Well played by both players, but Daniel navigating that game there with even just less resources that really matter. Ash did have the Anger.
Yeah. So Daniel Kristoff will advance to the top 8. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to go over the other 7 decks that are going to join Daniel in the top 8, find a bracket for you guys, and then we're going to play out quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals all tonight. So come on back, join Mason and I for the rest of the elimination matches. This is No Rage Gaming. We'll be right back. All right, we're back here at the NRG Series Pioneer 5K. We started with 7 rounds of Swiss. We had 100 players. We have 8 left. We have a bracket. Let's go ahead and take a look. So here we have the 8 players who have advanced so far. We've got Adam and Wasper Moses with the mono white Yorion deck, which I feel like blew up a month ago and then disappeared almost as fast, versus Zack, Vincent, and Izzet Phoenix. Do you have any thoughts on that? Which side would you like to play? Which side do you think is going to win? Whatever you want to say.
I feel like I'd pick Phoenix, so I have to pick one in order to win. Just post-board games, they're going to go kind of well, but it's going to be long and grindy. And Adam, you know, one of our star players, won yesterday's event in the team tournament, back here today in first seed, at a good spot for our seasonal leaderboard and our yearly leaderboard as well. So it's hard to vote against Adam, but deck-wise, I'm picking Zack. Player-wise, I got to go Adam, so I don't know. I can't pick one there.
All right, we'll get to the leaderboard that Mason's mentioning in a moment, but here we've got Daniel Kristoff versus Nathaniel Wilson, 2 decks full of flyers. The Angels are probably going to be bigger. The Spirits will probably get on board a little earlier. I have to say an issue that springs to mind for me is Curious Obsession is not going to get through every time.
Yeah, one of the big advantages of the Spirits deck is the evasion and flying. The Selesnya deck's big advantage is evasion and flying. So, you know, and your creatures are bigger and a little better on average. So I think it's really going to matter how many collected companies and 3 drops get drawn versus the mana leak effects from the mono blue player.
All right. We know the match you all want to see is the mono green mirror, Vinnie Fino versus Matthew Watts. So we combined them to play against each other, and we're going to go ahead and not watch them. So there you go. You're welcome. And then the match we're going to start with on camera, Harlan Fear versus Andrew Wolthuis, mono white aggro versus Boros Heroic, 2 low to the ground decks. That one's maybe a little tough to call.
It is really tough to call. It's one of those things where the Boros Heroic deck does have a good amount of protection and a good amount of trampling things, so it can burst through. But the Heroic deck, much like of old, and something I know that you played a lot of, sometimes just kind of falls apart on its own and can't put its hands quite together, has to get something in play first. And especially post board, Harlan is going to have a good amount of answer spells that he can bring in along with the clock to back it up, which is the classic problem we've talked about so much today in Pioneer. You can control someone, but you have to kill them before they can rebuild. And Harlan's deck does do that. And Harlan, obviously, one of the stars of our top 8 here. Not so we see a whole bunch in the NRG series, but definitely if you watch Magic coverage, you've seen Harlan Fear's name a lot.
Yeah. Harlan Fear with the benefit of being on the play. Thalia going to play a big role here. If Harlan can keep a Thalia in play, that is going to really go up the works for Andrew. Anyway, let's go ahead and go to the leaderboard that Mason mentioned. We see Adam Waters from Moses is a resident of the bottom half of it, but when you include yesterday's results, that would make it pretty significant difference. This is actually the season 3 leaderboard.
Mm-hmm. Even with that, though, Wasburn got 30 points minimum yesterday, so going to be near the top of that one.
Right. So here's what I was speaking of. Adam in 17th place, but actually at 116 now, which puts him right in the thick of the players trying to qualify. At the end of the year, the top 4 unqualified players will get through. So currently, that would be Zach Allen, Zoe Ritterman, Will Kruger, and Harrison Fang. But Adam Wasper-Moses, including yesterday's points, would actually be right in the middle of that, above Will Kruger. So certainly a lot on the line. Padding that position would be important. All these players, I'm sure, want to get back to the championship or be there for the first time. It will be a good time, as it has been in the past. So let's see how this plays out. We've got Fear versus Wolthuis as our primary feature match. And if you have opinions on who's going to win between Harlan Fear and Andrew Wolthuis, go ahead and let us know. If you think Harlan's going to win, follow the channel. And if you think Andrew's going to win, follow the channel. And we'll tally up the votes later and see who you guys thought was the favorite.
That's right. And if you want to make sure you were right for sure, subscribe with Twitch Prime. We promise you're always right that way. So,
Absolutely. That's the key.
When look at the leaderboard, by the way, I know we just switched away from it, but worth noting, we kind of checked on some of the players. I think Kruger had another solid but not outstanding weekend. So Kruger and Wasburn and Riederman are all right there together. And they're going to be in the thick of it. And going into Chicago here after the RC, that's going to be a big event. And the RC is going to really inform those players. And I know those are all players who are working really hard on the Pioneer format. So they're going to be at the top of their game. And they really want that NRG championship. From playing the invitationals and covering our own championships here, these are some of the coolest tournaments. They're some of the best things you can play in Magic. And making that dream and that goal is something that a lot of Magic players aspire to be. And those 3 in particular are super hungry for it. Yeah,
absolutely. No, these are awesome events. Will Kruger certainly played in Nerd Rage 1 last time around. He was actually the top point getter in the 2020-21 sort of 2-year messed up by coronavirus season. And he actually, I think, top 8'd 4 out of 10 events that were played during that season. So not quite the performance here, but we can't hold anyone to that bar, really. Well, maybe Piper Powell. But,
Piper Powell, I think with their her 7th top 8 or 6th top 8 this season, this past weekend, and had another totally good finish here. So,
okay,
it's hard to beat at the GOAT.
We are underway in the quarterfinals. Harlan Fear on the play with a soldier. Let's see, how significant is protection from multicolored here? Well, there are 10th District Legionnaires, so it does mean something.
Yeah, it's actually, depending on the draw from Andrew here, this card could be pivotal in winning the game because, the 10th District Legionnaire can't bust through it. Now, it looks like we do have a favorite Hoplite draw, so it's not going to be the case. But like you mentioned, Harlan looks to have had a Thalia hand. And this is open decklist, so the players do know what they are playing against.
Yeah, and Thalia on the board. So no attack for favorite Hoplite. Hoplite maybe could have got in there for 1 through the Thalia. I don't know if Harlan would have been eager to block in that scenario, but here we are. Eliminator Virtuoso comes down, and that's a nice threat.
Yeah, and Harlan picked up a Gonjo as the land for turn 2, so we might see some cheeky Gonjo action getting through protection spells later in the game.
Yeah, that could certainly matter. Although, does it need to be deployed as a land? Yeah, it looks like it does for Gruul Cathar. So there you go. Eliminator Virtuoso, you are temporarily out of here. And wow, we are certainly off and running. Harlan this is pretty close to the ideal setup for him.
Yeah, and I think has double Thalios in hand as well. Yeah. So if Harlan draws a land, you're in a rough spot. And it's always so brutal when you're on the other side of the table and land is a good draw for your opponent. You just want that to be the worst draw always.
Right. So Andrew already down to 12. Favorite hoplite is great at blocking. 2 favorite hoplites really good at blocking as well, as long as there's spells to be cast, and there are not. So chump blocking, I guess, is potentially on the table here for Andrew, but nothing productive.
Yep. Now Harlan's doing some math on what's better, Thalia's Lieutenant or, Adelaine long term. How do I want to kind of sequence my mana? How do I do things? I want to grow this Mutavault. Harlan's considering that. And Harlan's someone who really grew up playing the SCG tour during the time of Bant Heroic and knows how these decks play. And sometimes you see players, they haven't played against the heroic decks too much. Maybe there's some of our Zoomers that we love, but they kind of have to stumble a little bit. Harlan knows what this deck is capable of, even if he doesn't play it that much and is used to kind of sequencing around those sort of things.
Yeah, Harlan had a lot of experience on the SCG tour. One of the players that did play in the 2019 SCG championship, I believe. And here's the Adeline that you mentioned. So that's the choice. Certainly going this route pays you off if you draw land next turn.
Yep.
And no attack.
Yeah, worth noting it is daytime too. So now it is nighttime.
Not anymore.
Yeah. If Harlan double spells here with a land off the top from Thalia Hercathar, we're going to get to eat another creature when Brutal Cathar retransforms.
Yeah.
And we're also going to have a huge board.
Yeah, well, that is a possibility, as Harlan did draw a 1-drop, so he can go 1-drop into Lieutenant if he chooses. And really, why would he choose anything else?
Yeah, and with Dauntless Bodyguard here, it looks like we're going to target the Brute, and that is brutal if you are Andrew.
Yeah, this is so bad. Here comes the Lieutenant to pump up the board, and then I believe Brutal Cathar's backside has first strike, right?
It does.
Yeah.
So it's going to be really hard to attack. Now, it won't grow from the Thalia's Lieutenant, but it is indestructible if wanted to be. And so with only one spell being allowed to, it's a really tough spot to be. I mean, Adeline, I think, is like a 7/4 after the attack trigger.
Oh,
so
it's more. It's actually 5 toughness, right? So.
Oh yeah, How do we even kill it? Can you? Harlan here doing some math, making sure not to miss any points. That is one of the things. Players kind of short. Oh, it looks like Harlan decided to pass the turn there. So it is daytime now, and Brutal Cathar triggers again. And let's see which one. Yeah, Harlan's going to take the Monastery Mentor.
Monastery Swift Spear, yeah. Makes sense to and when you're playing with Brave the Elements, you want to cut your opponent off of a color, and Andrew is just going to give up there. And well, that was a smashing right there.
Yeah, that was really quick and really dominating from Harlan. If you're obviously being on the play, super important in these sort of aggro matchups, but also Harlan just kind of picked him apart while playing like a normal game. It was like the mono white deck was really controlling it in a way that was super impressive.
Harlan showing off his life pad there. See how little I had to write down that game? And it's already over with. All right, so players looking at each other's deck lists, we'll do the same. If you want to look at everyone's deck list at home now, it should be available on MTG Melee if you navigate and find our event on the NRG series. So Harlan Fear, mono white aggro. Tools out of the sideboard. Well, removal's good. And he's got some choices there. Do you like all of it?
I kind of like the 3 portable hole, the 3 deck and stone, especially on the draw. Adeline is pretty good when you're on the play, kind of slamming it home and sort of stabilizing the battlefield. But on the draw, you kind of want to make sure that no threat gets too big. And so having those sort of early answer spells can be a great way to kind of double spell and overpower your opponent. So I think I like those. With these aggro decks in general, you really want to be careful about over sideboarding and not throwing off your deck's main game plan. But I think 6 is about as many as we can do. And we do have some pretty clean cuts for cards that don't super matter in this matchup.
Okay, and let's take a look at Andrew Wolthuis and his Boros Heroic deck. So there's any trimming that's done here is going to slow down the clock because everything basically contributes to Goldfishing and winning the game. But there's some appealing stuff in this sideboard too.
Yeah, there is one card that kind of weirdly breaks that mold in some ways, and that's Flowstone Fusion, which is target creature gets +2/-2. So sometimes it is a pump spell, sometimes it's a kill spell. We might see that here, but we also have Rending Volley. But yeah, as you were just saying, it's going to be really hard to... We talked about how important it is for aggro decks to not over sideboard in general. This deck is a synergy-based aggro deck, and if you cut too many of the wrong pieces, your deck kind of just falls apart. And you're like, oh, well, I thought I wanted Rending Volley, but maybe I just really wanted this Defiant Strike instead.
Right, and that is something that experience will answer for you in large part. And Andrew Wolthuis, not a newbie, so probably knows what he's doing here. So we'll see what he chooses. Flowstone Infusion, kind of a cool card. You know, it's a reasonable limited card, but hasn't seen a ton of play in Constructed, but a good fit in this deck.
Yeah, great answer to Elves in this format. And then in the Elves deck, you know, that's one of your best matchups is mono green. So you get to have even more game, and winning your good matchups is important, while also just having game for things like this where you really want a way to answer Thalia. And it's still going to be 2 mana, but it is a cheap way to do it and kind of gives you some way to do it without trimming it too much on our important spells.
Yes, indeed. Well, Heroic, a deck that not at the top of the metagame. I was actually checking out a tier list, and the Playing Pioneer had it as is on their 5th level, their bottom level of decks that are relevant in the format, which seems about right. Like, it's a scary deck. It has good matchups amongst some of the elite decks, but it's just not something we see too much anymore. You have any speculation on why this deck kind of hasn't held up a place in the metagame?
Yeah, so the problem is Rakdos midrange. So the top of the format is dominated by Rakdos midrange and Mono Green Devotion. These 2 decks really put a lot of pressure on a lot of decks. And a lot of decks can beat one but not the other, right? So for example, this Heroic deck demolishes Mono Green. If you are our Heroic player here, Andrew, you're going to really want to win this one because you're going to play Mono Green no matter what in the next round, and that's going to be so juicy for putting you towards the finals and winning this tournament. However, the Rakdos midrange matchup is very, very bad. You're a high synergy creature deck, and they are a Thoughtseize kill spell deck with a good clock. And so that kind of breaks you up. Also, you have random matchups that are really good and really bad in polarizing ways when it comes to people trying to beat those other decks that we talked about. So if you were to only play against Mono Green all day, which, hey, was 20% of our field today, maybe Andrew had that for a lot of rounds, you're going to win and very easily dominate the tournament. But you hit those Rakdos players who are always there in Forks, people love to have their agency decks, then you're going to have a much harder day. Not impossible. We see things like Showdown Skull, but I think that is the huge factor. And Pioneer really is an aggro format, just dominated by 2 decks that kind of beat up on the aggro decks. You know, there's Ramp, Rakdos midrange, and then a spew of aggro decks. And that's kind of the whole format. There's some fringe things, but that's the big picture.
Sure. All right. So while the players are still shuffling up here, now you talked about, okay, green was 20% of the field. Do you have just personally like an estimate of like, what percent do you think the top deck in the field would be in order for the metagame to be like good? Like is it 10? Is it 30? Does it not matter?
Assuming gameplay is really good, I don't personally mind that too much from an outside perspective outside me if I was in charge of things. If it got more than 15, I would start to look. And if it got into the 30 range consistently, then I would be like, all hands on deck. But I think, like, you know, there's always going to be a best deck no matter what we ban or what we do. And I think 10 or 15% for a best deck is totally reasonable. And normally that is what it is for the NRG tournaments. We just had a few more people play green this weekend, which changed the tide.
Yeah. All right. So a 1-2 for Harlan to lead off this game instead of a 2-1, and that allows an attack with a pair of 1-2s through it for Andrew Wolthuis to get things started. And wow, triple 1-drop draw. Okay. That's looking pretty good. As long as there's not a Thalia to gum things up, he's on his way.
And like we mentioned before, this is open deck list, which is something you need to get used to if you're watching this tournament, getting ready for DreamHack Atlanta. That is an open deck list tournament. Normally, you wouldn't want this sort of hand, right? Like if you think about it, you're like, yeah, I want to go really tall and protect my one thing. But we know Harlan has a bunch of, you know, portable holes and things like that. So we want to spread out our creatures and then go in when the time is right.
All right, here's a soldier. So are we going to see triple 1-drop on both sides? We are. Wow.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, the Declaration in Stone in Harlan's hand. He's going to wait on that. Maybe after those hoplites have grown. The risk there is that if mana is held up, it may not be live anymore.
Yeah, it's a hard spot to be. Harlan has a lot of discipline to not get that 2-for-1. I am very greedy, but Harlan also knows that, you know, the God's Willing also might be needed in order to actually kill Harlan. So, you know, both players here, not slouches, know what they're up to, and it's going to be really interesting to see how they choose to navigate this game. These tactical decisions I think people in chat like, oh, misplay, blah, blah, blah. These tactical choices are really what matter. And it's really exciting to see players at this level kind of play at that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Swift Spear attacks alone. Gets
Huh.
through for 1. That's not really a sign of strength, although attacking with any 2 creatures allows Soldier and Bodyguard to block, and you're only losing 1 creature. So I guess maybe that's part of the calculus for Andrew there.
Yeah, I wonder what Andrew has that with attacking with one of the hoplites wasn't an appealing thing as well. Because you attack with one of those, you protect them, the Swift Spear grows out of range.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Dauntless Bodyguard is going to cause some problems, but well,
all right.
Harlan's down to clown and once again the red zone.
Yeah, this is somehow Andrew Wolthuis on the play with triple 1-drop has already kind of lost the initiative.
Yeah, and Harlan 5 cards in, including Thalia Heretic Athar, which it looks like he brought in. Maybe just swap that with Extraction Specialist in the deck. You see that often. That card really good at stopping the haste creatures, and Andrew's deck has only 1 basic in it, so all the lands are going to enter tapped.
Mm-hmm.
Might not seem huge, but sometimes this deck does chain the cantripping pump spells. And, having the last one not be able to cast is sometimes a game-losing play.
All right, so let's see what Andrew chooses to line up here. Mm-hmm. Unsure of himself here, trying to figure out how to deploy his blockers here. 6 damage coming across.
Yeah, I'm really curious to know I wish I could see Andrew's hand to see what we're thinking about. I wonder if we just have a God's Willing as the only thing that can pump and try and figure out if we want to use that or not.
Okay, so a block is on the Soldier. Bodyguard does sacrifice itself. And Andrew may want to respond to that.
Yeah, so with the Trigger Indestructible in the stack, looks like we're going to cast something here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's a Defiant Strike. And honestly, this is kind of good bait from Harlan. If Harlan just lets the trade go through, Andrew maybe doesn't do anything. But now if we fire off one of our pump spells to protect this, then we might get our deck and stone through. And that is the in the infusion card we talked about before.
Mm-hmm.
Flowstone.
All right, so Flowstone Infusion, we can bring that up. It's just +2, -2 till the end of the turn.
Yeah.
So a instant speed version of Immolation, I believe, from way back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
And Harlan's not done yet. Brave the Elements.
Yeah, I think Harlan's laying a trap for Andrew, because if Andrew does something to protect the Hoplite, like this God's Willing, it is pro-white, but you can target the other Hoplite still.
Yeah, this is going to get messy. So a lot of spells being traded here. The creatures all going to survive, I believe.
Oh, a little knocking over the deck here. Yeah, I think the way this ends up working out is Harlan's creature would normally kill the Hoplite in combat, but the Hoplite has the clause of can't be taking combat damage or damage thanks to its heroic trigger. So,
right,
a weird situation where a bunch of damage gets swung around and nothing happens.
And then here's Declaration in Stone.
Yeah, and Harlan's trap worked perfectly.
Yep, that was really nice.
Yeah, and those are the things. I mean, people think like, oh, aggro decks. Look at Harlan's even so nice to give the 2.
Oh, yeah, so nice. Here's the clues. Yeah, have fun.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, these sort of things, the aggro decks, people are always like, oh, stupid aggro deck, you don't have to think. But they're often some of the hardest decks, and little decisions like that make or break tournaments. And that's why we see both these players in top 8. They both played so well in that turn. Harlan just happened to have the card that punished the great line from Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
Harlan.
And here's a Brutal Cathar. This is really bad. I felt like Andrew had 3? Well, I must be wrong. So never mind. Brutal Cathar comes in here, and Andrew's gonna be like, does this potentially work differently than it did last game? No. Okay. Maybe I have a response.
Yeah, it looks like it's like a Banisher Priest moment where like, hey, if I kill this, I get my creature back, right?
Yep. It does work the new way, the cleaner way of these enchantment removal spells or Faceless Butcher type effects. All right, 1 clue sacrificed. If Andrew's able to actually leverage these 2 clues, he actually could get right back in this game, even though it looked like he was very far behind there for a moment.
Yeah, the creatures, as long as you have one left over in this deck, you can kind of go off. And so while it is a blowout, it is one that, Andrew can get out of. And honestly, even if you have to spend that extra 2 mana to draw the card, finding some of the lethal pump spells could be Harlan's undoing if Harlan can't capitalize on the time that he's getting from the Declaration in Stone.
Right. And a second Swift Spear, probably not the creature. Probably every other creature in the deck would have been preferable for Andrew than that, but it's something.
Harlan has drawn Castle Ardenvale, so if you're going to draw a 5th land, that's the one to draw.
Oh, interesting. And yeah, so Andrew does get the time to cash in both clues. I don't believe it is, and it's easy to keep track of. I don't believe it's daytime anymore, but
yeah, it went nighttime technically, but we just cast 2 spells from Andrew. Although Andrew might not know it's nighttime, maybe want to stop that, but I think for the most part, Andrew's gonna be pretty happy just using all of his mana.
All right, so being willing to tap out there, Harlan's obviously got a lot of lands, not so many cards in hand. So, and even if there's another Declaration in Stone, well, the first one wasn't that bad, so Andrew could live with that. Okay, now they've got it back to night.
Yeah. Huh.
Well, wait.
What's
Because
happening?
on Harlan didn't do anything on
Yeah.
his previous turn, so that's when it should have gone to night. But then if Andrew played 2 creatures, it should have gone back, right? Yeah, okay, they're unsure. I believe it should
Okay.
be day on Harlan's turn here.
Yeah, I think so too, because we went and played Swift Spear. What did we do? The second Swift Spear in play already? Because we played Hoplite and what was?
I lost track now. Andrew's
Yeah.
tapped out, but it was from drawing off the clue.
Yeah, I think it was from drawing off the clue.
Okay. Well, okay, so if it's we still got 4 mana tapped though.
Oh, maybe Andrew started to play something and then stopped and now has just the mana tap, because the top card in the graveyard is the Bloodstone Infusion,
Right.
which is the thing we played 2 turns ago. And then I think we drew the second Swift Spear because we were commenting how that's a bad draw.
Yeah.
And we said Harlan drew the 5th land. So it should be
You're right.
nighttime.
Yeah.
All
yeah,
right.
You're right. Yeah, so it is night. Okay, so it's correct. Okay.
Intuitive mechanic.
I really liked the Nightmare Werewolf stuff, the first time around. And they changed the rule on how it works, and I think it's probably a little better now, but it is easy to lose track of.
Yeah, I think long term this is better, but short term there is some growing pains, even though it has been a year.
All right. Well, we can see this castle's already gotten to work.
Yeah, if Harlan draws in like Thalia's Lieutenant as well, Harlan's going to have a huge board presence whenever that comes off the top. And then a card like Brave the Elements could actually just go the distance. Oh, we picked up Giganta last turn. That's why we used the mana.
That's what the mana was for. Yeah. Okay. So Giganta in play, not something that happens every day for really any. I feel like Giganta is the least used companion percentage-wise of when it is your companion.
Agreed. I think this is the only deck where it really, really matters, because it is just a creature, and sometimes control decks just try to kill all your creatures, and every now and again you somehow sneak this thing through and then it kills them. All right.
All right.
Portable Holding, the favorite Hoplite here. I wonder if we're going to see Harlan just deploy the Extraction Specialist now just to make it daytime in case we draw Brutal Cathar.
That wouldn't be totally unreasonable.
What about a third Swift Spear?
Bring it on. Probably rather get hit by another Declaration of Stone now than actually have 3 Swift Spears in play.
Honestly. Yeah, Harlan's going to Declaration of Stone the Giganta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Chefette Dunes also looming here.
Yeah, it's getting...
Chefette Dunes is sorcery speed activation, right?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Now, that was a Kamigawa card, be an instant, but, I think the deserts are a good example of, like, you could have the channel lands be 3 and players be pretty happy. Because that's how they were kind of in Standard, and now we see them in Pioneer, and, Ramming Up Ruin sees a good amount of play, and Hashib Oasis does see play in the Fringe Galta decks.
Yeah, that was... I think the Brave the Elements drawn for Harlan there. So every creature Andrew has is red. I don't know that there's, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks like there's 10 currently on the board to damage for Harlan.
Counting the Sheffield Dunes?
No, so Sheffield Dunes would put that over the top if he's willing
And
to.
training?
Sorry,
I think there's also training on the Hoplite. So both Hoplites will grow. I guess only one Hoplite will grow.
right.
But
So does he want to just commit this into a potential, having a creature getting picked off in response? I mean, Andrew's mana is never going to be used up now that there's Gigant on the board. He's always going to have mana available.
agreed. Harlan gaining a life in the champion.
Yeah, and that's another red creature.
Yeah, and we see the activation here. And by waiting this one turn, has Harlan beaten the removal spell? Because I think he has. Because he just has 8 creatures, and 8 times 2 is 16. And obviously some of them are bigger than that.
Mm-hmm.
So everything's still red. So unless the hand is double kill spell, if that's the case,
Yeah. All right.
There
So
are
he was
things-
thinking about the dunes there. He decides to brave the elements first, dunes second. This is very much lethal, barring I don't even know what, a fog, I guess.
yeah.
And yeah, that will do it. Harlan Fear will polish off Andrew Wolthuis. One very quick and brutal game. One kind of a bit of a slugfest.
Yep.
And
Yeah, really impressive showing for both players here. Both kind of battling it out in kind of a weird matchup, and Harlan taking the time, making sure that we can beat everything that we can afford to beat, and like, okay, you drew another creature. Now's the time to push. I can beat those kill spells.
Yeah. Okay. So that's done. All right. We're going to go to the backup. I don't know if we're going in live or to replay, but okay, this is a replay. So can we check and see if this is a game 2 replay or if we just have the bubble not reset and this is actually game 1? But it's Daniel Kristoff versus Nathaniel Wilson, the 2 flyer decks that we talked about during the bracket discussion.
Yep. And, 2 of the fan favorite decks probably for Twitch chat. The Angels deck we were all really excited to see. It's really powerful and really good against things like mono green and mono white human. So if they can beat Daniel Kristoff here, Nathaniel might be on the way to being our champion when it comes to just matchups. Going to have to play the games and play them well, but get a good position.
Well, one thing we talked about, or I talked about, was Curious Obsession being difficult to connect with in this matchup. I guess it's still good if you're on the play with a 1-drop.
Yeah, on the play, Curious Obsession is always a little bit of a banger. So It's good to see it here too as well. And we have a Bishop of Wings, it looks like for Nathaniel, maybe some useful Valkyrie action as well, which would, hold true for you, making it hard to get across in the air. Now, Joe, do you know Bishop of Wings?
Bishop of Wings. Let's see. That's a 1/4, I think. That it does a lot, right? I think you gain life when you have. There we go. I wasn't sure if it was angels or spirits.
It makes
angels.
spirits.
Yeah, it makes spirits and gains life for angels. Yeah, I played a lot of angels in Alchemy, but I did not play with Bishop of Wings in my deck, or Youthful Valkyrie actually.
Yeah,
but we're in here. Yeah, so this Curious Obsession's already got in twice, and there's nothing that's going to be stopping it quite yet. So this is paying off for Daniel Kristoff.
Yeah, and Nathaniel here does have something like a Resplendent Angel. It kind of wants to get the Bishop down first, but it gets Geistlight snared.
Yeah, the dirty mode Geistlight snare where it only costs 1.
Yeah, and that sort of interaction, having like that cheap of an answer, just shows why we always see that card at 2 mana, right? We have a lot of versions like it, normally not at 1, and when it's at 1, it is very, very good.
Okay, so Shadow Ice comes in, Mausoleum Wanderer gets a little bit bigger, attacks in by itself, connects again.
And drew another Curious Obsession.
Okay. So Curious Obsession number 2 could be deployed now, and it would not blow up the end of the turn, right? Because there was an attack, even though it wasn't while the Curious Obsession was on the board. I think. Either way, another Mausoleum Wanderer joins the board. Okay, and this is game 1.
Yes. Yeah, it's game 1.
All right, here's your Bishop. Going to be read by Daniel Kristoff. Does not have flying.
Yeah, important. Just gains a bunch of life, which is going to make racing a little awkward.
Okay, Portable Hell. That is significant. get this Wanderer out of here, maybe, but no, here's slip out the back. That's going to phase out the Mausoleum Wanderer and maybe put it the end to game number 1 here.
Yeah, we had 3 portable holes main deck for Nathaniel here, so kind of a powerful card, getting good, especially against these cheap decks. But Daniel being on the play and having this Curious Obsession was just probably a bit too much.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Daniel figuring out the damage here. No creature to play. It looks like, is it actually 9?
Yeah, I think so. Because there's the +1/+1 counter on this spirit. Yeah.
All right. So Daniel Christoph, 1 game to the good here in this top 8 match. If we have deck lists, we can take a look. If not, we can just get game 2 rolling, as this is the backup match. So the players have already played, or at least they're, whether or not they're done, they're ahead of where we are right now. So yeah, we're just going to get game 2 started. See if Nathaniel Wilson can do a little bit better than the game 1 drubbing.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel has kept it. I just saw it in his opening hand. I was curious if he was going to keep Curious Obsession in when he's on the draw versus being on the play. That's a pretty big difference as we saw in that game. A Useful Valkyrie came down as early as turn 2. Looks like he has chosen to keep that in the deck. That makes a lot of sense. I'm wondering if, the other versions of that card got cut from the deck as well. There's a couple of variations of it, like Combat Research. So going to be curious to see how Daniel's trying to position this game, as we saw him play incredibly well to have that win for top 8.
Yeah, Obsession, not only is it on the way down to 5 here, not only is it like less likely to connect, but you can't use it as on blocking either. So yeah, definitely going second is risky. But you said you did see it in the deck still?
Yeah, it was at the top of the opening hand here for Daniel. So we have some number in. Maybe we trimmed 1, maybe we only have 1, but we've chosen to keep it. And Daniel going to 5 here can maybe be really happy to have Curious Obsession if it's able to connect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, you're willing to take risks, being down 2 cards on the draw in a matchup that's probably fairly close anyway. I would actually speculate the Angels is maybe a little bit ahead.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I think Angels a little bit ahead. I think play draw matters way more too for the mono blue spirit deck. So it's good for the spirits players out there that Daniel here won game 1, but here's Giada, Light of Hope.
Nice. Yeah, I definitely was not going to get that alternate art.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. All right. So Giada is 2/2. Vigilance, tap for Angel mana.
Yep. And then
yeah.
Yep. Angels grow when they get played, and then it.
Very cool card.
Yeah.
All right. Mausoleum Wanderer attacks as a 2/2. Nathaniel with the option to trade. I don't think we'll see him do that.
Yeah, it would be an interesting trade. It would probably be, there's another Giada in hand.
Yeah, that's true.
But looks to not be the case. Although, might as well take your time and double check, even though it's probably right to not block. You do want to, untimed rounds, you can afford that extra 20 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, for sure. Righteous Valkyrie in hand. That was the key card in certainly the Alchemy version of the deck. And
same here.
Yeah, same here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Such a strong card. Really allows your left hold just balloon out of control against any sort of pressure if it's allowed to do its thing. Instead, we'll see Skyclave Apparition take down Shacklegeist. Okay.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. Shacklegeist is sometimes the way Spirits players actually beat the creature decks is, we see a couple of tap downs, you're not able to actually put that little bit of damage through, and something like, a Curious Obsession can be put on a creature and then get across to the finish line. Another Shacklegeist here with attacker through the Mausoleum Wanderer. Whew.
So what do you think are the prime targets in the Spirits deck for the Skyclave Apparition? Shacklegeist being one. Are there, how many really prime targets are there?
I think it's that, and then Supreme Phantom. Having a bunch of lords can really kind of stall the game out and make it so attacking is hard if the Spirits player is able to answer some of your life gain angels early. If you're able to get those down, then really I think it's kind of just Shacklegeist because it can prevent you from killing them. But those are the 2 key cards I think we're going to try and line our Skyclave Apparitions against.
All right, here is the Righteous Valkyrie.
Yep.
Picks up a counter from Giada. So the next angel will then pick up 2 counters and gain a whole bunch of life, as the counters will, I believe the counters will count before the Valkyrie, trigger resolves.
Mm-hmm.
So this will kind of explode if it's allowed to.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hard for Daniel to like burst through not only these creatures in the air, but just the life total too. If you start attacking, how are you ever gonna win that race? Do you see a
So
bishop in hand?
yes, I do. And Bishop is not an angel, so it won't work with Giada, but it does work with Righteous Valkyrie.
All right, portable hole.
Yeah, so there goes another Shacklegeist. There, we saw it slip out the back in Daniel's hand, and he is going to deploy it to preserve the Shacklegeist.
Yep, phase out the Shacklegeist there. Slip out the back been a big player since it's printed in all these tempo decks. Just a nice upgrade over a card like Dive Down in a lot of spots.
Here's the Bishop. Is the last card in hand to counter? Yes, it is.
Yeah, guy
That's
slides there.
pretty significant, honestly, getting that out of there.
Yeah, and now we're just gonna slam in here for a bunch of damage, but
It's fair damage, though.
yeah, it's not ballooned out of control. Is that Curious Obsession? Oh, it's combat research.
So they did all stay in.
Yeah, maybe Daniels just thinks I need to out card somehow because the things will stall out in the air.
Okay, well, here is attack for 3 and a card. I mean, Daniel could keep this up. He could draw counters and connect while there's a land, and he reveals it. So Nathaniel free reign this turn. What do you have for us?
Yeah, we know Nathaniel plays things like Realm Walker and Collected Company. So those are big gets. Another Bishop of Wings is pretty good if we especially have an Angel to follow it up.
All right, so that's going to net him 4 life from the Righteous Valkyrie. Doesn't look like there's any follow-up, just an attack maybe.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to tap down here, and then I think Daniel's going down to like 2? Maybe 1. It's a little unclear to me.
Maybe. That wasn't an attack for 4?
I thought it was...
Or 6. 6, right?
It was 6. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's right. Bishop can't attack. It just got played. Yep, that's right. The other bishop died the turn before.
So Daniel falls 2-4, which is still not very healthy when your opponent has an army of 2-powered or more creatures.
And it looks like Nathaniel here is going to start to animate these, creature lands up and start attacking. We saw Nathaniel do this in the win in round as well, where just start slamming as soon as it looks really good to start slamming and force the opponent to have to answer.
I mean, this isn't bad. Spectral Sailor triggering the 2 Mausoleum Wanderers is going to allow a lot of trades to happen.
Yeah, it looks like Daniel's going to fall to 1 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, this 1, 2. I mean, if Mutavault and Skyclave got through, probably Bishop is getting through. Yeah, okay. Well, this is, I mean, you're still alive. That's something.
Yeah, and we do have a token coming back to us because the Skyclave apparition did die, and we do get a spirit from the Bishop of Wings. So, kind of a weird board state. Oh, Archon of Emeria.
All right, and that means a lofty denial. Are you at all surprised to see Archon still here?
I'm a little surprised because if you let Archon resolve and get on the battlefield, you actually end up in a spot where your opponent's counterspells are a lot better against you because you deploy your 1 spell and then they're like, okay, counter that. And Archon's like, yeah, your turn, So it could get a little awkward. So I'm a little curious to see that. And maybe that was like a play thing where we were trying to make sure we didn't get run over by spirits, but it was a card that I was surprised to see.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Game 3. Daniel Kristoff versus Nathaniel Wilson playing for a spot in the top 4. Spirits versus Angels. And Spirits on the play where it likes to be. But no 1-drop. That's got to be nice for Nathaniel.
Yeah, that's kind of the big thing about being on the draw is you can fall behind to those 1-drops with Curious Obsession. And, we have to assume those are in if combat research is still in.
Right. All right, slip out the back in hand plus rattle chains and some others. In fact, maybe 2 slip out the backs.
Right.
I wonder if that surprised Daniel.
It kind of felt like it did, and Daniel's probably got a reason like, oh, there's another Giada. Just like such a strong card for your deck. Or, Nathaniel just has a bunch of lands.
Yeah,
But
there you go. Second Giada. You're right about that.
yeah, get a little rattle chain. And we think about slipping out the back of the rattle chain so we can push some extra damage.
I guess, but this can't even attack through the Giada.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, well, we just drew Curious Obsession, so yeah,
Well, that's
obviously.
I mean, okay, that works out well. So yeah, this does get through.
Yeah, that was a heads up play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Obsession in hand, yeah, putting that counter on there does matter a lot because now you can get through, pick up a card, so the slip out the back immediately replaces itself.
Whew.
And the Archon was drawn again, and I think there are several collected companies in Nathaniel's hand.
Yeah, a little 4 mana, nothing to do with the green up. Tale as old as time. Yeah. I'm curious to see. We're probably going to see Nathaniel fight over in the end step of Daniel here to, Coco into Coco, but going to have to see what happens here.
Yeah, or maybe you have to do it on the attack here, just to try and string together a bunch of blockers. It's hard to let this connect because if Daniel doesn't have a counter and draws one, your company gets countered. That feels pretty miserable. So yeah, we're gonna see it right here.
Looks like it is a Geistlight Snare again.
Off. Yep. All right, so that takes it down. Very mana efficient. Well, no 1-drop, no problem for Daniel here. He's cruising along.
Kind of in an awkward spot here for old Nathaniel. We've got a handful of big things, and we've gotten the rattle chains down.
Do you company here if there's another one?
I think so. Geistlight Snare is obviously a problem if that's there, but you got to go for it when it's best.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
This needs to hit well.
Our Angel player seeing what they have. A couple good hits here. You could get Skyclave Apparition. This is probably in response to the rattle chains targeting as well.
I mean, if Nathaniel even has to think about this, it's probably a good sign.
Yeah. It's either a good sign or a really bad sign because we hit the Stone Colds. I think there's 2 Resplendent Angels, or there's Valkyries. I can't.
2 Valkyries. Okay.
That's a lot.
Wow. Is that gain? How many counters? Did they get 1 and 2, or do they get 1 each because they come in simultaneously? I'm not actually sure about that.
I'm not sure how Giada works. I'm going to guess 1.
That's what I think also. So Nathaniel will gain 10, which is not too bad.
Yeah, we see them here talking to the judge, trying to figure it out. Judge is probably going to take a second here to read the card and make sure the exact text on it. But yeah, this is a big swing here too, because we're getting dangerously close to the 28 life total number, which is when everything gets +2/+2.
Right. 27, yeah.
27, yeah, yep.
Yeah. So even if it is, well, the most it could be is 2 counters each, right? Which would be 24, although it doesn't seem like it would be 2 counters each, but I don't actually, I've never seen, it's okay. Is it 1 each? Yeah. All right. So it's 1 each, gain 10. And I mean, that's obviously great, but also having a pair of 3/5 blockers is also huge against this rattle chains.
Yeah, it is something that is not going to be easy to overcome. And Curious Obsession demands that you attack every turn, else it fall off.
Okay, so Giada does trade with the rattle chains. And yeah, well, that first company got countered, but the second one made up for it.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do sometimes with these decks. You just have to kind of put your opponent in a spot where they kind of tap out, in a spot where you don't know if they have a counter or not, but you give yourself the best chance to just fight through them. And a Sedated Spirit gets played.
Yeah, I mean, even if your opponent just had a huge turn, you still got to keep going. Oh, there's a combat research in hand, I think. That's the problem. We saw it be great in one game, and here they are kind of terrible.
Yeah, funny, sometimes cards like this are higher variance in matchups where normally they're not, right? Normally Curious Obsession is just, all my creatures are flying, that's unblockable, doesn't matter. Then you run into matchups like this, it's like, oh, this weirdly matters, and they become much more, fluctuating in how good they are than normal.
So I know for Nathaniel, his life total is very relevant. I know on the screen it says 12. This is the time shifted match. We do believe he's at 22.
Slip out the back here on their Valkyrie. And I think we're going to see, still some life gained here, but
yeah, sure.
if you're Nathaniel, you can probably start attacking, right? Because you also have a Skyclave in hand. Obviously, you can't play it this turn because you have 2 green pathways. Oh, you can't play Realm Walker.
Wow. Well, that's going to hit the threshold of 27, I believe.
Yeah, and I'm going to guess rename Angel. Call it a hot take.
Yeah. Seems like a good choice. You could conceivably name Spirit, I guess, to get Skyclave Apparition in addition to a few of the other cards. But yeah, Angel seems like a good one.
Yep.
Rumble
in here for 5.
Well, it's either 3 or 5. I don't know if we actually went to 27 or not. It's got to be 28. So yes, you're right.
And yeah.
Now, as soon as the turn is passed, now everything is 4 + 4 + 4.
Yeah, and also that Valkyrie gets bigger because Slip Out the Back does put a counter on it. We already put the counter there, but it is now super large, and you're going to gain so much life every time you play a creature. And if just even 1 6/3 is going to be backbreaking. And here is a Skyclave Apparition.
Well, that's fine. That'll gain another 12, putting Nathaniel up to 40. And I guess he'll take out the Ascendant Spirit because why not? But I doubt he even cares. There's a Giada. Okay. That's going to gain, just as far as keeping track of things, that's going to gain another 12.
Sounds good. Yeah, and I think we're going to get more matches after this. We're going to try and catch the rest of the top 8 here. But it does look like Nathaniel here is about to swing for super lethal.
Yeah, I believe that's the technical term.
Mm-hmm. I have the degree in super lethal. So, I would know about it.
Angels Spirits moves on, or Angels moves on over Spirits. And we are going to move into a third match here in the quarterfinals. Okay. Let's get going.
A lot of magic. I love it.
Yeah. So this is, I assume this is live, but we'll wait for update on that. Okay. So this is live. And this is live and we're into game 2. Okay. 3 rounds for you this weekend. 3 matches in 1 round. That's a first. Adam Wassermosis won game 1 with his, we'll get to the deck list between games if we get a chance, but this is the mono white Yorion deck.
Yep. And we kind of talked about this one, the thing, right? Where we were under the impression that maybe the mono white deck could win if it went long. And I mean, we were able to commentate the entire 2 other matches in top 8, and they were not short games for the most part. So probably went long and just barely was able to grind through all the stuff that Phoenix can do. But now Adam does need to win one of these post-board games. So luckily, has kind of stolen, quote unquote, game 1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, one of the things that helps against the Phoenix deck is obviously exile removal. And this mono white control deck has a lot of that. So that, I'm sure, certainly played a role in game 1. He has even all the way up to Elspeth Conqueror's Death, which if you can just pick off a Phoenix and you have life total spare, then why not? You're good to go from then on. A lot of matchups, Elspeth Conqueror's Death is probably a blank, like against Heroic, it doesn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
But here it's potentially solid.
And you see me entering the battlefield, the Charming Prince. A little top bottom on the scry. How many scries equal a draw card for you, Joe? What's your line at?
I think it's close to I remember this conversation from in the past, a little bit over 2. I think it's close to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you can somehow scry 2.5, I feel like that's a card, and they all go bottom or whatever. You're like up a card.
Yeah.
Well,
anytime it goes bottom, I feel like you're up a card. Depends. It depends also what you're playing against. Is black red? It's much less because you can't discard scries to a Liliana.
Sure.
But against a deck like Phoenix or green, I think scries are much closer to being worth a card.
Makes no sense here. Speaking of being worth a card, Skyclave Apparition taking down that Ledger Shredder, which we saw Cain crush with in our round 7 feature match.
Mm-hmm. All right, Impulse will take down the Apparition, and so Zack will actually get a bigger creature than he gave up, although certainly not a better one.
Yeah. And, at least you got something.
Yeah.
Also, for those at home watching, Adam does play with his graveyard horizontally instead of vertically. So those cards are all in the graveyard. They're not exiled. Nothing weird going on there.
Right. And I called it mono white Yorion, and these decks are mostly mono white. This one is splashing Fable. There have been other ones that splashed blue.
Yeah, Fable is just so good with all the value ETB creatures you're already wanting to play with Yorion, and has just proven to be one of the more powerful cards released in the last couple of years. And it's just when a deck like this that has some noise generated advantage, has some kind of clunky things too, gets a little bit of card selection like the Rummage gives you from that, it's going to be really powerful. As we see Adam going for the Field of Ruin on the Spirabluff Canal. I wonder, deck lists are open. Zach might only have Zach only has 2 islands, so this could be something that Adam's setting up for a long game here.
Well, I suppose that would be interesting. And with open deck lists, that is something you'd be able to take advantage of. Whereas you're probably not going to do that if you're just, if you don't know, if you're just guessing. But yeah, although, I mean, you can probably hypothesize that Izzet Phoenix doesn't obviously have very many basics. And here's another apparition, take out another Shredder.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for it to get killed. He's like, all right, come on, get it over with.
Yeah. Kill this thing. I'm sure it'll come. Yeah, I wonder if the Yorion deck is going to play more Field of Ruins now that we got the new one from Brothers War. Now you can play 5, 6, 7 of those if you want to. So
I mean, they've got room for it.
Yeah. Yorion mana base and almost all your things are white. You can cut another planes or 2, and really good against Nykthos for killing them, and then really good against the greedy pile decks we've seen as well. So
right, yeah, hits the creature lands, hits the Nykthos. No, you're right. They're definitely very valuable. And all right, well, this Skycooler Apparition actually survived, so it actually gets to attack him for 2.
Yeah, and you saw Adam kind of start to pick it up almost like it was just going to die, and maybe a little surprised to see it actually connect here.
All right, and here is the Fable playing around
Spell Pierce,
which a lot of Phoenix decks, including Zach Vincent's, play a pair of nowadays. Although I guess we're in a sideboard game, so there's potentially additional counters to just that.
And we're going to see an Extraction Specialist come down here. I think the only target is Charming Prince. But if there is another target, your Charming Prince can exile the Extraction Specialist and get the other one back as well. Going off a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, cluttering up the board with nonsense is perfect for this, what this Yorion deck has planned. The more this, and there's only so much removal in the blue-red deck, and the more stuff you have on the board for an eventual Yorion, the better.
Yeah, and it's actually really forcing Zach to have a card like Anger of the Gods, which, Adam's going to know if Zach has any, because that would typically be a card you play around. And we know Zach is going with 1 Sweltering Sense as the only Wrath effect this weekend. So, playing all these creatures at the board has some risk, but not as big as you might see on other weekends.
And off to a new cruise. Okay. That does allow a perfect casting of it there. But, I mean, 3 cards to the good, that's great and everything. Nothing that's happened so far has really felt like it's progressing Zach Vincent towards victory. It's mostly just kind of exchanging with Adam.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think if we're going to see Zach get towards winning, it's probably going to involve something like Galvanic Iterationing the Temporal Trespass and kind of taking 3 turns in a row and just going way over the top of this Yorion deck from the way this game is currently going.
Right. And I guess, I mean, cruising is a good step towards that happening. It wipes the graveyard out, but 3 cards is 3 cards. And now Zach's got more tools to work with. And I guess, I mean, really, he's not that far behind in the board. It just feels like Adam's done more things, but that may not actually be true.
Yeah, Adam's done a good job of having a lot of fidgety cards that do a lot of cool things. They've all amounted to about a card worth of things, but that can be undone really easily when a couple of Arc-like Phoenixes start attacking you and you don't have a turn to answer it.
All right, so Fable rolls up here. Adam has not rummaged yet. May be happy with his hand.
Has a Thraben Inspector discarding here.
Okay, so he did do it for 1.
Looks like a Spirited Companion was the other card. You might see Adam just pick up Yorion this turn and kind of set up to do that. Okay, see, we got, here's the treasure.
Okay, the great creator. Not
Yeah.
quite the speed that the Karns in the green ramp decks deploy at, but still just as effective a lot of the time.
Yeah, and this deck does generate a decent amount of devotion, and having access to Karn gives you access to things like Hearse here, which helps swing these matchups. So now, that temporal trespass we're talking about potentially could happen, but it's gonna be much harder with a card like Unlicensed Hearse just picking away at your graveyard with a real battlefield presence still too.
Yeah. And still another Karn activation to go. So here's the draw is a Treasure Cruise for Zach Vincent, who only has a 1-card graveyard and a Hearse looming, so it's not even going to amount to that much. This is going to be tough. I don't know how long that first game was, but this one has been considerably shorter, and Adam is looking good.
Yeah, I almost wonder if maybe both players mulliganed a bunch in game one. Like we had like a
Maybe.
both on 4 or 5 situation. Because that could be the reason that took so long. Because it is looking a lot better for Adam than I had expected on first glance. Really doing a good job of kind of stopping Zack from doing too much. And the cool part about having a control deck filled with other creatures is that your control deck can actually pressure a little bit, so they don't have infinite time to rebuild.
Mm-hmm. There are potentially as many as 3 lightning axes in Zach Vincent's hand right now. I'm not entirely sure about that, but that would explain why this land came into play, land number 6, because he might want to start hardcasting him.
100%. And we also have the reflection of Kiki Jiki coming in.
Yeah, that's an unpleasant one to deal with also. 4 damage comes across here. Another treasure. Adam has got enough mana now. He can probably utilize whatever he wants out of his sideboard.
Yeah, I think Adam has a Godfarer statue, which is a card we see the mono green decks put in against the Izzet decks a lot. Making everything cost 2 more is a really backbreaking thing for that multi-spell deck. So you might see Adam do something like that.
Instead, it's going to be...
I believe
that
is the Sarah's... No, sorry. It's the Pilgrim. It grabs a land from the deck or something like that. Ambitious Farmhand.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So let's bring up Ambitious Farmhand if we can. For anyone else who was not entirely familiar with all the ins and outs of the White Yorion decks or the Coven mechanic.
I imagine this deck can Coven some amount of the time. And here's that Field of Ruin. We're picking up the Yorion right now. And we're going to use our Karn here just before it dies to make sure we have something. But, if Zack ever plays the other island, I imagine we're going to see Adam immediately go for the red source. As Adam does grab the Godfarer statue here too.
All right. Yeah, I don't think we'll see the field activation, like you're saying, until the second island. But then once we see it, yeah, it'll probably fire up immediately. There's an Arc Light for Zack. That's great. Goes well with Lightning Axe.
Yeah.
Wadawar into play, which is going to be regrettable when having to deal with the Godfarer statue, but you got to do something.
Yeah, you kind of have to answer the Karn because the Karn's also just going to turn the Godfarer statue into a creature that can start beating down on you. So even if you'd like to go face, you really just can't afford to.
So how much are we looking at the moment on the board? It's a considerable amount here, and we can now Reflection, all kinds of nonsense.
Yeah, we can Reflection, Charming Prince, Describe. We can do Farmhand to get some lands.
Yeah,
a lot of different things available to us.
Yeah, Spirit Companion to draw a card.
Gonna be curious to see what Adam wants to do, because once you set up Yorion plus Charming Prince, you got a little bit of a loop going. The Yorion exiles the Charming Prince, the Charming Prince exiles the Yorion. That is kind of this insurmountable late game that this deck tries to produce that's similar to the Eternal Witness we saw from the 4-color control deck a few months ago in Modern.
Yeah, all right, so Godfarer Statue into play, which limits Zack to 1 mana spells for the rest of the turn. He does, however, have several, and then also is going to start dinging away at Zack's life total.
Yeah, and I think Zack is going to 1 after the ping from the Godfarer statue if we attack with everything.
Well, looks like Reflection stayed back.
Okay.
I believe the Reflection is off Summoning Sickness at this point.
Yeah, also the Unlicensed Hearse could have been crude.
Yeah.
Maybe wanting to respect something there. But, also with Zack having 2 mana more on everything and the ping there, yeah, you're going to see Adam win that game and go 2-0 over Zack and Under Semis. So,
all right. Well, unsurprisingly, that was the last quarterfinal of the match. as we actually got to see 3 of them out of the 4. So hopefully you're satisfied with that. Hopefully you're enjoying yourselves. If you want to let us know, give us a follow, and Mason and I will be back for the top 4 momentarily. All right, we're back here. 2 rounds left to go. 4 players still in it. Pop up the bracket and show you who they are. Who you're rooting for is up to you, but who we're going to watch is going to be Harlan Fear against Matthew Watts, Mono White Aggro versus Mono Green Devotion. If things play out as we think they might, and Adam Wasp Moses and his 80-card Yorion deck is still playing against Nathaniel Wilson's Angels, we'll move over to that, time permitting. But we're going to start with Harlan versus Matthew, Mono White versus Mono Green, a matchup that if you're playing either one of these decks, you probably run into fairly often.
100%. Yeah, the Mono White deck is a deck that is kind of built to kind of prey on decks failing and also use things like Brave the Elements to push through these other monocolor decks, and particularly mono green. It's a matchup where I feel like I'd almost rather be on the play than be on a deck, but I think the mono white deck is ever so slightly favored, and being on the play here for Harlan, it's a pretty good spot to be a Harlan Fear fan.
All right. Well, we'll see if that plays out or not. We'll go into the table when the players are ready, which appears to be now. We'll get the interface updated a little bit. We are in the semifinals now. Your eyes aren't fooling you. And
this wasn't the fabled 4th match of the quarterfinals we got to watch.
Well, that would be odd also, because that means Harlan played twice. But I guess if you beat 2 people in the quarterfinals, maybe you could just skip the semifinals. I don't know. I do know the qualifications for at MTG 30 for the big modern qualifiers for the beta draft event. If you qualified twice, Friday and Saturday, then in the top 32, you got paired against effectively yourself and got a bye into the top 16. I thought that was pretty neat.
Oh, that's really funny.
Yeah. All right. Bodyguard into play for Harlan, and we are underway.
Yeah, and Lenore Elf here from Matthew, so both players kind of having their ideal starts.
Mm-hmm. Luminarch Aspirant means it's Lenore Elf, even if it had intentions of trading, will not have that available to it.
Yeah, and these are the kind of starts you want to see if you're Harlan. 1 drop into one of our powerful 2 drops. Ideally not a Thalia quite yet. You only really want that if there's a cure on the other side of the table. And it looks like we're going to get Wolfwillow Haven into something for Matthew.
I think we got 2 more elves.
Oh my.
Yeah, we are ramping all the way through. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana on the board on turn 2. So untapping on turn 3 with able to do almost anything.
Yeah, we do see Harlan here getting a Luminarch Aspirant big and slamming in for 6.
Yeah, that's great. Boy, it's a little frightening, though, what these green decks are capable of doing with a lot of mana.
Yeah, and Harlan here is just kind of shaking his boots like, okay, no Storm the Festivals, don't anything good. I can pressure you. Maybe I can rip a Brave the Elements and end this. But, Matthew can cast every single spell in his deck right now.
Okay, let's see what it's going to be. There's a Sylvan Caryatid. That's not going to do much. There's a Karn.
Yeah, and, we can Karn to go grab something like a Heart of Kieran, which can actually block some of these creatures. So that could be something. Ooh.
Okay, there's Nykthos too. That's 1 extra mana.
Little Ancient Tomb Impersonation.
There's
Oath of Nissa, so we get a relook.
Okay, if there's Oath of Nissa, then we probably fire that off first, right?
Yeah, that one's typically pretty free for you to use before activating Nykthos. As long as you still have, a mana floating, you make it back off the Devotion. And let's see what Matthew gets here. I think that's Teferi and another Nykthos.
Okay, it's definitely Nykthos, and I think Wolfwillow. I didn't make it the 3rd card, but Teferi would now be castable with the Oath of Nissa on the board.
Yeah, and Teferi, Harlan's going to take a little double check here on Teferi who slows the sunset. We can pull that up for the watchers at home. Often you think about this as a more of a combo card, which it kind of does. Lets you untap Chainveil more, but it also minuses in order to go anticipate, essentially, look at the top 3 and add 1 to your hand. So, with Teferi who slows the sunset there, you can sometimes actually refuel. So it's kind of like getting another redo here. We do also. Oh, here's the Teferi.
Yeah, if we're looking for a defensive card with Karn, you mentioned Heart of Kieran. Is the Silex card that a lot of these decks are playing now, that comes into play tapped, right? So that's live for next turn if you're still alive. Also, it would cost you all your own permanents, so that's not super ideal.
Yeah, also, it looks like Matthew has gone with no Silax this weekend. So he has chosen to have some other things like a Shadow Spear in the sideboard for these sort of matchups instead, as a way to kind of beat them. But yeah, look, Teferi coming down and then lets you untap the Elf and the Nykthos and generate a little extra more mana. Ooh. So it should be, I think, 7 mana after everything's said and done. I could be mistaken.
Well, let's see. The Caryatate's summoning sick. We have Devotion of 6.
Yeah, I think there's one floating, but I could be mistaken.
Okay, if there's one floating, then you're right. Yeah, I don't see an indicator of that one way or the other.
Yeah.
So Matthew, with all this on the board now, just looking for a way to survive the turn, probably. So maybe your Heart of Kieran does make sense.
Yeah, and so this is the thing to note is we might not have an I win combo here, but if we grab the Chainville here and we have Teferi still when we untap, then we have Teferi with the Llanowar Elf and the Nykthos enough devotion that we can actually just gain infinite life.
Okay, so there was enough. There's enough mana floating that Isika's Chariot actually is the play. So that's going to handle everything barring a Brave the Elements.
Yeah, and big draw step here for Harlan. Instantly doing some math. Looks like he picked up Shephet Dune, so he does have Brutal Cathar available to him now.
I guess Brutal Cathar not looking. I mean, there's not like a prime target. I guess it's something.
Yeah, you have to do something to get through this board state and kill the Karn or the Teferi. Otherwise, you are just dead. So maybe Brutal Cathar can like try to eat a cat, which will then crew the Chariot, so you're like down 1 blocker.
This is a pretty disgusting turn for Matthew. Turn 3 for Matthew Watts here, really going wide on the board.
Yeah, not a bad turn 4. This mono green deck, I think, might be good.
Yeah, maybe so. It's it's not overrated.
It's hard to know. It's really hard to know after everything happening today. You know, I saw one of them lose in the top 8. So who gets that?
True. All right, so here comes an attack. There are just 2 blockers. So the Karn is vulnerable here, if that's the way Harlan chooses to go.
Yeah, that'll probably be the case since you can't actually kill the Teferi for sure. But yeah, Harlan dodging disaster there. And kind of just shows how good the mono green deck is, right? It was like, yeah, this isn't much, but it's actually presenting lethal. And that was a Storm of the Festival, Joe.
Wow. Okay. So we got Teferi, we got Nykthos, we got mana. We don't have like infinite devotion, but it's certainly plentiful.
Yeah, I think that we have 6 because there's an elf hiding off screen.
Okay, here we go. There's a Karn and a Cavalier. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to think that that's pretty close to being wrapped up here if Matthew goes for the Chainveil line. Yeah, and he's probably just saying it to Harlan.
Yeah.
And so let's head back to the booth for a second here.
Okay. Oof. Well, yeah, that was, I mean, those turn 3s, I mean, yeah, the Karn was killed, but well, there was the anticipate coming and then it wasn't even necessary. Storm of the Festival hits the nuts and it's done. All right, let's go ahead and look at some deck lists, see what Harlan needs to do to come back here, being down a game. Brave the Elements, obviously good, getting through all the blockers. What do you like out of the board?
Yeah, so there's a couple options. So Thalia Heretic Cathar kind of stops some amount of combo turns where it makes non-basic lands enter tapped and creatures enter tapped. So if you try to go off with the Cavalier and you're not quite there yet, and you're trying to use a Storm to get to it, that's going to make it not as likely to happen. And if you're on the play like Harlan is for this game, well, then Thalia is going to be able to make it so if your opponent trying to develop something like an Olgos Troll or Cavalier after turn 3, then they're not going to be able to block and you're able to push a little bit of damage. So I really like that card in this matchup, especially when you're on the play. We might see some amount of Portable Hole or Declaration Stone. Really depends on how Harlan wants to approach it. My guess is that Deck and Stone would be the one that Harlan wants to play. It's a 1 more mana, but it answers all the Cavaliers or all the Old Growth Trolls, which can often clog up the battlefield.
Sure. No, that definitely makes sense. And we can look over at Matthew Watts's. I mean, we did see a green player sideboard a card a couple hours
Mhm.
ago. So maybe we'll see that again.
Yeah, it's possible. We have the second Skyboat here, and
Mhm.
the interesting thing about Skyboat is it's a removal spell in this matchup specifically because it is colorless and deals 3 damage, which is good enough to beat Brave the Elements and get through most of the creature's power toughness ratio. So you could see one of those come in for maybe something like Teferi, which is normally more of a combo card, despite it winning us that game.
Mhm.
So,
Well, did it win us that game? It didn't actually do anything.
well, we didn't get to see it, but
maybe it was intending. Maybe it had intentions, but I don't think it actually did anything.
That's fair. I guess it didn't do that much. It put the fear in Harlan, though, at
Yeah.
least. It made some choices happen. Fatigue's a real thing. We've been playing Magic all weekend here.
Yeah, that's true.
Harlan Fear's team lost playing for top 8 yesterday, so Boros in contention.
All right. Well, maybe he can take his revenge out on Matthew Watts right now and advance on to the finals.
Mhm.
We will see players shuffling up, getting ready for game number 2. Thanks for being with us here this weekend at Nerd Rage Gaming. We have got 1.5 rounds to go.
Yep.
Harlan's here looking for the comeback.
We're really close to crowning that champion. So make sure to click that follow button if you haven't already. That way you can check out our next one in Chicago here the weekend of Thanksgiving on the 26th.
Question for the chat. How's the Angel deck doing? The Angel deck is playing right now on the other table in the top 4.
Yep, and with how quick that game went, and typically if Harlan's winning a game, it's going to go about that quickly too. We're probably going to get to see some of the Angel deck, so stay tuned.
The Angel deck is playing against Adam Wassermoses' 80-card white Yorion deck. So, well, I just assume 80 cards. It might be 83. I don't know, but it's a white Yorion deck. We know that much.
Yeah, it has a lot of cards, and it is thick. And that's sometimes all you need. It is surprising to see Yorion still in the format. I mean, I guess it hasn't done like it did in Modern. So
Right.
maybe it's just like, it's cool to keep it here for now. But some of the reasons listed to get rid of Yorion, like the dexterity stuff,
I
do
agree.
still exist. So an interesting choice there.
I didn't like that explanation. I don't mind them banning it in Modern, but I didn't like the explanation because it kind of doesn't make sense that allowing to keep it in the other formats if that's the reason you're doing it.
Yeah, it's so awkward. My guess is, and obviously I don't know for sure, but my guess is that the difference is that the perspective from players was that 4-color was the best deck or one of the best decks.
Yeah.
And so if I had friends who just couldn't play 4-color because their hands were too small. They couldn't actually randomize their deck in time. And, and it was like a real hassle for them. And so I guess like when you feel forced to play it versus it's a thing you get to do. But I imagine that, we might see it get banned if, Adam's mono white deck here continues to do well and then does well at DreamHack Dallas and maybe some of the other RCs around the world. We might see Oregon go there again because a lot of the reasons do overlap.
Maybe. And then we're just left with it in Legacy. That'd be too bad.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. The companion experiment was very cool and limited, and even with the added limitation of having to pay 3 mana, it didn't quite probably work out as intended and constructed.
Yeah. I think companions would have been good even if you do the change I'm about to say, but the difference in hybrid mana versus blue and white and black and white, for example, with Luris and Yorion, is a big difference because you get to see decks like this mono white deck just be mono white for the most part and not have to worry about Yorion and still get it. Whereas if it was, an Azorius card hardcore, it'd be a little bit harder and we would have seen a little bit of nerf to the companions, but I still think we would have seen a lot of dominance from the two main big ones.
All right, lots of shuffling here, and still more. So the players aren't quite feeling ready yet. There we go.
Shuffled more than we played.
I mean, that happens sometimes. Sometimes you get, and it seemed like there was a pause in the shuffling too. So I wonder if they were both having conversation with the judge or the other players for a moment there. But it also, I mean, you can kind of just go into a trance when you're shuffling sometimes and then not really realize how much you're overdoing it. Harlan draws up his opening hand. A couple lands. I saw a 1-drop and a Gruul Cathar. We'll see if he thinks it's good enough.
Yeah, Harlan is on the play, so we might just see him keep all these ones and try and, top deck something like Luminar Casper or Thales Lieutenant. The deck has a lot of really strong 2s, which is one of the big draws to the mono white deck. Looks like Matthew is probably keeping and putting her card back.
The players were shuffling simultaneously, though. So, yeah, okay, we're both on a mulligan then. All right.
Okay. I guess they just both snap mulligan while we were talking to chat there. So that's on us.
All right. So, same opening as last time. Matthew's like, I didn't read this the first time. I just assumed, but let me take a look at it now.
Yeah. And we do see the Skyboat in hand for Matthew. So it might be
Okay.
the one main deck one, but it might also just be, brought in.
Well,
I think we picked up a Dahlia's Lieutenant.
Okay. If Matthew develops anything like last game, then that Sky Sovereign will be a great turn 3 play. We'll see. Here's Hopeful Initiate.
Yeah, and this is sometimes the problem with against the mono green deck is Old Growth Troll is such a house in this deck. It completely stops the aggression here. So now you need something like Brutal Cathar, and if that wasn't there, we might have seen Harlan just pass the turn back after playing a creature.
Right.
And also, it's like Dark Ritual too while doing that. So a really powerful card for this deck. But luckily, Harlan did have the Brutal Cathar lined up for it.
All right. We have Oath. We have Nissa. We have Karn. Let's see. Leading with Oath.
Taking a little look and get an elf.
All right. Well, with elf coming down this turn, Matthew's going to be looking at taking quite a bit more damage.
Yeah. And it's going to have a lot of mana. I think there's a Nykthos in Matthew's hand as well. So right now, it's not making any mana, but we're one spell away from starting to get plus on mana there.
Right. And you're right about Lieutenant. So this is an attack for potentially 9. That might be a little hard to overcome.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot. And it might be a thing, too, where Harlan is able to push through even without a card like Brave the Elements on the next turn. Looks like Harlan has a Dauntless Bodyguard and is deciding, do I want this to grow my Lieutenant or have it be grown? Small thing, but these small things often matter a lot in Magic.
And if the Bodyguard is protecting the Brutal Cathar, then that kind of removes Matthew's best target for the Sky Sovereign. And in fact, it is. Here's Lieutenant, and yeah, this is a pretty good development, even without any Thalias, or well, any of the legendary Thalias for Harlan. Still, some disruption with Brutal Cathar and a pretty big clock.
Yep, and a lot of onus on Matthew's deck just to not perform here from Harlan. But even if it does do well, the cards like Brave the Elements off the top could fix that. And yeah, Matthew's like, nope, I don't got anything. Let's move on to game number 3.
Okay. So Matthew will get to go first for the first time in the match. And I mean, there's lots of potential there. Obviously, that last game that Brutal Cathar came down, if the Sky Sovereign came down before that, I mean, this is a very different outcome.
100%. Yeah, that play draw matters a lot. And we saw both players reaching for their sideboard. So we might have some play draw sideboarding happening there. Be interested to see what the mono green player will be doing. Maybe something like Shadow Spear actually comes in, be kind of a spicy one, or something like a Seeker's Chariot. Kind of good in this matchup, can clog the ground up a little bit like we saw in game number 1, but often a little slow to tutor for. So interesting to see.
So there may be a few options on the 1 or 2 cards that may be boarded in. Do you feel like you can say with confidence what the cards that get boarded out? You mentioned Teferi maybe would go out. Is there anything else that you don't want so much?
Yeah,
like first
you may. Yeah, there's some things like Sylvan Caryatid kind of blocks the 2/1s right, but the problem is Harlan has both Thalia's Lieutenant and Luminarch Aspect to grow, so that can sometimes be a plan that kind of falls through. So maybe you want something to replace those instead. But my guess is that Teferi is much more of a card for the mirrors, and it's kind of a way to really put your your pedal on the gas there and go fast. And in this matchup, going fast is important. But if you had a card to protect yourself, that might be a little better than Teferi, when Teferi is such an easily pressurable card in the matchup. Yeah.
All right. Well, they're shuffling up. We'll await the presenting the decks, which took a little while longer than we thought last game. In the meantime, once that's over with, if they're still playing, we'll shift over to the Angels versus the White Yorion deck. So what did we not see in this top 8? We didn't see a black-red deck.
No, I didn't see a black-red deck all weekend on coverage. We were going to cover Becky Bell in round 2, but she decided to go to the zoo after losing round 1. She was our only Rakdos player lined up, and I didn't even see many others. So, I mean, if, like Cain mentioned, right, there is some amount of perception on the tournament you go to, and the NRG series, we see a lot of mono green here. We see it everywhere, but we always see it here in our top 8s. You might be a little bit more afraid to play Rakdos in this field, as it was 20% of the field was your worst matchup in mono green.
Mhm.
So, but that is the big one missing, Joe. And it's also, I think, still very good. And some of the prominent red-black players, some of the innovators in the format, like Misplaced Ginger, say the matchup is actually not that bad if you dedicate the sideboard space to it.
Sure. Okay, players have drawn their hands for game 3. Let's go back to the table.
Yep.
Matthew Watts on the play with an oath. Okay, I mean, that's fine. Probably an elf would be better.
Yeah, it's looking like Watts has both Wolfwillow Haven and Old Grove's Troll.
Mhm.
So I'm going to assume that's why we kept the hand. Maybe a little slow, but still able to produce that powerful Old Grove's Troll.
Right. So draw here's okay. Another. I was going to ask, would you play the elf or do you play the Wolfwillow Haven? But drawing the oath might change that. Or I'm drawing the Okay, nope, it's still Wolfwillow Haven.
Yeah, I am a little inclined to play Elf because Elf has Summoning Sickness, but maybe you're wanting to respect something like Portable Hole or respecting Thalia from Harlan here. Want to get out underneath that.
Yeah. All right. So Thalia is into play here, and Matthew will have to deal with that. Draws, I think, another oath, which is much worse with Thalia in play.
Yeah.
All right.
Luckily, Old Ghost Troll forgives all sins.
Yeah. No, this is a really nice under the duress of Thalia here. That was a nice turn 3 for Matthew.
Yeah, and I think Harlan's hand is just 2 copies of Brave, 2 copies of Thalia, and a land.
Okay, well, 2 Braves isn't going to get anywhere close to the full damage through, so that's not going to work.
Oh, it looks
And-
like
all
Deck
right.
and Stone. Okay.
Well, that works.
Yeah, and this is really highlighting how important a card like Old Ghost Troll is, not only when it comes to Nykthos and stuff like that, but just locking the battlefield up and not allowing Harlan to attack. Harlan has to sort of answer that here, even though you'd much rather answer a card like Cavalier of Thorns.
Mm-hmm. All right, land drawn for Matthew, which I don't think he had another one in hand, so maybe that's not the worst, although it's probably not the land he would have chosen.
Yeah, it's hard to complain about lands, but Matthew is honestly just looking for a payoff here. We have a good amount of mana, but nothing to really do with it. We do have the clue as well to look for some cards, but we're going to legend roll an Oath of Nissa. I guess Kiora is a good one here because it's impossible to kill because it has 7 loyalty, and he lets you, kind of accelerate ahead on mana.
All right,
Oh.
potentially the elf to go with the other oath in hand to use all your mana for the turn, maybe?
I think so, and worth noting too that we put a Storm the Festival on the bottom of our deck there, so that's one less big draw for us.
And okay, it's another troll. All right,
Oh.
well, that added a sizable creature to the board and developed the mana.
Big here. Yeah, I love this from Harlan. I'm going to offer this Thalia. You have to block the Thalia, right? But Harlan's like, I have a bunch of Thalias. It's totally fine. I guess the real question is, will Matthew see through this snap attack? Because Harlan also has a Ganjo in hand.
And it's going to be a double block. So if this pulls out the... Okay, no Brave the Elements cast. We'll just reset the board.
Yeah, maybe it was. I thought he had an Ganjo as well, but it's either way, getting the Thalia through and kind of minimizing the mana, a pretty reasonable spot to be.
But I like Matthew's choice to trade off the elf for the bodyguard. He doesn't have any need for the extra mana at this point.
Yeah, and you have a bunch of cards like Oath of Nissa, like Clue, that are probably going to find a land anyways, or a land-like card. There's another Old Growth Troll.
All right.
Honestly, this card is so key in the deck.
Kiora in hand here can... no, I'm sorry, cannot, because of the Thalia. And Matthew's realizing the same thing. So you can't play both.
Yeah, but with the one Old Growth Troll in play, you could probably just play the Kiora with so much loyalty, right?
You could play Kiora and be able to activate the clue, although I don't expect to see that given that the other troll attacked. Oh, okay. All right. There's another way to go to untap the troll.
Love this play.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, I was saying it there for a second. Old Growth Troll is so nice in this deck because it does all the things we talked about stopping aggro decks, but it also just gives your deck a fail rate of, okay, I'm not really drawing much, but a 4/4 trample is so big, and if you kill it, you get another 4/4 trample.
Yeah, and that was a blank turn for Harlan here with 2 Brave the Elements and that other Thalia, I believe, in hand. And this is getting away from him as Matthew picks up a card. He's also got that clue still on the board.
And I picked up a Storm in the Festival for the turn here, so this is what happens. This is the low amount of fail rate that Harlan's deck does have. Typically, one of the things we praise about the mono white deck here is that it has such a low fail rate, and a lot of the decks in Pioneer have a high fail rate, and it just kind of kills you in that time. You know, we saw Harlan flood out, but it still wasn't a huge problem. Meanwhile, here, Matthew is just, yeah, I'm going to hit you, and you eventually die.
Yeah.
And Harlan's really close.
Matthew passing again. Maybe intentions of sacrificing the clue end step. Brutal Cathar choosing between trolls. I'm sure Matthew doesn't care too much. Losing one of those, he's still. I mean, this is just Harlan trying to stay alive here. This isn't even Harlan really attempting to kill Matthew.
Yeah, Harlan's just buying time and kind of hoping. Matthew's deck does have a good amount of lands. It does have a good amount of essentially lands, right? Things like Land or Elf. And kind of has to hope that, okay, Matthew has a couple bad draw steps. I have a couple, great draw steps, and I'll take over the game. But Storm the Festival was a great draw step.
Yeah, I think there's actually another one in hand. So that looks like a lot of land.
Yeah, I think one is a Nykthos, but even if it is a lot of lands, the good part about Storm is that's flashback, right? So we're getting so close to doing it again.
Okay, Cavalier's good too.
Yeah, Cavalier, another Kiora, draw a couple cards, Legend Rule, get some more devotion. Sounds nice.
So this will actually net Matthew 2 cards because of the way this works, which seems very unintuitive to me, but I'm reliably informed that this is how it works.
Yeah, since they enter at the same time, the Legend Rule stack thing happens, but the abilities are triggered. It's very odd.
You can see the judge off camera there slightly waving his arms, saying, like, yep, draw 2. So 2 cards to the good and Cavalier. There's a Nykthos.
Yeah, and that Nykthos is going to be played and
can be activated right now.
That's true.
Guess we still have an attack too. I almost forgot about that.
Yeah, we might see Harlan's in this awkward place where he can Brave in order to block, and then the Old Growth Troll is dead, but it goes on a land to make more mana for the future.
Yeah.
So we did kill the Old Growth Troll. Yeah, and we do have we can untap one of our double lands and then activate Nykthos. So
yeah.
To have 7, 8, 9 devotion.
Actually, I think it's 10.
Oh, that's a Wolfwillow under that. Yeah. Wolfwillow gets me every time.
So it's 10. The cards in hand are plentiful for Matthew. It's going to be a Cavalier first, so 5 floating. Oh boy.
Yeah, we get to draw from the Kiora and get some like another Nykthos and wrap it up. But also another Storm the Festival. It's going to take a lot of mana, but luckily I think we'll be able to do it. Matthew drawing an L out on the table with his graveyard, notifying Harlan that that's what's about to happen to you.
All right, so Harlan does get the turn back. Brave the Elements does allow all his creatures to get through, which is currently a grand total of 4 damage.
Yeah, and Harlan
can't even kill Kiora.
Yeah, we have the Thalia's Lieutenant, but it's just not enough. Even if we could activate Chef at Dunes and do it all, we're just a little bit too far behind.
Yeah, and Harlan knows this, and he's looking at his cards right now, and he realizes that Matthew's deck is not going to contain itself on the next turn with 2 Storms in the graveyard, and I think a third one in hand, and oodles of mana.
And this might be what Harlan needs is, once again, Harlan is really hoping for the 0.001%, right? Where these Storm of the Festivals just get more lands and don't do anything. But getting the Brute to go back into Brutal Cathar, remove something, could be the first step in trying to salvage this game.
Okay.
It's unlikely, but it is the only way.
Yeah.
There's also the problem of we have large creatures.
Right. All right. So here is Nykthos for
Probably 13.
14, I think.
Oh, we played an elf as well last turn. Okay. I thought
Yeah.
we just only had a cavalier.
So
What if we
this,
calved again? How about that?
I mean, we have Karn in hand. We could,
I mean, Matthew
Yeah.
has the combo.
whatever he wants to do.
Yeah. For those at home who are curious and maybe you're like, oh, what do I have to do to actually combo? I'm not going to tell you the whole thing. But if you have 8 devotion, a card in the graveyard, a card in hand or play, same for Kiora, you have the win. You just have to go through it all. And we hit another Nykthos, making that L bigger, really trying to let Harlan know, but Harlan is going to make Matthew do it. I'm sure if Matthew says, hey, I'll start comboing, Harlan will not make Matthew play it out, but Matthew is going to have to say, I'm going to start comboing. Matthew's board presence too big, the camera cannot even see it, but a little help we can.
All right, Karn Great Creator into play. Some amount of mana floating, way more mana available. Kiora unused as of yet.
Chain Veil be lethal.
I believe the Caryatid was in the sideboard there.
Nice. All right, Skyboat. Brr. That's what a boat sounds like, Joe. I don't know. What's your best boat noise?
You know what? I don't even think I have one. I don't
Respectable. Have a nice day.
I don't have a boat noise. And there it is. Harlan's going to save me from having to try and come up with one on the spot by just conceding the game. I had given myself 5 or 10 more seconds, I would have done it, but I guess we'll save that for another month, another day. That's good. All right. Harlan Fury, the run ends there. But we have one finalist, and there's chances are the other match isn't done. So let's go ahead and check it out.
Yeah, let's go showdown to Adam. Congratulations to Matthew there, by the way, making it to the finals.
Yeah.
Big accomplishment.
Okay.
And I imagine we're going to be in the middle of a complicated board state. Not as bad as I was guessing.
Really? No.
Okay, so Nathaniel won game 1 over Adam.
All right. So let's see where we're at here in game number 2. We see a card in the graveyard, Sky Sovereign in play, which probably got wished for alongside Thraben Inspector. And Nathaniel, 22. So Righteous Valkyrie is not on turbo mode yet, but not too far away.
And, for Nathaniel, we don't want to count our chickens before they hatch or anything, but the mono green matchup traditionally very good for you. So in a lot of ways, you need to clutch out and play your best here. And then in the finals, you need to also bring your best, but you're at least going to have the matchup advantage there.
Well, that was the combination of Bishop of Wings and Righteous Valkyrie is a lot of bonus life. This Sky Sovereign now actually doesn't kill anything.
Oh my
Maybe
goodness.
the Spirit Token. Does it kill the Spirit Token? Yeah.
Yeah, the Spirit Token's at 3, so that's it. I think we're also getting slammed at for 10.
Oh, yeah, this is a big attack. Here's another Angel for life gain, which is a 5/5, I think.
Yeah.
With the Righteous Valkyrie. And okay. For people that wanted to see the Angel mono white matchup, we got you a few seconds of it there.
Yeah. And that is one of the things about the mono white deck that you have to remember is it kind of is good if the game's about the board state, right? And it generates a lot of incidental value. And then what kind of happens is your Skycliffe turns into this weird 2-for-1, your Charming Prince gets you a little value and then trades with something. And if the game is about that, then your deck is a lot stronger. And we thought that was what might happen with the Izzet deck. And that's why I was a little worried when it came to that matchup. But we see it happening here where, Nathaniel was able to just present a bunch of flyers, not really care about the battlefield. And you're trying to make cards like Charming Prince line up. And it's just too hard when the match is too short for that to matter.
Yeah. All right. Our finals is set. We're going to step away for a moment and then we'll be back and see who goes home with the trophy of the NRG Pioneer 5K this weekend. Thanks for being here. Follow if you're enjoying the content. We'll be right back. All right, 100 players entered. 2 are left. Mesa Lark and I are not the 2. We're just going to be talking about what we're going to see from Nathaniel Wilson and Matthew Watts, the players that have advanced to the finals. Everyone picked Angels, right, to make it through the Swiss. We'll see. I don't know. Did you? Is that what your money was?
So once I saw Nathaniel, our Angel player, in the win and in for top 8 and had won the match, and I knew how much mono green was in the room. I was like, okay, if we can dodge the Rakdos players, I think we have a real shot taking the trophy home. And we dodged all the mono green players until right now. And I believe we're on the play as well. So this is sort of the dream matchup for the Angels deck.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the deck list. We'll take a look at the prize pool, and then we'll get the players started. Nathaniel Wilson, Selesnya, Angels. We've seen him on camera a couple times. I haven't seen Sarah Paragons in play yet. I have seen Collected Companies. I've seen Giada's, and we've seen some Righteous Valkyries bumping the team up quite a bit.
Yeah, this deck is kind of looking to be the fabled Coco deck that beats mono green and doesn't completely fold the Rakdos. Now, it does have a Rakdos problem, but it has so many big creatures, and it just flies over the top. So anytime you play another aggro mirror match, you're kind of the favorite. You have evasion and so much life gain. With something like Gruul, where you try to build these Coco decks, you sometimes get, stuck on the board and fall behind the mono white and you can't keep up. Not the Angels deck. The Angels deck actually just crushes the aggro decks, crushes mono green, and you just have to sneak out that Rakdos mid-range matchups when you play it. But, all that's left today in the finals here for Nathan is mono green.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and look at the opposing deck list for Matthew Watts, mono green. Devotion, something you're all very familiar with if you've played or watched much Pioneer. And I mean, there are minor eccentricities in different green lists. What stands out to you as defining this list versus the other ones?
So the big thing is we still have to Fairy Who Slows the Sunset. So about 2 months ago, that was the big innovation. We kind of figured out, hey, we can play Nico Bolas Dragon God. And once we did that, we were like, oh, if we can play the Grixis Walker, we can play any Walker. We found Teferi, realized how it works with Chain Veil to create faster infinite life. And that was sort of important. But most players have dropped that now because the mana inconsistencies are too much. So Matthew's decided to just only be able to get it off Storm the Festivals and being cast with Oath of Nissa and playing no Shocklands in order to enable it. So that's the big difference there between this deck. But it is the green machine, the litmus test of the format.
All right, we'll go to the prize pool later on. The players are presenting, looking at their opening hands. So let's go down to the table for our finals of the Pioneer 5K.
Yep.
And we are looking to be underway. 7 card hands on both sides, maybe? Let's see. They're waiting for us. Tell them to go. You can see the trophy on the table there. Awaiting the winner.
Someone's going to get that home and look at it every time and know that they won the 5K trial here today.
Absolutely. I mean, for some people, I know these are just kind of random trinkets. They give them away, they throw them away, whatever. For other people, I mean, I kind of cherish the ones I have. I'm very happy with it. I'm sure you've got some hanging out that you, well, I don't know. Is that a meaningful thing to you, or do you just not care?
Yeah, it matters. You can't see them behind my green screen, but I've got a couple of trophies back there, and and like for things where they didn't like quiet trophies like DreamHack Dallas, I've got like the little thing they gave me, and so you make it work, or whatever. But yeah, it's super cool, and to look at those and be like, oh, that's something that you have,
Yeah. All right, so we got Bishop of Wings for Nathaniel Wilson, Matthew Watts with Elf into Kiara into Elf. Good start on both sides. Maybe better for the green side, I suppose.
Yeah, the green side, breaking the mana system of the game is so powerful, and you kind of spit it out a bunch of elves here in Kiora. And I think one thing that maybe players don't quite always think about is once you get Nykthos, your Llanowar elves are like ancient tombs when it comes to the mana they produce, and you just kind of burst so far ahead of your opponent, and you just are essentially multiple turns ahead as long as you have something to do with the mana. So Nathaniel having a great curve for the Angel deck here, Bishop of Wings into the Valkyrie, amazing. But Matthew is essentially like on turn 6 right now when it comes to mana usage.
Yeah. All right. Bishop of Wings attacking here at Kiora or at face. What do you think?
I imagine we hit Kiora. I'm a pretty big believer in that at this point in the game, you might as well hit Kiora because you can maybe chip shot it down. And a lot of the broken draws involve Kiora untapping a land early on. So with the Flyers, I imagine we're actually going to be able to hit Kiora.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you are correct about that. Kiora gets down to 5, down to 4. Here's a Cavalier. So now there's a flyer on the board. So this Valkyrie is going to need some buddies in order to allow attacks through the Cavalier.
Yeah, talk about a call of the Valkyries. I need some more coming in. But, Nathaniel does have Collected Company in hand. So if Nathaniel draws a land, we could see as many as 2 more Valkyries come down. That's going to be a huge life swing and a massive power boost.
Right. Fortunately for Matthew, he doesn't have to win through combat damage, which is good because these Angel decks can get out of control. All right, Wolfwill Haven looks like it'll complete the turn for Matthew. So really amping up for a very strong turn 4 if he's got the gas for it.
Yep. We do have a Resplendent Angel as well, so that's going to generate a lot of angels. We have the land for the Cocoa, so now we have to do that sort of song and dance of, okay, what's the best thing for me to do? Guarantee get a bunch of angels, gain some life, build up the board presence, or do I kind of spin the wheel, put the Collecting Company, and hope to maybe hit something like Skyclave Apparition and another Valkyrie in order to remove this cure and kind of start pushing forward in the game?
Yeah, I think I lean towards the company plan.
Yeah, I'm very...
I don't want to play fair here. The green deck certainly isn't going to agree to that bargain. So
yeah, I'm interested to see Nathaniel here has, navigated all these games really well today, has a great grasp on it. So I'm curious to see what he is going to choose to do.
Whatever he does, the Valkyrie is almost certainly going to turn on.
Oh, so I think what's happening is we also have a Youthful Valkyrie and a Bishop of Wings. So that's the other play available to us. So we could gain a bunch of life and kind of set up to gain even more later. But I think, like you pointed out before, life total maybe isn't an axis we have to care too much about.
Yeah. So I think we just need to hit huge here and then hope we don't get comboed out. Well, there's a Valkyrie in a Realm Walker. I think that means we're not dying to combat damage.
Yeah, we're super not dead to combat damage, and we're going to be able to attack, I believe, into the Cavalier now, since all the creatures get +4/+4. It will be a 6/7 for
Yep.
a 6/8.
Right. All right. So let's see. We're going to gain 32 plus 7. That's 39 plus 8.
A lot of it.
I'm going to go with 47.
47 final answer, eh? The players, the judges, everyone's looking to, figure it out. We need the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music of the
All right. Well, so out of potential hits on company, that was pretty good.
Yeah. Hitting another one of the Valkyries was the kind of thing you wanted. And now it looks like Matthew doesn't have too much.
42.
Nice.
I assume the players counted wrong.
Yeah, an easy assumption if it was Twitch chat, but not our players here in the finals on NRG 5K. But yeah, I think, typically chump blocking with a Cavalier isn't even that big a deal because you can hit something powerful, but the game's still so early that I believe it's just like elves and lands in the graveyard. Oh, and we're going face. I kind of love it.
Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah, we got to get this game over with. There's no Nykthos for Matthew.
Yeah.
That is probably the only saving grace for Nathaniel right now, is this looks pretty scary. And there's only 2 flyers for Nathaniel. So this Cavalier could actually extend the game beyond another turn, even if Matthew doesn't have the business here.
Yeah, we might see, there's 2 flyers and there's a Mutavault in the land. So we have 5 attackers total. They're all huge. But yeah, I think we might have a turn here if you're Matthew to kind of set up. You don't need to go for it quite yet. And you can just prepare to set up the combo. And you are dangerously close to devotion. And you might even get Nathaniel to go after something like your Karn here by exposing it now.
We'll see. What are we going to find here? Matthew digs into his little toolbox here and finds Transmogrifying Wand.
That's a heater.
Yeah.
If you haven't seen this card before, it's 3 mana for an artifact that you can spend a mana to kill an opponent's creature and give them an Ox. 2/4.
A 2/4 Ox or even a 4/6 Ox is a lot less good than an extra Righteous Valkyrie. So that's a good pickup there for Matthew. And it looks like he's got, plenty of mana to activate here. And Valkyrie down.
Yeah, Valkyrie down, and Spirit's going to come up as well because of the Bishop of Wings, and we're going to gain some life, I believe. But yeah, woof.
So our creatures are smaller, but we still keep a flyer because of the Spirit. But yeah, not a great development for Nathaniel. And that can happen again next turn.
Yeah, every single turn. We ripped the Skyclave Apparition. So luckily we can enter the Transmogrifying Wand if we want to. And that allows us to build our angels back up.
That doesn't even actually answer it unless we kill the Karn, because they can be wished back from under the apparition.
Oh, great point.
But yeah, I don't know.
Maybe you're supposed to hit the Karn just so you don't get comboed, and
Yeah.
you just push a ton of damage to Sir, because all the L's are tapped too.
Right.
So if you activate that Mutavault, I think you're pushing like 12 damage. Another Bishop of Wings. Get some more life.
Mhm.
Nathaniel, up to probably 50 something.
Yeah, should be another 10. Yeah, here goes the Mutavault. Only gained 6. How does it only... Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Here's an attack with everything like you called for. With one blocker. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Nathaniel actually could send 3 at each planeswalker and guarantee they both die.
But no, but Matthew's just dead because the
he's just dead.
Ox, yeah, even though we shrunk the power, we got another attacker in. So while the total power is there, we were able to sneak around. So Matthew falling, and that is just a statement in how powerful the Angels deck is, right, Joe?
Mhm.
Things look so bad, but we got some Righteous Valkyries on the table, and we were able to push through enough damage. And we've also seen that they don't do this a lot today. That's one thing I've noticed and like about Nathaniel. He gets them dead. Sometimes he realizes he's falling behind on resources that don't matter, that he can't fight over. He's like, whatever, if I can't fight over those, I'm going to fight over your life total, and just pushes.
Yeah, I mean, it works. And yeah, that the Bishop making the Spirit token generating an extra 3/3 flyer. I mean, that's not the way the card was drawn up, but Righteous Valkyrie in play. I mean, the 4/6 Ox at 3/3 trading for 1 Valkyrie, you don't lose that much, and he has enough to push through the win. So yeah, so he's up a game. All right. So let's go ahead and put up the prize pool so you see what the players are contesting for in this match. We already covered the deck list. So you can see here, first place 1,200, second place 600. That's what's on the line, in addition to the NRG Series points. And the winner gets an invite to the first DreamHack Regional Championship next year.
Yeah, super exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I know that's kind of where we're at with pro play right now, and I think for a lot of players, including the two of us, like qualifying for these events is a big deal and something you really want to achieve.
Yeah, this was a couple years ago, right before COVID, these RCs would essentially be the regional pro tours. When you look at it with like the qualifications and what you have to do to get to them, they're kind of the same. Now the branding's different, but they are still events worth qualifying for. We see players really go out there and get it. And today, all of our players, there was no splits. We're playing for the invite. We both won it. We want that trophy. We want the win. It's so important here. And there's energy points too. They kind of add up if maybe you live in Chicago, you have a good week on the next one, you go down to Louisville, you have another good weekend, and you might sneak into our championship by the Season 3 leaderboard.
Yeah, and that championship should be a good time. All right, we're going to pop the leaderboard up. So you can see Season 3. This is only the second weekend of Season 3 out of the 4. So certainly there is progress to be made here, even if you're not already on the list. Top 2 players on this list will qualify at the end of the year. You see that currently is Zach Allen and Raja Suleiman. And there is a gap down to Mack Endress. But Adam Wants from Moses picked up an absolute ton of points this weekend. That may be true of some other players as well. So this will look a lot different next week.
Yeah, Raja and Adam teamed up for the team event yesterday that they won for us. So they both got 30 points there. We just saw where Adam got another 15 added on. And I believe Raja ended up in our top 16, actually missing his 4th top 8 in a row for the NRG circuit to Harlan Fear. They had a win and in against each other. Harlan was able to beat him, dethrone Raja's dominance here on the NRG circuit, and mean that, Raja only has about a 20-point lead for Season 3 leaderboard that Zach Allen's going to need to catch up with.
Yeah, so lots on the line here as we move through Season 3 here. Happy to have you with us. And if you want to join us in person in a few weeks, like Mason said, we'll be in Chicago, specifically in Mundelein outside Chicago. And then in our Nerd Rage's first trip to Kentucky at the end of the year in December. All right, opening hands being drawn up for Game 2.
Yep. Let's see what we got here. Also, excited for the Kentucky event. Really close to me. I'm from Nashville. I know a bunch of people from here love watching the NRG circuit, and we'd love to see y'all come on down a little more to the south that we can come and play and have a chance to win one of these things.
Yeah, we're trying to run away from the winter as it is.
Yeah. Understandable.
Heading further south. Okay, no turn 1 play for Nathaniel, which is the norm, and an elf for Matthew. Is there another land?
Maybe after this Othanissa.
Yeah. Well, Nykthos is a good one to find.
Yeah. It looks like we have a Wolfwillow Haven. So.
Nice. All right. All set to go.
Yeah. So Matthew, we talked about it last game. When it comes to mana, is essentially on turn 5 again, away ahead of time. And Nathaniel, not to be done, does have a Jada Light of Hope, which makes them angel mana.
Yeah, and also grows those angels up to significant sizes as they grow each bigger and bigger. It was a little disappointing carding limited though, as I believe there was one common angel, maybe no, one common and one uncommon angel in that set.
Well,
That's not exciting.
Well, Joe, you don't know the lore clearly because the angels were the dust that all the Capenna families were using, and Jada's the one who returned the angels to Capenna. She brought
Really?
them back. Yeah. So that's why she grows the angels.
Okay, yeah, I'm not up on the lore, but that's
Yeah.
good work.
I bring promo knowledge, lore, and B+ memes at best. That's what you can get from me here on coverage.
Now, I mean, the lore stuff is cool, and whenever I do find out about lore, I'm always like impressed that all this work that goes into it, and it's actually interesting stuff. It's just not something that I randomly find myself searching out on my own, but I do enjoy hearing it from other people.
Yeah, the
All
reason
right.
I know is I complained just like you did, and someone told me. So...
All right, Nykthos here for 1 bonus mana on the activation, and it's Karn. Okay, this is not going to be an explosive win the game Karn on turn 3, but the fact that it's a Karn on turn 3 is already pretty good.
Yeah, and we grab the boat.
Yeah, Sky Sovereign console flagship. I bet not everyone can say that.
That's true. I bet not a lot of people can make a boat noise either.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. This Giada needs a whole bunch of friends, and I don't think it has time to summon them forth from dust or whatever else they come from.
It's true. I think it's going to be a little, we're going to tack the card down so the card doesn't get more loyalty. And I'm going to appreciate Nathaniel's basic planes because those are nice. I think they're Odyssey kind of heaters. So we get double Youthful Valkyrie. All right, that's a lot of pressure.
Okay. That's something. Yeah. Without the card being able to wish again. However, the problem is the Sky Sovereign's going to pick off one of these. Well, probably let's see. I might pick off the biggest Youthful Valkyrie.
Well, the Youthful Valkyrie, the biggest one, is a 3/5. So no Skyboat doing that.
Oh, right. 1/3, not 3/1. Okay.
Yeah. Angels have a lot of toughness because they're protectors. That's your lore minute again with Mason Clark.
That's funny because I feel like all the angels that are well known through Magic history are all big hit. I mean, sure, they're usually even power and toughness, but they're known for being huge hitters. Baneslayer Angel, Sarah Angel. These are they're attackers. They're not blockers.
Archangel Avacyn.
Yeah. Chroma. I mean, who remembers a Chroma for its ability to block?
Well, I'm just saying First Strike is really good at blocking.
Yeah, no lie there.
Depends how you look at it, really. But we're kind of doing some Nykthos map because we did draw Storm the Festival for Matthew here. And that means we have a lot of choices available to us. We need to figure out what's the best option for us navigating this game. Do we want to deploy our Sky Sovereign and figure it out from there? Or do we want to Storm? What do you think, Joe?
Well, I think, Matthew preempts me and says he's going to go with Sky Sovereign. And he's going to animate it with Karn right away. So it's available as a blocker. Nice interaction there. But is he done for the turn? It looks like the answer is no.
Yeah,
see, you were trying to trick me by making me choose, and Matthew's just going with both.
Bingo, you figured it out. And we get Cavalier and another card. That's pretty good.
Yeah, no, that is definitely going to work. So now there's actually going to be this deck with no flyers is going to have 2 flying blockers this turn, or 2 blockers, 4 flyers this turn.
Yep, and we might see Karn just pick up either Pestilent Cauldron here to set up for the combo, but also just have another copy of Karn if Nathaniel does try to kill it. And might be the rare just take a forest. Don't really need another Nykthos here.
Mm-hmm.
Matthew's building the dreaded L again in his graveyard.
Well, he's not there yet, but Nathaniel might have to give up well before it gets to that point.
Yep. We still have a Karn activation, like you mentioned. Maybe we'll get a Heart of Kirat, because that's another flying blocker. Then that plays around something like Declaration in Stone or something like that that might be in the sideboard. we actually don't have much when it comes to answers in the sideboard, but we do have Redain, the God of Worthy, which in game 3 might come up. But regardless, looks like we're kind of running light on answers today outside of the Skyclip apparition. Looks like we cited out an Old Growth Troll.
Interesting. Well, I mean, it is basically just for devotion in this matchup. It's not likely to beat through these high toughness creatures like you were saying. And Meteor Golem is a selection. A portable
Yeah.
hold drawn for Nathaniel. We're a little tardy on that one.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
let's just pick it up. If we were
Okay.
on to play that game, we would have pushed a lot of damage and legitimately would have been a lot closer. So Nathaniel's like, let's just see what that looks like again, and let's move on over.
All right. One game left in the weekend. Hope you're enjoying yourselves watching this with us. We're doing this show for your benefit, for the players, for the viewers. I mean, a lot of work goes into these events. And what we want is exciting matches. We want playoffs to go all the way through, and that's what we got this time.
Yeah, I mean, also, this is the culmination of the whole day and the whole weekend for these two players, right?
Yeah.
Nathaniel here just played our win event Sunday. I think Matthew played our team event yesterday. And now there's your chance to win it, get that trophy like we mentioned, get that RC invite, free up some of your other weekends, and get ready to play some more high-level Magic. So it's really exciting game here. And also, let's be honest, it's super exciting because we have such a cool deck in Angels in the final against the Machine. And, this could be something that has legitimately impacted the RC. A lot of players maybe disrespected Angels, think, oh, can it really be that good? And then seeing a performance like here might have some players looking there. And we've always seen once a lot of players start looking at decks, sometimes innovations can be made. And maybe we'll see something like that for the Angels deck for the RC in Atlanta.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is the last really big event weekend that, before next week being the pre-release, there's not going to be, much going on. And so, or much constructed work going on. This can be published. So yeah, you're right. This is the last thing to look at. And Angels, if it takes it down here, or even if it doesn't, I mean, Nathaniel Wilson's already done a lot of impressive work this weekend, even if he loses this game. I mean, I don't know how frequently you find yourself paired against Angels on Magic Online. I know for me, it's pretty uncommon. So maybe it picks up a little bit. Or
You're just gonna have huge ramifications, right? Like more people play Angels, things like Gruul look a lot worse, things like mono white humans look a lot worse. And even if just a small subset of people get changed by this decision, could have drastic ramifications.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So let's go ahead and go down to the table. One game left on the weekend. Let's see. Is it gonna be Nathaniel Wilson or Matthew Watts taking it home?
Yeah, it's an exciting moment here. Nathaniel, luckily, like I mentioned, was the higher seed if you're an Angels fan. It's going to get to be on the play. Doesn't have that many one-drops to actually deploy in this deck. Just kind of using that turn to, make sure we're not falling far behind. So if Nathaniel can have that curve like we had in game 1, we can easily see it happen. And does have some cards like Portable Hole in order to stop the Llanowar Elves from coming out from Matthew, or maybe a Wolfwillow Haven if you keep a slower hand. But the big thing from the sideboard of the Angels deck is we have Redain, God of the Worthy. So what Redain does is non-creature spells that cost 4 or more cost 2 additional mana. So Storm the Festival and Karn the Great Creator are going to be 2 cards that cost a little more. And those are some of the cards that actually just overwhelm Nathaniel. Now, obviously, Cavalier Thorns is a card that Silence stops with blocking, but we saw in game 1 that doesn't matter if we can actually build up our board state. We can just push around the Cavalier.
Okay. Are we, let's see. Okay. We're keeping on both sides. We're underway.
Oh, and Nathaniel has the Archon of Emiria in hand too, which is going to limit to only 1 spell a turn.
Yeah, that's a nice one. That might even be more valuable than taxing. Is just saying you cannot go elf into something else. It takes a couple of turns to get it down, but
yeah, and Nathaniel ripped the Portable Hole off the top 2 for the elf, so has a lot of the strong 3-drops, and now isn't going to fall too far behind, and really put some onus on Matthew. A lot of times you'll keep hands like 2 lands elf against sort of matchups. They have so few answers for your cards.
All right, Wolfwillow down, and there's a land. I don't know if there was another land, but that one's off the top now, and there is Archon. There's another Portable Hole, and Nathaniel's got to make a choice here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go Jada into Portable Hole. And this is great.
Yeah,
look at us. We're the ramp deck now.
Right. No, I like this too, because if he plays Archon now, then the Portable Hole's kind of stuck. He's never going to be able to deploy it. So double spelling here before the Archon comes down works out well. Here's a Kiora and an elf. Okay.
Yeah.
Still nice nice development for both players here.
Yeah, pretty big thing here. Nathaniel, I think, drew a Bishop of Wings. Does have to decide, do I play the Valkyrie now or the Archon? He has stopped a lot of Matthew's mania, but somehow Matthew's on topping with 5 lands here on turn number 4, or 5 mana.
Wow.
So,
All right, Nathaniel definitely giving pause here, thinking about how do I want to deploy here. Okay, the attack comes through. Yeah. But that buys a little bit of time to further think about this.
Yeah. No slow play warning here. We are on time, but you do have to play at a competitive pace. And it looks like we might be setting up a Bishop of Wings here, which I kind of like, because if you rip a land off the top, as another Jada legend rule to grow and gain some life and get a spirit token here. Not bad.
Yeah, it definitely shows experience with the deck. People that pick up the deck first time today probably aren't at that point where they're figuring that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now, with the Righteous Valkyrie, we're going to gain 4 life from the Bishop, and we're pushing in a lot of damage. So we do take one turn where Matthew has a lot of mana, but in exchange, we're going to push a lot of damage on Matthew. And so it's going to need to be something like Cavalier of Thorns to prevent this sort of huge damage swing.
Yeah, I'm worried, though. I'm concerned. All right. Well, Ogre's Troll, that's not too bad.
I do think there's a Nykthos, though.
Yeah, there is. All right. Well, if this is followed up by Cavalier, this is going to get tough.
Yeah. It looks like
it's another troll. Okay.
All right. 2 mana floating. Get another card draw. I think that was Cavalier, though. Oh, no, it was an Elvish Mystic. Okay. The shadowing kind of threw me off.
Mm-hmm. Well, 2 Ogre Trolls is nice, but this Angels deck, once it gets running, is not afraid of taking damage.
Yeah, and
plenty of life points to spare.
Yeah, not afraid to dish it out either when it comes to the damage. And we are going to actually see some pretty big mutavolts here as well when it comes to being able to, race back. So it might be hard to go full out with the Old Growth Troll.
Sure. And Kiora probably gets picked off this turn.
Yeah, it's kind of a great turn to deploy Archon. You kill the Kiora, so you cut off a lot of mana, and then you're able to, set up. Oh, looks like we're going to go for their Youthful Valkyrie. I guess the idea being that, hey, if I kill the Kiora, there can't be that much mana with the Nykthos anyways, and I get to start pushing damage, and pushing damage is how I win.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of damage, as now we have the Righteous Valkyrie. Now we're above 27, or at 27 or above, so everything's boosted. So we have a lot more damage to play with here.
Yep. And it looks like we're figuring out if we're supposed to attack Matthew with the Kiora. My gut is that spirit probably needs to go towards Kiora. Just so the Nykthos doesn't untap, because Nykthos untapping could be really important for chains, but also Kiora gives you that redraw effect off the bigger creature. So if something like Cavalier of Thorns is going to come into play, we can avoid some amount of nightmare disaster with that happening.
May also have to be a consideration of, can I win next turn if I kill Kiora? Because if I can't, then I think I just have to attack Matthew.
Oh, sure. Yeah, just you have one draw step and do what you will.
Yeah.
I like it.
All right, and that appears to be the choice. So Matthew down to 12.
And
I didn't quite make out what that was.
Yeah, this is a big turn, no matter how you slice it. Nathaniel not going to block these Old Growth Trolls. Otherwise, we might be able to sack them, make a token, draw more cards. So, going to get hit, but looks like another Old Growth Troll. More trolls.
That's a cantrip.
And I think we might be on the precipice of Nathaniel taking down the NRG 5K here today. Looks like Matthew is kind of tanking here, and you can see Nathaniel, he did the math last turn. If it was 8 before, and we have another 6 with the Valkyrie, right? That would be 14.
Yeah, all the mana in the world to play with for Matthew here. Is there anything to do?
I think he has a Lair of the Hydra as one of the lands. And there's Lair in play, obviously, as well.
All right, here we go. We're going to see it, whatever it is. Devotion for 11, 12?
Yeah, I believe it's 12 because it's
Yeah.
3 and then 3 trolls. So I guess this Lair of the Hydra is an 11/11. So you can, yeah, those are just 2 lands in hand. Okay.
That might be curtains. Let's see. Can we force a block? But Bishop of Wings can just block. That wouldn't even accomplish anything.
Yeah, I guess the thing is that the old growth trolls are knock you below 27.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and that Lair of the Hydra, I believe to be a 20 power creature.
Okay, so probably want to block that one.
Yeah. That's advisable.
Well, good for Matthew if he has all blanks, figuring out a way to make his cards be relevant here.
Yeah. And this is something that you see with the mono green deck is you're gonna have to get a little scrappy sometimes. Once things get going, you do have a lot of card selection and a lot of card advantage, but sometimes you gotta, the machine has to wake up and get the gears turning, and you just gotta get the beatdowns going in that time. And normally something Nathaniel's not, whatever. No one's attacked me for this much all weekend. My life feels so high, but it does matter here. Oh, it looks like it is just only one additional +1 counter. I guess it's a different Jada.
All right, so this Righteous Valkyrie is a 5/7. The Bishop is a 3/6. Both of those can block trolls. Something has to block the lair. The problem is once Nathaniel takes a hit from the last troll, if a troll gets through, then the Righteous Valkyrie boost will dissipate, and they're clearing up. They're trying to figure out how big the lair of the Hydra is, perhaps right now. The abacus is not high enough.
I think what happened is I think Jada, because it's a different Jada, it has to reset the +1 counters, which makes the Valkyrie gain less life. And I think we're just making sure that everyone got hit for the right amount of damage. Does that make sense?
Possibly, yeah. They had 2 counters on the Righteous Valkyrie. Yeah, it should have just been 1 because the Spirit didn't count. It's just the Jada itself.
Yeah.
Or
a very confusing card. Doesn't see a lot of play.
Yeah, so
maybe we can pull up on screen here and we can take a little read at it. But it looks like the players figured it out.
Yeah, okay. So that shouldn't change Nathaniel's life total because the Valkyrie didn't gain any life on itself, being 1 power higher or 1 toughness higher. All right, here's the attack. So only 2 trolls and the lair can attack. 1 is summoning sick, which I believe means that Nathaniel doesn't take any damage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess you have the Jada and everything, and your Jada lives because it's a 5/5. So that's going to put it on the trolls. The bishop dies. The lair, it's a 20 power creature, but for Nathaniel, you're looking like you've got lethal.
I mean, let's see. Jada's a 5. Righteous is a 5, and the Spirit's a 3. That should be 13.
13. Yeah, that's 13 damage. You see Nathaniel doing it. Matthew's making him do it, and that is going to be Angels winning our Pioneer NRG 5K here. Congratulations to Nathaniel. We love to see it happen here. What an awesome deck, taking down the tournament, really making, sort of a meta call in the metagame here. We also talked to Nathaniel earlier, someone who is a little bit newer to the Pioneer format and wanted to just be a proactive deck and playing off in spades and doing it so well. Every single feature match we saw Nathaniel, he was attacking in spots where he knew he couldn't win if he played a normal game. If he tried to grind it out like other decks would, he was going to lose. So he just started sending his creatures into the abyss to make sure to push damage.
Yeah, and I like that the decision to avoid the Kiora. Like if he loses that 3 damage, I mean, that was the margin there. So that, well chosen, well prioritized on what he needed to do with his creatures, and takes it home. And Angels wins our last event before the new set drops.
Big implications.
Right.
If you didn't believe that Angel deck was good versus green, if for some reason you thought all these flyers and big creatures were going to get the job done, you've seen it here today, and you see also how easily it crushes decks like Mono White, which is such a popular deck, and we see such strong players like Harlan Fear picking up and playing in our event today, making it to top 4. But a matchup that you have to imagine the Angel deck just crushes.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, anything. I mean, in all the aggro swath of the format, can forget about it when Righteous Valkyries is messing around. I mean, you can't really attack into it too easily with your small creatures. Life total gets out of range. And yeah, I mean, we'll see what it might gain or from Brothers War, how the metagame might change. But It might change in the fact that people take into account, hey, I might have to be able to deal with all these creatures. Maybe Rending Volley needs to become more valuable, take up some more space in sideboards. I mean, there's all things that you can do as a reaction to this. There's also all kinds of ways you could overreact to this. But certainly something that needs to be taken into account.
Yeah. And, just such a great showing, really showing, hey, the Pioneer format, we do have a best deck. There is Mono Green Devotion and there's Rakdos midrange. Our clear 1A and 1B, those two decks are so good. But as we've seen today, they can be overcome, and playing these proactive strategies, you can pick the right weekend for your proactive deck and really push through the metagame and come out a champion like we saw from Nathaniel today, which is so exciting.
Yeah, and one of the things I like about Pioneer is, sure, we have these tiers of decks, like you were just saying, those are the top 2 decks. We have kind of the next tier and the next tier. Angels isn't in any of those, but there are, outside the top like dozen decks, there's still room in the format for something like Angels to come in and pick up a trophy, pick up some wins, and we are ready. So let's go ahead and bring in Nathaniel Wilson. Nice work.
Thanks.
Yeah, above expectations coming into the day.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was prepped for the O2 drop today.
Oh, sorry you had to disappoint yourself. I guess you have to take home the trophy and the money and the invite. Congratulations on all of that.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
How does it feel? You just won the 5K trial. Are you excited? What's going through your head?
Yeah, it feels pretty great. It especially feels pretty great playing it with an Angels deck that I think is pretty sweet. I think I was the only person on the deck in the field, so it was a lot of fun. Got to play a lot of good Magic, gain a bunch of life.
Yes, we certainly saw that, and we saw a lot of very large creatures flying over. Some crucial turns in multiple different rounds where you had to prioritize: do I push damage on the player? So like in this last game, there's the Kiora that on 3 loyalty that you could finish off, but you choose to go attack the opponent even though they're at 20. You want to walk us through kind of your decision making there?
Yeah, so with the Kiora, I kind of counted out the damage, and it would have cost me a turn to take down the Kiora, and I'm not winning the long game against Mono Green, honestly. I think you guys saw what he did in game 2. He just went off, and it was nuts. So I really just wanted to prioritize the kill, force him to have the Cavalier Thorns to have a blocker, or just put the pressure on him to interact with my flying.
Right, and it worked out. And he had a whole slew of old growth trolls, and none of those had reach, and you got it done.
Yeah, he also had a 21 layer of the
Yeah.
Hydra. Which is
Okay, so
sick.
we didn't know the specific size, but we knew it was very large. Yeah, and that you absorbed all the damage. You stay at 28 and clear it.
I think they said it's in California, so maybe I will be able to, maybe I won't, but it would be fun if I could. Yeah,
it certainly would. Mason, why don't you go, and I'll try and figure out what I got problem here.
Yeah. After playing the deck today, are you looking to, like, if you're going to play another Pioneer event going forward, is there anything you would tell people? Because all eyes are on you right now. This is kind of the breakout deck of the weekend.
I think that maybe adjust the sideboard slots. There were some cards that I found that I wasn't bringing in, like Damping Sphere, stuff like that. Maybe a basic forest in turn for 1 basic plane, stuff like that. But it's a lot of fun to play if people want to pick up. You have a lot of flex slot at your 1-drop. You don't have to play Portable Hole. Maybe you can throw something else in there. The issue with the deck is you don't have a reliable 1-drop, so you lose out on a lot of tempo, but what you do on turns 2 and 3 is extremely powerful, so kind of makes up for it.
100%.
Yeah, well, congratulations, man, and hopefully this, last event before Brothers War, so this will go down. Pioneer format. What's the top deck at the end of the season? Angels. So with Nathaniel Wilson. So congratulations on that. Thanks for talking to us, and that was exciting. That was fun to watch.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
All right, Mason Clark, you did yeoman's work this weekend. First time here with us. What, 4 or 5 rounds yesterday and a solid 10 today?
15 in a row, baby.
Yeah.
You know how it be. Thank you all so much for having me. It was great to work with you and Devin earlier. I had a blast doing commentary with y'all and got to watch some amazing games of Magic.
All right, so let's just hit the schedule one more time before we go. If you're interested in watching, you can follow the channel, get notifications if you want to show up and play. In a few weeks, we'll be at the home event in Brandlein, Illinois. outside Chicago. It'll be our first Pioneer 10K and then a 5K Modern on Sunday. And then the Season 3 Showdown in Louisville, Kentucky. Now, this event, slightly higher price pool. Additionally, the winner of the Showdown gets direct entry into the championship at the end of the year. So that's what's on the line, as well as the points invites the rest of the year going forward. But we thank you for being with us this weekend. This was a long weekend. It takes a lot of work to put on these shows. So I want to acknowledge Corianne Thoreau, the table spotter, Sam Lewis, the judge coordinator, Judge Dave directing most of the weekend, and our commentators, Anurag Das, Julian Gnob, Mason Clark for the first time, Devin O'Donnell, and myself, Joe Lissette. We're here representing Nerd Rage owner Norman Cohen. Thanks for being here. We'll see you in a few weeks.